somehow I keep running, running back to you, back to you, back to you. Feeling lonely, hey, and hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running, running back to you, back to you.
We are lost and faded lovers when we're under feelings that never bloom. We count our cards as they fall. Oh, they almost really made me wonder, will my heart escape the rain and thunder? Then you found me in a deep blue hour. I'm never looking back. Falling for you suddenly shakes what I knew. You're breaking through, brings me to life. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. I found you under dark skies where the starlight brought us to paradise. Your love is all I need. Oh, they almost really made me wonder, will my heart escape the rain and thunder? Then you found me in a deep blue hour. I'm never looking back. Falling for you suddenly shakes what I knew. You're breaking through, brings me to life. This is what it feels like. This is what love, this is what love. This is what love, this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like.
future's right now. Wanna start a revolution, wanna take it to the streets. That renegade execution, and we ain't got no time to sleep. Come on and shatter the hourglass, and throw a fistful of sand. Ain't no time like the present, so make a move, make a stand. This is how it goes down. Got that vision, got that know-how. So take a look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. We got high expectations, never settle for less. Every day a revelation, I keep on guessing what's next. We're standing on the edge, not afraid to fall. Sky's the limit, build it bigger, now we take it all. It's unstoppable, never impossible. Just take a look around, the future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it, we'll feel some type of way. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Don't leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Don't leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think about the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Before I go and change my mind.
Welcome back, everybody, to MCS. I'm Clash, joined by Power, and we have the pleasure of starting off this championship Sunday. We got 6 teams in each division here that are all fighting for that title of the winner of Rising Star, Challenger, and Premier. Power, I'm excited.
I am too. Championship Sunday, always the most hyped day of the entire season. So many games leading up to this point. Yesterday, we saw some of those games go in ways we didn't quite expect.
Yeah, there's always going to be surprises in this environment. Again, it's so different from online playing in person. You get to look at your teammates face to face. You get to look at your opponents face to face. It's just a completely different environment. You got the crowd behind you, everything like that. But we're going to be getting into this Rising Star match. Obviously, we got the Burnsville Inferno versus the Buffalo First. But looking at our schedule, we have a pretty long day coming up. Again, all best of 7s at this point. So, again, teams, if you didn't know, you have timeouts. So feel free to use those. As you're playing, timeouts are in effect for all matches. So we'll see how that comes into play as well.
Yes, it definitely has a huge factor on the swing of games. You know, you have like down 2-0 situation, you have the ability to pause the game, try and get some momentum back, and prevent needing to try a reverse sweep or even just getting your foot in the series, getting that first goal. And here we're introducing the Omaha Buffalo. We saw them yesterday. We'll see them today right away. We have Desi, Nero, and
A5.
A5. Yes, A5.
Yeah, this is such a dangerous team. We both kind of spoiled it yesterday with talking about who our favorites were. We both named the Buffalo out of all the teams that are left as that top team. That being said, but all these teams really have put up a fight. But Burnsville were able to get through. Excuse me about A5. A5 is not playing. Newt is actually playing it today. This is not the team that is playing against the Buffalo here, but that's okay. Yeah, but
Burnsville
we got
Inferno.
this. Yes, Burnsville Inferno are playing them, but either way, like I mentioned, this Buffalo team is dangerous.
Yes, and on the Burnsville Inferno side, we have J-Bay, Goldude, and Carl's Nuts. They were getting very, very loud, I believe, on the D stage yesterday, and their various matches. They are known for being that feel-good, vibey team.
I have to imagine that they're going to be the crowd favorite. I'm not sure if on paper that the best roster to take this thing down, but in a LAN environment, sometimes that crowd can really fuel that, and they can absolutely feed on it. Their energy on stage is unmatched. They have that to work with there, and maybe that can give them the edge in this one.
Yes, it's definitely important. Here we go, starting off with Nero, one of the top Omaha Buffalo players. Key to get to this point. I know they wanted to be on that upper bracket side. They wanted to be on the bye side, right? They wanted to be in the semifinal. They didn't expect to be here in the quarterfinal. They're trying to bounce back. They have a match that I think they're favored in.
Not sponsored.
And here we see Newt, one of the key players in stepping up, taking A5's role, and he has done great so far.
Absolutely, playing so well. He played with Cabbage, another caster that we got, so yeah, he's got some experience, I'm sure, in this LAN environment. But as we look at some saves leaderboard, Carl is on that Burnsville side. He is going to be a defensive mastermind. He subbed up into Challenger for the whole latter half of it, and he always fit in so well. He is a top talent for Rising Star.
Yep, and here we see the goals leaderboard, and once again, Carl's Nuts name showing up toward the top. He has been a top Rising Star player. He's been a decent third in Challenger, and here we see him tested.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl appearing again, score a game. Carl all over this pitch, so he is going to be a huge factor on this. But the interesting thing is none of the Buffalo players are even on any of those lists. It's just a really well-rounded squad.
Yes,
I would say, though, Nero is that player to look out for. He is going to be that top player. He subbed in for Challenger multiple times, and he fit right in. But as we get into predictions here, Power, I think, again, we kind of spoiled what we were thinking yesterday. I'm not sure if you have any change of heart on that.
So I will say is I may have predicted Buffalo as the champion yesterday, but I saw J-Bay warming up, and I'm not going to lie, I will take a player that I've drafted in a different league every day of the week. I see the vibes. I see the energy. I believe in Burnsville Inferno to take this one.
Okay, I got to go the Buffalo here. I think they were the best all season. And in this LAN environment, it can be difficult with that crowd favorite of the Inferno against you, but that season was just so well done by them, and I don't see it stopping here.
All right, well, I personally really value the house money. I mean, Burnsville wasn't supposed to be
It is
here.
true.
They are now showing up. They're playing with no pressure, and they are having such a good time doing it.
Absolutely. It makes a huge difference, like not having that pressure on you, not having the expectations on you. And quite honestly, I think most people have said that Buffalo are the favorites in Rising Star, so that could absolutely put that pressure on them. They could be feeling that on stage. If they go down early or something like that, that could really start to weigh on them. And there's so many scenarios that could be coming out of this one. But as we're getting closer to the start of it, and what do each of these teams need to focus on to have success in this series?
So for me, Buffalo just needs to sort of clear their minds, a clear mental state. Because you're coming in, this is the very first match of the day. Nerves are going to be at an all-time high. You're thinking about it all last night when you went home. There is so much riding on starting your day strong. You cannot win a championship if you don't start strong in the quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. They have to start strong. They can't let Burnsville get momentum.
For Burnsville.
And for Burnsville, you got to get that momentum
Yes,
early.
exactly.
You have to start up strong. That being said, I feel like Burnsville, one of those teams that you get loud and energetic, they're so momentum-based. If Buffalo can bounce back, that can kill that momentum so quickly. So Inferno have to start hot and stay hot. If they do, they absolutely have a chance in this one. But we are into this one. We are into Championship Sunday, and I am excited.
Yes, and here we go. Burnsville starting off pretty hot, a little bit of pressure into the corner, but Desi does a great job clearing it out. Now Newt tries for the redirect here, not quite able to get it. 50-50 comes out.
J-Bay taking a 50 out all the way into their corner now. Carl can kind of get a good clear. He does. Nero, not quite the touch he wanted. J-Bay's going to be able to take this one over into the corner of the Buffalo here. Gold Dude might be able to get first to that one. He does. There is an awaiting J-Bay, but he doesn't quite have the angle to approach that one.
Yep, now Carl's nuts called into play. Desi does a great job just clearing that one out. Little bit of midfield gameplay starting off here. No team looking like the advantaged one. Carl's nuts trying to change that. Goes up toward the wall, down toward the net. Saved out by Newt. Great job on the goal.
Gold Dude trying to get a 50 out. Nero able to get some control. No, Carl is actually first to that one. Newt, little boost here. Gets a good 50 though. Desi going to take it into the corner. Carl tries to get one on tries to get one on target there. Not quite able to. Little Pop just trying to buy some time for his team there. J-Bay going to try to get this one forward. Not quite able to, and it falls into the corner safely.
Yep, Demo's coming out. This is where the physicality starts to make a difference as Carl's nut shot just barely off of the crossbar. So close there for them. They really would have liked to get that lead early on in this game. A minute and a half is already surpassed. Now Nero tries to play this up toward the wall. 50-50 goes out mid. Desi shot off the crossbar. So close. Newt now up toward backboard. Carl's nuts does a great job defending that.
Desi towards target, but J-Bay easily cleared away. On target. Now that's going to be a huge miss. Out of nowhere, the last defender just doesn't quite make contact, and Inferno end up striking first.
Yes, and that is crucial for, like we said, that momentum. Getting that first goal, having the feel-good feels, all so important.
That's exactly what Inferno needed to do, getting things started right. Now all they have to do is maintain that lead or extend it if they really want to, but there is a lot of time on that clock to kill just that time. So this one's going to go through, and like I said, there's plenty of time for Buffalo to equalize. They do very quickly.
Yeah, Buffalo taking a play almost exactly of what Inferno did last time, a pass upfield to a redirecting player. Newt able to finish that through. Beautiful play out of the Buffalo. Let's see what they have to continue in these next 3 minutes. Here we go on the kickoff. Newt 50-50 out toward middle. Off the wall is Gold Dude. Nero now to follow.
J-Bay onto a 50 there. Great 50 going out to Carl there. Gives him so much control. This one bouncing up off the ceiling now to J-Bay. That's going to be a 50. Good save now from Nero. Gold Dude trying to get this one off into the corner. JB might be first to that. Ends up working as a fake. Carl puts that one away. And they absolutely read the first initial shot attempt. And I'm not sure if it was an intended fake or not, but Carl will take that. It is in the net.
Very, very important to have Burnsville double that lead. Or not double it, but, you know, get a lead. Get a lead back.
Yeah. Getting it right back there is absolutely huge. Buffalo into the corner. They're trying to get this one back again. They responded very quickly the last time. Desi trying to get that one forward. No, but great 50 coming out from Inferno there. J-Bay going to get that one into the corner. And that's a big beat on defense. This could be a transition now for the Buffalo.
Yep, but Carl's Nuts does a great job playing this to wall. Offloads it to J-Bay. J-Bay off toward mid. And unable to get it. Nero able to cut that one out. Desi now trying to get involved in this play. Pops it over one, goes for the double tap, misses, but Gold Dude there to turn it away. Now Nero up toward the backboard, just playing defensive and safe. Tries to buy time. Touch goes a little bit wayward. J-Bay actually there to intercept. 50-50 in the midfield.
Great 50. Yeah, great 50 coming out from Desi there, able to clear the way. His team had needed boost there, and they finally got time to get some. Gold Dude gets two to challenge. Desi has to get a good touch. He does. Newt goes missing there, but it doesn't work. It works as a fake, excuse me. Desi back to the middle. No one's going to be quite there in time. J-Bay counterattack opportunity into the corner of the Buffalo here. Doesn't quite make the contact that he's looking for, but Gold Dude into the middle for Carl.
Now, middle of the field. The ball is rolling toward Desi. Desi not able to get there. Newt cuts it out first. Now this double tap is coming down, so threatening. Not quite able to convert are the Buffalo. Now the clear comes out for the Burnsville Inferno. Newt called in. Carl's Nuts goes missing. Low boost on him, but J-Bay does a great job with the 100 boost that he has to make something threatening happen. Now Gold Dude up off of the ceiling, unable to get a follow-up touch. Now Carl into the corner. Desi plays this to backboard. This is very threatening. Need a touch here from Carl's Nuts, and he gets it.
Yeah, huge read for Carl there. That was exactly what he needed to do. A little bit low boost now and a little bit awkward. Oh, that one, if that one floated its way in, I'm not sure if any defender was going to be ready. Carl on zero boost isn't going to be able to get to that one, and Buffalo popping off on stage. They absolutely needed that one. A late equalizer on that one.
Yeah, and we see Rob behind them, cheering them on. That is another thing that we did not cover in our predictions, is the fact that they have Rob, their GM, the challenger player, who is leading his team far in this tournament, now supporting them.
Yeah, and he has all three teams still in this tournament. Very impressive. It's so difficult to do that, having so many teams. And they're absolutely, I would say, the strongest community team right now in MCS. Every team for the Buffalo support each other and are there to root for each other as they're playing, which is so exciting.
Time ticking down now. Tie game so far. Let's see if there's any 0-second heroics. Nero tries to call his own number, goes for the air dribble bump. J-Bay with a crucial save to play that ball to the ground. And now we start overtime. Golden goal. Who gets this first goal to go ahead in the series?
What a better way to start Championship Sunday than with an overtime. This could be a chance now for Nero. Buffalo get that lead right there. They take game one. And this is a long series, Power, but that's the right way to start it.
Yes, definitely something that the Buffalo really wanted. They were down twice in that game. Burnsville looking like they had that small edge over the Buffalo, but the Buffalo able to come back, win that overtime, and get a crucial first game.
I mean, there's so many shots on the side of the Buffalo there. It was a really close game, but you can see that pressure coming out from the Buffalo. Eventually, it's going to wear down. 13 shots in favor of the Buffalo. I believe it was only 4, maybe 5 or something for Inferno. So very lopsided as far as that offensive pressure goes.
Yes, but Burnsville were making their chances count. They were
100%.
scoring the ones that they had. And here we see Newt, very great backboard read. That is so hard to do on LAN when you have to, be mechanically challenged. So often we see LAN players falter. This could be the difference right here. This could be a sign that they are heading to the grand finals.
Yeah, if you're hitting it confidently like that off those difficult reads, not only do you have to get it on target, you have to get solid power and placement. There was a defender in net, so that is so difficult to do with that pressure on you, and there's nothing more pressure than being on this stage right now. Newt, clutch it up for his team.
Yes, and we're going to see what Burnsville Inferno have as a response to this, right? Not exactly the first result that they're looking for in the series. I mean, you were up twice, you had the advantage, and then they respond not once but twice and take the overtime.
As we get into this one, I feel like Inferno, they just need to have a little bit more presence on the field. They're playing good defense when they're put in that spot, but they're having to play a little bit too much defense. They have to get the midfield challenges a little bit earlier, because right now, yeah, they just can't survive for an entire series with that much pressure on their backline.
Yes, for sure. And here we see Nero with an attempted flipper set, ends up bumping his teammate in Newt. Carl able to play that one away safely. Now Goldu already up, a redirect toward backboard. Where's the follow-up? JB is there, off the crossbar. Oh my goodness, that would have been such a great chance for the Burnsville Inferno.
Yeah, he's going to want that one back, but Rob is excited that didn't make it its way through. Great save coming up from J-Bay. That was a solid angle coming out from the corner. That's going to be a redirect. Great save again from Carl. There's more offensive pressure coming out now from the Buffalo.
Yep, and here we see continued offensive pressure. So awkward for the Burnsville Inferno. They're doing a good job staying not boost starved. We see this allow them to get out of the defense. Carl's Nuts has the little air dribble, at least one touch, and J-Bay has the boost to follow this. The boost is so important in this game. Here we see Buffalo now boost back up, and a little bit awkward there for Burnsville. A miss comes out, no follow. Desi just wasn't expecting that ball to trickle out.
Carl with the clear. He's done so well on DFR, but they have to find a way to transition all the way out. They're really struggling to do so. Again, good clear from Carl. Gold Dude gonna try to make contact with that. Carl again taking it over. 50'd out by Desi. There's a little bit of space on this field, but no boost on the side of the Inferno.
Yes, and the boost starving is such an important factor on LAN too, because if you're at zero boost, you just panic normally in a game, and when you're on stage, you panic even more than normal. So the boost control is so important here, as we see a zero boost player end up missing the ball. If he had one more pad, he was probably hitting that, and that was a really good chance for them. Now Burnsville Inferno on the counter. J-Bay into the corner. Goldu called in, pass infield. Carl's Nuts shot over the defender. Carl's Nuts clinical placement.
That could not have been a better pass. Right off the corner there. The Gold Dude, that was on Carl's hood. They could not have put that in a better spot for him, and Carl in a great spot. That was a beautiful play. That's exactly what the Inferno need. That is what they're known for. They absolutely play as a team, but they have to be able to get out of their half to be able to play as a team. They're going to be able to extend it here. No one on the backboard to defend that one.
Yes, and I was going to say it's starting to look like game one where they get an early goal and then Buffalo might respond. But here they show they're keeping that momentum up. They go up 2 here, still over half the game left, but this is exactly how they want to start.
Inferno, this is what they want. They need to get this one back now, and it has to happen right now. If you go down 0-2, it is just such a difficult task. 0-2 in a best of 5 is more dangerous than a best of 7. You have more time in this one, but man, it's such a difficult task no matter what. So they want to get this one so bad, but Buffalo, they don't want anything to do with that one. This is going to be a long day no matter what for both of these teams. Well, for whoever makes it through. So they'd like to get it done early if possible.
Yes, but this series is looking to go long. Burnsville looking to respond back, tie it up 1-1, and then it becomes a best of 5. And something that will be interesting to see is how many teams actually take their timeout. I know we have them here in the best of 7s, but some teams really like just rolling with that momentum, not worrying about overthinking it, and that can bite them in the butt.
Yes, he's going to try to get contact on this one, but well touched out by an Inferno there. Nero up first with this one. Tries to get a control touch to the corner. J-Bay going to be first to that one. Newt doesn't get the clear he wants, but well saved out from Nero. That could have been dangerous. The Inferno just trying to extend their lead right now. J-Bay leaving it for Gold Dude, just bouncing awkwardly in the corner. Carl going to get a 50 out. J-Bay not going to be able to reach that one in time, though. Decides to go back here. Good clear out from him, though. Desi trying to get it back middle. Buffalo don't have a lot of time left right now. Only a minute 20, and they still have to get 2.
Yep, here J-Bay off the wall, tries to pass down mid. The passes for Burnsville have worked in the past, as we saw Gold Dude connect with Carl's Nuts earlier to take the lead and double it. Now we see the Buffalo defense stand strong. They prevent that ball movement from the Burnsville Inferno. Burnsville Inferno all boost starved. Save coming out. Gold Dude, the only one with boost now, has to let a zero boost J-Bay come in and bail him out.
J-Bay going to try to keep this one going. Up into the corner now. Desi is going to be first that, but doesn't quite make contact. He was zero boost there. Nero Gonna be able to get this one forward. Carl, huge 50 coming out from him. That's gonna buy his team so much time.
Yep, Gold Dude now with the pass upfield. Carl's Nuts back flipping. Would have liked to get that redirect close to the backboard. Now this beat from Desi is oh so important. Double tap impending. Carl's Nuts turn that away. Now a little bit of time ticking down, 30 seconds. Buffalo need a response soon. This could be the chance. Turned away quickly.
They're probably going to be first to this one. Desi does decide to go. They do have no time left, practically. Carl just trying to get any time he can. Maybe he fakes out that last defender. Not quite. J-Bay on target, just cleared away. But Buffalo have to get the whole length of the field right now, and it's not going to happen. Gold Dude just buying so much time for the Inferno.
Yep, and they might get another one here. The shot not quite in, but it doesn't matter. The game has already been decided. 2-0 for the Burnsville Inferno. They take an equalizing game.
So such an important equalizer. Again, you do not want to go down 2-0. Inferno do not have to deal with that. Now we start to talk about timeouts. Probably not for the Buffalo. I would be surprised if they call it here. They still have a decent amount, but that was a big shift in the offensive pressure. I felt like early Buffalo did look pretty good and had a little bit more pressure, but really all that second half of the game, it was all Inferno.
Yes, for sure. And we see that a little bit in the scoreboard here. 10 shots to 7. Burnsville finally able to get their offense running, get it, well lubricated, like a good machine. They're really pushing back and taking a response against the Buffalo.
Inferno, they did what they needed to do there. They were able to get those shots through, and yeah, they're just finding their opportunities. Those team plays are very solid for them, and there was one miss there on the backboard that Buffalo could want back, but it wasn't. In a way, it's kind of nice for the Buffalo. It's not just, oh no, that one mistake. If I didn't make that one, then it was a 2-goal game. They have to find a little bit more something. They have to change up a little something extra to be able to get this one back. Or maybe they just stick with their play style. Maybe it just didn't work for them on that one. I'm not sure.
Yes, we will see how Buffalo respond. I'm thinking this will be a back and forth series. It's just been that so far. Even in the games, it feels like no one team is ever fully out of it. Besides that last 15 seconds that Burnsville Inferno did such good time management, it really looked like Buffalo had a chance the entire time.
J-Bay starting this one off with a kickoff win there, but ends up ending in the possession of Buffalo. Gold Dude doesn't quite make contact. This could be risky early. It is. Nero strikes within the first 10 seconds.
Yes, already scoring when they could not the entirety of last game. Nero clinical placement. Carl's Nuts just not able to get there despite having such high saves in Rising Star. Unable to get that one.
Inferno have done pretty well to respond. Obviously, they responded in that last one, but maybe they can do it right away in this one. But Nero doesn't want anything to do with that. Almost gets the flip. If he had that, that could have been so dangerous.
Yep, Burnsville now trying to play the counterattack. The pass doesn't quite connect. Carl's Nuts back alone, does a great job collecting that ball. Beautiful control touch on him. Now Desi off to the backboard. Buffalo opting for that backboard hit so frequently, but Burnsville Inferno have done a really good job covering it, and if I recall correctly last game, it was actually the Buffalo who failed to defend their backboard once when Burnsville attacked it, and that was the difference maker.
Carl going to try to get a big clear here. That's one thing that Carl's been really good at, getting solid clears out of his side, but maybe they need a little bit more control coming out. I know that Carl loves that, and he gets those clears really well, but Buffalo seem to be feeding off it a little bit, taking that possession back, trying to get it back into their side, and Buffalo, they want to suffocate this Inferno team.
Yes, it's definitely been a game of offense so far. The defense luckily standing strong here for Burnsville Inferno. But now this is a very threatening pass. Nuke comes up missing. Would have loved to hit that one directly into the back of the net. Unable to do so. This pass comes out to the sidewall. Desi there to intercept. Now low boost. Burnsville Inferno need to starve off this defense. They are unable to do so. Nero's right there. Slams it in. Such good gameplay out of them. Just boost starving all of Burnsville Inferno, and the follow-up is there.
Yeah, Desi sneaks it just by. Gold Dude wasn't quite able to make contact. Just popped a little bit further off the wall than he expected, and that attacker was just there a little bit earlier than Inferno expected. Gold Dude going to try to get one back quick. A team play coming out. That is what they are best at. Inferno Not quite able to get through on that one, though. Desi, quick play. Newt might be able to redirect this into the middle. Now Nero up first, going to be able to get a 50. Not quite. Great clear for J-Bay.
Yeah, and we see the adjustments that Buffalo made. I don't know what exactly it was, but it's making a difference here. They are now up 2. So crucial in this best of 7 to get this game 3. Like we said earlier yesterday, game 3 is very important in best of 5. It is also very important here in the best of 7. You do not want to be looking at a match point so early on.
Okay, they're going to try to get this one middle. Well 50'd out from Newt. This could be another chance now for the Buffalo. A huge fake coming out from Desi. He's going to go for the bump. That's might make its way through. Oh, a little bit of panic coming out of the Inferno there, but Carl does eventually get that one out. Now, J-Bay going to try to get another hit here. Nero trying to keep this one going. Waiting on the wall here. Doesn't quite make contact. That might be a big miss, but there's still pressure coming through. Buffalo extend it to 3. I thought that was going to end right after that miss on that sidewall.
Yes, surprisingly, that fake almost helped them. That ball going back to Newt allowed him to play it around the defender. It was just so far away from the defender. They made the choice to try and come out of net, and it punished them. Here we see Buffalo up 3 with less than half the game left. Burnsville Inferno are going to need to do something here very, very quickly if they have any shot in taking this game 3.
And they do have time, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. It's very difficult. I don't know if they have time, as much time anymore. 2-12 with 4 goals now to come back. This is a tough task for the Inferno. I've seen it done. I've seen it done in a lot less time than this, but it is not very common. 3s, it is difficult to get goals away, and it's even more difficult to come back like that.
And I have seen that comeback happen online. I don't know if I've seen it on LAN. On LAN is a different beast. LAN is so momentum-based, and we see that here as the Buffalo keep their momentum rolling. Going up 5 with still 2 minutes left. It's insane what they have accomplished so far. That miss off of the Burnsville Inferno defender allows Desi to get quite an easy open net.
Buffalo just rolling in this one. They seem unstoppable right now. The Inferno defense that was coming in clutch in the first 2 games, just not quite as strong as it had been. Now, Nero going to try to get this one out. This one might have to find its way through already for Gold Dude. They have to pretty much send the house at this point. They have to get some goals right now because a minute 40 is not a lot of time to get 5 goals.
And I do wonder here if Burnsville take their timeout because you want to get that advantage early on, right? It really sucks to try and have to come back when you're looking down at a game 6 or game 7. Here, game 3, game 4, game 5, those are the ones that you look back on in the series and realize just how important they were.
Yeah.
And Buffalo doing a great job here, taking this game 3 so close on the pinch, unable to quite go in. And now the passing play out of Burnsville, they're trying to get a goal here in what could be, basically just garbage time.
You're going to have to get it clear here. This one might find its way through. It doesn't quite, not on target, but it does here. J-Bay trying to keep his team alive. A minute 7, it's not impossible, but man, it's still a difficult task. This just gives them that chance, or maybe it's even just a little bit of momentum into the next one.
Yes, and they at least get a goal. That is very important, and that could be, we don't need the timeout. We got a goal, we got momentum, and that could save them the timeout for a crucial time later in the series. And here we see Gold Dude try for the double tap. This one rolling out mid. Desi barely able to turn that one out right before the shot was coming in.
Yeah, that was just a perfect touch for him. He had to make a touch, and it was such an awkward situation. He cannot hit it off the post. He can't try to just control it because there is someone diving right in front of him. He has to get a sharp angle clear, and he was able to. Buffalo extend it back to 5. Nero puts another one away.
Yes, Buffalo just not having it. Burnsville may have got 1, but Nero says, we don't care. We are still going to win this game by at least 5, maybe more. We might be looking at a Brazil. I don't want to jinx it, but Buffalo looking for that. Another goal here. They do a great job losing the kickoff, but there was actually no one in the corner there. A little bit strange. Maybe it was the wrong side, and now Burnsville Inferno capitalized on the absence of that defender.
And for this last minute and a half or so, it's just been trading goals. It's been even game. It's just that start of the game for the Inferno was quite honestly poor and allowed the Buffalo to get that lead early. And now maybe they don't consider a timeout. Maybe they're like, okay, at the end of this game, we kind of figured it back out. Maybe we don't call it. Maybe we save it for later. But I don't know, Power. I feel like it is the right decision too anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. I feel like a lot of it is just how they're feeling, right? How they're feeling on stage, how they're feeling in game. And here we see a dunk out of J-Bay. That looked pretty good. They must be feeling good after that one. J-Bay just absolutely dunking that last man. He pre-jumps so early, does
That's
not
wild.
care, and dunks it in the net. That is a highlight play in a game where it's like, well, is this time even worth it?
That's a ridiculous pre-jump, but I guess there is no other option for you. If you want to have a chance in this game somehow, there's pretty much no chance. If you want to have a chance at it, they had to score it right then, and they did. So that's props to J-Bay for that one. But that clear right there will do it. Nero is just going to walk it right into the Inferno's net for the 4th time this game.
And now the 6 seconds, almost just ceremonial at this point. We just have to go through them. This really won't affect any outcome. And now we look to the next game.
This is the time where Whitlock stat pads, you know?
All right, that's an
Garbage
insane
time.
comp. That's an insane comp.
My bad.
Anyway, Burnsville here, they have a little bit to think about, wondering what went so wrong in the beginning of this game. They did do a decent job bringing it back, but how can they keep that up, right? At the end of the day, even though they had, not quite, but they had a little bit of momentum at the end there, but still not enough. Buffalo were answering back when Burnsville were trying to creep back in, and Buffalo just crushed them.
Yeah, it looked really good for the Buffalo for that first half. It did kind of stall out, but at that point it was possible, but practically it was garbage time. Inferno were getting a few away. Buffalo I don't think they were intending to let off the gas, but it kind of looked like they might have a little bit. It was just super high risky plays from the Inferno. Sometimes they paid off, sometimes it forced them to concede even more. So really it's just the start of that game for Inferno. They had to start off faster, they had to start off stronger, because if they get down by 5 goals, it's unrealistic to come back from that.
Yeah, and we saw kind of a streaky Buffalo so far throughout the series. I mean, they played game 1 really well. Their game 2 really lacking, no goals scored, and now here they show up and score 7. I mean, like, that's a lot of variance, so you have to wonder, how can they stay consistent, right? They are the better team here. They just need to be consistent with that. Burnsville need to take advantage of the fact that Buffalo are playing a little bit streaky and play that consistent game, play that momentum-based game, just have a good time on LAN, and show that you are the better team.
Yeah, and again, they're playing with house money, so they don't have that much pressure on them. They just need to have fun here, and that's exactly when they're going to be playing best. Great save coming out from J-Bay there. And I do want to mention, we did not have a timeout from Inferno there. I'm surprised that they didn't take it. I respect it. They believe in their own game. They know what they're trying to do, and maybe they're going to be able to get one away here. Great 50 coming out from J-Bay. Carl just going to steal some boost here. That's a great control touch from Carl. Leaves it for J-Bay. Not quite going to be able to get that one through, though.
Yeah, now Buffalo looking at a counterattack, but just solo boost. Probably won't be able to follow this one up. Now Carl's nuts to the wall, tries for the double, unable to get it, but J-Bay able to follow that touch himself. Now leaving the ball for Carl again. Carl up toward backboard. Nero down toward middle. This is not exactly the place he wanted the ball to go. He probably wanted a little bit more control. Now Gold Dude with a 0 boost 50 allows J-Bay to come and collect that ball. This is so awkward, but Buffalo plays it to the opposing corner very well.
Carl trying to get a 50 there. It ends up getting faked out almost and works in the Buffalo's favor, even though they kind of looked like a miss, but it ended up being Carl giving it away because he thought that 50 was coming out. Carl not going to, just forcing that one out. J-Bay into the corner, might end up being able to get to that one first. Gold Dude doesn't quite get the touch that he wants. This could be dangerous now. Buffalo coming into the corner. Nero going to get a bump on one. Now a little bit of pressure into this Inferno half.
And so awkward on the defensive end. That shot so close to rolling in. Buffalo would have liked that one back. Here, another shot opportunity off the top of the crossbar now. They are hitting every single bit of the wood and not a single bit of the back of the net until Nero comes in, gets the dunk, does a great job to capitalize on such awkward play from the Burnsville Inferno from the past like 20 seconds. So much leading into that. Nero able to get a forced double tap out of J-Bay, just bumping him into it, forcing it through. So good out of Nero.
And Carl was really the only one in position to really make a solid save there, and he was boost starved so hard. He was at 0 boost for probably about 20 seconds there. He was the last defender for about 20 seconds, just kept having to rotate back, kept having to try to save it. Couldn't quite. J-Bay had to come in for the rescue and didn't quite get the touch he wanted. But that's exactly what Buffalo needed to start off strong back on this one. Great save coming out for the Buffalo there. Carl just trying to get this one back middle. well cleared by Nero.
Yep, but the offense is not over yet. JB now in the corner. Awkward landing prevents him from following that exactly, but Goldu does a great job keeping it in play. Nero finally relieves some of that pressure. Carl's Nuts tries to put it right back in. Now Goldu off to the side. Carl not entirely on the same page as him. And this little bit of awkward ball allows Buffalo to get that counterattack. That ball could have been such a great pass from a Burnsville Inferno member to another one, but now it's Buffalo doubling the lead with less than half the game left.
Yeah, the combination of Goldu not quite placing the pass how he wanted to, and Carl just hitting it a little bit harder than he wanted to, that just left that net open. Two compounding mistakes. Not huge mistakes, either one of them individually, but the two together, they're going to cause goals a large portion of the time, especially against a team as consistent as the Buffalo.
Yes, and I feel like, honestly, now Buffalo are starting to feel themselves a little bit more. They're starting to look like that team that I predicted to win yesterday. Now, I'm not so sure about my prediction. I mean, Burnsville are going to have to either come back in this game and win or take a timeout and have a momentous comeback.
They're going to try to get some control in the corner, but J-Bay wants nothing to do with that, trying to get it right through. Carl to the middle for Goldu. He doesn't quite get the area he wants. This might just be another free one. No, doesn't quite make contact. Is Desi there? Carl going to try to get a counterattack going again. J-Bay in the middle. Great save from Newt. He's going to have to follow it, though. Is going to be able to. Great follow from him.
Yep, and this is very threatening. Shot up towards the backboard. Carl's Nuts, amazing job coming off of the sidewall. Able to play that one out, and here beating both his teammate and the opponent. Tries for the 50, attempts the shot, not able to get it. Now Nero with a pinch out. Goldu really awkward first touch, but does good job to at least threaten the follow. Now Newt toward backboard, saved away by Carl's Nuts. Very crucial touch. Do not want to be going down 3. They need a shot here. The low 50 attempted from Goldu, not quite good enough. Low boost on the Burnsville Inferno side. Desi trying to play the bump, and this is going to be so threatening. Carl's Nuts with an insane save. I thought that was for sure going to be Buffalo up 3, and now we see the counterattack off the woodworks. This shot not quite in. The save out of Buffalo. A counterattack possible as well. Carl's Nuts cutting that one out. That was such a good chance for Burnsville Inferno. I can't believe that did not find its way in the back of the net.
You were kidding me, Power. How did that one stay out of the net? Carl put everything he could into it, and it just didn't find his way through. There were 3 different individual saves on the goal line. That's off the crossbar, and it ends up being an own goal, just not quite red. Oh, man. Inferno finally get it, but this is 20 seconds that bled off the clock because they weren't able to get it earlier. But it is doable. 21 seconds on the clock right now. Inferno have to find this right now.
And they got to feel like they're in a good position, too. I mean, they had so much pressure. They had so much momentum on that opportunity. And Buffalo looked really shaky on the back foot. They were able to manage to not get scored on that one chance, but now they have 10 seconds to try and hold strong. Time ticking down, clock coming down to 5 seconds, and Carl's Nuts up, playing this one toward mid. Goldu not quite there in time. 50-50 goes out, 0 seconds reach. This ball needs to be kept up. It is by Carl's Nuts, off to the backboard. J-Bay not quite on the same page, and Buffalo take game number 4.
Oh, man. I mean, they were looking good while doing it, but Inferno really did mount some pressure there at the end. They were looking really good. Buffalo felt like they just had to sit on that back line, and they didn't get the counterattacks that they had been. When Inferno had been pressing super hard, they were able to get counterattacks earlier in that series, but not there at the end. Inferno sustained it really well, but the result of this one was a result of the majority of that game, where Buffalo did have that control. They looked like the better team for about 4 minutes.
Yes, I mean, they had such a great showing in the first half of the game that even though those last 40 seconds or so were so shaky, they still looked comfortable. They were up 1, they were comfortable. Not exactly on the defensive third, but overall, like, their midfield presence and their offense was looking very good.
And Inferno are standing up with their headsets off. It looks like they have a timeout called on stage, so we'll take a little bit of extra time on this one. Again, best of 7s throughout the day. Everyone has timeouts. That's an extra 60 seconds to talk to your team. That's an extra 60 seconds to game plan, extra 60 seconds to breathe. Again, LAN environment, lots of pressure going on.
Yes, and we see Buffalo also taking the use of this time. That's something to consider as well.
Yep.
We see Rob talking to his players, seeing what adjustments they can make to prevent those last 40 seconds from happening, because like I've said, Buffalo have looked very streaky. When they're doing well, they're crushing it. But when they're on that little back end and Burnsville is starting to feel, really good about themselves, they're feeling that energy, they're feeling like, jumping in their seats almost. And that is when they look threatening.
Absolutely. And yeah, this Burnsville team is so momentum-based. I think all they need to do is this first game. I mean, if they can get this game right now, that could start building up. That could start putting pressure on this Buffalo team. Again, we have expectations for them. They're the favorites right now. From the majority of people, they are the favorites to win right now. Again, there's other options there, and anyone can win in this tournament. But Burnsville, they can put on this pressure with a game win right now.
Yes, they definitely can. We see continued conversation, this feeling like such a long timeout. I know on stage it certainly doesn't. Every time I've taken a timeout in the past,
it feels so fast.
It goes so quick. You maybe can talk about one gameplay thing, like one calm thing, and that's about it. You have to be very quick and decisive in what you're choosing to talk about and what you're choosing to change, because if it doesn't go well, this is serious point for Buffalo. Burnsville Inferno will be eliminated on Championship Sunday. They will not have a chance to hoist their medals.
I want to take 1 second to shout out Gold Dude's signature gold jacket there. I love that thing. Every time he brings it, I'm so excited to look at it. But Newt, going to try to get this one going early for the Buffalo. If they start off hot, oh no, that's exactly what Buffalo need, and that is the last thing that Inferno need right now.
Yes, Desi doing such a good job on the dribble, controlled touch around one, able to play it around the third as well. Desi just having such amounts of boost and space after that kickoff kicks out. The cheater on Burnsville Inferno not exactly where they needed to be. And now we see Desi up off the sidewall, tries to play it past one, able to play it past one, but Carl's there and not letting him get more. Carl's nuts with an insane sidewall skim, almost there, but now Desi on the counterattack. This net is open and he puts it in. Desi being so critical for Buffalo, going up 2 in these 22 seconds.
Desi was able to get a really huge clear there, but that last defender just didn't rotate back in time. Maybe he missed. I didn't see the full rotation on that Inferno side, but maybe just a little bit more caution on the Inferno side. Again, Buffalo are such a good team. You cannot allow holes in rotation because they will punish it.
Yes, and now you're starting to think, if you're Burnsville Inferno, what left do you have? You had your timeout. You had the opportunity to swing the momentum in your way, and immediately Buffalo come out and score 2. Now, you do have a lot of time on the clock, but you need something quick. I honestly think that if they don't score in the next, 2 minutes, they're just losing.
It's so tough to come back, especially when you have so much momentum coming from this Buffalo side. But Inferno, all they have to do is get one to get things started, get this momentum going for him. J-Bay going to try to do it himself there, but not quite. Carl on 0 boost, doesn't quite get the touch he wanted, but great dunk coming out from Goldie.
Yes, very crucial touches coming out from both teams, just keeping this ball in the midfield. The miss from Desi is going to give Burnsville a little bit of an advantage here. J-Bay called in, tries to play this one mid. Gold Dude there for the shot, and this is exactly what Burnsville Inferno needed. J-Bay doing a great job in the corner. Gold Dude positioning beautifully in the middle, just ready for any ball to come out. Carl's Nuts also with a demo there. All 3 Burnsville Inferno players getting involved on that one. That is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that 50 in that corner. That a lot of people say 50-50. People who aren't still super high level in Rocket League, they don't realize it's not a 50-50. You will control that. J-Bay absolutely controlled where that thing spat out to, the power behind it. That was a wonderful 50 from him. Nero gonna try to get this one back. He wants to stop this pressure right away. Carl on 0 boost in the corner does really well to keep some possession.
Yes, and Clash, I don't know about you, but they are going to still need a lot. I mean, 100%. You're down 1. Buffalo are still looking threatening here. Burnsville on the back foot. Newt now trying to play this one mid to a teammate. Desi up. So crucial to get that touch, and he ends up missing. This allows Burnsville to actually take the counterattack and push it forward. Trying for the 50 in the corner is Carl's Nuts. Now Gold Dude comes in, the ball pinching out. J-Bay kind of awkward, ends up missing that, and a demo comes out. This is a very good chance for Desi, and he rolls it in. The goal steal not quite there from Nero, but it doesn't matter. Buffalo take Burnsville and beat them back to the ground.
that was a half effort on the goal steal. Nero, I think he was trying to, but he really didn't want to save it, so he was just trying to maybe skim it a little bit, but it didn't quite make contact. Buffalo do extend that lead. If that kind of thing is happening, maybe that's a really good thing for the Vibes too. Nero, if he felt that pressure, he would probably have just bailed, but they're feeling good right now. They're feeling that momentum. They have it right now. Carl trying to get it back though. Trying to get that one middle for Gold Dude, but Gold Dude has to back way up. Didn't have any boost to his name.
And Burnsville now, they're at that 2-minute mark that I said before, where if they're down by 2, I don't know if they get it. They did get 1 goal, but Buffalo answered back so quickly. What do Burnsville and Inferno have? This ball, very threatening, but Nero first up to it allows such a clear and pressure. And now this shot opportunity. J-Bay is there, but not quite quick enough. Nero getting a 3-goal lead for the Buffalo, so important for them.
Yeah, Nero getting loud on the stage there. That was a great touch from him off the sidewall, right in front of his car. He was able to get so much power on that shot. J-Bay was back. He just didn't expect quite that much power on the shot, so well done by Nero there. That's going to be a huge 50, though. Instantly answered. J-Bay not quite back early enough on that one, but huge 50. Again, another 50. Quality 50 coming out from J-Bay, resulting in a goal.
Yes, J-Bay doing a very good job on his 50s, but you have to wonder, can they keep that up? If you're only relying on a 50-50 to get a goal, I don't know if that's enough. You need a little bit more. You need some solo play potential or a passing play or something to show me that your offense is more threatening than just Buffalo making a small mistake.
Nero going to be first this one. 0 boost to his name, though. He is able to beat J-Bay, though, and now he gets that full boost. That is actually a really huge boost grab. It's going to be able to kill so much momentum for the Inferno now. Gold Dude trying to just get a loose one on target. Nero going to be first to that, but not quite getting the touch he wants. J-Bay, again, the star of this game right now for the Inferno. He is trying to carry his team back into this one.
And now you're thinking, oh, this is definitely winnable.
It's
I mean, the
definitely
momentum
winnable.
is looking to swing back to Burnsville. Is there possibly a little bit of tilt from the Buffalo? I mean, you think you're in such a good position, and then Burnsville and Inferno are just answering back and making the Buffalo start to question themselves just a little bit more.
J-Bay in the corner trying to get it to a teammate again. Carl doesn't quite get there in time. Great save coming out for the Buffalo there. Nero trying to get some pressure going on. 0 boost, though. Up to Wint for the Buffalo now. Carl not going to be able to get the touch he wants. Newt going to end up being first to that one. J-Bay into the corner, but gets demoed for his efforts. 1 minute left now, and time is ticking away. Inferno need every second they got.
Yes, and they do not have that many. Only a minute remaining. That shot so close to going in. The follow-up is there. Is there a save? There is. Burnsville Inferno barely getting out alive on that chance, and now Carl's Nuts so low boost has to just opt for a play into the midfield. Now no one really there for Burnsville. The passing play comes out, but a great 50 in the midfield. Now J-Bay running out of boost, would have liked to get a lot more power on that shot, unable to do so. Now Carl's Nuts missing the read. Another bump comes out, and this is so close, but now the counter from Burnsville. The ball is just heading back and forth all across the field. Such little time left. Both teams trying so hard to not make a mistake.
Going to try to get this one on target. Carl has to get a good clear. It might not be good enough. This is going to be on target. Nero with 14 seconds left. It's not impossible if you have an amazing kickoff for Inferno, but man, that just made it so much harder for the Inferno. Well done by the Buffalo. They were able to capitalize on that mistake.
At this point, it's like in tug of war when you're so close to pulling that flag over the end. It's like, how on earth are the other team going to pull this one back? We'll see what they have here. 10 seconds remain. Carl's Nuts off to the corner, and J-Bay there. Passing play attempted, not going to be there. And that is Buffalo moving on into the semifinals.
That really was a wonderful series for the Buffalo. They looked pretty early on. It really was close, but Buffalo found their footing. They found that offense that they had right in game 1, and they brought it right back. They didn't lead that much on shots. Inferno really did put up a good fight in that one, but Buffalo's chances were just a little bit higher quality.
And if you're Burnsville Inferno, I really feel like you can't be too disappointed in this result.
Absolutely.
I mean, you were here at LAN on like a golden ticket, not exactly how you want to show up, but they made the best of it. They made it out of groups. That's kind of all you can really ask for them.
Yeah.
And then they took Buffalo, and they looked decent on them. I know the series scoreline was 4-1, but I really do think Burnsville had a really solid chance there.
They really did. There was only one game that, quite honestly, wasn't close. It was it 7-3 at the end of that one? But all the rest of them, it was 1 or 2 goal games. So it really was a super tight series. 4-1 scoreline does not show the whole story. Buffalo, though, did look very solid, and I forget who they're playing next, but look out, because Buffalo are looking solid again. We do have some B stage messages going on. I believe that is
3-1 in favor of Steelhawks.
3-1 in favor of Steelhawks. That is scoreline on that one. So that's a really solid matchup going on. Again, we have those quarterfinals going on both at the same time. We can only stream one at a time, unfortunately, just due to time constraints. We got a lot of matches to get through, so we have to be able to do that. But we have that on the B stage. If anyone is in the venue, go ahead and check that out, because we now have this series done. We'll head to a break here soon. But again, Buffalo finding their way through in this one.
Yep, and Buffalo looking very dominant. They definitely have an argument to be made to be the favorites now. They answered that first challenge. Can you show up on Championship Sunday? They showed that here.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe they're going against the Outlaws next, and they were the only ones to go 3-0 in Rising Stars. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. They looked better on the day. Honestly, Outlaws looked like the best team on the day. They performed the best on the day. It's just going to be interesting to see how the whole season accumulated to have the Buffalo be the favorites, but yesterday it was Outlaws, so we'll see how that match comes up later.
Another thing to consider is the teams coming off the quarterfinals. They're coming off a win, and they already played on the day, versus the team that's sitting there with the bye. They have no game warm-up. They do have a warm-up as far as on the computers, getting some free play in, possibly some ranked or a scrim, but it's not the same, right?
It's not the same, but there's also a lot of time in between it. We have 2 full series between it, as well as you have that warm-up. I think it matters, but I don't think it's going to be a huge factor, especially because they all have experience from playing yesterday, multiple matches too. It's not just like one match they played, got them here. They played multiple matches. Every team here has played at least the 3 full series. So it's a lot of experience going on. But there could be that factor. There absolutely could be that factor that the teams that are coming out of this quarter might have just that slight edge going into it.
For sure. And coming up next will be St. Paul Senators versus Des Moines Derecho. This will be a challenger match. Stewie versus Rizzer. Both really, really solid challenger players. Argument for, MVP of the season. Coming in, Rizzer late addition into the season, but he has done such a good job leading his team to where he is right now. We will see if they have enough to take down St. Paul. Who do you have winning this?
Oh, man. So Rizzer coming in, I want to say if he was here for the whole season, I think he would have been one of those MVP nominees. But he just was so late that it can't really be. I think he's such a strong player, and I think Des Moines absolutely need to be applauded for their performance. They brought Green Bay to Game 5, and they did. That was wild to me that they were able to bring them all the way to 5. Unfortunately, they did lose that series, but to me, Green Bay feels pretty untouchable in Challenger, and they put up a fight. But all of that being said, sorry to Derecho. Senators look like a dangerous team. They have another nominee that I think should get it, but I will see how it ends up going through. I like the Senators coming up with this one.
Yes, and we will be coming up to you with that match shortly. Thank you guys for tuning in to us. Round 1, Rising Star just completed. Buffalo able to take that win, move on to the semis. We will see you in the Challenger quarterfinals coming right up.
All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye. They remember you for This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I know still leads right through to the start of the end, where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I, will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you move.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to MCS LAN Season 11. I'm here, Gold Dude. We also have Cabbage casting with me. I'm really excited for this one. Unfortunately, I did just take an L myself, but I'm excited to see two new teams duke it out here. We have the St. Paul Senators versus the Des Moines Derecho, and it should be a really good one, even though, we got Blasky here who's kind of subbing up, but he's been playing really well, especially this LAN. And so, you could consider him a substitute, but I really don't.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is there's a lot of players that we see step into those roles, and they do just fine. I mean, they excel. They do anything from bottom to top, and Blasky, one player who I have no concern about him fitting into a roster, fitting into a play style, so I think it'll be just fine for them. I think the biggest thing is just can they overcome this strong Senators team? I mean, they've got a potential regular season MVP candidate in Stewie. They've got a strong surrounding cast around that, of course, with Grant, and then Bloom there. It's a team that's got a lot of chemistry. It's a team that's got great results all season long. I mean, number 5 and 6 in the regular season between these two sides, so it's a really close matchup, but it's just, do they have that extra little bit on the side of the Senators?
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, as we see here, the St. Paul Senators roster, you have an entire regular season past you, but at this point, there's 1 day left of the entire season. Who is going to show up today? Will it be a player like Bloom, as we see here? You mentioned Stewie earlier. Regular season MVP candidate. He's been playing well all season, very high-quality player. But then you have the Derecho on the other side who have had some roster moves, things like that, but they've been playing well so far. They qualified yesterday through the groups. I believe it was a really close group race as well, but they're here in top 6, and they're looking to push it towards the top 4.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that I want to talk about is the fact that the Senators, 11-4 in the regular season, they got the majority of their points from that league play and just did not do too well in the majors. Of course, they actually did, get all the way to the end of the Swiss stage in the second major, but both teams were eliminated in the first round of major number 1. So the Senators, they're kind of unproven when it comes to the tournament style, whereas on the other side, the derecho, they were 7-8 in the regular season, so they were below 500, but it's because they got all the way to the semifinals of that major number 2 that they find themselves at LAN. So it's kind of a toss-up there because that makes me lean towards the Senators for that record, but maybe it's the derecho who can show up more in those kind of single elimination games with those higher pressure, with more stakes really on it.
Yeah, and you talk about just the different paths that each team took to get here. I mean, it's wild. You can have a really good regular season team, and then for whatever reason you come into a tournament or a playoff format, and it's just not the same thing. Senators, they're going to be playing, I mean, you mentioned really good regular season team, didn't perform as well in those major playoffs. We're going to have ourselves, this is not a best of 5 sitting in your bedroom on a Thursday afternoon. We are here on LAN. This is going to be a best of 7. We got timeouts here. These two teams are going to be going at it, and I'm just really excited to see, will the derecho continue kind of that okay, we're back. Lost you there for a second here. But either way, whatever team comes out here, as you can see, they will be playing the Knights in the semifinal. So really excited to see who is going to match up against the Knights. That'll be later today. But for the time being, Senators versus derecho should be getting ready here very shortly. Everyone's at their stations. Everyone looks good to go. Blaski is definitely ready to go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're getting a little kiss from the stage down there. I mean, that's quite some I don't know, cooperation, whatever you want to say there. But
former teammate love.
Yeah, there you go. And I want to say, too, real quick, the fact that this challenger bracket, this turned out perfect. It was the number 1 and 2 teams that you expected there in the semis. But it's not time for that. It's time for the challenger quarterfinal number 1 underway.
K-Tool with a nice kickoff victory there. That's just going to slide in. I don't even know really what happened there for the Senators. K-Tool just popping one on net. Grant, you'd think maybe just go for a catch or something there to the corner. Ends up maybe it's nerves. We're 6 seconds into series number 1. Just kind of handing a goal over to the derecho. And we're right back on kickoff where we started. Yeah,
and I mean, good news is that, like you said, 6 seconds in, so you got plenty of time to adapt. K-Tool almost getting a shot off that one. Blaski dives forward. Grant with the 50. He's going back towards his defensive zone. Grant jumps up for it. And this one off to the corner. Stewie clear back the other way. K-Tool slowing down to receive. A lot of caster representation or broadcast representation in this matchup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have Blaski, who's done a lot of casting. We also have Stu, who does a lot of producing work as well. K-Tool also up here a lot. I mean, like you were mentioning, as we see a little bit of a musty. I love the control. Gets away from him a little bit. Stu cutting that out. Blaski there to shut it down. And K-Tool actually leaving it. Grant's going to get the touch. It's off the front post, but it's cleared away by Risa here. Stu up. Reset. Gets the pop over the defender. Can't get the dunk on K-Tool, and K-Tool is going to clear it over to Grant to the sidewall. We have an upper shot opportunity, and it finds the bottom right of the post, bottom right of the goal, and that is a 2-goal lead for the derecho now. Just another errant touch by Grant. You want to see him maybe tighten things up a little bit on defense. Rotation there, not there. Rotation is not there for the third man, and they find themselves in a quick two-goal hole.
Yeah, it's interesting to see for the Senators because they've been such a strong rotational team that we really don't see those mistakes. But I think it was just that touch that the other players on his side weren't expecting. Grant, a solo play opportunity now. That one pops out back towards mid. Bloom has to recover. He's going to take this one off to the corner, trying to go towards the ceiling, but Blaski up for it quick, wins the 50. Does go all the way to the far side, so Risa there to receive once more. Up for this one, but Stewie another touch down to that sidewall. It's going to be difficult to break out if these touches are all just these kind of one and done where it's kind of floating somewhere in that midfield area and no one's able to follow it up.
Yeah, I'm looking to see just the Senators kind of find each other both on defense but especially on offense right now. It's been a struggle just to kind of see the cohesion here as we do see an opportunity by Bloom. Gets under one, but it's shut down by the second man. Risa trying to get it out of his own half. It's 50 there in the midfield. These teams jockeying back and forth. Blaski up really early, gets a nice dunk, but it goes right back to Bloom, who pops it in the midfield, but there's just no, I was going to say there's no follow there, but actually the derecho were kind of sleeping on that one as well. Midfield, ends up beating his own teammate, does find a man, but the shot is saved. Another midfield opportunity here. Can we see the turn? Blaski does get there with the cut, and he will get a third goal for his team in this game. As we hear the crowd going wild. Blaski, very nice cut there. I think it's still, I don't know, it's kind of an own goal, but I don't know, maybe you just expect Lasky to sink that one anyways. So either way, 2:50 on the clock, and the derecho are in an excellent spot early.
Well, I think Blasky's pretty fortunate on that one because it felt like kind of out of position realistically, but able to capitalize, and sometimes that's just the best when you get there. As that's a quick shot by Stewie, aiming for that top shelf, but it's saved. Now a banger coming in from Risa. Bloom up to handle with ease. Now tries to get around K-Tool. Nice 50 there once more, but Stewie can't get on it in the time. So now it's Blasky to barge in on this one. Grant the opposite direction, just kind of a loose touch there, and again it's a counterattack the other direction for the derecho. They are looking so comfortable in game one here.
Yeah, that's a nice shutdown by K-Tool. Senators trying to keep it close, but they're just given no space right now by the derecho. Bang into the back left corner. A shot by Blasky, ended up missing the initial touch, almost got the follow through to go, but didn't end up having enough power to really be risky. Stu off the front corner, gets it near the target, but easily saved away by the defense. Still, that's something that I want to see more for the Senators offense, finding each other, especially in the back end, although you can't overcommit, and that's a nice play. Derecho up 4-0.
And wow, that was a really nice shot there. The pass was right on point. Risa, just a beautiful doink there. Has to be careful, of course. You hit that one a little bit too hard, you're sending it off the crossbar or that back wall and away. But just like you said, they're looking so good. And it is the derecho. I mean, this looks like it is a match that's in their living room at home or in their bedroom. It just doesn't feel like there's any stress on them. They look like they've got the cohesion, they've got the strength, and they just look calm as can be.
Yeah, absolutely clinical so far by the derecho. I will say, yesterday I casted a series. Game one was a 4-0 shutdown, as that was an opportunity, but it saved away, and that team ended up losing. Now, that wasn't 5, but that just goes to show that we have a long series ahead of us, and derecho, they're really looking to take this game one barring disaster. They just cannot let that momentum slip here. K-Tool off the front wall, popped up high. Risa there gets a nice beat. Stu does pop it over one, but kind of loses the ball himself. Can't get the follow-up, and it's just harmlessly in their own corner for the time being. That was an opportunity, but it was thrown right into the post. Risa now trying to play enforcer and get it upfield, but the K-Tool doesn't really have a threatening shot there.
Yeah, and again, it's just opportunities that you need to find a way to put that in the back of your net. I really don't think you're going to get much out of this game. I think that's just going to be one for the road, but still, at least, show yourself that you can score. This team does bleed. Gives you an opportunity. Stewie's going to go for a solo play here, trying to drop it down, but you're going to have a hard time getting through all 3 derecho defenders. They're playing so well of kind of covering each other, just being there for when they need to go for those double challenges, and it's, again, just so clean right now.
Yeah, 4 goals is an impressive performance on offense for the derecho, but I'm much more impressed by the defense. Really just not allowing the Senators to play the game that they want to play here. Just keeping the ball away, shutting down the lanes, the passing lanes here. With 2 seconds left now, they probably should have conceded a goal, and if you're the Senators, you have to score, but instead, we get a little bit of a beautiful flick as 0 seconds. Blasky getting a nice 50 catch. Not a lot of boost in the tank, but it's just enough to put it. I mean, It didn't end up mattering, but that is a heat check.
That is a beautiful goal, like you said there, out of the derecho to finish that one off. And I mean, that kind of just shows you what game one was. It's just the derecho looking like they can do no wrong. I mean, that is only 9 shots for the 5 goals there. So it's really a great showing for them. It is just looking so clean, so solid as really for the Senators. It's how do you find your way back into this one? How do you really reset? Do you just kind of wipe away game one and say, let's play this almost like a best of 6 really? Or, what do you do here?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got smacked in the mouth a little bit 6 seconds in, and they get scored on, and they were just never able to respond at any point in the game. You just look. I want to take a look at Bloom. Ended up with 4 saves, but that was the only recorded stat, really. I think maybe had a shot or a demo. I forget what exactly, but Bloom just stuck in his own goal and for seemingly the entire game, and that you're just not going to win if you're kind of playing 2v3 Rocket League. I'm not necessarily saying it's his fault, but they got to figure out something as far as the rotations to get him involved a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it. There was that one situation where it was a touch out to the midfield, and you said that there wasn't someone there. There just happened to be, but it was more so because the derecho were sleeping. They really weren't there for the pressure, whereas almost every other time that the Senators tried to clear through the midfield, the derecho are immediately on top of it. So I think that's the biggest thing for the Senators. If you you can get all three players involved by using that midfield a little bit more and being a little bit more intentional, I think you'll find yourself in a better spot here in Game 2.
And that was a midfield find for Grant, but Grant with nothing in the tank and pinching that midfield. Where's the follow? Can't muscle it into the net. Opportunity for the derecho, saved by the Senators, and they don't go down early once again. Tries to get it mid for a shot, muscles it through two. Who's someone on the ball? Is it popped in? It's not. I mean, surely that should have been a goal at some point. I don't even know if it would have been the Senators' own goaling, but you feel like someone had to have gotten a touch on the ball. Ends up still being 0-0. Shot opportunity by Grant. Still seeing himself at very low boost. And yeah, right now Bloom sitting at 0. It just seems like whenever there is a nice pass to a second man, there's just not enough resources there to make a meaningful play on the ball.
Yeah, and again, it was one that I felt like the Senators probably know they kind of got away with one there. They should be trailing, and a big miss out of the corner. Risa puts it away. Finally, that first goal comes through, and again, it's the derecho just looking. Oh, that was just a mistake out of the corner, wasn't it?
Yeah, just getting a little bit overzealous there on defense. I mean, maybe you just didn't expect the attacker to get that touch hard into the corner, but if you're in that position, you just have to play patient. You can't just throw yourself at that kind of ball. As again, no follow-up there, Grant. Thought he had a nice touch. Tries to go for the second, but it's shut down by the defense once again. Derecho, want to remind you, outscoring 6-0 at this point. Senators have yet to see themselves on the scoreboard, as that's a nice play. Risa with the follow. Can't get the reset. Oh, that would have been a beautiful play. Senators have to be careful. They do lob it downfield, but it's caught by Blasky to the corner and can't take the 50 with Bloom. Bloom getting a little bit more involved on offense there, trying to get a demo, as he does get the cut, and they're in play a little bit more here as we see a fake, but again,
yeah. A lot going on there. I do like that Stewie dives in on that one, though. You got to find some way to get yourself started in this series, even if it is kind of a triple commit or at least kind of a third-man commit. You got to go for it there. Bloom, that one a shot that should have gone to that lower corner, make it a little bit more difficult. Grant does well to challenge here. Stewie, can someone be the first one there? No, Bloom, he's beaten, so Stewie tracks back on defense off the ceiling. But, I mean, no boost now, so all he can do is get that one touch there and doesn't get much more off of it, really. As a demo in the midfield, Bloom, does he have a shot towards that bottom right corner? No, that one saved. Out and away and still scoreless through 1.5 games, for the Senators.
Wow, another save there by the derecho. Like I was saying in game one, this defense has been impressive so far. Senators right now, they've done a little bit better as far as following up on the play, as we see Stu with a follow-up dunk there. But just, again, goes back to the corner. He does steal the boost, as that's awkward for the defense, and Grant ties the game. 2:12 left on the clock. Really awkward there for the defense. Blasky not able to get a touch. That's just a free shot. K-Tool not able to make the miracle read. And they've scored a lot in this series, but at this point that doesn't matter. They're tied here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I feel like you got to capitalize on that early opportunity. The one you said basically should have ended up in the back of the net. I think for the derecho, that could be the decider in this game number 2, where you just needed to find a way to put it away. As Stewie challenging in the midfield, Bloom can't get a touch on it, so Blasky takes over, but Stewie rips it back in. K-Tool, he's awkward here as Risa goes up for it, ends up losing the touch out towards the midfield, is now boomed up to the sidewall once more. Stewie gonna go for a solo play once again, but just not enough behind it to get it onto the frame. Risa out towards mid once more, and this one a shot looking top shelf. Grant, no! It's off the crossbar and away. Stewie, can he stop it down? Not quite enough underneath it, and that one kicked off to the corner once more. 90 seconds to go here, still one apiece.
Yeah, and that ball still in play here. It's a nice pinch out, but who's going to be there for the fall? It will be the derecho, and it's in the net. I thought maybe he had the catch save, but the derecho are up now 2-1 here. That's a very nice follow by K2, who ends up putting it in the back of the net. Bloom just not able to push it wide, and they got a minute 22 now to respond, or they're going to be down in a 2-0 series hole here. I think they can do it. They've looked a lot more improved this game, as Stu has an opportunity to try to respond early, but just gets absolutely nothing there. A demo opens up the space for Risa. Gets the reset over one, and it's saved, but that was a nice threatening opportunity.
Yeah, and again, a save, but both players were at 0 boost after that. Thankfully, the corner had spawned, so it gives them maybe a chance to get back into it, but not if Risa's doing that. A great showing once again. 2 goals in game 2, and it's just beautiful, great speed to get up there, put it in that top corner, and the squishy save attempt was admirable, but not going to be enough here, and the derecho cruising to a Game 2 win.
And up so early for that midfield pass. I mean, the defense was just not expecting it here, as that's a nice little give and go. Is saved away by the Senators defense. Gets it over to Stu. Stu gonna get the follow here. Reset. Tries to find the winger upfield, but can't get it to him, as this could be an opportunity. That is a miss, as the shot should have been in. Surely this one saved again. Derecho survived once more, as they're trying to get it out, but it's still in there, and Bloom with an opportunity. Off the front corner, down, cleared out, right back to Stu, who pops it up for Grant. Grant, the shot, it again just pops straight into the air, saved once again. This is unbelievable defense right now, but it just continues to kill that clock. 20 seconds now, and the Senators have to get one.
And I really don't love it, because I feel like for the Senators, I'm almost more confident in them scoring on the contested balls. It feels like they cannot hit an open net. They're just struggling with those easy shots that you need to convert against a team like the derecho, but then there's a chance for something like a 50 midair. I have more faith in them scoring that, just because they've looked more deadly in those situations. Of course, not going to be anything here, maybe a chance, but nothing. It's a 3-1 win in the derecho. I mean, yes, they trailed, but I really never felt an ounce of doubt for them. They looked so strong, and they looked so good. And look at the shot totals there. 14 shots for the Senators and just the one goal. You can't have that happen. You can't have double-digit shots and just find one into the back of the net, especially when the derecho on the other side, it wasn't like they had 12 or 13 saves. It was single-digit as a team. So it tells you you're missing, and you just need to be more accurate and more potent.
Yeah, multiple opportunities there for the Senators. Just pushed wide, pushed high. I mean, they're just not able to find the net right now. They got a couple games to figure it out. I don't know if they're going to use their timeout yet here. We will see. Looks like we may be getting a timeout. But, yeah, they got to figure out. I don't know if it's just if they just fix the shooting. I think that they'll, maybe even run away with this series. But sometimes it just isn't your day as far as accuracy goes, so they got to make sure that today is not that day.
Yeah, and I mean, the series they've played so far, they had a really strong win over the Jungle and the Rhythm yesterday. Their only loss came as a sweep against the Steelhawks, but of course that Steelhawks team as the team to beat here in Challenger, so it's really nothing nothing that's too kind of out of the ordinary there. So hopefully we see them bounce back here in Game 3. Let's make a series out of it. At least find a way to not make it a sweep.
Wow.
As a demo in there as well. It's a stylish goal. Risa continuing the series he's having.
Pop up high underneath the second one. Demo and the fake. Beautiful play by the entire derecho team as they are sending up their prayers up to the heavens. What a play by the entire team. They're looking confident, and they're looking like they're having fun.
Yeah, and honestly, for a second there, it looked like they were defending the blue net, because all three of their players and only one of the Senators players on that side of the field. So it's just crazy. As another shot, tight angle there. That one doesn't find its way in. Grant, a little bit stuck on the line, is now a shot in from range. Risa looking top corner. It goes up and away, but the pressure is just nonstop here. Blasky, a little floater out towards mid. Where is the second and third player? There's nobody back. Senators, just what is going on here?
Stu bumped out of the play. I think he had zero boost as well, and that's just, I mean, Blasky popped it up high. I don't even think that was necessary. I mean, Senators, that was a huge commit considering they're only down one, and we're not even 30 seconds into the game. I think they just weren't expecting a bump, which it's hard to see that, especially coming from behind, but they're now down 2-0 in this game, 2-0 in the series. They have to figure something out really quickly here. I mean, if they can respond with a goal, as that's a nice 54, Stu, but it just goes right to K-Tool. K-Tool does lose it off the front corner, but that's a nice follow by Risa, who can't get the pinch, but does find a midfield man. Stu popping it up high. There is a quick follow by Bloom, but just sending it away from the net. And, I don't know. I'm just struggling, I guess, to find the words to describe the Senators' offense right now.
It really is non-existent, unfortunately. It feels like a one-man show, if anything. It's just an attempt, kind of solo attempts out of each player, and then maybe something that's got a little bit of a team play flair to it, but not too much there. Stewie looking for that back post shot. It's got some speed, but Risa back behind it. All three of the derecho players there once again. It's going to be very easy for them to save those shots because they've got multiple players with lots of boosts. As Blasky up for this one, and it is just a runaway series. Derecho, it might be done in like 2 games here. I mean, I don't know what the Senators are going to pull out, because 1 goal across 3 games so far. you need to find at least 3 to tie it here, 4 to win. It feels impossible, even though there's 3.5 on the clock.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity here, Grant, but it's been like the entire series so far, and the Senators have to be careful. Every single touch so far has kind of been one and done. That might be the end of their season, one and done, if they keep playing like they are now. This just rolls harmlessly. That was a bit of a weird one. I thought maybe could have left it for Blasky off the respawn, but there's just no follow-up right now. Risa, just with the free touch, does lose it a little bit, but that's a nice follow-up. And another miss by a Senator. Opportunity here, one-on-one. K2's going to pick up that corner boost, just keeping the pressure going. We do see that's a big double commit, so they got to be careful. Again, they're up 3. They don't need to go crazy, as that could have been another one, but Blasky just not able to find the back of the net. And it looks like we'll reset here.
Yeah, the Senators, I think, really lucky because on that defensive stand at one point, a combined, I think, 30 boosts between the 3 players as there's a demo there. Shot on frame, Stewie, nice save, and fortunately nobody able to follow it up for the Senators. But I feel like for them, they might need to get a little bit more physical on the offensive. I mean, we talked about the midfield possession. We talked about things. They just look like they're struggling so much right now. Another shot into the back of the net. Risa's got 2 goals again, 2 goals, 4 shots, 2 assists, 2 saves. It's a crazy stat line for a full game, and it's halfway through.
Nice bump by Blasky there, also getting the assist as well. Just another miss by the Senators, and I mean, I don't want to insinuate anything, but I think they're clearly feeling it right now as far as just the LAN nerves being here on Champ Sunday. Stu with an opportunity, tries to get a quick one, but the double, which was a beautiful setup, getting past the initial defender, again, just can't fall. That one could drop dangerously, but it's saved away by the defense once again. 4-goal lead now. The Senators need 5, or they're going to be in a reverse sweep situation, at least 5. That's a big miss, though. Opportunity for Bloom, and he does score.
Well, I guess they do bleed, so there is a chance here for the Senators, but I still feel like this is the derecho. Just, you're up by 4, you let those silly ones in. They're still smiling. They're having a grand old time. They're still up. I mean, it's what, a combined, is that 12-2 in the series in terms of goals? They have no issue with this one. It's just kind of, can the Senators find a way to capitalize and continue with even the tiniest bit of momentum they have? For a second there, it looked like they kind of had the offensive pressure. It looked like the derecho were actually uncomfortable as Stewie misses on that one. I think it was another opportunity. That one I think you need to find.
Yeah, as right now we see a nice opportunity for Risa getting the midfield pass. It's kept in play by Blasky, but it's shut down by Stu. Floating down with 0 boost. K-Tool with the save. And the derecho, again, just continuing to let that clock tick down, tick down. That's a nice read on defense. K-Tool going to get a nice little bang. It's pushed wide by Bloom, who tries to get the follow-up, but K-Tool just rotating around there, shut down by Blasky, and we just see ourselves kind of living in this blue half right now, as this is excellent, not only offensive pressure, but just midfield pressure by the derecho.
That's maybe a chance once more. Grant's going to put this off the back wall. Stewie, there's another miss there. That's a little floater and a window, a door opening here with maybe a chance, and at least good to see for the Senators they score 2, because there's not a lot of confidence in the reverse sweep happening here, but maybe, just maybe, at least if you find yourselves a couple of goals here, it shows us that you can score at least more than 1, even if it is off derecho mistakes. But at some point you need to capitalize on the mistakes given. Grant going for the fake out here instead. K-Tool plays it slow and receives. Now this one down the other direction. Bloom sends it off the ceiling. Stewie going to go for a shot here. This one up front. Can he get in front of it? No, he can't, but Grant maybe a chance here. K-Tool, that one might have been saved by his own team. I couldn't quite tell, but either way, another good chance on frame, and the Senators starting to heat up.
Yeah, Senators, if they can find one, then, at least they can say that they were in this game, and they can say, try to say, let's get in the series now. But just patient play there for the derecho, leaving it for K-Tool. K-Tool pops it up. This could be dangerous if there's a bump there, but ends up avoiding it. And the derecho now banging it upfield. Risa up early, can't find the play, but he does get it to K-Tool. As I'm not sure who got the touch here. Okay, that was all K-Tool. Popping it up high. Touchdown by Bloom, setting up K-Tool as they will leave here game number 3 with a commanding series lead.
Yeah, and I was wondering, I just was curious why Grant didn't get a touch on the wall, but he was backwards. Really hard to kind of get properly angled to get yourself back up against the wall, but Just needed to get a touch there. Those are the really tricky ones. As Risa, a full-length clear here. Bloom, maybe a chance to put one in the back of the net at the 0 second, but it's going to go the opposite direction. Stewie not going to touch that one. We'll just let it fall. And the derecho, like you said, 3-0 lead in this one. Lowest goal total in the series is still that 3 from the game prior. And it is a team that just looks strong. And again, it's just, 11 shots, 5 goals, nice and easy. The other side, 9 shots, only 2 goals there. It's just not quite enough. They're getting the pressure, or at least getting some opportunities throughout the game to go for those shots on frame, but it's not enough because they're just either too predictable, they're from too far out, there's too many players back. There's just a number of factors that are leading to these being easy saves for the side of the derecho.
Yeah, and especially when you're playing teams this good, an offensive performance of maybe 3 goals, it's not the worst thing. It's pretty decent. Well, the derecho average margin of victory is over 3 goals per game at this point. They are looking dominant, and all they got to do is just win 1 of the next 4 here. They're looking like they're going to make a top 4 here, and again, we've said it earlier, but they're just having fun. And it sounds harsh, but if you're the Senators, you got to find a way to take that joy from them. I mean, they're just having way too much fun on the field, and the Senators are feeling way too tight right now. Yeah,
and I want to talk about it too, because at least the one thing I think the Senators might have in their back pocket is sometimes that 4th game is the hardest to find. It's sometimes so incredibly hard to close out the series. I do feel like the derecho are not exactly a team that's known to choke, not exactly a team that we expect to lose like this. Of course, they did have kind of a difficult result at the end of that major number 2, but again, it was against a very strong team. So, a lot of things you can talk about there. But for them, it just is like, for the Senators, if you win game 4, does that maybe rattle the derecho a little bit? Do they maybe start having that creep in their mind of like, oh man, maybe we're letting this slip, maybe we're letting this go away? But I really don't think it'll be enough there. I think the Senators, they're done in this series. I think if they even get a game here, I'm going to be somewhat impressed. If they manage to take the series, incredible.
Yeah, and kind of we were talking about what things that the Senators might have at least in the toolbox that they can try to pull out here as we do see a timeout. Stewie, very good player. Can we see him kind of come alive here, be the hero that I think the Senators kind of need right now? And so, otherwise, like you said, that last game of the series, whether it's a best of 5, best of 7, is the hardest to win for whatever reason. Really hard to close out an opponent. But the derecho, if any team's going to do it, they're looking like they can do it right now and make themselves alive once again here as they have a double opportunity, but it is bumped away. As, again, just keeping it in the blue half. Big commit there. Risa with no boost, heading all the way back, but Grant with nothing in the tank leaves it for Bloom. Picking up that midfield boost, staying in the play, popping it, but it's shut down by Risa. Grant with an opportunity to pop it high, floating up, can't get the reset, but the defense won't be there. It's scored. Grant putting it in the back of the net, and as far as I'm aware, that is their first lead of the entire series.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think they actually led at the start of game 2. I think they went behind. I think the derecho actually fell behind there, but still, it's the first time they actually feel comfortable, and it kind of looks good. I'd like to see Grant wake up, too, because I feel like he's kind of been missing from the series. He's going to find a second off of the kickoff. The timeout working wonders here, and the derecho a little bit kind of asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, just a good kickoff there, Grant. Great follow, putting it in the far side of that goal. Anywhere else, and it's probably saved by the defense. 28 seconds into this game, Senators up 2 goals now. Can they hold it? We really, at this point, have barely seen them play with a lead, and it's just a 1-goal lead. They've only been playing from behind pretty much the entire series. So how do they look when they're able to kind of play a little bit more on defense? As that's a nice shot, but it's saved away by Blasky. Someone's got to make a turn here, but they do, as Risa with some boost gets it up to Blasky, but Blasky does not have enough in the tank to make this touch. But that's a nice clear by K-Tool, and they're on the blue half, but they got to get something going here.
Yeah, and again, really good backboard defense out of the derecho when they've got those opportunities just floating towards their backboard. Almost always one player ready to go, and usually with a fairly substantial amount of boost, as you don't really need it there with a lot of that defense, but still having it nonetheless as K-Tool fakes on that one. Risa puts it away, and I mean, I am so impressed by Risa. I feel like this is a standout series for him, just looking so strong and just a huge part of this offense right now. So many opportunities falling his direction, and the lead cut in half. The Senators probably kind of starting to doubt themselves, I would say.
Yeah, that was a great play by K-Tool, just breaking the defense down with that fake. ends up getting it in the back of the net. Bloom with a double opportunity, but it's read very well by K-Tool. That's a nice play by the derecho. Shot not very threatening, although that one just kind of catches the derecho off guard there, as we'll take a look again here as far as what happened. Stu, nice job to put it in play, and then the derecho just kind of an errant touch out into the midfield, giving it to the Senators, who are going to capitalize on that. I would say every time, although there was a couple opportunities early in this series, maybe they didn't, but I guess things might have changed between then and now.
Well, I feel like, too, that was pretty nice by the derecho saying, hey, Stewie, probably not your favorite touch. We'll give you kind of a bad touch right back out in the opposite direction. And honestly, I was expecting a lot of Stu from this series as top shelf. No, rings off the crossbar. I was expecting him to be the way that this team got back into it, but sometimes it's those other players. It's the supporting cast that needs to step up, and that's what's happening right now. Bloom and Grant, all 3 goals in this one. Grant with another chance to put it away, and he's got a hat trick on 3 shots here in the first 2 minutes of game number 4. Oh, a nice bump there. Bloom clears the way, and that really opens it up.
Yeah, bump difficult to spot during the initial kind of play there, but on the replay very obvious, and that was a nice setup. Grant with the hat trick, like you mentioned, not even 2 minutes into this game. They hadn't even scored, they'd only scored 3 goals as a team in the entire series prior to this, so much better offensive performance here, as that was another opportunity, but it's saved by K-Tool as it remains in the derecho half. I was a little bit nervous about that touch, but finds a defender well. K-Tool getting it under one, can't get that corner boost, does try to get it to someone, but there's just no follow there. Risa ends up going flying as Blasky's in a tough opportunity. Midfield pass by Grant, down to Bloom, but they can't find the link up there. Stu ends up going missing. This could be an opportunity, but he's able to circle back and just keep the 3-goal lead that they have for the time being. That's a nice ceiling pinch, but again saved away by the Senators. We've kind of seen these two teams swap sides here, bumping each other. Opportunity, but the defense for the derecho has to be careful, and that's going to be a 5th goal for the Senators. I mean, that was a very frantic play by both sides, but the derecho bumping each other, it's just going to cost you every time.
Yeah, and it's honestly, I think there's been a couple of those this game where it feels like the derecho just getting in their own way. It feels like that chemistry, that kind of smooth play we saw, the great rotations. It's missing here in game 4. Don't know if it's just coming off that timeout, if it's just something that's a little off here. Hopefully they can reset into the next one, as there's a demo there on that far side. Risa taken out. Stewie going inverted here. Only a little bit of boost. Gets the flip reset. Far corner. No! That's a great save by Risa once more, as he'll carry it the other direction, looking top shelf, and it's a double commit. Oh! Stewie can't get there, and double commit the other way.
Yeah, Blasky making sure his team is not done. Popped over the defense. Risa, I mean, that was just excellent control on the tip of the car there. Ends up getting a second one here. There's a lot of game left. They've performed very well on offense so far. However, no matter what, I mean, if they get scored on again, this game's probably over. And so they got to get one on here and make it a 5-3 game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them score multiple goals within a minute. A lot throughout this series. That one, almost the difference to turn it into a 2-goal game, but instead, it's off the side once more. So close to the derecho, as Risa up on defense, going to carry this one forward. Just going to air dribble it, see what he can do here. Instead, just gives it away. Grant, kind of a low 50. K-Tool trying to follow a bump there as well, but Bloom, way to jump in and get a part of the action. Stewie off that sidewall, has a little bit of space, gets there on K-Tool, but again, Risa there to follow it up, and the derecho starting to warm up into this game 4. A little floater over top, and that one good for Blasky. Back-to-back unresponded goals here. The derecho, it's starting to get nervous.
Calculated effort there by Risa with the pass. Just going from 0 to 100 to the ceiling, back to 0 with the catch, finding the midfield pass. Catching the Senators' defense completely off guard. And like I said, if they want to sweep it here, they needed to at least make it 5-3, bring things within reach. Well, they've done that now. Now it's for the next one. They still need to get 2 more to get it to overtime. This is a nice opportunity, but K-Tool with nothing in his tank, and that's shut down by Stu. Risa up for a double opportunity. It's just a little bit high, but the follow isn't exactly there. Free backboard once again, but it's shut down by the Senators, although they cannot retain possession here. Risa playing it slow, just going to leave it for that boost, but that's a nice demo for the Senators, who are happy to watch that clock tick down and the ball fly away from their net.
Yeah, great defensive demo there. I think that's just what you needed because there was going to be a follow-up, but instead it's taken away. And now another miss, potentially a fake, but it's really not going to do much as Stewie gets bumped, but it's cleared by K-Tool into his own end as Grant chasing in on it as well. K-Tool just needs to let his team help out a little bit here. It can't be you from start to finish. And towards his own net once more. K-Tool, every touch on this ball might be too little too late. Blasky does get it away, but I think this should be Derecho dropping game 4. Unless Reese has got something to give us a chance at the 0-second goal. Out to the middle, no. It's cleared away, and the Senators come alive in game 4. Back against the wall, and they put on a great showing here. A team that looks like they're ready to kind of fight for this series, especially Bloom and Grant. I mean, take a look at them. Between them, 4 goals on 5 shots. Stewie, 1 goal on 8 shots. I know he's kind of being the facilitator, kind of doing some setup there. But, you know, his teammates step up. His teammates have a huge impact there, and it gets him the win.
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of throughout the game, we just saw the Derecho looking a little bit uncharacteristic as far as bumping each other. They were doing a great job of finding each other on the passes, not necessarily the rotation lines earlier in the series. They got to settle in a little bit here. Very good game by the Senators. We have ourselves a series at this point, and I'm excited to see, you know, was that momentum that they grabbed just momentary, or is this something substantial that they can take into game number 5, into 6, into potentially 7? We'll see here, but they still got a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to take it a game at a time. You got to take it just kind of goal by goal there, even if nothing else, and just see what you've got, see what you can do. I mean, I honestly want to see that Grant and Bloom are still able to step up. I think that they are. Honestly, it might be kind of a sleeper situation. As Grant, oh, that's a replay there. I thought that was live for a second. I was like, that is really looking real. As we're going to get into game number 5 here. As we've got a little distraction there on the right side of the screen. Apologies, as it's dropped down. Grant, see if he can shoot around the frame. He does get it around our little text box there, but instead it's not on the pipes. As now Bloom has to come back on defense here, and really it's going to be a challenge here in game 5. But Senators, let's see what you got.
That was a good opportunity there for the Derecho. Weren't able to sink it, as this does go to the backboard. Finds a free backboard, but can't find the double. Off the front corner, Blasky able to shut it down for the time being. May have been good that he didn't get that touch, because that would have gone right to the midfield, although what a save. Risa, I think, was just straight up falling there with no boost, but ending up the hero there for that moment as we see everyone go missing. Bloom with an opportunity, getting some help as far as harassment on the front line by his teammate. Stu, midfield pass to Grant, but no one is home to cash that in. Derecho now with an offensive opportunity, but the bump will shut it down for now as K-Tool just putting one on, but with nothing in the tank. We just play on in the midfield right now. Both teams booming it back and forth.
And I really like the Senators there. They're at least playing where if they don't get a touch on the ball, they're going to go for a physical, at least a block of that player who's going for that solo play. So that's a good step, because at least if you don't get contact, at least interfering with what the plan is, that definitely does still help. As this one boomed down the field, Stewie off the sidewall. Do we see the highlight play here? No, that one doesn't go in. Another great attempt there. It's going to be a demo. Bloom shot in frame, but K-Tool dives across and takes care of it. As the Derecho, again, it's that strong team we saw, but Stewie back on defense, shot low across. K-Tool, he's going to dive forward on that one and leave Risa back with no boost, but fortunately nobody's able to put it on frame, but a counterattack here for the Senators once more.
As they had an opportunity there. This is awkward there. We do see a demo, but it's saved away by the roof of the Derecho defense once again. Another demo here. Teams starting to get more physical as this series goes on. They start to get more comfortable with where the other team should be, as this is floating towards the net, and oh no, disaster. They go down a little over 2 minutes in here. Blasky with the pinch off of Stu's roof, and with nothing but time, I think, I don't know if Bloom thought that was just in, but it's too dangerous to jump there, because if it comes off the backboard, it's just going to go in front of the net.
Yeah. It's just panic of some variety there, and it's unfortunate as Stewie's going to look to try to equalize here. This one down off to the corner, but K-Tool another soft touch away. Grant booming it sky high. Bloom, is he up for this one? He is, looking top corner. No. Denied away by 2 players. Now Stewie out towards the middle, trying to put it into a dangerous spot. Stewie, what a dunk off the backboard.
Stewie to the rack, off the sidewall. Gets the reset there and uses it to hammer that one top left. We have a tie game I was going to mention earlier as well, as far as that own goal goes. Now, it's hard to go back to something like that after such a great play, but you got to look and see, is that a communication thing? I mean, you got to have your teammates call out and say, hey, you got time. We don't need to jump at this. It doesn't end up mattering, at least for the time being, because they got a lot of momentum swing there from Stewie as we see ourselves a tie game. Derecho still looking to get a gentleman's sweep here. Risa popping it up, but the Senators see it earlier than the Derecho do. That's dangerous touch by Risa. Shot opportunity, but it's wide, and they will go back to their own corner.
Again, it's just dangerous touches here. I do like for the Senators, though, they're continuing to put things into difficult spots to retrieve for the Derecho, so they're having to burn a little bit more boost. It doesn't do a lot because the Derecho are very good at that boost management game and kind of the boost economy, but still, it's something that definitely helps them to maybe get at least the tiniest edge, especially when it gets down to these games that are so tight late into it. What are the margins that are going to decide it? It might be that 5-10 boost that you have there at the end of a sequence. Stewie, that one gets through. It's a bump and just some chaos on the defensive lines.
I was talking about needing Stewie to come alive as the hero. That's a great bump, making K2 awkward, cutting in a little bit too sharp after that recovery, and they are now down 2-1, 1:39 left on the clock. Stewie picking up a second goal, and a nice one at that, both of them. It's looking good so far for the Senators. They seem to have cleaned up pretty much all the issues that they had in the first couple games of this series, but they are getting harassed behind here. The Derecho are still looking strong. They haven't had exactly the same form here. I still think that they can find it, as this is an opportunity early, but it's shut down by the Senators. 1:15 left on the clock, and an early lead, or not early lead, but rather a late lead, picking up an insurance goal by Bloom, as that was a very nice pass by Stu, just off that corner. The Senators are looking much improved.
Yeah, and it's really weird because I feel like for them, just where was this team for those first 3 games? Are they really a team that's good at games 4 through 7 and just doesn't wake up for the first 3? I mean, it might be enough when it's all said and done here, but still a lot of series to be played, a lot of action to happen. I want to comment as well, for the Senators, they've been very good about interfering just all over the field, about not letting the Derecho have so much time to set up and not letting them have so much time if a ball's just floating. The Derecho were able to kind of just set up and say, all right, this is where I want to go with it, this is who it's going to, but more recently it's been more pressure, so they either have to go quicker and make those snap judgments, or they're just kind of stuck. As this one, a little floater up high, Stewie cashes that one in for the hat trick, and Senators, it's back-to-back here.
Yeah, this one is all but wrapped up. Blasky, I mean, that's a tough save to got to go for. A little bit abandoned there on defense. Did have a full tank of boost, thinking maybe he can get it to the corner. Ends up just setting it up on a silver platter right in front of his net. Stewie is going to bring that one home. The dagger in the heart of Derecho as far as game number 5 here. As we're going to go to Neo Tokyo now. Senators with a lot of momentum. They've looked really good the last 2 games. The Derecho, I mean, at this point, we were talking about that. 4th game is the hardest one to pick up. You got to be starting to sweat now.
Yeah, and what I want to see here, too, is that maybe the Derecho take a timeout. You kind of saw the Senators take a timeout after Game 3, and they came alive in Game 4. Just even if you don't need it to talk, just sit there for a little bit. Just maybe try to ice out the Senators a little bit. Give them a little bit of a chance to cool down, because this has been all Senators for these past 2 games. I mean, there have been goals, there has been responses, but it's felt like the Senators have been the better team for the past 10 minutes, and you got to find a way to, anything you could do to try to get that advantage, be it a timeout, be it whatever you want. It's got to be the difference here. And like you said, I mean, Stewie stepping up.
Sens looking red hot. And even though they started out with a rough own goal in the middle of the game, they just never looked back, end up winning this one 4-1. Stewie, I mean, you give up a rough goal to start, and then Stewie just with the flip reset dunk, beautiful off the front post there. And, yeah, I'm really excited for this Game 6. The Senators look strong. I really want to see – it almost feels like we've only seen one team show up at any given time. I want to see for this Game 6 here, I want to see the Derecho play like they were earlier in the series, and I want to see the Sens show up like they have been. As we do see that timeout like you were talking about, I think that's the right call. Just like you were mentioning, ice them out, try to shut down this momentum. You still have the series advantage at this point. And all you got to do is pick up one.
Yeah. I do to say, too, I have been loving this series for the fact that it's goals galore. I mean, our lowest goal total throughout this entire series so far is 4 in a game, and we've had multiple games with 7 or more. So it's a series that I love. It's what I want to see some more of. I'm just hoping we don't finish on one of those whimper games where it's either an absolute blowout or it's maybe 1-0 off a stupid goal in there. But we still got one more game to get there. The Senators on Neo Tokyo. Can they force Game 7 and make this one real interesting?
That could have been a nice early opportunity for K-Tool. Ends up kind of dropping onto the back of his car, pushing it towards his own side. We do have an opportunity, actually shut down by Stu in the midfield. Blasky popping it up to the backboard. Actually does get a little piece of a double. I don't think he ended up wanting to get that. It's a nice 50 for the Senators. I thought maybe Risa had an opportunity there, but just giving it to the defense. Blasky backflipping, leaving it for his teammate. Both of these teams just going back and forth right now. Haven't really had that many threatening opportunities yet. Someone's got to get something going here as we're almost a full minute in. And I don't even know if we've seen like an actual shot yet, as that goes very high and very wide.
Yeah, I think both teams just know that the first mistake might be the most costly one, especially in not just the scope of the game, but in the scope of the series here. As Blasky's going to go up for this one, try to kick it up to Risa. Instead, it's dropped down by Bloom. Shot potential, but great follow by Bloom. Knows that he needs to get pressure on that one to prevent anything dangerous now. Double commit in the corner. Bloom, that one's wide open in the center. Blasky up for it to keep it out there as Stewie was on top of it quick. Now K-Tool heading downfield once more. There's a bump coming in. There's Blasky following it up there. Is going to go for the double touch. Stewie just stalls it in the air. K-Tool trying to float it in. Stewie another touch there. Blasky with the turn. No, this shot from range. Bloom's going to find the open net, and it's an overcommit for the derecho.
Risa kind of caught sleeping there as third man. I mean, I don't think anyone knew that Bloom had rotated there. That was a really nice goal. Senators, another lead here. They are 3:31 away from bringing us to Champs Field. Derecho still very much alive in this game, but they have to shut down Bloom, who has a nice play going. That is a nice cut, double commit by the defense, but Risa just with nothing in the tank throws it up to Blasky. Blasky shot on net, it's just a little bit high. 2 on the backboard. And we will continue to see a little bit of pressure here for the Derecho, keeping it in that blue half, but they got to find a way to put one in the back of the net.
Yeah, and I want to look at the Derecho here because I want to talk to them. Just be like, hey, you guys got to find a way to make your shots less predictable, make them less obvious, because that passing play was nice, but against challenger level players, it's not going to go in. Or if it does, it's going to be that odd one out. It's going to be, the players are going to be there. They're going to be on the backboard. They're going to be comfortable. They're going to get a good touch off of it. It's not anything all that threatening. Whereas in those early ones, we saw really threatening opportunities. They were applying good pressures. This one a chance once more. Grant, that rips off the crossbar, stays out somehow as Bloom around the corner and out towards mid. Stewie doesn't go for the shot, cuts it around. 2 players dive for it, and again, the Derecho just scrambling on defense. They look so uncomfortable here.
And I'm not sure what Stewie saw there. I thought he had just a free shot opportunity. Ended up going for the fake. I think maybe he thought the defender had a little bit more in the tank. We've seen the Derecho with a couple touches in front of their own net. They weren't punished for it up until this point, as that is another miss, and it's going to cost them again. Derecho just falling apart here. Still got to believe if you're a Derecho fan. Just getting caught on the front of that post. Just a little bit of a lift on the wheel, and that's such a tilter.
Yeah, those ones, just the absolute worst. I mean, you feel so robbed. It feels like you had a chance, but just not able to get the save as Grant going to charge forward on this one, trying to kick it out to somebody mid. Bloom looking top shelf. Great save by Blasky, as that was almost disaster. Falling back by 3 would basically spell Game 7 all but certainly is now a chance here. Bloom, that's a great passing play down the field. The connection out of the Senators. This is a wholly different team from what we saw early on.
The Derecho, when they're throwing up those midfield passes, it's just finding the other team's defense. And it seems like for the Senators, it's the complete opposite.
It really is.
Every time they throw it upfield, they're finding an open man. So, I mean, the Derecho, I don't want to say this one's over, but you got to pick up some sort of momentum here for Game 7. If we end up going that way, which it looks like we will, this is an opportunity, but it's just not threatening. And the Senators, happy to just keep it away right now. Double opportunity shut down by the Derecho. A little bit awkward there for Bloom. Ends up leaving it for Stu. Bloom, the with a little bit of a wild cut, but works out for the time being because Risa does not get the reset, but does get the pop.
Yeah, and again, it's trending in opposite directions for the side of the derecho. They've just been getting more and more shut down as this series goes by. It was 3 in game 4. Now another chance here, and Bloom powers it through to take the 4-0 lead.
I mean, are we sure that this was the right team that got 5-0'd in game 1?
Yeah.
They have scored a combined 13 goals in the last 2 3/4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what happened between game 3 and 4, but there has been a clear and obvious shift here as Blasky does get the read, as that's a little bit of momentum getting picked up here. Could consider it garbage time, or you could consider it getting back in the game. I do like it on no boost, getting the goal there, as you got to get something. You got to get something. They have something now. They have something to build off of, and hopefully they can get a little bit more going here in this last minute.
Yeah, as this one, Bloom going to go for another highlight play here, looking for the double touch off the backboard. K-Tool intercepts that one there, but Grant with the open shot opportunity. Double, no, it goes wide, but he does not really care. This is just continual pressure here for the Senators. They look so comfortable, so good right now. And Grant up for another opportunity here. Risa blocking that one down. Bloom still in that corner, so Stewie has to wait for the commit. Now just 10 boost here, so Risa will have an easy ball there, just a little floater into the midfield. Drop down now. K-Tool shot from range. That one is going to be a miss, and Senators, don't throw away your chance here in Game 6.
For the Senators, you just can't get quick. Let's have some short-term memory here, okay? Just let that one slide off your back. Okay, you can't let that one bother you. Get that miss out of the way now when you're up 3 in game number 6. You can't have that happen in game number 7.
Is that the second connection of the Bloom to K-Tool drop? Because if it is, I mean, maybe that's a team combination for next year. It's another miss. This one on open net. Blasky can get it out there. It's an own goal. And Senators don't collapse now.
Somehow this game got a lot more interesting. 16 seconds. Can the derecho make some magic? Blasky, I mean, pretty much if he puts that right, it's either going to find a teammate, as we saw them double committing, or an own goaling opponent. So it works out there as they do get an opportunity off the kickoff here. Risa dangling, diving, but there's no follow there. As we hear the crowd counting down, trying to get us to Champions Field. It is pushed wide. The ball is flying. Opportunity towards the net. It's popped high by Grant. Grant can't get the kill. To the sidewall. Risa does not get the double, and it's to the ground. If Risa got the double, I think it would have been a shot opportunity. Senators take us all the way back. My heart was pounding. It almost stopped there for a second. But what a 0-second opportunity. That was electric.
Yeah, and Bloom, I didn't realize all 4 goals in the game for him. 7 shots there. Again, it's incredibly high shot numbers for the Senators, but at least they are converting now, so I can't shame them as much as I did early on in this series. And the biggest thing that I want to talk about here going into Game 7 is how quick does that first goal come out here in this final matchup? Because, I think both teams, we saw them be a little bit hesitant in Game 6 here. I think it's going to be even more in Game 7. I think it might be a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes until we see that deciding goal. And if we don't, I mean, then it might just be an absolute bloodbath where we see 10, 12 goals total.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of turtling up on defense, not wanting to be the one that blinks first in game number 6. However, early in the series, we've seen throughout these quick goals that really determine who is going to walk away. I mean, I don't know what the actual stats are as far as who scores first versus who gets the victory, but it really seems like neither of these teams are dropping a lead once they have one. Mm-hmm. So, like you were saying, Bloom with an excellent offensive game. I was talking about earlier, Bloom in, I think it was game number 1, with pretty much no stats but saves. Didn't even have a shot as far as I'm aware. Now he's getting 4 goals on 7 shots. We have Champions Field, ladies and gentlemen. Get excited. Game 7 on the line to advance to the semifinals here in Challenger at MCS. This is an opportunity popped high by Grant. Met by Stu. They do have to be a little bit careful as that's a bump, but there's no double off the sidewall. K-Tool, no pop, just hands it right to Grant as these teams are playing very patient so far. It's still very early in the game, but that's a nice bump. K-Tool has to watch out himself. Throws it upfield, but there's just no one there for the time being. Blasky is going to be really slow back after falling off the ceiling.
Yeah, Risa pops this up to himself. Grant goes up to meet, drops it down. Stewie, this one a long clear. Does it waterfall down? No, it doesn't. Grant misjudged. Stewie dives in as well, so it's going to be Bloom back on defense. Can he handle it? He's going to get bumped out and away. Risa, chance there. No, great recovery. Grant's able to fly back on defense as it's kicked out towards mid. Bloom counterattack the other direction. Grant, he'll go for a bump, but that's a miss on that attempt. Blasky, chance there. Stewie shot from range, guided away. Grant trying to get on the edge of it as well, but it's Risa counterattacking once more. I think it's going to be a little bit more hectic as we warm into this one. Off the sidewall once more. Stewie down to Risa across. Blasky bangs this one in.
Blasky to the corner. That's a big miss, but it's saved away by Bloom. Midfield pass. No one's there but Stu, who's going to get it to the orange half. That's a big bang. Risa doesn't have a lot in the tank, but it's enough to make contact here. The Senators have to be careful. They're able to pick up the save. Bloom now trying to make a play out of nothing. Does pick up the midfield boost, gets the flick, but it's not past the defense. Risa, who's looked good all series, continues to play well. Does get bumped by K-Tool, but Blasky is still there to make the save. As we see two go, that's a big double commit, especially with that demo. But they should have enough time to get back, although that's really awkward. They're in trouble, but Stu can't make it double, as we have 3 minutes left on the clock and no goals have been scored at this point.
Yeah, and two players were at no boost there for the Senators, so good job by Bloom. We talked about him. We want to see him on offense, but does have that defensive pedigree, is able to play back and be the kind of safe pair of hands there. Ooh. Blasky, good chance there with that connection, but now the opposite direction. Bloom, can he lead the charge forward, off towards the corner? Risa gets the 50 up high, this one dropping down. Blasky misses on it, nobody there. Stewie playing that patient third is now this one from Bloom once more. Up off the ceiling, Stewie will jump, should be the first one there. There's a demo, now a chance out mid. Bloom, can he be there? No, Stewie instead denied by Risa once more.
As Stu ends up leaving it for a teammate. Bloom off the backboard and capitalizes. With less than half of this game to go, the Senators have clawed themselves all the way back to a Champions Field lead here. Free backboard, caught the derecho out. Still a lot of game left, but that clock is only going to keep ticking.
Yeah, it is nerves across the board here. I think all 6 players probably feeling it right now, but especially if you're on the side of the derecho, just going to take a look at yourself. If this is how your season ends, you're going to ask yourself, what went wrong? How could we not finish this off? As Grant with the connection with Stewie.
Stu, what a pop to the ceiling, and then not only that, but to follow it up with another, and then forcing a little bit of an awkward defense. Goes double off the ceiling, gets the extra touch, and then kind of threatens with the bump as well. What a play to put his team up an extra goal here. 2 minutes left on the clock. Will this hold? We've been talking about all series that it feels like these leads have held. We have not seen the derecho come back from down multiple goals at this point. They need to do so now or their season will be over in heartbreaking fashion.
As this one off to the sidewall, Risa will take over. It's going to be a little bit of a dive there as Grant gets some space. Bloom up to assist, kicking it out towards mid. Stewie trying to be the first one there. Instead, it's stolen away. Stewie, maybe a little bit of a mistouch there. Opens the door for K-Tool to put it out towards mid. Diving in with the shot attempt, but it's not on frame. No connection even. As this opens up another opportunity back in mid. Blasky off the recycle, off the ceiling now. K-Tool with the catch, but again, it's just, there's a lot of pressure coming out. The Senators, they feel comfortable. Stewie from range here. That one just saved by Risa as it misses the post and goes wide, but still, just like you said, seconds ticking off the clock here. And derecho, you need something.
1 minute left on the clock. They got to get the ball out of their half here. This is an opportunity for Blasky. Blasky, just nothing. Ends up getting a nice 50, but it's a little bit too high. Can Risa get it down? This is dangerous, but it's saved. Where's the shot? The bump, and it's in. Blasky bringing it within 53 seconds left. That's a great midfield find, a great 50, and that's just so awkward for the goalie there. I mean, it's a tough look, but I can understand that touch. And they find themselves, we have a 1-goal game here in game number 7. What a series so far. Let's see how it finishes up.
And I got to ask you, do you know my 2 favorite words or my 1 favorite word? It's overtime. So let's see if we get it here in game number 7. Almost sending it there for the derecho as this off the sidewall. Blasky, he's going to dive forward, and instead it's stolen away. Stewie, soft little touch here as there's a demo. Grant gets taken out there. Risa chips this one up. This one towards the sidewall. 2 players back there. They collide as it's going to be sent into an awkward spot on the front post. Another good save there. but it's going to be dangerous here. The derecho, they'll have one or two more chances to regroup on this one. Risa, full tank of boost off the corner. Grant up to intercept. Now it's a chance for K-Tool instead. Stolen away and sent to the corner.
Blasky with the nice dunk to just keep things in play, but with 10 seconds left and the crowd counting down, the derecho need to make some magic happen here. That's a big 50 win by the Senators. Last second opportunity here. Blasky up. It does end up popping up. Risa with the pop down, and it's saved away. Senators with the reverse sweep. Wow, what a finish to this one.
I really wanted the overtime there. I would have loved the 0-second goal to send us there, but a absolutely monumental effort. I thought there was no chance that the Senators were even going to get a game in this series. Those first three, they looked so incredibly flat. The derecho looked on fire, but they find a way. They take the timeout. They find something. They dig so incredibly deep, and they come back into this one, hanging on for the one-goal game in the end. Those last two games, both of them decided by one goal after that early margin of victory was so wide to see it become so tight there at the end. And I mean, it is just a breath of relief for this team. The Senators, they will move on. They will look to play the Knights this afternoon. But that series, I mean, wow.
Listen, any series that follows that is going to have a lot to live up to. When you have a 0-second opportunity, may have lost
There
you,
we
and
are.
we're
No,
back.
hey.
But yeah, I mean, pretty much as good of an ending as I could ask for, barring overtime, golden goal situation. I mean, what an insane series. We're still so early on here Sunday. This is only the second series we've had on stage, and you got to feel for the derecho. That's a brutal end to the season. But the Senators will live on now, and in shocking fashion, can they take that momentum? They won 4 games in a row. Can they take that now into that semifinal series versus Green Bay?
Well, and my question is, can they actually wake up before Game 4? I mean, if you're a team that excels in Games 4 through 7, you can do that. You can play that way, but it's very dangerous. You have one mistake there late. I mean, we almost saw them throw it away in Game 6. There was a couple of mistakes late, and it got very, very concerning. So, I mean, yeah, continue that momentum. Just kind of reset. Hopefully they've got a couple hours to work with their next match. 1:30. I got a quick shout-out. The off-stream action, or the B-stream action, I should say. Buffalo defeat the Jungle in the Challenger, so they will go on the bottom side, facing, I believe, the Steelhawks are in the bottom half of that bracket, and then championship later this afternoon and evening. But I think that is it for us here, unless you've got anything else to say for everyone out there.
No, just everyone that's here today. We got a big crowd today for Championship Sunday. Thank you all for coming out here, for supporting these teams. We will continue to have more Rocket League today, so stay tuned. And we are just chugging along here, MCS Season 11 LAN here in River Falls.
Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. At least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
All right, all right.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a wires every day, trying to keep my head up off the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave you shit alright, and you're only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go, but it's something you got to know. Stay It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I'm gonna regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just stay alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for another match here. We got some best of 7 playoff action here in Premier. Now, we've had a lot of fun in Rising Star, had hopefully a lot of fun in Challenger. For some, maybe not for others, but it has been one heck of a morning so far. And now we've jumping up to our top of the line Premier bracket, best of 7, do or die, winner. Not quite taking all, but yeah, I can definitely tell you, if you are losing this one, it is pack your bags and start heading home.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end here as we're about halfway through Day 2 Championship Sunday, and we're keeping an eye on these teams as they deal with all the ups and downs of a best-of-7 series, something you just experienced personally, getting reverse swept. I mean, that
You can say it. It's always fun.
To be in.
Yeah, it's always fun. Again, it's all about the content. Stu and I were scheming earlier, saying, okay, what's the best content? I'm not supposed to be here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if I'm going to be here, how can we give you guys the best experience on LAN? And hopefully we are doing exactly that. So the first one of the day being a 4-1 to Rising Star. Obviously, this last one going the distance all the way to 7 in a reverse sweep. Premier, we'll have to see what is going to be happening here with the St. Cloud Flyers versus the Green Bay Knights.
And these are two teams that we're really excited to see this morning. You mentioned you weren't supposed to be here. Well, I can tell you both of these teams were supposed to be here today, and they're hoping to punch their ticket to the finals.
Yeah, we'll just see what happens here. Again, this is the quarterfinals. Winner is going to be moving up to the semis, so they got a little bit of a road ahead of them, but I can definitely tell you that to get that first win under the belt will give them so much momentum going into the semis. I know we kind of ask this so often, but I always wonder, is it better to play the quarterfinals, get a win, and then have momentum going into the semis, or be cold going into the semis, but you didn't just exhaust yourself from playing an earlier best of 7?
I think more games always better. That's always been my experience. 7 years of coaching teams, going to tournaments, going to LAN. And that's why you see something in like a double elimination format, right? The lower bracket advantage, the run that you can make. You know that you're on your last life and you're able to get more games out of it, work out all the kinks throughout the day. And I think we're going to see the same thing potentially for some of these teams coming up through the quarterfinals, having to play that first match, get you going, get off to a good start, right? Start the day on a W as you advance into the semifinals rather than having that bye. And that's going to help them make that progression to the finals and potentially give them a leg up over someone who's just been sitting back watching, maybe getting a little bit too relaxed.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, specifically looking at this Fargo Knights squad here. They ended up going 3-0 in the groups yesterday, and it was one of those more interesting situations where they didn't necessarily look the best, but at the end of the day, they were able to clutch up here. And then obviously, we've got the Flyers, who had a very, very solid day yesterday. But again, this is going to be the 2 versus the 3 seed. So again, the 1 seeds on both sides of the bracket just in the wing here. But these boys, again, they've been here for a couple hours, getting some good warm-ups in, which is going to be different versus yesterday. These boys didn't necessarily get a warm-up. So quarterfinal number 1 at the top left of your screen, Flyers versus Knights. Winner will go on to take the Outlaws, and then we will see later today Buffalo taking on Superior. Winner going to be taking on the Victory. So again, all you got to do is win 3 best-of-7s, and you're crowned the champion.
And 3 best-of-7s, though, that's a lot of Rocket League in one day, especially for these teams that are trying to make that quarterfinal run that we talked about. Stamina is going to play a role in this. So as much as I think having more games to play is better, it's going to help you be in the best position possible. I mean, by the time 4 or 5 o'clock rolls around, you got another best-of-7 series. Maybe it's a tight one. You're going into Game 6, Game 7. You might be feeling it. It's going to come down to how much sleep did you get last night? What did you eat today, right? Are you caffeinated or not? Those little edges are going to make a massive difference. It's a game of inches.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these players feel. And I'm feeling like doing some predictions right now. It's going to be interesting to see who you're going for. Yesterday, I kind of doubted the Knights, but at the end of the day, they did pull through. And because of that, I think I'm going to be having to go with the Knights here to move on.
Well, that makes it easy for me. I'm going to go with the St. Cloud Flyers. For one, because I don't know if I trust your judgment after watching.
Hey, you know what? Yesterday was a little rough. I'm not going to lie. I think I ended up like 2-1 or 3-1 on the season or on the cast. So better than I normally do, I will say. But no surprise, you got the casters going against each other. But yeah, I'm kind of curious though. In casting yesterday, it's going to be interesting to see how you experience, obviously, Rising Star versus Premier, because it's such just a difference in skill level.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think Rocket League has always been a title that excites me for that exact reason. You really start to see how those levels play out. It's an entirely different game, right? The way that they're approaching the pitch, the style of play. I mean, really, it turns into a much more aerial game, usually as the skill level increases, right? Which means you're going to get a lot more dynamic plays. You're going to start seeing a lot more of close saves, right? Those things where you're seeing the mastery of the players as they make those challenges, those 50s. It's really going to show out today. Yeah,
it's going to be a lot of fun in this one. Again, it's going to be interesting to see by the end of the day how much screaming we're going to get, who's going to bring the momentum. I know just being upstage, doing a lot of screaming, right? The voice starts to go. So at the end of the day, it does take a lot of effort just to play it this many best-of-7s to strain your voice. Hopefully these guys are getting their lunch. Hopefully they slept well last night, like you said. But it really does take such a factor that people don't think about with the small little details.
Well, and you want to get yourself into it, right? But you also want to try and get the crowd into it. We saw earlier today, kicking off, being able to see Omaha come out and really be electric in that first series, and they got the crowd chanting, and that, I think, played into their momentum. So going in here, can one of these teams begin to get some early goals, get excited, get themselves jazzed up, and can they motivate the crowd to get behind them as well? And then you start to see that back and forth develop. Are they going to be able to use that hype and channel it into a victory?
Yep, and I know both these teams yesterday did get to play on the main stage versus like the game that just happened, like that I just played in. We never got the stage time, so both these players should be very, very comfortable on both of these teams. It'll be interesting to see if one of the teams is favored by the crowd. I see a lot of players necessarily sitting on the Flyer side, so we'll see if that comes true. They also might be sitting there trying to watch the B stream, which we will again make sure to give you guys updates as we do get the B stream going here. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, we're just waiting to get into this match. The casters have their predictions. One thing, too, that's really interesting, too, is a lot of these players have had so much experience over the years, and some players are very calm, cool, collected. They don't want to pop off. I'm kind of curious, there is such a different dynamic between teams in terms of pop off and not. How do you think that gets in their head mentally if you are starting to lose and you look over and see his team screaming that they just scored on you?
I think, if you look at some of these players, Fusion Bleach, for instance, I've seen him here for several LANs in a row now. He's someone who's pretty unfazed by all of that, right? And you see him, he often takes the seat that's more center on each side. And personally, I think that's kind of intentional. He's someone who, if the team directly to his left or right is popping off, it's business as usual for him.
Yeah.
He's locked in, he's ready to play. He's not really thrown off by the atmosphere or anything like that, and I think it's going to be a huge factor in the Flyers potentially coming out on top today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's always fun, too, to look at the past champions here. So we just saw Bloom, who ended up just winning on stage, ended up winning Rising Star just very previously. So, again, looking at the most recent ones, the defending champions here, who I don't think we have any of them here on stage today. But, yeah, it doesn't look like any of them made it. So they said one and done, riding off into the sunset, which I don't blame them because they got to raise that beautiful trophy here. But again, just massive thank you to everyone who has come out here. This has been so much fun. And hopefully, even if teams do get eliminated, they're still going to stick around and watch some of the content. It's always interesting, too. You get to the very, very, very end of the day. You crown your top-of-the-line champion, and you look out into the crowd, and it's like, everyone's gone home. So we'll see who wants to stick around and watch that.
And I think if you look at the runs that we had at the last Season 10 LAN, I mean, some of those were incredible, right? You talked about Bloom, right? You talked about this roster right here, your premier champion, the Bloomington Maulers. They had an absolutely phenomenal streak. Bubbly Reaper was dominant on that day, and being able to watch them just so electric, so exciting. The crowd that stuck around to see these champions crowned made a huge difference, and I think, that's a big part of the community here, like being a part of the entire weekend and being engaged as we see how things play out, who's going to come out on top. As you can see here are the point standings from Rising Star, so we're able to see how things shook out to even get us to this point to the LAN. Challenger, the teams that came out on top, and then I'm assuming here we'll get to take a look at Premier, to see, how we ended up in this situation with Green Bay Knights and St. Cloud Flyers as the second and third seeds, respectively.
What's kind of interesting, too, is you look at the standings here, and there's not one team that's been super, super dominant as far as their wins and losses. Like, a lot of times you'll have, like, a very clear top one, top two, but no, looking at this one, I mean, there is 3 games literally between the very top seed all the way down to number 10. So many of these teams battled it out back and forth. And you got to think about if, let's say, even like the 6th seed like Omaha, if they won one more game, boom, that bumps them up to literally tied with first place.
And that's an iron sharpens iron type of scenario, right? So each week this season, each match, we've seen teams testing one another, and you're really going to get the best out of them this weekend. And I think that's what we started to see yesterday and what we're going to continue to see on Championship Sunday as we get into this upcoming match. Especially St. Cloud Flyers, I know some of their players, they like to really dial in, get their Bacchus mod settings all right. You don't want anything to fill off as you're competing on stage right now.
No, I definitely got to agree with you on that one. It's always fun, too, to look at some of these teams again. Like, I'm looking at Gray earlier, who, again, is waiting in that first seed right now, and the Kansas City Outlaws will be playing the winners of this match right now. I think Gray definitely is in that MVP race, as we already saw, and definitely hard with what the performance we saw yesterday to argue with that one. And, again, looking at goals, yeah, Mogi, that man has been ridiculous. But, again, in third place, Gray seems to be on the leaderboard for almost every stat every time he's on stage.
I think that's what you want to see from a team that's in the number 1 spot, right? They have a player who you can call Mr. Consistency. He doesn't need to stand out and be on top of any of these individual metrics, but being near the top, being able to constantly have an impact is what you want to see, and it plays a large part in them being that number 1 seed when you have such a close pack of teams, because it's not going to be one team is just, uncling everyone else. It really is one team's just a little bit more consistent, a little bit more on the ball time and time again.
Yeah, and consistency obviously is key. And Rocket League, as we all know, I don't have to, beat a dead horse in saying that it's one of the, if not the most unique video game out there, that it's a physics-based game, right? Everything is a game of inches. There's no other game like it. So if you are slightly off, you miss input slightly, that can change the entire dynamic of an entire game, of an entire series, as what we just saw on stream with a complete reverse sweep. So with this happening, obviously both of us have our predictions, but now I want to look at individual game predictions. Are we thinking this is going to go 4, 5, 6, or do we see another one go all the way to the distance of 7?
A 2 versus 3 seed. I think we're going to be looking at an incredibly competitive series. I would be surprised if we're not looking at something that's a 6 games at least, if not 7 games, with a couple of overtimes thrown in, right?
I mean, we are actually doing pretty good on schedule right now. We got a little delayed with the last one going to 7, but hey, for my voice's sake, I wouldn't mind a sweep, maybe like 4 OTs in a row, but we'll have to see what happens here as we're just working on getting one of the players everything fixed. Looks like Trash actually has to come over and help the enemy right now, so we'll have to see what's happening here. But again, I apologize for the delay. We're working on it. We've actually done exceptionally well, knock on wood so far, with not having a lot of tech issues. I'm just going to say it, man. Obviously, you know more than I do, but this has been one of the smoothest run LANs I've ever been a part of.
Thank you very much. It's been exciting to have you all here again at River Falls and to be able to roll out some of the improvements and changes that we've been making over time. And you're seeing really whenever we have delays like this, it's, you know, making sure that player is really comfortable with their setup. We haven't had any issues with LAN lobbies not working, dropped frames or anything like that. So it's really just making sure that players are comfortable at their setup. If they brought any of their own equipment, that's all working correctly. And with that withstanding, I mean, things have been rolling really smooth and been able to see our players at this side camera angle, right, to see the stage. And then actually after this, we'll be moving the camera so that we can show more of the venue, show walkouts later on.
That's true. You're right. Getting into the semifinals, we will be doing walkouts. So that's going to be a lot of fun. You'll hear some of us up here on the mics. As everyone, you know, enters it, it's going to be a lot of fun, especially get them on stage. Because, again, we haven't talked about it a ton with the medals and trophies being obviously in center stage. But as the day progresses, I would see that'll get elevated more and more, and that'll be touched on as these players are, you know, going to stand in front and see how close they are to glory. But again, that'll be for the semifinals. And I will say walkouts are always fun. We'll specifically have them, you know, walking down the center stage here so they can, you know, high five some of their friends and family and everyone who's shown up. It's really cool just to kind of get the crowd interaction with these players before they go stand behind the monitor.
We see here, it looks like Pink's audio issues with his IEM. They're getting settled, getting good. He's putting on his headset, and we're trying to
Oh, what's up?
Oh,
yeah, we're watching this
backs.
way. Yeah, you guys just look at our backs here. We're having fun. What's up, guys? But
down on B stream, we can see Buffalo and Superiors. They've got action going on there. I'm not sure what the series score is, but it's 0-0 in the current game.
Hey, it looks like that's last series right now. So it looks like the Knights actually took a transfer, same with the Flyers, and picked up both of the challenger teams. Which, hey, if we want to run it back, you know, it's, you know, fine by me. We'll just play under the or the Premier banner. I don't know if the players would enjoy that, but we'll have to see what happens here. But again, looks like we're going to have some fun, and we actually are not exactly sure what we're looking at right now, but I think this is the B stream right now.
Yeah, I pulled up the B stream on my end. The stream can't see this. I just wanted to check it out. Looks like Buffalo and Superiors, yeah, currently 0-0 in game 1.
All right. Looks like we finally got the game going, so appreciate you guys' patience as we were working on some of the audio issues. Again, it's been pretty fortunate we haven't had a lot of tech issues, but we can finally get this game underway. Again, this is a best of 7. Both teams have their timeout, which we actually saw last game that both teams ended up using their timeout, which is something you maybe don't see a ton of. So, Game 1, again, no surprise that there is a lot on the line, and we actually might see an own goal off the bat here. What a save coming out early. Again, not even 30 seconds in, we've already got some fireworks.
Fusion and Wolf double committing for that one, but not getting punished. I mean, just a crucial save to make sure that you're not taking an early score early on. So now we're going to see Fusion try and clear it to the other side, and if we can get a follow-up by one of his teammates. But
okay, guys, both teams are trying to own goal at this point, and that is a ridiculous save. I'm trying to figure out where these boys think they are shooting. Shot again and again, boys. Where are you going? This has been one of the most ridiculous first minutes of any series.
We're padding save stats now for sure, Alex. I think that's the game plan here. And, you know, it's going to be one of those situations where the first team to score and not on themselves is going to break this one wide open.
At this point, do we just say the first goal is going to be an own goal? I mean, at this point, they do seem to be trying here. As we're seeing now, touch going wide. Pink is leaving that one for Wolf, though, trying to drop it down. Fusion going in as that third, taking it low 50. Very smart as he doesn't want to commit there. A little fake around one. Crimsic with a shot. And that's going to be a touch. And again, we expected the own goal. I don't know if he actually got a touch or not. If it was an own goal, I am going to be so happy. He did get the touch in the pre-flip. Oh, it is off the touch. It was an own goal. All right, we called it. The first one is going to be an own goal. Oh, I love that start. But either way, the Knights, again, getting an early goal here in Game 1, a minute and 30 in. as we see now Pink going for a solo play, trying to get a 50 around one, goes to the corner. Fusion up over one, should be free for a split second. Trash can't get there though. The potential counter was there, but again, just a little bit too far for his Octane.
Wolf came in fast, but a little late, and now he's trying to control it off the side, send it back down to the orange side of the pitch. Unfortunately, dropped.
Oh my!
Wait! Oh my goodness!
What a touch from Fusion, the skim shot. You see Wolf flipping into that one, dropping down, and Fusion just barely getting a touch over both of them under the bar. Great response from the Flyers.
2 Green Bay Knights could not handle that just delicate shot over the top by Fusion Bleach off the amazing pass by Wolf.
Going to the corner here. Crimsix up, does get a 50 here. Wolf now popping it off the corner. Anyone going to be there? Tricky throws this downfield. Pink and Fusion, a little bit awkward in the rotations there. Again, one thing I do want to call out is the rotations yesterday, specifically of the Knights. It was incredibly awkward, but again, at the end of the day, they got the job done. Versus the Flyers yesterday, we saw really calm, cool, and collected. They had great transitions from offense to defense. But again, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you played. It matters is the series score here. As again, half through game one, we do see ourselves at a tied game. 1-1 is that shot. Going to be a little bit wide here. Is Pink going to throw this one to the sidewall. Trash now up early, taking a low 50, getting a fake around one. We see demos happen. He was going to pass it mid, but knew that if he did, it was going to get banged the other way.
Trash gets the touch in the corner boost, but unable to get a second touch there, and then sent to the other side of the pitch. And now we see okay, Trash controlling it, taking it out of the corner, sending it down middle. Ooh, a great save by Wolf, though.
Yeah, you can see Trash just didn't quite have enough boosters there. That might be an open net, and it is up and over the other one here. Wolf doubling up their goal tally here, and you can see the last man, he just had to go early. He knew he was caught in no man's land. If he turned back, it would have been a for sure goal. Good speed coming out of Wolf. And Flyers, again, that's now 2 unanswered goals. Knights, they got a good one in the first 30 seconds, but now it's been a couple minutes of just stalled defense.
You see Fusion with a big grin on his face as he just got to watch that one go right in with a first row seat. And now, you know, off the kickoff, we see really vying for control of it, but Tricky taking
1v1. Oh, he's trying to boom his way through. What a
just
goal.
muscled it in.
Tricky is built different. I don't know if he's the largest man on the stage, but after that one right now, you know that man dry scoops creatine.
He just bullied all 3 of the Flyers on that one. He got his own bump to get the goal.
What a touch from this man sitting on the far side of the stage there. Again, we talked about the Knights. They stalled that a little bit on offense, and they said they took that personally. 20 seconds later, finding the back of the net. Crimsix now going to get it 50 off the corner. This might be dangerous. Pink trying to go for a double tap. Does he have it? The touch, he does not. Follow-up comes in, and Fusion again, back and forth. This is an onslaught. Both teams not wanting to play defense.
And that's the danger zone, right? Off the backboard like that. It initially got off the backboard early. Crimsix tried to control it and clear it, but unfortunately kind of put it right back in a position for them to get the follow-up touch on the side of the Flyers.
50-50 on the kickoff, going the way of Tricky. Tricky now going for a solo play. Pink, though, with great speed. Wants to drop it down to Fusion, but Fusion doesn't quite have the resources to go for that one. Tricky waiting mid. Waiting for Trash to drop it down for him. Trying to go for the follow-up. Does pinch mid for a little bit there. Trash now actually does get the 50 to go towards mid. You can see
to center it.
Everyone's just jumping for the ball, but no one really has the resources. Is that going to go in all the way?
No
Can Tricky
way.
get there in time? He cannot. And Pink is going to get a very fortunate goal. Again, we talked about everyone's just jumping, and 3 players causing that ball to squirt out all the way down to the other side of the field. And again, the tilted goals are sometimes the better goals to score.
The cluster in the corner just leads to a free rollout for the side of the Flyers. And those, like, just fluke goals can make the difference here. You're now down 2 goals instead of 1 going into the last minute of the game. It's going to be hard to send this one to overtime.
Yeah, Flyers, again, they looked really, really good yesterday. A little bit of a double commit. Here's that one going to go in. Trash with a pinch of his own. Going to be going off the post here. Trying to drop this one straight down is Pink, up and over 1. Again, all 3 players on Knights pretty much sitting at 0 right now. Crimsix is the only one who's able to find a single pad. Fusion to the sidewall, trying to drop this one to Pink. Wolf now trying to follow this one up. This does drop mid. Free shot coming in. There's a follow-up for the third man. Should be a free shot and a bump coming in, but it's off target. That would have been the golden opportunity, but the shooting accuracy denied him.
A beautiful bump, but the shot goes just wide right. That's unfortunate because you love to see the coordination.
Oh, fake
here.
again and again. Another open net opportunity. 7 seconds left. This one does find it, and with 7 seconds left, Knights giving themselves a glimpse of hope to clutch up here. But again, they need one more goal in regulation.
See, time and time again, right? The Knights were very committed to executing there on centering the ball out of the corner, making sure that they were able to have someone drive down middle, and then, of course, the bump coming in from the side to clear the net. But they have 5 seconds here. Can they make it happen?
Chance here. Trash going for the shot, and that's going to be blocked away. Game 1 going to the Flyers. And again, maybe some people are going to say some Mickey goals there, especially with that pinch all the way down the field again. Those are the worst ones when you know it's on target and the entire lobby is just watching it slowly roll in.
And that was one of those situations, right? As we watched the replay, you see there, Fusion with the own goal. Yeah, kind of. You can kind of give it to him there. And then, toward the end, we saw that one goal that out of the corner just rolled right across the field into the net. I mean, that was the difference between this one going in the OT or not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we do have some overtimes, because overtimes are always fun, especially you get some of the good pop-offs from these teams here. But again, it was 2-2 with 1:30 left, and at the end of the day, Flyers we had 3 more goals in that game 1. So game 2, Knights, again, they started a little rough in some of their series yesterday, but we know they can absolutely bounce back with some crazy mechanical plays, a lot of demos. Crimsix opting to go for a little bit of a soft touch here, trying to get a 50-on-1. That might be a dangerous touch here. Tricky on 0, trying to buy time for Trash to come in. Actually does get it around 1. Trying to get it pop high, but he didn't get the best first touch. He didn't have the resources to really follow it up successfully. Tricky now goes for the 50 as this pop-up's high. He's got 0 boost, has to leave it for his teammate. Trash this does pinch mid. Pink going for the sidewall, but didn't get the best first touch. This would be a free clear for Tricky, which it is. We're seeing a lot of high-flying boomer ball early in game 2.
Yeah, and we're looking here at a situation which Tricky looking to bully his way back in with the play, but nothing too coordinated here. It looks like boost is a little awkward for both sides. They now have some under their belts, and really going to be can one side begin to set up a play here as both are kind of bouncing the ball back and forth through the air.
This does drop down. Crimsix now just booming this one downfield. Tricky is up, but you can see again going for some potential peak content. Again, going for some plays here. Shot is going to be weak middle. Pink now bounces it off Fusion. It goes mid again. Wolf is up early. Trash already way far back. Tricky and Trash on the back wall. Good to not double commit in the situation. Trash now taking his time. Gets it around 1. Should have the resources to follow up, though. You see Crimson actually backs off now. 1v1 opportunity against Wolf, but he can't get there in time. Wolf doing a great job to challenge early and not let Crimson get that ball on top of his hood.
Critical defense by Wolf there, and it's been a lot of that situation for the Flyers so far this game, in which they are just beating the Knights on their side of the pitch as the Knights are going for those 1v1s.
Going to the corner here is Tricky. Doesn't have a lot of boost now on the backboard. Trying to get a good touch corner, which he gets a great touch, but it goes out right to Fusion. Drops down to Trash. Has to get a 50. Still in a dangerous spot here. Crimsix doesn't have the boost. Wolf with a free backboard touch. And Fusion with the shot. That was the chance. You could see a reaction in the player cams. He knew that was his chance.
Yeah, the ball dropped exactly where the Flyers wanted it. But, Fusion second time around. He's there.
Gets his redemption here, and he was gifted the opportunity from a poor backwall clear from Crimsix, dropping it down, and you knew as soon as he hit that was going to be in a dangerous spot. Trash and Tricky can't really do anything about that one. And Flyers, again, their offense is cooking, but again, they're getting poor touches out of the Knights, and you can't rely on your opponent to gift you opportunities and think you're going to get away with it over and over again.
Now Tricky banging it. Unable to really get anything off of that, but turning back in is Trash and trying to, scrape together some boost for themselves as they make a play here off the top of the backboard, centered, and there's the follow by Crimsix, turned in after getting some boost.
Love to see that again. Good follow from Trash again, popping that one high, trying to get a 50. He actually gets a bump on Wolf and actually slowed him down just enough to not allow him to get a good clear, allowing Crimsix to follow that one up. And Knights again, good response. Only took him about 20 seconds here. And again, this is exactly what we wanted and we're looking for, which is a back and forth battle between the Flyers and the Knights. Again, Winner is going to be moving on to the Outlaws in that semifinals match. And I can tell you right now, Game 2, the Flyers would love to double up their lead in the series.
Crimsix with a clutch save there. Can they get it off the
my.
backboard, though? Just
What?
Fusion Bleach finds the angle. He does trigonometry, and he slides it right in through. It looks
All
like, what,
three
of the
players
Knights?
back, and again, he just drops it down. Some bumps happening. Trash had 0 boost, just making it awkward, but you don't expect that ball to find the back of the net. And again, the Knights are just giving up some poor goals.
And Fusion Bleach is on a mission this game. So far, both of the goals, but here, Crimsix sends it. Unfortunately, great save there by the Flyers, but Trash controlling it. Nice solo play off the wall. Not
Chance
able to
now
get anything out of it.
to the corner. Wolf going for a solo play. Doesn't have a lot of the boost. Got it all tricky and Trash again. This might be an open net for a split second. Actually, see the defender spawning. That's so unfortunate. He ends up spawning on the right. Trash did not have the resources to go for the solo play, but does a good job from Tricky to turn on this one. Crimsix, this one will drop down. Is anyone there for the follow? Fusion touches that to the corner. What a great touch again to just keep the pressure on Wolf now. Should get a sidewall read. Can he get the touch? He does, using every ounce of boost here as the clock keeps on ticking down. Again, the Flyers, they don't need to do anything too fancy, but they would love a third goal.
Yeah, I love the demo there by the Knights. Unfortunately, not able to get anything out of it. Can they get control and try to set up another play here as Wolf tries to make a solo play off the ceiling there, unable to get anything out of it. Tricky gets a good clear, and now he's following it up. Can he get a second touch? No. Fusion Bleach, he's there. He's too fast. He's too good.
Crimsix pops this one up to Wolf. Wolf trying to drop this one down to Pink. Can he get the touch? He cannot. It's very close. Fusion now, last man back. This is a tricky situation here for Tricky, and Trash the combo. Great pass and upper corner shot for the Knights.
And the two-man game between Trash and Tricky is just on point. And this has been time and time again their recipe here in this series, right? Trash and Tricky being aggressive, pushing up, playing off of one another, and Crimsix playing great defense and a strong third man.
Yeah, we're seeing lots of shots here in game 2 as Wolf going up, causes a 50 from Trash. Again, Trash's 50-50 game has been so good on defense. We saw the Knights, again, having a lot of double commits yesterday. They've cleaned them up for now, but again, it could still rear its ugly head. Wolf does throw this one downfield. Crimsix trying to take a low 50. He does a good job. The follow-up shot is very dangerous. Free backboard shot. Is anyone there for the third? And again, it's a weak shot. Should be a free cleared. Potential counterattack here. Can Wolf get the touch in the corner? Which he does. Again, it is a game of inches where the clock keeps on ticking down with 24 seconds left. Overtime is looming.
Overtime is likely at this point unless a cheeky play can happen here. Fusion Bleach centering it, but two Knights come in to clear this ball and get the save.
Yeah, I don't mind that, especially with 10 seconds left. Sometimes the double commits aren't necessary on defense, but that is a poor clear again from Tricky. Dangerous spot, but again, the Flyers didn't expect both players on the Knights to pretty much just whiff the ball. And overtime here in Game 2, Knights desperately need this to go or to tie the series. However, the Flyers get this one up 2-0 to start would be massive for them, and potentially we'd see a timeout coming. Well, potentially we might see the follow-up here, but Wolf again with 0 boost, able to get back in time, and we see now just a pinch potential happening. This has been just nonstop action in overtime, and no one wants to slow down the pace of play.
Trash getting the middle and the corner boost, but not communicating with Crimsix on that one, and they both go for it. The double commit brutally punishing there, which you pointed out at the end of the game, not really going to matter that much, right? If there's 15 seconds left and you double commit, usually you're going to get away with that one. Your rotation's not going to be off, but there, beginning of OT.
Yeah, you can definitely see it looking at the players right now. That one's going to hurt the Knights, and especially when it wasn't a dangerous situation. But again, the double commits, it ate so much clock and goals off of the Knights yesterday in their group stage. We'll have to see if that's going to bug them again. But again, to give up an entire game off of a goal that really shouldn't have happened is going to be it's going to be tricky to come back from.
Crimsix soaring in through the middle there as the third man on that play, and then of course the amazing miracle shot by Fusion Bleach just in the matrix on that one.
Yeah, somehow it does find its way in. Trash again responding with a fantastic upper corner shot of his own. But again, the double commit from Crimsix and Trash is going to hurt them. You saw Tricky. There's no chance he could get back in. Fusion, again, Fusion has been gifted some opportunities, I will say, in this series so far. As you can see, he had all 3 goals, getting a hat trick here in Game 1. Or Game 2.
But once again, you see the skill come to play here because a lot of players get gifted opportunities. Very few of them can capitalize, as we're seeing in this series so far. And it looks like we might have a little bit of a timeout here based on the delay between the games. And I think that's a smart move. We've been seeing teams wait until they're to match point before they take that timeout, and it results in some situations. But maybe they were just using the full time between games here, and they're going to wait until that match point to potentially decide to use their timeout.
Yeah, we might see start out early, Tricky, and not able to find it, and Trash not able to find it. That's so difficult. Again, you drop game 2, have your chance at game 3, and hit 2 posts, and we might see the counterattack going the other way as Tricky's in a really tough spot.
Tricky was back for the save, though. Crimsix follows up in the corner. Trash in the net, unable to get the save, and Fusion, there he is once again.
This man cannot stop scoring. Again, they had some fortunate bounce off the post there from the shot from Pink. He says, don't care, I will slot it myself. And Fusion, that man is on a mission to score every goal for his team right now.
Right place, right time. That's 4 straight goals across these last 2 games for Fusion.
Trash now trying to get 50 round 1. Does pop high. Again, you saw a double commit for a split second. Tricky did opt to drop down there as Trash was actually on the backboard with 0. Again, Knights being very, very aggressive with their offense right now. Again, Tricky off the ceiling, off the backboard, again, trying to drop it down. I don't necessarily mind it, but if you do it more than once, I think the Flyers are going to realize it and take advantage of the overcommits.
I want to see Trash and Tricky get back to that 2-man game, right? Can they, with the boost that they've built up, be able to work here? Crimsix, he's doing a great job of trying to be disruptive, of getting back, playing that 3rd man, but can we see Trash, especially, make something valuable off that turn? And he does. He gets a demo out of the corner. Tricky trying to center it, but unfortunately loses the 50.
Ping fortunately gets that boost, and actually the ball ended up right to him. Crimsix pretty free clear on this one. You see now, off this one. Oh, he couldn't quite get the touch for the follow-up, and it's almost an own goal again off of Crimsix. Doesn't have the boost to work with here. Again, chaos ensues every time the Knights are on defense.
Trash playing it throughout the air, following up. Oh, unable to get it into the center of the net.
Wolf now pinches this one down. Crimsix throws this one up high. This should be a free solo play from Fusion. Does get the reset, but it doesn't have the resources to follow on this one. Tricky drops this down to Trash. Actually, it might be over for a split second, but Wolf, plenty of resources, opts to take a slow play. I love that he didn't boom the ball. That's something we've seen so much here. And Pink now trying to get a shot on target. Swatted away here. Fusion opts to take this one back, trying to get this one to be cradled nicely on the sidewall. But again, Crimson, what a good touch on 0 boost here, just to force it out. Pink down an awkward spot. Shot gonna be and going it in, and it is from Trash through the chaos. I thought one of the 3 players from the Flyers was gonna have a better touch than this.
Oh, you see just over Pink. He's able to squeeze that one into the corner of the goal there. And he ties this one up with 2:47 left. So halfway through game 3 in this best of 7, it is 1-1.
1-1. You've seen Knights in this situation before, and actually Tricky, almost a good angle. Just needed to wrap around the Octane just a little bit more in the situation here. Trash with 0, not able to follow Crimsix. Again, it was a great clear upfield, but Crimsix didn't have any boost to go for this one. It does drop down. Wolf pops it up high. Tricky trying to take his time. Wolf again doesn't have any resources. Crimsix was waiting in the wing to take it. I'm glad he didn't double commit here. Pink now off the ceiling. Can he get the reset off the corner? It does drop mid, but not too dangerous here. Flyers again are sitting on 2-0 on the series. If they win this game, they would find themselves on triple match point, which apparently doesn't mean anything, as we just saw in Challenger, reverse sweeps are possible.
For some people, it's their comfort zone. You know, going down 0-3 means that now the series really begins. Trash trying to get control of the ball, unfortunately loses the 50 on that one.
Oh, this
ball
is awkward. That one goes in. The Knights again, somehow we see some misplays out of the Flyers defense. Pink gets a whiff on one. Wolf gets bumped by Tricky, and Tricky with the fake on one. Wolf, there's nothing he could do, and Trash slams that one in.
Beautiful right off the backboard, and all 3 of the Knights were there. It was going in no matter what.
Love to see it from the Knights again, finding their lead. They desperately need to now close out this game. We see a reset going over one, a dunk coming out from Tricky. Free shot for Crimson, standing from the backboard, gets a flip, it's off the post, it's free for a second. Is anyone there? No, they're not. And that is gonna do it. Tricky again, no boost turning, and suddenly the Knights find themselves with a 2-goal lead.
but it's set up by Crimsic's amazing shot on goal right off the double on the backboard, and then Tricky able to just come in out of nowhere. He sees the Flyers are discombobulated, and he takes advantage of it.
The Knights, again, we've seen them have some 2-goal leads and thrown 2-goal leads. Pink now throws this one to the middle. Again, the Knights, they need to close out this game here. Crimsix popping this one to the backboard. Pink is up, not the best clear. This is a dangerous spot. Crimsix there with the shot. What a save from Fusion. But again, both teams with some poor defensive mistakes.
Nerves of steel on that save, but we'll have to see if they can turn this into anything. Fusion trying to get control of it, sends it over to Pink. Pink taking it out of the corner. Fortunately gets beat by Tricky.
Ooh, this might be dangerous here. Is anyone up for the second one? Crimsix straight up, straight down, and going in. That one is going to go in. Somehow Crimsix pulling out the protractor and finding the angle off the ceiling here. Pink, again, not exactly what he's going for, but I don't think Trash is going to care how that one does go in. The Knights, I don't want to say they should close out this game, but I mean, you're up by 3 with a minute left. They just need to play calm, cool, collected, and they'll find themselves with their first game of the series.
I mean, Crimsix has
let's make it 5. You know what? They got it. Good job, guys. You did it. You got one. You're not going to throw a 4-goal lead in 50 seconds, but I will say, though, much better from the Knights in terms of just getting their pressure and not having the double commits on defense like we saw in the first couple games.
Looks like a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Flyers for that kickoff, but Crimsix, he's been the outstanding player for the Knights and really the pivotal role in turning this series around if they can build the momentum into potentially tying this one up 2-2 at the end of Game 4. But right now, Game 3, 44 seconds left. They're up 4, and really we'll see if they'll try to get one for the road or if Flyers can build a little bit of momentum, right? They haven't scored since the opening moments of this one.
This one does bounce very high. Wolf trying to go for a solo play, but Tricky is so fast. Or sorry, Trash, excuse me. Sometimes there's just a lot of T's on this field. We see now shot. That one is going to be from Tricky as that one does go high. Wolf, though, has to leave this one for Crimsix. Fusion now actually ends up popping this one up. Wolf with good speed. This one pinches all the way to the other side of the field here. Not a super favorable bounce from Crimsix, but he does get a good clear to Trash, though. 50 from 1. Tricky with not a lot of boost here. Trying to just buy some time with 5 seconds left. It doesn't matter. The Knights, again, Wolf will get one for the road, but the Knights 5-2. Potentially, who knows if they'll get another one on 0 seconds, but either way, they find themselves 2-1 in the series.
Signs of life, though, from the Flyers here at the end. It's been almost 4.5 minutes since their first score. You have to remember, Fusion got that amazing goal at the beginning of the game, so to be able to bring this together, build a little bit of momentum, hopefully we can see them try to regain control of this series going into Game 4. Otherwise, the Knights could be turning the tides in their favor.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. I'm looking at the shots right now with 15 shots for the Knight to 7 for the Flyers. So, like we had mentioned, a very, very good offensive performance from them. They looked like the better team very clearly, but the question is, can they sustain that? As they're still down, again, a game in the series. But either way, I do like that they were able to kind of say, hey, guys, we're just losing on double commits and poor defensive clears. Once we stopped doing those, took a little bit of time, maybe took some low 50s in the corner, the Flyers weren't able to produce.
Well, and you saw the Knights playing not to lose for about the first 2 minutes of that game, and then the flip switched once they tied it 1-1. Once they saw Trash get that first hit into the corner of the goal, that really signaled to them, like, wait a minute, guys. Let's go for this. Let's try and win this one. And they were able to rattle off a series of impressive scores off the back of Crimsic's amazing play. He did a fantastic job centering, getting some key saves, getting some fantastic passes to his teammates. And Trash, Tricky, they were able to follow up and make the most of that and turned into a blowout win.
We'll have to see what Game 4 is going to entail. Wolf is going to be up early. And again, this is massive. We've mentioned it before, but if the Flyers win this one, they find themselves on triple match point. But again, as we saw and as I've said earlier, that doesn't mean anything because the teams can still find a way to get to Game 7. As Pink tries to go for a solo play, gets obliterated for his efforts. Flick over one. This is going to be off target. Tricky doing a good job to stall that one out, buys team a little bit of time at Fusion. Now on the ball, gets a faker on one, Trash in there. It actually bounces off Crimsic's hood, and Wolf now just trying to race back. He will be able to pick up his corner boost here. Go for a solo play, and Wolf, what an excellent job to relieve so much pressure.
Yeah, Tricky getting the center boost there, but unfortunately unable to turn in and make anything happen. Here he turns around, gets a
That's
great
open.
hit, sets it right up.
Tricky again, getting complimented from his teammates there. You can see Trash gets the demo on 1, and Fusion 0 boost, just getting caught out as a third man. Knights again, they're at like 5 unanswered goals. I don't count the Flyers' garbage time goal from last time, but again, an earned demo goal to start out game 4, which again, the Knights need to win this one to tie up the series. We'll have to see if they can continue this offensive onslaught. Pink, though, dropping it down. You can see Crimson, there's nothing he can do, and that is going to be a goal from Wolf. Oh, the defense was in such a difficult situation.
I mean, Pink just dominated from kickoff on that one. He gets the demo on Trash. He centers the ball from the corner and then sets Wolf up for the easiest goal of his life.
Yeah, well, it's so tough because the defender does have to respect the Doomsy. He does have to pre-jump there, and faking it actually worked out wonders for that one. So excellent heads-up play from the Flyers. And we'll see the Knights now. How do they respond?
Once again, Trash getting demoed pretty quickly off the kickoff, but unfortunately not able to make an impact here. And now we'll see, can the Flyers try to take a 2-1 lead in this game, but it's looking like the defense of the Knights is holding up as they're scrambling in the corner now, trying to get something out of this. Can Crimsix clear it? He does center it, but he gets beat on that one in the air. Unfortunately, though, ends up going straight to Trash, but Wolf bangs it back.
Pink to the corner, trying to find a sidewall read. You see Wolf again going for some little shenanigans in the corner. You see demos galore happening here. This ball does bounce out mid. Fusion, though, trying to get a cut around 1. He does get a good cut. Trash now buying a lot of time. You can see throwing this out to his teammate Tricky now downfield. Can he get the corner read? This does just roll mid. Buys enough time for Pink to get there. Does go for a low 50. Does just eke out a touch there. Wolf now opting to leave this one. A little bit awkward on defense here as Fusion does toss it high. Pink now with the follow-up, and again, double commits happening here. It doesn't cost them the goal, but again, the Knights, they gotta stop doing that on defense.
I mean, the Knights, they're committed to swarming. They started doing this about halfway through Game 3, and we're going to see them, I think, continue to be aggressive on this front and deal with the consequences as they come. They're really challenging the Flyers to beat them in these scenarios where they're sending 2 people at the ball on a consistent basis.
Yeah, Crimsix now throwing this one off the ceiling here. It does bounce down. Fusion actually with a whiff on this one. Pink didn't expect it either. Crimsix again getting another 50. Trash taking his time, going for the corner boost, gets around 1. Solo plays are so dangerous. This man can carry it all the way, trying to get it around 1. We see Tricky coming in for the last second shot with 2 minutes left. Again, the Knights, I really like how they're picking up the offense and trying to drop it like you mentioned, but not able to find the touch there. The Knights are getting so close, but the Flyers defense stands tall.
That's what they want to do every time, though. They're going to go for that every time and take whatever happens, right? So as we see them try to break ahead here, once again, can they get it centered? Trash going to the corner. Unfortunately, let's see. Pink, great contest on the ball, and Wolf is just going to clear it.
Trying to take his time is Crimsix, gets a high pop over 1. Wolf calls him out of this one. Wolf actually still has this ball and ends up doubling it mid. Oh, I love that he was able to keep control on this one. Pink now probably going to throw this one downfield, what she does. Fusion is up. We see demos galore happening. We don't know where the ball is going as it does drop sideways. Tricky now. Gets
Wolf with a good
mid.
spawn.
Wolf did get a great spawn in that situation. Crimsix, though, with the missed touch on that one. Fusion, though, going to get a touch over 1. Touch over a second one as Trash does come in. And again, we're kind of going back to some boomer ball now.
Crimsix in the net. Can he get the save?
Oh, my.
Off
What
the top
is
of the
going
bar.
on? Pink somehow finds this. I said we're playing boomer ball, and Wolf ends up whiffing. All the defense whiffs, ends up getting a demo on the or bump on the goalie, and somehow that just rolls in.
A couple of whiffs over the top, and then the backflip, and that just ends up with a free net for Flyers. Can the Knights recover here? A minute left. It's been difficult to score in this game. It's been coming at a cost, and Crimsix here making a great solo play over all 3 Flyers.
We just saw a similar goal bouncing in at 2 miles an hour. Crimsix said, I can do the same. Fakes around 1. Pink in such a tough spot. Wolf didn't know how to handle the situation, and the Knights get a response. And again, it may be a little ugly how they're getting their goals, but they go in. Now with under a minute left here again, the Knights, they keep clawing back over and over, but they need to find a lead here again. They are still down a goal in the series.
Pink in the corner, fighting for this one, trying to center it up for Fusion. Unfortunately, losing the 50 there. And now Trash in the air, trying to get control of this ball. Can he make a play like Crimsix did? previously, but he can't. It gets sent to the corner. Crimsix fighting, but they're low on boost. They need to get some under their belt to make this final score happen.
Ooh, this one might pinch in for a split second. Pink able to keep this one out. 30 seconds on the clock. Again, we might see an overtime here. Didn't go well last time for the Flyers, as the Knights were able to find that one off of a trash goal. Fusion now with 13 seconds left. Tricky now throwing this one downfield. Wolf to the corner. Actually, a shot coming in just a split second. Crimson's trying to throw this one with 5 seconds left. Going up high. Pink, not a lot of boost to work with. This does drop dangerously. Fusion gets this one out. Trash does take his time. The net is open for a split second.
He's there.
Wait, and he is going to hit the ground. And overtime in Game 4.
Knights got exactly what they wanted, but unfortunately the Flyers were just too good on defense for that one.
Fusion now does get beat out by Tricky. Good touch from Pink. Trash now does dive in. This might be 1v1 opportunity. Wolf doesn't have the resources, goes for a low 50. This one is going to bounce mid dangerously. Pink is up. Throws this one. Should be a free clear for Crimsix. Trash, you can see he was going for the bump on Wolf, but didn't have the resources. Didn't expect such a free clear going out from his teammate. That is going to be a little awkward off the backboard. I don't think Crimsix is going to be able to get there in time. Fake coming in. Fusion with the shot, but it's a weak shot. Trash and Crimsix were in such a tough spot, but Fusion not able to find the contact.
Fusion's been quiet these past couple of games. Can this be his moment in this overtime as Pink tries to center it? Unfortunately, loses the 50 there, and now Fusion trying to squeeze one by Tricky, but Trash gets control of the ball in the corner and is now looking to make the play, but doesn't get that center boost.
Knights again looking so aggressive. Tricky now opting to actually just shoot the one on target. That was almost a little bit more dangerous than they were expecting. Flyers and Knights again just back and forth. We are now a minute into overtime. Corner read going mid. Should be a free kick from a Crimsix, which it was. Pink up and around one. Does have a boost. He actually is going to go for this one. Crimson going for a slow play. It does bounce mid. Is anyone there for the shot? Wolf there for the shot. Is that going to be on target? It is. Crimson, what a save.
Crucial save time and time again from the Knights. They're scrambling now, though. They really need to try and get a good clear here because the Flyers are in control of this overtime.
Ooh, this could be dangerous here. Pink off the corner read. Crimsix actually throwing this one out. Is anyone going to be going up early? Fusion is, and again, I don't want to say it's boomer ball. They're a little scared right now, but again, the resources are coming at a premium. Flyers have about 30 to their name on total. Pink going for a fake on one. Crimsix just going to throw this one downfield. The Flyers want to be so aggressive, but they just don't have the resources.
Wolf with a great save, but Tricky trying to regain control of this play. Trash following up. Crimsix turning back, doesn't want to get beat on this, and it's off the wall to Fusion. Fusion making the solo play through there off the top of the crossbar.
Chance here going mid. Tricky with the pre-flip. Dangerous for a split second. Crimsix should get there in time. Might get the mid boost, gets down one for his effort, but he did end up getting it on the spawn. Wolf now with 0. Free clear from Pink as this one is going to drop now to the corner. Throwing this one downfield, and again, it's just there doesn't seem to be any boost from either team anytime they cross half field. Pink now opting to go for a solo play, just has to maybe take a 50, trying to buy time for his team to get back and find resources. Crimsix, dangerous shot here. This one might be on target. Off the crossbar, it's going to be a little high. Is anyone there for the follow-up shot? Ball is floating down. Pink trying to find a reset, leaves it for Fusion. Free shot, this should be an open net, and it is from Wolf. Clutching up with 2:45 in overtime. You could see the goalie was just getting harassed by Pink.
And Knights were scrambling all over the place, but unfortunately the onslaught by Flyers was just too much. Too many shots on goal. Able to just punish the Flyers, punish the Knights, for making that first mistake in overtime. Once you get past that like 2 minute 30 mark, it really comes down to who's going to make the first mistake.
Looking at the shots from Flyers, 16 shots is ludicrous. We do have
half of them in overtime, probably.
This is true. We do have a update on the B stream. Currently, Buffalo and Superior are tied 2-2. I know that the monitor's not necessarily working right now. We are working on getting that up for you guys so you can actually watch it on the TV. But what, you guys don't like looking at the just the empty player cams right now? But getting back to our match here, the Flyers finding themselves with 3 chances to get to match point. Again, the Knights, they did so well. They had so many opportunities, but again, resources, like you mentioned, coming at a premium. Go.
And Knights, they don't opt for that timeout. They're going straight into this one, trying to just take control of fate for themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that does pay off. They need to now win 3 matches in a row. And I'm looking at that man Fusion right there. He has had an absolutely spectacular series so far. The Knights, again, last game, they just couldn't seem to find the back of the net. And I will say, we didn't see a lot of the double commits there, but in the end, they do fall on game number 4. So the question is, game number 5, Knights, how are they going to respond? Like you said, opting not to take a timeout.
Here out of the corner, we see Crimsix trying to get control of it off the wall, sending it upfield to Trash. Trash centering it. Shot on net is good. That's a great opening out here for the Knights as they try to get back into this series and make sure that they don't go down to a gentleman's sweep.
I don't think anyone was expecting that. Crimsix just kind of dropped it down. It fell off his hood perfectly to Trash. Got the first touch of round 1. You saw that Tricky was actually, again, bullying the goalie. We are seeing so much harassment happening on that back line. And hey, if that's the only way you can score it, then absolutely send it. Harassing the goalie, especially if these guys are getting such aggressive rotation, is going to be their best chance.
Pink getting demoed on that one, but I'm not sure it's going to make that much of a difference here as Fusion continues to buy time for Pink to respawn. And now Trash with another shot on net.
Good angle coming in from Trash. Not quite the power he's looking for, but again, step 1 is get it on net here. Trash now forced to go back here. Going up early is going to get it to the corner. Trash, you actually see him changing into the Octane. Still, he went from the standard Fennec, the Stenic, I want to call it, to the Stocktane. We'll see if that is going to be the key to victory for him. Again, Knights need to win 3 in a row. They have no more lives. At this point, it is season on the line. It is win or go home for the Knights.
Yeah, you don't want to leave any cards on the table. If you can make a change, a minor adjustment, you had to do it before this game so that you can give yourself that one last shot, that injection here as Wolf tries to take a shot on net, but unfortunately unable to connect, and Crimsix going for the clear and trying to get another touch here off the wall.
Crimsix popping up over 1. Trash again just floating. Knows he doesn't want to be too aggressive. Trash now does get back in time. Good flick over 1. Is that going to find it? Bart down is off the crossbar and out. I thought that was going to be the opening goal for the Flyers in game 5. Still chance here. Crimsix opts to go with Trash. Trash is not going to be able to get that mid boost here. Good resource grab from the Flyers, not even opting the Knights to get a good touch here. Pink, though, dangerously down. Again, the Knights are surviving. Might have a counterattack here. Do we see a bump here? No, we couldn't see the bump on the goal here. Tricky now off to the sidewall here, trying to get it around 1. What she does, Wolf now pops it up high, but Crimson is, again, so quick in the air. Neither team wants to give up any real estate.
Flyers have had some great looks, but they're not able to execute, mostly in part because the Knights swarming to the ball. They're going to need
indeed. And we see Trash doubling up the lead off of a little bit of a mistouch from the defender. Pink couldn't get up in time.
And that's brutal. Pink with just an unfortunate touch, and Wolf not able to get there for the save.
2-0 in game 5 to the Knights. We'll see if they can bring it back again. Flyers, they've got a little bit of a buffer right now, but again, that buffer can leave you very, very quickly. Knights, though, good response. Again, you did mention they are opting not to use the timeout, and maybe that is the big brain move based off what we've seen so far.
Sometimes you don't need the stew in it. You know what's going on, you know what the reality is, and you just want to play. And if you're going to win, you're going to win. If you're going to lose, so be it, right? There's no use in sitting around talking about it, but for Pink here, he's trying to get to the center, and what I want to see here is Flyers try to get a bump in net or on goal, because as you can see, as they're taking any shot or even progressing to the orange side of the pitch, it's met by 3 Knights together in unison.
Ooh, Fusions has to get a good touch here. That's such a difficult read off the backboard, and he couldn't follow up, and Crimsix makes it 3. Fusion asked to do so much, and it's almost impossible to read the ball water falling down. And good follow-up from Crimsix. Again, Wolf had 0 boost here. And the Knights, what a response for them here in Game 5.
It's a danger zone once again. If you drop it down in front of the goal for either of these teams, there's at least a 50-50 chance that it's going in.
Knights, I'd love to see it 3-0 again. We had Game 7 last time. We'll see if we can go it this time. But the Flyers saying, don't count us out. We want to close it out here in 5.
Fusion with a great pass off the corner straight to center to Wolf, and Wolf just in the right place, knew exactly where to follow up on that as a strong second man. And now, can they get another couple of quick goals off the cuff here so that they can try and send this one to OT?
Knights now with the shot here, a little awkward from Trash. couldn't get the 50 he was looking for here. Wolf now going off the ceiling. This does drop down. Good 50 going all the way to the other side of the field. Pink doesn't have the resources, just going to have to go for a 50 as this does drop down dangerously, and that's going to be number 4. And again, the Knights, they don't need to do a ton. They just need to wait, get some soft pressure, and the Flyers are, again, giving up these golden opportunities.
Pink with that last touch, honestly, probably should have let it go. Just tried to maybe bump someone on the way down, but instead sets it up perfectly for tricky shot there, and Fusion just a little low on the save.
Fusion again, that man has been trying to carry this Flyers team. And I'm looking at Pink specifically. We haven't seen him score in a bit. I know he was having some of the tech issues earlier, and hopefully, he's got on that. Sometimes it does mess with your mental, too. If you do have any tech issues, it can kind of throw you off. You're trying to get as much comfortable and back at home feeling as possible. As with 40 seconds left, though, I think the Knights are hopefully pretty comfortably going to force a Game 6. But again, you're seeing the defense of the Flyers is they're scaring me a little bit with that they are no longer poised.
Well, for my prediction...
Oh my, whoa! Woo! Trash! What was that? That is a ridiculous pinch with the side of the car. Reading that one, we don't have the miles per hour on KPH on that thing, but that was ridiculous.
Crimsic's trying to clear the way there, but unfortunately not even needed. Flyers just whiffing.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? That's a good one to end on this one for game number 5. Trash getting his touch. And Knights, again, what a good response from them. Doesn't matter if they give up a garbage goal or 2 at this point in time. Regardless, we are going to at least a Game 6. And I mean, if we're going to go Game 6, we might as well go Game 7.
I told you for my prediction, I still like Flyers. I think they're going to be able to respond here in kind, but they do need to figure out a better approach to just, once again, punishing this play style from the Knights, which is very much about converging on the ball, being together there as a unit. They're not really over-rotating back at any point in time. They're constantly turning in, constantly trying to contest, going for the 50s, going for the solo plays. And as a result, it really punishes the Flyers anytime they're not able to mechanically execute on a save in air.
Yeah, a little bit of an update here on the B stage. We do have Buffalo is up in Game 6. However, they were down in the lead. The Superiors are up 3-2. I know we're still working on some of the kinks here on that TV, but I know we've got some of our best and brightest minds trying to figure that one out, Mr. AK over there. But again, appreciate you guys watching the B stream and crowding around those players. I know this is going to be a super, super hype match right here, and I can tell you that if we can, in fact, go to 7, main stage is going to get pretty hype.
We'll have to see if Flyers can respond to this dropped Game 5. This Game 5 was particularly impressive from the Knights. Just once again, able to work together to get some of these shots on goal that I think when you look at the number of shots that they were getting compared to the Flyers, it probably doubled once again if we were able to see the stats here that, we saw previous games that Flyers were winning. The shot counts were kind of low, right? Able to kind of squeeze in a few more of those. We might say lucky ones, but really, luck meets execution. That's how you win.
Luck meets execution. And again, I think it goes down to what team makes less mistakes on defense. We haven't seen a lot of crazy solo plays. We haven't seen a lot of double taps, flip resets. It has been put pressure on the team, play a little bit of boomer ball, and then when they cough up a free touch, make sure you slam in your golden opportunity. So, now, Flyers, this is your second attempt to close out this series. You do not want to force a Game 7. Knights, you looked actually very good in Game 5. Ended up winning by at least 3 or 4 goals here. But the question is, do you have what it takes to get to that Game 7?
And I like what we're seeing from Flyers to open up this one so far. Pink going in the corner, challenging that one. Fusion trying to get control of it.
Oh my, what
tricky.
a pinch.
Awkward touch there, but able to get it back.
Oh my, what a
free
shot!
Goal on net.
Tricky, this man is making it difficult. You can see him running around the field, getting the beat on 1, Pink on 0 boost, and what a shot coming out from that man. They want to go Game 7.
Flyers are trying to find the cracks in the Knights' armor, but unfortunately, it's just leading to their own mistakes.
I can confirm on the B stream we do have a tied game. It is in fact Superiors up 3-2. We'll see if Buffalo can force a Game 7. I wouldn't mind if both the B stream and the main stage are both on Game 7 at the same time. We'll have to see if that can happen with the Rocket League gods willing. But back to the main stage game, we do have Pink actually throwing this one on target. That was free for almost a split second. Didn't know if Tricky was going to get back in time, as Wolf now does drop this down, gets a good 50 on the other one. Crimsix looking for a clear, tries to try to get a low 50 on this one, trying to buy his time. 50 around Pink. We see actually Fusion coming in, just bullying his way through. Wolf is up, but this might be a counterattack here. Crimsix, can he get back in time? Do we have any defender? Pink is there. And again, the counterattacks might be the key for this Knights team.
Pink doing a great job of covering for the Flyers there after Wolf and Fusion. Very aggressive on trying to get a shot on goal. Pink coming in through the center. He's got a good look at it, but the defense by the Knights just too much. What?
All right.
What?
That's in. Guys, I don't really have in there. Crimsix going for that one. Trash ends up going for the corner boost, and that one just goes in. And no one's in net.
That's what we were seeing from Fusion pretty consistently, though, those first couple of games, right? Realizing where the errant touches are going and being the first one there.
Well, and again, we talked about it. It's just poor defensive mistakes that they're giving up. I mean, if you give up a crazy solo play, crazy passing play, you say, cool, you earned it, nice job, let's go next. But to give up just a poor goal on just a breakdown in rotation, that's so frustrating, especially when the Knights are doing a great job to battle back in this series. But that's going to be another one here as Fusion doubling up the lead. And the Knights, within 30 seconds, they are now finding themselves down with their backs against the wall.
And Fusion just in total control of that entire play. You see him with the soft touch off the corner, back into another hit, and a goal on net. And I mean, we're at the point here. If Fusion continues to play like this series is over.
Yeah, it's hard to say otherwise. And again, Fusion, I think he has been the MVP of this series so far. That man has been on a tear, and we're going to see another shot going in. And just as I say Fusion's name, Pink says, don't forget about me. And Knights, again, just a missed touch on the backboard. Crimsix, unfortunately, dropping it right on Pink's head, and he's not going to miss that one. And again, we talked about it, the poor touches on defense, just giving gifts to the Flyers.
If you can make the Knights scramble, there's that window of opportunity to punish them. But whether it's just a mechanical misexecution on the part of the Flyers or, oh, there you go, Pink once again. Capitalizing off the centering off the ball there. Wolf in the corner. And then Pink realizing like, oh, right, they're going to send two people to that first touch. All I have to do is follow up through the middle there.
Yeah, it's now 3 goals back to back. It's been like 30 seconds. Like, I'm looking at this. The Knights were winning like 2 seconds ago, and suddenly finding themselves down by 3 with just over halfway to go here in Game 6. Game 7 looking more and more like it's getting out of reach.
Well, and if you're the Knights, you have to think anything they can do, we can do better. If they can score 3 goals in 30 seconds, so can we. There's no way we're out of this game yet. Plenty of time left. We've just reached the halfway mark.
Yeah, I can say on the B stream, it looks like the Superiors have, in fact, taken it and knocked out Buffalo. So congratulations to those guys. We'll have to see how the bracket plays out, but back to this main stage again, the Knights, they have a lot of work to do here with 2 minutes left. And if you're the Flyers at this point, honestly, you can play a little passive knowing that you've got only a 2-goal lead to work with here, as Tricky, though, does slam one home. You see Trash doing a great job to slow it down. You can see the defense was getting harassed by Crimsix and Tricky with a good power shot. There's still a lot of time left, but again, I'm glad that they got a good earned goal and didn't force the Flyers to just make a poor touch on defense.
Trash had great control of the ball on that one. Pink wasn't in a good position to contest, and unfortunately, he ended up playing right into Tricky's hands.
Yeah, we say Pink's name, and we kind of called him out for not getting super involved in the last couple of games, and he's got 2 goals to his names already. Looking to see if he can get a hat trick here. 2 minutes on the clock here. Wolf, actually, that's just a free shot. Again, I'm trying to figure out the Knights. What is their plan on defense right now? They are so stuffed back, and both of them on 0 boost on the goal line. These boys, I'm just trying to figure out how are they planning on getting it.
Their hope seems to be that their first save is enough, because if there's ever a second look on the side of the Flyers, I mean, we could see this one get blown wide open. Still, 2-goal lead. They're sitting pretty comfortable here, but can the Knights claw this one back? Pink pops it up, but he's met there by Crimsix as Tricky and Trash. They're trying to get it to the other side of the pitch. Just unfortunately, it's getting boomed back and forth.
Yeah, right now for the Knights, their worst enemy is the clock ticking down as we just hit a minute to go on the Knights season. They need to find 3 goals to beat the Flyers. They only need 2 in regulation, but it's a lot easier said than done as we see Crimsix diving back to save their season. Again, 45 seconds left. Fusion doing everything he can. Counterattack is on for a second, but Wolf again doing a great job to pop this one mid. As this does drop down, Crimsix though taking his time. The Knights season, 30 seconds left. Pink though, they're doing everything he can again with Pink with 2 goals to his name, trying to will his way to victory as the Flyers are just barely hanging on here. Knights are throwing everything they have at it, but they need to get it out of their half. Tricky pops it up. Fusion is already there for the shot. That might be, and that might have been the dagger. But the Flyers, they just need to play the clock as the clock keeps on ticking down. 14 seconds left. Fusion looking to drop this one down, and that almost was a dagger from Pink as this one does drop down. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it as the Flyers are going to take down the Knights.
We've talked a lot about Fusion this series, but rightfully so, Wolf there gets the final goal, and I think it really encapsulates the final minute and a half have been all Wolf and Pink just shutting down any momentum the Knights could build, winning every single 50, getting the bumps, making the Knights awkward and unable to mount the comeback they so desperately needed.
0 second, and the clock will strike on the Knights season. Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Cloud Flyers will be taking down the Green Bay Knights in Premier in a very, very back and forth series. But at the end of the day, Fusion, Pink, and Wolf will stand supreme.
And the Knights just unable to get anything rolling on offense in this pivotal Game 6. Match point, season on the line. They get that first score, and you think, okay, things are going to go pretty well here. And then 90 seconds later, Fusion getting the next shot in, and it just kind of runs away from them there. We see that quick rattle off of 3 straight goals within the span of 30 seconds or so. And now we're about the halfway point of this game, and suddenly it's out of reach.
Yeah, out of reach, and like I said, we are going to be saying goodbye to Crimsix, Trash, and Tricky. They had a heck of a run, but unfortunately at the end it was not quite enough. But again, I will say Fusion, that man is a menace, and I would be pretty scared for them having to face the Outlaws. I know we've got the Fusion versus Gray is going to be, that's going to be a fun match, I'll tell you what.
Flyers are my dark horse for this one. I know that's a bit weird saying, a top 3 seed is a dark horse, but I think, they have the pieces here, right? Fusion is going to be your star player who's going to make the most goals in the series, right? He's going to consistently have these standout plays, those moments where he's in the matrix. But Pink and Wolf continuing to impress with being so solid and consistent, constantly being able to win those 50s, get good challenges in the air, and center the ball so that Fusion can just make these wild plays time and time again.
Yes, excellent job from that man right there in Fusion. But like you said, this has been one heck of a time. And now things get interesting because we are going to be going down to Rising Star semifinals now. Now we're going to be going and taking our time here. But regardless, we've said goodbye to a couple teams now. We've said goodbye to 6 teams total in this tournament. With the semis out, that's going to be interesting. You get the walkouts, that much more on the line, and you will be a best of 7 away from the grand finals. But I will say, again, we talked about it with the Flyers. Hopefully they didn't spend too much of their momentum and energy because they have, again, if they're making it 2 more best of 7s, they need to win.
Yeah, and we'll have to see, can those number 1 seeds come in strong in their first series of the day, right? It could be a rough start as you're coming in and it's nearly 1 o'clock, and some of these teams have been here practicing and competing since 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. So you really want to have a strong first game or 2 to assert your dominance, show everyone at home and in the crowd here why you're the number 1 seed in your respective division, and hopefully pave the way to a championship.
Yep, we'll have to see what's going to be happening here. I will say, though, this has been a super, super fun series. And, again, we did see Superiors ended up taking down Buffalo on the B stage. We'll have to see what's going to be happening there. But for Rising Star, next on the B stage, we are going to have the Outlaws versus the Buffalo. Next on the semifinals for the main stage, we've got Lumberjacks versus the Steelhawks, and that's going to be, again, a super fun match. Again, you get the semis, you've had some of these players have already played on stage today, which me personally, I definitely think that coming in with the warm-up is super, super helpful just because you've already felt comfortable on stage. Versus coming in cold, like you mentioned, I think it does take a couple games to kind of get up and going.
I think mentally, too, once you reach the semifinals of any competition, especially one that's a league-wide event, right? You've been maybe playing for a few weeks or months in this event. You start to feel a little bit content, right? You go, we're going to finish top 4 no matter what. That's pretty good.
It's not a bad way to go.
Right? And then does that sense of content maybe make you a bit too relaxed, make you play with less desperation, make you comfortable losing, so to speak, right? So I want to see which of these teams, as they come into the top 4 for their respective divisions today, they say this isn't good enough. Making finals isn't good enough. The only thing that's good enough is walking away with that championship.
And I think a lot of it does depend on your initial seed. Like, I mean, I only have my personal bias, but it's like, our team was just happy we made LAN, right? Anything after that is a positive. Making Sunday, big positive. But for these teams that are the first seed, that are the second seed, they are expecting to at least make the semifinals, especially for the 1 seed. They're saying, hey, we just got to win one best of 7 and we're in the finals. But again, it's that mental block of you don't want to look too far ahead, and you do have to just play the game in front of you.
And I'm telling you, if I'm on one of those number 1 seeds right now, I'm coming into this and I'm telling my teammates, hey, we didn't drive all the way here. We didn't potentially book a hotel room. We haven't been paying out of pocket for food this whole weekend to not win. All right? We're not going to waste our time with anything less than first place. So let's see that come to play here in the semifinals as we have some great banger matches coming up, and hopefully a really solid end to this awesome weekend so far.
That's the hope. Again, this has been actually so much fun. And honestly, again, I know we keep saying it, but seriously, you guys have put on such an insane event. The fact that you guys have made this facility work, bringing in all the PCs, everything's running so smoothly. The fact that I, as the LAN director, just show up at 1 o'clock, I'm like, oh, everything's moved over. Everything's already ready. We got a great thing going here. And now this is where it gets interesting. Semifinals and the grand finals coming up, relatively soon. And I think we're just going to try to keep the train rolling as far as momentum goes with the LAN.
Yeah, and pretty soon I'm going to have to switch over to being a cameraman on the ground floor
That's true.
Try and catch these walkouts, make sure that all the flair shows up on stream. And those are some of my favorite moments of the event, honestly. I think we do a great job of showing off the teams, giving them their moment in the spotlight, and showing off some of what makes this league so interesting as you're following not only the teams but the players, right? And those personalities, they get to shine on stage in ways that you haven't seen before.
Yeah, this has been one heck of a series, but we do need to take a break. We got to get some of the other casters in here, some of the players on stage. So we are going to get the first semifinals of Rising Star going here. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Rocket League action.
pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
Hello, hello. We're back with some more MCS LAN action. We're into the quarterfinals, and I'm Zoms, joined by Power. How you doing?
I am doing incredibly well. We saw some great matches in Premier just finish up. 2 Game 6s on both B stage and main stage. Really interesting results for both. We saw Duluth Superiors take the victory on the B stage. Do you recall who won in the main?
Sorry?
On mainstream?
I mean, there's been a ton of games. I
Okay.
mean, it has been going crazy. You're talking about Rising Star?
No, Premier.
Oh.
St. Cloud Flyers just took it over the Tricky's team, which is...
Steelhawks.
Yes.
Or, the Green Bay Knights. But,
Green Bay Knights.
at the end of the day, there's been so much Rocket League going on. We've been watching an immense amount of Rocket League. It is just so much fun. We got A stream and B stream still. Make sure to check out the B stream. They got tons of intense Rocket League over there. But we're about to zone in on a crazy match here, down here in Rising Star. On your screen, you can see the bracket. And now we are going to be looking at the lower semifinal 2 here. It's going to be Lumberjacks versus the Steelhawks. Should be an absolute banger.
Yes, and then on the upper side, we see Outlaws going to be facing the Buffalo, seeing who will face the winner of this match in the grand finals.
Yeah, and there's no more bad matchups anymore. I mean, even all of today, you probably could have said that, but I mean, so far, both these teams, they've gotten here pretty easily, so this might be the hardest match both these teams have had. I mean, this is the day that we've had. It's been an absolute crazy day, and after we get through these quarterfinals, it's on to grand finals time, so we got nothing but quality Rocket League from here on out.
Yes, and here we see the schedule. We see those matches that we were talking about earlier. St. Cloud Flyers edging out Tricky's team in the Green Bay Knights 4-2. And then earlier we saw Challenger, a crazy reverse sweep, St. Paul Senators playing the hero, managing to take out Des Moines. And starting off the day, we saw Burnsville Inferno actually lose to Buffalo. That scoreline should be reversed. It is not on the graphic, just an important note. And now we get into the semifinals. This is where those steps to take that you need 4 grands, this is how you start your winning run.
Yeah, and honestly, as the day goes on and on and on, things are just going to get harder and harder. But it's time to introduce our our semifinalist, and we're going to bounce over to K-Tool to introduce our teams.
Going to be going with the Fargo Steelhawks. We've got Bendy Straw, Spooky, and Nude. Give it up for your rising star Steelhawks! They've got a bit of a road ahead of them with one best of 7 in the way of getting to the grand finals. The road does not get easier after this match. We've got their opponents now coming in with a long road ahead of them. We've got Mr. Hero, Duke, and iCosmic. Give it up for the Bemidji Lumberjacks! These boys have a lot on the line. We'll see who's going to be taking it. Give it up one more time for these guys as they go and take the stage.
Yeah, and we're back here, just about to get into this game, and it is so exciting as these players have been introduced, and they're walking up to their setups now. It should be just a little bit longer but so they can get seated and ready to get into this game. But right on the front there, you can see all the medals, the trophies, and I believe they're doing rings as well.
Yes.
Should be very exciting. So as we get closer and closer to those grand finals, we'll see who has more of a shot to leave here with, their chip and something to bring along with them, because it's winner takes all here.
Yes, and this is now lose and go home. There is no second life. There is no second chance. It is now or never. Championship Sunday. Everything is on the line. You need to win.
Yeah, and up to this point with this new format, it's been a little forgiving. You can lose games, you can lose series, but now best of 7s, no more kindness. Everything, you have to be bloodthirsty out here. And I mean, we'll see who is able to reach out and take it. I mean, it's right in front of you. Your fate's in your own hands now, and no one else to rely on but yourself and your team, of course. But we'll get to see as this match gets underway. I guess we could do our predictions.
Yes, we can. Personally, I have Fargo Steelhawks. I feel like Fargo has been the more well-rounded team. I think Bendy Straw is peaking, and for the sake of Chicken, who is not here, I need to go Fargo.
I mean, that's a pretty good, I understand where you're coming from. I've been backing them all season long. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had them winning Major 2, but LAN's a different beast. And I think this Bemidji team have overcome their maybe some more mental problems they were having online. I think on the stage, it has become confidence, and I'm liking their odds here. I think it's going the distance. I don't think there's any way we don't see this go 6-7. My bad. But I think this is going to be a fantastic match, and whoever takes down each other here, I think I have a very great chance to take over in the grand finals.
Yes, and that is something to consider. This is the match that puts you in that grand finals.
Oh, yeah.
This is the match where you determine whether you're winning today or going home. Like,
oh, yeah.
It starts here.
Yeah, and it'll only get more and more interesting as we hit the pitch, but I mean, we could look at the other match a little bit. I know it's going to be on the B stream, and it's going to be just as interesting. So if you can, make sure to keep up with both matches. Both of these games are absolutely ridiculous. On the other side, Outlaws and Buffalo. I mean, all four of these teams are completely insane. And, I mean, whoever meets them in the finals, I think it's just going to be there's nothing but content from here on out. It's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, you could make an argument that either one of these semifinals could be your grand finals. All
yeah.
of these teams so good at this point. Now is the time. Here is the place. They are trying to make a name for themselves, and all four of these teams, I couldn't predict now who's winning it all. I mean, all of them they have such a good argument to why they should win. Buffalo, they've been solid all tournament. Outlaws, you could say, they were the only team that went 3-0 in their group. No series losses yet. They have yet to lose.
Yeah, and on the other side of that coin, all four of these teams are teams that had fantastic regular seasons as well. So I think all four of these teams have a fantastic shout at taking it all. But unfortunately, 3 are going to have to go home with absolutely nothing. But we get some players on the cam here. That might not be one we're so familiar with, but I can't quite tell who that is. But we got him pulling up. And the one thing I love, we already get this a lot with Rising Star. It's K-Tool. Wait a minute. No, it's iCosmic. Oh, I see. But one thing I love about Rising Star already is that we had so many player cams online, but now we even get them in person. So it's just, it's so fun to see these guys in person now and on LAN setting, and it's just a different feeling.
Yes, and even you consider the fact that Ben Storm is currently sitting behind Bemidji Lumberjacks. You have that extra factor of GM supporting their teams, of coaches, of a little bit of a mental fortitude thing of, hey, we're down. You no longer have the online tilt factor. You are right next to your teammates. You need to be able to lock in. You need to be able to have that confidence and show to the other team even that you're just not intimidated, right? There's so many times when there's a mental battle between teams. You see people go up in series. For example, the Des Moines Challenger one. They were looking so good in those first 3 games. And then St. Paul Senators showed up, and they had that face-to-face energy, that comeback, and that allowed them to reverse sweep. When online, I do not see that happening in a best of 7. Here we see Spooky, arguably one of the best second rounds in Rising Star. I mean, he has done so good to help his team get here. Joined by Newt and Bendy Schraub, definitely a threatening team.
Yeah, Spooky is one of those players that has improved so much throughout this season, and even in CSA, just across leagues, he has been getting so much better. And now in MCS, he is really a shining light in the second round. Honestly, making an argument to be a first rounder, this guy has stepped up in a big way, and it shows. Their team has been having a ton of success, and I think their roster is just so scary when they're playing well. They just have to get to that level. Once they get to that level, they honestly are. They're one of those teams that feels unbeatable, but every single Titan has a weakness, and once again, only one of these beasts can come out on top. So it'll be interesting when they get in the ring and get head-to-head and start duking. We'll see how they can match up against each other. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like it's going to be a battle between Bendy Schraub and Hero. Both of them are making such a strong contender for an MVP performance, for a LAN MVP. They are both trying to get their team and gather them, and it feels like it's not like a solo effort, but it definitely is spearheaded off of those 2 players.
Yeah, and I think honestly, for both those teams, I think they have the best second rounders in the entire league as well. I think the 2 best second rounders are Spooky and Duke. I think both of them are absolutely absurd. They both could have been first rounders. So I think honestly, if it's not one of those 2, then maybe they cancel each other out, and we'll see who rises to the occasion. I mean, honestly, it could be any single player on this whole field. They're all unbelievably capable, and we're just rounding it out. Thank you, UWRF, by the way, for holding this. W for UWRF and MCS.
Yes, there's so many volunteers that helped get us to this place. It's so important. And here we see the Rising Star MVP nominees. None of them actually on stage. But as we've said, Bendy Straw and Hero both making an argument for it on the B stage. Divine and Nero both there trying to make that grand finals run. We saw Juxo and Lando not make it to this point, but the other two MVP candidates are definitely still here alive and well.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, we're going to be getting one of these MVPs into the finals. So that should be interesting. But here we are underway with ourselves a countdown, and we're just about to get into things. Here we go.
Steelhawks starting off very strong. The kickoff definitely went in their favor. Newt had an early shot here. Spooky with an actual miss on this ball. Newt, another 50-50 comes out. Hero there to play a little bit of hero ball himself. And iCosmic trying to play that one through the corner. Spooky now off the ceiling, doesn't have his flip anymore, has a really awkward touch and is challenged off the ball.
Yeah, Newt now chasing after this in the corner with a full tank of boost to play with. Does go missing the first time, but catches up with a 50-50. Hero going to be collecting this ball with a good amount of boost to play with. Air dribbling this one towards the corner, looking for a double tap, but can't get it past. Looks like it's going to be some follow-up work. Duke is flying up for that one. Can't quite put that one to the back of the net, and we're a minute through this game, and there's been nothing but action.
Yes, all the teams both throwing really, really hard punches, having some offensive pressure early on here. We see iCosmic have the air dribble out to the middle. A miss off of a Bemidji player leaves a little bit of a vulnerability, but a great 50 there to bail a teammate. And now Spooky is off that sidewall, low boost, doesn't have a lot of options, tries for the bump. Duke avoids it, offloads the ball to Hero. Hero back to Duke. A little bit of midfield shenanigans here. The ball not really going anywhere. The 50-50 stalling out. Hero toward the backboard. Now playing out the double. Unable to follow it well. Spooky plays it to Newt. Newt outfield. Not quite an opportunity, but it could have been.
Yeah, almost a chance that he could have taken advantage, but he could not quite find his mark. But Spooky might. Takes a shot towards target, just a little off, and it's cleared out. Duke now chasing after, but only 30 boosts to his name. What can he do? One touch. It's going to be a 50-50 with Bendy. But Hero's going to get the shot. Follow up, looking for the double. Can't quite find it. Clear is found, but it's only met by iCosmic. Double tap, fakes it out for the teammate. Just barely saved away. Now it's going to be found onto the sidewall here, where Bendy's going to get a chance. Midfield pass comes through. Spooky shut down by Hero, I believe. And Duke is just going to take his time and pop this one up. Cosmic's going to get a free beat out into the corner, but no real, not keeping the ball close so far. A lot of boomer ball, but it is game one of a long series, so as these teams feel each other out more and more, I would not be surprised to see the Rocket League just get better and better.
Yes, and also an important thing to consider is if you are playing boomer ball, can you get that ball to a teammate? Here we see a miss. Hero trying to play it up to Duke, and that is so important. If you are going to bang the ball, make it sure that it is something that you can follow up or your teammate can. We are currently kind of not really seeing that. Both teams probably just getting a feel for the LAN environment, getting their feet set. Not really something that you want to see at the beginning, but like it's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. They got some time to adjust.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, they still have to adjust, but at least it's 0-0, They haven't had to suffer any blows yet, so, I mean, Duke is going to be taking this one back to the corner, looking to start some sort of offense. Looking to maybe take a dribble, looking for the musty flick, rips that one to the backboard. Is any teammate there to follow it up? There isn't. Hero now taking his time here, looking for the sidewall, using every little bit of boost he can. Can't get that one out mid, but a big miss from Betty Straw will not be capitalized.
That 50-50 pops out. Spooky with a clear off the 50-50. Hero now plays this one up. Both teammates try. iCosmic with the redirect toward backboard. A shot coming in off the crossbar. So close from Bemidji Lumberjacks, but no dice. And Spooky now with a very crucial save. This ball played into the corner. Newt now tries to get that touch. Bendy actually beats him to it. Spooky has a little bit of boost, plays this to backboard. Hero does a great job defending it. iCosmic now pops this one mid. Hero is up. This ball floating dangerously toward backboard. Needed read from Spooky, and that is a crucial touch.
Yeah, that was an absolutely vital touch, and he makes it at the perfect time. So far, the defense has been fantastic, but no sparks on offense quite yet. Maybe this is the beginning, but Newt just has no boost. He's trying to get the ball moving, but Duke just holds him down. Looking for a 50-50 now. This one's going to fly across the entire length of the field. Hero trying to position himself correctly, but it's just so awkward. All three players maybe putting a hand up for it, but Bendy does get baited in, and now a shot comes through. Just going to be off target. Newt's trying to do his best to take control. A little bit of space is created. Duke trying to find a time to go here. It's a little bit awkward, turning on a dime, but Bendy gets the beat out. Hero, with a little bit of time, a little bit of space, just went out mid, but no teammate is there. And it's cleared out yet again.
And here I would say that what has classified this gameplay so far is just so awkward. Both teams playing the ball in positions that the other is challenged, but neither team bending quite enough to actually make a mistake. No one has yet been able to take over in this series.
Yeah, continuing on, we'll have to see who gets the first goal, and it's iCosmic from the midfield line, just outside the box. I mean, just with 30 seconds left on the clock, that might be the golden goal of this series. I mean, it might just be one goal this series. I mean, now Steelhawks are forced to respond, and with only 30 seconds left, they have to do what they haven't done for the rest of the game. We have to see if they can pull this out.
Yes, and they have a chance here. Bendy Straw on the 50. Spooky called in the corner. Another 50 coming out. Luckily, Bemidji has a little bit of boost, but that ball it's trickling out into the midfield. A little bit dangerous for them. And now Newt tested on the defensive end. This is not the position they want to be in. They have only 5 seconds to score. They need something here. Spooky plays it to mid. Bendy Straw, they are on the 0-second play. Is there a potential for a goal here? The 50 goes down, and that is a Bemidji Lumberjacks Game 1 win.
Just barely shut out at the gate. I mean, they had a decent chance there on 0 seconds, but it really comes down to the previous 4 minutes and 30 seconds where they couldn't really get any sparks going on their offense. Looking to see a little bit more from them offensively, but I mean, right now, Lumberjacks, they're just doing what they had to. Honestly, I would say they honestly played a really similar game. I will say Lumberjacks had a lot more pressure, it felt like, but the chances were far and few between. But right now, they're talking with their team. You can see Duke up on the screen. I mean, they are talking. They're communicating. This is big. Even when you're winning, you don't want to get complacent. You have to stay focused, because if the other we've already seen a reverse sweep. If you let them get a piece of this series, if they get a foothold, it could end for you just like that.
Yeah, and I think Fargo has a little bit to be desired. They only had 4 shots, so Bemidji definitely did have the pressure in game number 1. They did crack, but it was just 1 goal. It was a very small margin that they won that game by, but it was significant enough.
Getting in here into game 2, Lumberjacks going to be happy holding on to their lead here, but with only 1 goal scored, I don't think they're exactly confident winning like that. I mean, it was 30 seconds left as well, and they're on the back foot for at least the last 30 seconds, but I mean, a game wins or game wins, it doesn't matter as long as you are able to get to the finals. Looking to beat out here, it's in the corner. Hero just has a big rip downfield over to Duke. Duke looking to get the flip reset, and the read can't quite get that touch. It's going to go a little bit wide, and Bendy starting off with a flick, but does get demoed for his troubles.
Now Duke up toward the backboard, plays it toward a teammate. Teammate comes in, missing the corner double. Honestly, a good play because it leaves it for Hero to take that shot. The save away, all Steelhawks needing to make that touch and manage to do so. Hero now fakes out one. Cosmic called in, tries for the wall pinch, gets a great 50 against Spooky, now into the corner. 50-50 inbound, Cosmic up.
Looking to take a 50-50, but Newt actually gets it past. Hero is going to be following up quickly. Gets 1 touch out, but it's just a little bit of boomer ball right now. A little bit of tennis is being played. Cosmic does capitalize off a demo, but once again, Newt following in rotation just gets another long clear. And this ball is, it feels like they're having a hard time keeping the ball close. I don't know if that's main stage nerves, but Hero finally slowing the play down, gets it past the last defender. It's off the backboard. Spooky is able to get back quickly into rotation, not only challenge the ball, but get a demo. That relieves so much pressure. I mean, this shot's not bad. Aimed for the top left corner, just barely hits the post. Pressure's continuing. Duke takes a shot. Spooky is there for just to clear it out for now, but the pressure is building. When will this soda pop?
And all of Steelhawks are forced into the corner over and over again. They are getting boost starved. Bemidji is keeping constant pressure on them. How are the Steelhawks going to get out? How are they going to get their break? Because we've seen demos come in, we've seen boost starvation. Newt here answers that with a huge bang up field. Bendy Straw tries to get involved in the play. Duke plays it around him, and now a passing play out mid should have been a goal, but somehow did not find its way into the back of the net.
There's just no way. Sometimes these opportunities are going to feel like they're being missed later on in the series, but continuing on, it's going to be Duke taking this one to the skies, gets it past Newt, but is going to have to get bumped for his troubles, giving Bendy a little bit of space. Looking to take a 50-50. Does well. Now chasing after. Gets 1 more beat. Cosmic scrambling back, but with not much boost to his name. It's going to be cleared out by Duke, I believe. Spook turning on a dime to push this one down, but boost is being collected by the Lumberjacks. Now they're transitioning to offense. Newt is keeping this one in play temporarily. Steelhawks needing some pressure. The shot is just wide.
And just like game 1, we see a low-scoring game in the first minute or 2 minutes and a half. We have seen a lot of chances, but the teams have held strong just enough, and there's been so many awkward balls that look like they should be available for a goal in the middle of the field. The box is being tested so frequently, but we have not seen anything whittle its way through.
Yeah, these two teams looking to take game 2. I mean, looking to just take the lead. I mean, we've only seen 1 goal between these 2 games so far, and Steelhawks, I'm getting a little nervous for them. You know, not scoring a goal for 8 minutes is mentally taxing. I think they need one soon, to be honest. And if they don't figure something out quick, Lumberjacks are happy to take advantage and chop them away. Another lead here late in game 2.
And we see a great passing play. Duke sitting a little bit upfield, just enough where he can receive that pass from Hero, get a beautiful redirect, uses the underside of the car with a flip cancel to get a little bit more power on that, place it over the third man and Newt. Very well done out of the Bemidji Lumberjacks. How are the Steelhawks going to respond to this? Because they need something quick. They cannot keep letting Bemidji have their way with them on the offensive third.
Looking to continue on here. Midfield pass comes through, but do players commit? It is just open the other way. In fact, it's not even open. It's just in. Duke doubling up this lead with 95 seconds left on the clock. It might spell disaster. This is just, I feel like the Steelhawks are crumbling before our very eyes. They need some sort of play. They need a player to step up. Is it Bendy? Is it Newt? Is it Spooky? It doesn't matter. We need someone to step up and fill the shoes that desperately need filling.
And it makes you wonder, if they do lose this, if they do not score a single goal, do they call the timeout already? Just 2 games in, they do have a timeout. This is best of 7s now, Championship Sunday. All of the chips are on the table. They have to win here, and they need it. So if they were willing to take that timeout, it can be totally worth it to take a series that starts off 2-0 and swing it around. You need something to change.
I don't think it's a question anymore. It's been 9 minutes since they've scored. I think they have to call a timeout. Even if they manage to win this game, honestly, I think it would be maybe worth it. But, I mean, continuing on here, just under a minute left in this game. Steelhawks still pressing. In fact, it's going to be cleared back into their end. Just barely held out at the gate. Duke looking for a sidewall. Can't quite find it, but does keep it close. Midfield pass is found, but the shot goes into the corner. Duke still chasing after with a little boost. He's trying to get some sort of play going. Dunk Spooky on the goal line, just about find its way past, but Bendy collects this one and goes to the sidewall. Demon for his troubles. This ball's going to be hit around. That's the third man. Can this ball get centered? It's ripped over. Spooky does go missing, and Hero will have the read.
Bemidji Lumberjacks with more offensive pressure. Steelhawks just looking so uncomfortable on the back end. We see a Spooky miss. He had a lot more time to get that read than he thought. A lot of panic out of the Steelhawks is creating very disasterful defensive sequences for them, and the Lumberjacks are taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, the Lumberjacks are really playing their game. In fact, this is going to be heartbreaking for Steelhawks. It's been the midfield play, it's been defensively, it's been pressure. Steelhawks have been lacking everywhere, but their kickoffs have been fine. Not anymore. Now, an immediate kickoff goal, and it just seems like they need a full reset, and I think it starts with the timeout.
Yes, and an interesting result on the B stage. I believe I see Buffalo up 3-0 against KC, so that is a very interesting result. Not one that I would necessarily unexpect, but like a sweep on that level is kind of insane. And here we see Hero get another goal. Bemidji Lumberjacks making their lead 5-0, just absolutely taking the Steelhawks behind the shed.
I think right now Steelhawks just need to stop the bleeding. You know, Lumberjacks are really taking away this game, and I think you just got to reset for next game. And I do think they need to take the time out of this play. It's not a question. I think it wasn't a question even a minute ago, but now without a slight doubt of the mind, they have to. And I mean, we'll see the last few seconds here tick down as a formality, but it won't really matter. Maybe Lumberjacks can get one more, but the Steelhawks need to stop the bleeding now.
And I do wonder, what adjustments are they going to talk about? What adjustments are they going to make? Because it feels like on the field they've just been so awkward. I don't know if that's something wrong with the comms, the confidence, but something needs to be changed. What would you change if you're the Steelhawks coach here? What would you say to them?
Honestly, it doesn't seem like anyone's stepping up and taking the forefront. Like no one's really going ahead, and they do get one more on 0 seconds to make it even more one-sided, as if it wasn't already. But that's just kind of feel good for Lumberjacks. Their mental right now, I mean, usually it's a weak point, but right now it's a strength. And this is going to be already a very tough series to turn on its head. I think you've got to start. Maybe just keep it simple. Just drive through, get some demos. I don't know if there's been much of that physicality. I mean, 3 to 6, I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, 3 demos isn't crazy bad, but maybe start there and see if it turns into anything.
And another thing to note is that all those demos just came out of one person. You know, if you only have one person looking to be physical, the other team's going to read it every single day of the week. I don't know what Steelhawks adjustments are going to be made. They did take the timeout, so they have the extra minute here. They have a little bit of time to get that confidence back, but they need a goal quick starting here in Game 3, or else it might be a very quick series and not in their favor.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. I think this is the exact decision they need to make. It's really hard for them to make those split-second decisions out there on the field. What needs to change? I know me personally, like, it's really hard to reflect on a game that you just played, especially because you only have your perspective, you know? You might have a different opinion on what needs to change than them, and looking over on the B stage, Buffalo are leading in Game 4, I believe, looking to sweep the Outlaws, which is kind of unexpected. It's an expected, unexpected result. You know, those are two teams that are really, really solid, so to see Buffalo dominating like this is just unexpected, but I think it just went back the other way. I can't really tell.
I believe it is 1-1 now, if I'm seeing correctly. It's a small screen down there, but it is an insane result. Buffalo looking so dominant, ready to get into the grand finals, and we have the question, will Bemidji continue this momentum? Will they be sweeping as well? Are we going to see 2 sweeps into the grand finals?
How many sweeps have you seen over this weekend? I don't feel like many.
There has not been a lot. The competition this season has been so top-heavy. We have seen slightly less Game 7s, but a lot of Game 6s, a lot of close games, and these series have been so entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't ask more for, you know, a quarterfinal and a semifinal. I do wish this could maybe go to 7, of course, but it looks like everyone's at least giving it their all. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if there's a place to crack, if there's a place where there is the most pressure, it is up on stage at a time like this. It's not exactly a big surprise to see players maybe succumbing to that, but this is also the time to step up and really show your resilience. And I think if they could dig themselves out of this hole, that alone would be unbelievably impressive. So we will see as we get off into Game 3.
Yes, and we see an early possession play for Bemidji already on the back foot. Are the Steelhawks not the place they want to be starting off of this Game 3? Now Duke with a 50-50 tries to play it again, ends up missing his touch. New gets a very good clear. Now New low boost, gets a beautiful pre-flip touch, but Hero is better to it. Now iCosmic called in off the wall. Spooky tries for the challenge, unable to get it. Bendy Straw called in. Now the ball really awkward in the corner there for the Steelhawks. They're unable to continue that offensive pressure. This challenge in the midfield stops a lot of that pressure that they did have.
Spooky looking to take control in the corner, but it's just another banging clear. Hero chasing after quickly to get this one back to the corner, just keeping the pressure up. Bendy takes a soft touch, but it's quickly deflected away. Duke comes barreling in to get this one out, but it's met by Duke again, flying up high, looking for an outplay, gets one heavy touch, maybe a pinch mid, can't quite get that touch, but one player does go flying by. Newt now has to follow up and get some sort of clear, but only met to the midfield, and he gets his boost stolen as well. This is just so much pressure building up for the Lumberjacks already. Bendy is able to relieve a lot of that and bring it to the opposing corner, but with not much boost to play with. He does steal that corner boost, which might delay their counterattack by a little bit, but the ball is still finding its way all the way back to the Steelhawks corner. Maybe turn back around. Bendy trying to take control himself, taking this one high, but with no boost to play with, he can't get that past the last defender.
And a miss coming out of a Steelhawks defender here. A little bit of awkward. I feel like they have not made the changes entirely. They do look a little bit better, but this is the exact same scoreline they've always seen, 0-0 for the first half of both Game 1 and 2. It's looking like a repeat here, not exactly what they want to see. They want to be getting a goal early, and they will always be going down 1-0, and they will be going down 1-0 as Duke takes that one off of the ceiling into the goal.
It's just unbelievably one-sided right now. Lumberjacks are on track to perfect sweep the Steelhawks. This is, I could not have even started to expect this, especially because this is the roster that, you know, is home to chicken. So, you know, it's really unexpected to see his team going down like this. But listen, there's still time in this series. There's still content to be had. Continuing on here, just, you know, there's still 3 minutes left in this game, but we still have not seen a Steelhawks goal. It's been 12 minutes now.
And it's crazy to think, too, that these are the Major 1 champions as well. And they show it here because they do end up getting a goal. Finally, the floodgates might be open. But as I was saying, they did win Major 1. They were at one point proving themselves as the best team in Rising Star. Here, they do not look like that. I don't know if it's the stage or what. The lights might be too bright.
The lights are very bright indeed, but one goal can turn a series completely around, just giving them life, showing them that they can score, and it might be opening up a crack. Maybe not so much confidence. I mean, one, it is giving Steelhawks confidence, but it's showing Lumberjacks that this is a beast that is going to come back and start biting, because right now, Lumberjacks have had all the confidence in the world. They haven't been scored on. What is there to be mad at? But now they're turning this around, and now they have a lead. I mean, they've scored twice in, 10, 20 seconds? They might be back.
Yes, that kickoff goal was oh so crucial for the Steelhawks. They finally not only have a goal, but they have a lead. That is so important in this series. They need to win this Game 3 if they have many chances at making grand finals. We don't see many reverse sweeps. We did see one earlier today. I severely doubt we'd see another. Here's a chance that it was cut out by iCosmic. Now, a win from the Buffalo on the B stage lets us know our other grand finalist that will be waiting for us is the Omaha Buffalo.
Yeah, that I don't think anyone's surprised, but what is surprising is that goal almost finding the whack of the net, and in fact it will. Bendy with a follow-up in the matter of 30 to 40 seconds. Steelhawks have done what they haven't done, or what they didn't do in 12 minutes. Scored 3 goals, in fact 1.
Yes, this is a crazy turn of momentum toward the Steelhawks. They are looking to be a lot more confident here. Let's see if they have enough to take this Game 3 to try and make an argument as to why they should be the ones playing Buffalo in the grand finals.
Yeah, this is insane so far. Steelhawks are looking like they're back and better than ever, but it doesn't just end here in Game 3. You still got a whole series ahead of you, and Lumberjacks, who still have a timeout, in 2 games up. I mean, this is nothing you can get. You can't be happy with this. You got to keep pushing forward, keep pushing that pedal to the metal, keep on going. Looking to continue the pressure here from the corner, but Newt is actually here to clear this one out. Maybe start an offensive chance. One player is going to be beat here, but Cosmic from the corner does go missing. Bendy Straw with a shot, barely saved away by Hero. Now cleared it down the other way, but Duke gets beat out. Spooky's going to be chasing after this one. Does get one touch mid, cleared away, but the pressure is building for Steelhawks, and this is just a completely different game all of a sudden.
Yeah, and even if you look at the first 2.5 minutes, once again the Steelhawks looked like they didn't make any adjustments. Apparently they did. Maybe they just needed that one goal to have that confidence, because they're looking like an entirely different team the second half of this game. Bendy Straw now with a pop-up toward the middle. Spooky called in, tries to get that shot over the one, is unable to do so. Bendy Straw now on the call, answers that. Not quite exactly what he wanted, though. The pressure now starting to be relieved for Bemidji. Bemidji now on the offensive hit. Trying middle is Hero. Now Duke up off of the wall. Gets a really awkward back touch. Newt able there to shoot it, but not quite in.
Looking to continue on here. Hero does get an outplay on one, but Bendy comes rolling in for a clear. Duke actually sends it right back forward. Duke clears this one out on the backboard, sending this one towards the midfield. Cosmic goes missing first time, but Duke is there to clean this play up. Taking a dribble, taking it low. It might just be a shot on target. In fact, it gets past all the defenders, and what seemed like a little bit of a sloppy play ends up cutting through and slicing up the defenders, and it's just good enough.
And for me, at least, I thought Steelhawks had finally figured it out that they would, in fact, take Game 3. But now this is suddenly a different situation, right? The door is now open for Bemidji Lumberjacks to come back in this game, threaten the entire sweep. It will not be a perfect sweep, of course, as the Steelhawks have scored 3. But still, they have been so dominant. They've prevented the Steelhawks from scoring for at least 12 minutes before they got the first goal on the board. So what will Bemidji Lumberjacks do to the next 8 seconds to try and get this in? Not quite able to get it are the Steelhawks, and now Bemidji running out of time on the 0 seconds. Need a play here. iCosmic missing that touch, and Steelhawks will take game number 3.
Fantastic response for Steelhawks here, and a good use of their timeout, not letting that Bemidji roster spiral out of control. And I think this is a very, very important series. We're looking at the stats here, and honestly, the only thing that really changed were the shots. You know, they had a lot more pressure. They had one more demo, but that was not the difference, let's be honest. But, fantastic, response. And honestly, it didn't look like they had a response. I know you said that in the series itself. Like, it really didn't seem like they changed anything. But once that one goal went in, it just landslid into a absolute fantastic situation. And right now, Lumberjacks all of a sudden seem to be on the back foot. Still up a game in the series, though.
Yeah, and I do think that is a great point, because I believe the mental edge has been mentioned before to Spooky, or from Spooky to me, that is the problem with their team. Like, if they're not on the mental edge, if they're not confident, they can have such big, I don't want to say crash outs, because it's not a crash out, but it's definitely some pitfalls. And that is a very interesting point, because once they did score, they looked so much better. Did they even change anything? Not necessarily, right? The gameplay-wise might have just been a little bit more confidence, ability to send it when they know they should be going versus hesitating that extra second.
Yeah, and confidence in your team on the pitch also it puts fear in the opponent, you know. It makes the Lumberjacks start, you know, having faith in you and doubting themselves. And for both these teams who are very driven off confidence and in themselves, it's very important, but Hero is having all of it as he finds the top shelf.
Duke here with a beautiful pop-up, ends up leaving that one. Hero calling him off with such a fast aerial to that, slots it down off of the crossbar. No chance there on the Steelhawks defense to save that one.
I mean, it was pinpoint accuracy right there. That is the exact type of shooting you're going to need to close out this series. Bendy rips this one towards the corner. Duke is going to send this one mid. iCosmic's there, barely pushed away. Looking to chase after this one. Hero, not much boost to play with. Taps this one down. iCosmic's flying up, but can get this one past. Spooky flying after. It's going to be maybe Duke for the finish, but can't get that one past the defender on the backboard.
And now a pinch comes out, a pass upfield. Spooky on the follow, not able to really do anything with this. A 50-50 comes out. Bendy Straw is able to beat one. Now Hero off of the backboard, tries to hit a teammate, unable to do so. Now Nuke called into the middle. This ball bouncing really hard off the ceiling. An awkward ball off the read. Incredible read there. Now Spooky tries to play this one out mid. iCosmic there to answer. Third man trying to play for the Steelhawks, just getting this ball out, unable to get the follow-up 50. Ball up toward backward. Duke with the double down. That is such a good pass. Hero there for the finish.
And now doubling up their lead. Honestly, giving me a little deja vu of last game. You know, Lumberjacks up 2 with about the same amount of time left, and then Steelhawks had a great response. Almost looks like we're playing the same game right now, but we know for a fact if this Lumberjacks team can maybe score a few more, I think they'll be confident enough to go the rest of this game. But Steelhawks, they can respond fast, and maybe it starts with this Duke trying to get this one past. And it just will. I mean, are we watching the same game?
I'm honestly so confused because it looks like 1 second the Steelhawks are completely on the back foot, completely in a bad position, and then suddenly out of nowhere they get a saving grace, a saving goal. I don't know if it's mistakes out of the Lumberjacks or them having a little bit more abilities on their mechanical plays or a great pass. There's something that has changed that has allowed Steelhawks a little bit of hope, a little bit of hopium getting back into this series.
Looking to continue on here. Hero from the corner. It does go missing. This ball's going to be popped up, but Duke's, or iCosmic, I mind me, is going to get a free shot on goal here. Duke looking to center this one off the backboard, but Bendy's going to be there with a response. Hero cutting in here. Does get demoed for his troubles, and that is one thing that Steelhawks have added to their game is demoing, which is very, very important. I mean, now on the back front here, Nuke's trying to draw this one out, but it leaves it for Bendy. Big 50-50 comes through. Another one. This one is rolling across the goal. It's ping-ponging right in front of the box, but does find its way to the corner. Bendy looking to draw this one out, but it's just a massive boom up to Spooky, who rips it to the sidewall. The follow-up got to be quick, and it is. Bendy up the corner. Is there a shot there? Goes wide.
And over half of the game completely done now. Steelhawks still down by 1, will need to bring something to the table. They don't quite have to send the kitchen sink yet, but they need something here, and that is a great defensive stop, but they need to stop the continuation of pressure. Bemidji are continuing to swarm. That clear there, very crucial, buying a little bit of time. Bendy unable to hit the ball, but does get a demo on the play. Steals the boost from Hero too. Hero overcommitted. All Bemidji a little bit out of position here for a second, but Bendy Straw just not able to get in quick enough.
Duke looking to press here, but it's just, they're really backed into their corner right now. Hero does manage to get the 100 boost, but it does go missing. And now, maybe a counterattack, looking to just take a shot onto the open net, and it just seems like the transition from offense to defense, the whole house got sent right there. They went all in on a blind, and they did not get the payout. Hero will just roll that into the open net, and now Steelhawks are in the same position they were about a minute ago, down 2.
Yes, and only a minute and a half about remain. This is not the position you want to be in, and also you are already down 2 in the series, and the first 2 games look so dominant for the Lumberjacks. If they get their confidence back here, I feel like this series is basically over. It doesn't matter what happens on Game 5. Bemidji is so favored if they win this game.
Yeah, continuing on here, Newton's going to clear this one now. Hero not letting this one get past even the halfway mark. Spooky's going to step in and chasing down the defender, giving Bendy Straw a chance to rip this one towards the backboard. Hero does go missing. The tap in's not there. New just could not quite get around that ball, but the pressure still continues. Spooky sending this one back mid as across the box. Spendy will have the follow-up. A goal that maybe should have been there 10 seconds ago, but they still stay in it. They don't lose confidence. They keep putting on the pressure, and they find that goal right back.
And as someone who predicted them, I don't have a huge favorite. It's not like I need them to win, but it's starting to be really shaky from my perspective because it looks like they have these chances that they should be slotting, and if they would, they wouldn't be in this position. But they just have not had that extra step. They haven't had that extra bazing on all their plays that they've been needing, and that has spelled just disaster for them. I mean, Lumberjacks have looked very, very solid the entire way through. Even in these games that they've lost, they've had their response back, and we see that here. Lumberjacks are not going down easily.
Yeah, and it's a similar situation. They go Steelhawks are committing very, very heavily on offense, and when they aren't connecting on those passes or the outplay, it seems like it immediately goes back to literally the back of their net at this point. Now down 2 again. Steelhawks, it feels like they're fighting from the same deficit over and over again, but instead of 2, now it's 3.
And the Lumberjacks just getting a larger and larger lead as the time ticks on. This dunk absolutely insane from Hero, pinching off the ceiling, a blue trail on that ball, technically an own goal, but I would not consider it as such. I just don't know, as Steelhawks, what are you supposed to do here? You took your timeout, you got that one game, and it was even a hard-fought game. It wasn't an easy game. You don't have the momentum anymore. How are you going to change in this next Game 5? Because I don't see them scoring 3 goals in these next 30 seconds. How are they going to respond?
I honestly think the most important thing is not letting yourself get scored on 5 times. They've been scored on 5 times 2 games now, and you just need to soften the blow. Maybe have a deeper third man, not commit so hard. It feels like every time they're scored on, they're committing the full house. They need to maybe be a little bit more reserved because it's just that play style is not working anymore against Lumberjacks. Lumberjacks are so comfortable, and if they're so fast, if you commit and you don't get that beat, and honestly, oftentimes this Lumberjacks team is so fast, they will just either beat you or get a 50-50. You're in such a dangerous spot. Of course you're going to get scored on, and that's why they've had, 5 goals this game, technically 6 together on 0 seconds, and even the game you won, they had 2.
Yeah, and I do wonder if they are pushing so far up because they're going down in such an early fashion, right? They were down 2 early on in this game. They're getting behind so quickly, they feel like they need to overcompensate, and they just don't, right? Take a little bit of a breather, let that third man sag a little bit, prevent the overcommits, prevent sending the entire kitchen sink. It's worked a few times, but at the end of the day, if you're conceding that many goals, you're not going to be winning the series.
Yeah, and honestly, I prefer the result of the first game than that game. 0-1 is a better result than 2-5 in my opinion. Just getting scored on 5 times it's too many times. You can't be expected to score 6 times to outscore them, but if you're looking for a shootout, this is maybe not the team to go up against, but Steelhawks still have a lot of time left in their bags. They got at least 5 minutes to figure something out here, but you got no more lives left. You are on match point. You got to win everything from here on out.
Yes, 1 game loss and you are going home. Championship Sunday is so brutal for the teams that lose, but it is so rewarding for the teams that win. And here Bemidji are looking to win. Here, more pressure. All of them boosted up. All 3 on the play. iCosmic pop over the third man, able to chip that one in.
Yeah, and one thing I also want to note is I hear the Lumberjacks every time they're scoring. I think that's big for confidence, for just energy in general. And these guys are main stage ready right now. They're just empowered by themselves, and I feel like that energy is carrying into their goals, into their gameplay, and I think Steelhawks need to copy them, but that might have been an opportunity gone by the wayside. Duke's a little bit ahead of this ball, looking to maybe take a 50-50 with Spooky. He does well, and despite having such a deficit of boost, he just sticks around the play, takes a 50-50, gets more value.
And if I'm Buffalo, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to find Bemidji's weaknesses, right? I have the ability to at least scout your grand finalists a little bit because Bemidji are looking to take this. Here's another chance. We hear open scream from the players all the way up here, and Duke is able to turn that one in. 2-0 lead already. And like we've said, these early leads are just so detrimental. The Steelhawks now will probably start sending their third again, sending the whole kitchen sink, and that will not be the way to get this.
Honestly, I think it happened again. Their last man was outplayed on the midfield line. They aren't even defending the last quarter or the third of their map. I mean, a lot of the plays are being decided in the midfield. I don't feel like that's where they should be playing. And unfortunately for us, it's easier to see it for them down there. But this is a play on the goal that needs to go in, and it just doesn't find its way to the back of the net. Now to the backboard. Duke looking for a hard read. This one's going to be hit down. Bendy now taking a little bit of control. Heavy touch over to the right wall. That bounce is going to be hard to read, but Hero has a nice eye for it. Spooky touches this one high, but iCosmic's already there, puts one towards net, and it's just a lot of heavy touches that are being capitalized from the Lumberjacks. Another chance gone wide.
And the Lumberjacks are looking oh so confident here. You can see that they have grand finals locked in their eyes. They are ready to win. Here, Duke leaving that play. Hero solo boost, tries to get the second touch, unable to get it before Benny comes in, and the pinch toward net is a little threatening. That ball almost actually got hit back by iCosmic. Duke does well to stay with it. Here has some boost, has a flip reset. How does he use it? He fakes it out. Spooky is there for the save. Incredible play from the Seahawks to keep it alive. And as I say that, Bemidji with the passing play. Hero to Duke, such a great ball.
He's not rotating out. He's rotating into position. Right in front of the box. He chips that one right into the center of the goal. And, I mean, taking one straight out of Jose's book. He's shooting towards the center. Fantastic stuff as they go up 3 with just about half the game left. Steelhawks need a crazy response right now, and it's looking less and less likely as we continue. 1 almost makes it 4.
That was almost an insane play. The double flip reset attempted. You can tell Bemidji are just feeling themselves. I do not see a world here in where Steelhawks get that door open cracked to try and get a response and force a game 6. I just don't see it now. They are behind so much, and they have been just absolutely dominated for every single game besides the one that they took to the timeout. And here we go. Duke is trying for another flip reset. They are legitimately just acting like this is free play. They are completely ignoring the Steelhawks defense and just taking solo play after solo play toward their net.
And honestly, they've looked confident just leaving a player back and just saying, good luck, have some fun, because the ball just comes back every single time, it feels like. Maybe Newt can get a chance to rip this one off the backboard. Spooky has to have a good read here. He does, to cut that lead down by 1.
And if you ignore the Steelhawks players, eventually it will bite you in the butt. That is just too much of an overcommit. Lumberjacks trying to freestyle a little bit too much. Maybe the musty off the sidewall wasn't quite the move.
Yeah, that was a little bit crazy, but one might say nuts. But listen, getting into things, still 2 minutes left on the clock. And honestly, 2 minutes, 2 goals. We've seen the Steelhawks team score 2 in less time than that. To be fair, it was, a few of the goals that they've had this entire series, but I still think Steelhawks have a chance to get their, heels into this series. It's just going to be so mentally tough. Spooky looking to turn this down now, looking for a double tap, can't quite find it, but it's going to be a midfield pass. Duke shuts it down, but Newt's going to get a free shot out of it. A little bit of a double commit on the goal line. The pressure's still building. Bendystraw looking to take a flip here, does get it, I believe, leaves it for a teammate, but this one's going to be held out at the gate.
And so many chances here for the Steelhawks. They're going to need one quickly. 1:20 remaining. Time is ticking down. It is only 2 goals, but you do need to score at least 1, and then maybe hope for a 0-second goal. I don't know. Passing comes in, not connected though. Newt unable to make contact. Now Spooky diving a little bit too early. Bendy Straw also not making contact. Newt left back alone. Does a great job at least stalling it in the corner a little bit, letting his teammates get back. But as I say that, the pass comes through. Just such an awkward ball, and Bemidji Lumberjacks get a 3-goal lead with only a minute to lead.
Yeah, Lumberjacks are just taking down the Steelhawks right now. This is going to be so difficult to get past this. I mean, right now the Lumberjacks are a brick wall. It's going to be so hard to get 3 goals in just under a minute here. Steelhawks need to play the best Rocket League of their entire life starting right now.
They only have 50 seconds remaining now. Even now, this is a shot opportunity, and Bemidji have basically sealed their ticket to the grand finals. Only 52 seconds left, 4 goals needed, and Steelhawks have just not looked the same.
Yeah, Lumberjacks have completely robbed this game from the Steelhawks, and I mean, it hasn't even really looked close anymore. Averaging, I mean, Lumberjacks have now scored 5 or more goals in 3 of the games so far. I mean, absolutely terrifying team, and Buffalo have, I wonder what they're thinking right now looking at this team. And I mean, yes, you could try analyzing what to do against this Lumberjacks team. I mean, you got about 2 games to work with since they finished, but it's really hard to get a read on them.
Yes, and I will hope that grand finals is not a sweep or 4-1, because both of these teams are looking so dominant going into grands. Buffalo, of course, sweeping their match earlier against Kansas City Outlaws. I don't know what Bemidji is going to do, because both of these teams have looked so good into the grand finals. It's such a matter of who's more comfortable. Buffalo haven't played on the main stage since earlier this morning. Of course, coming off of a main stage win here, the Lumberjacks will be feeling very comfortable on the main stage, but they do have to wait a bit. We will have Challenger and Premier playing in between those semifinals coming up, and as the time just ticks down, it was over so quickly. It was over before it started.
I mean, Lumberjacks living up to their name, absolutely chopping down the Steelhawks, and I mean, well played to them. I mean, they definitely deserved it, scoring, 5 goals in 3 separate games. 6 into 1. Absolute dominant performance, but Steelhawks, keep your head held high. Y'all played absolutely fantastic. Top 4 finish, it's nothing to skulk about. You got to be happy with that, but what a fantastic series Lumberjacks played here today.
Yeah, they were connecting, they were doing solo plays, they were mechanically feeling it. They just had such confidence coming out that Steelhawks had one game, but their confidence just wasn't there on the others. And we saw Bemidji absolutely get hyped for each other. They were on stage, they were feeling themselves. Ben Storm was cheering them on, leading his team to that victory.
Yeah, no headsets were thrown on the side of Lumberjacks today, so we can at least smile at that fact. But, now looking forward to the finals, we're going to have a crazy matchup of the Lumberjacks and the Buffalo. I'm so excited to see where that goes. It's going to be it's going to be cinema.
Yes, it will. That does not go at least 6 or 7. I don't know what I'm going to do because both of those teams are looking so good heading into that grand final. It will be an absolute shootout, a battle between the two of probably the best offensive teams here at LAN for Rising Star.
Yeah, it should be really, really exciting to get into things. But, we still got a little bit more time here, so we're going to yap a little bit as we, next up we're going to have a really good match over in Challenger. So, we still got lots more Rock League today, and now that we've decided the finalist in Rising Star, we still got to figure out what those finalists are going to be in all the other leagues, Challenger and Premier. So, looking forward to get into those, but we're not quite ready yet. Make sure to look at the B-Stream as well. I think we're still going to be running 2 more games over there to see how the B-Stream matches go. Believe up next we're going to be having the Buffalo and the Steelhawks up for Challenger semifinals. So that's something for us to look forward to. I don't think I'll be on the cast for that next one, but it's been a pleasure casting with you.
Yep, you as well, Zoms. And on B stage, we will have Green Bay Knights taking on St. Paul Senators. Make sure to tune into that one too. We will see you all after this short break.
driving me crazy. Never felt like this before. I try to be nonchalant, even though it's obvious. I can never help wanting more. Oh. Slip into the dark and then we end up in each other's arms. There's no looking back, I gotta find a way to where you are.
Make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. We can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. No, they can never tear us apart. Play me like it's truth or dare. The way you're pulling me closer makes me wanna bear it all for you. Ooh, why don't you show me how much you care? Be the devil on my shoulder, 'cause I don't think we got a lot to lose. Ooh, make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. They can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. No, they can never tear us apart.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more MCS LAN action. We've got Challenger up next for you. I'm Carl's Nuts, back with another cast here with Gold Dude again. Casting with him yesterday. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, good as can be. We're getting closer and closer to the end of LAN. It always feels like it goes by so fast, unfortunately, but we still got a lot of great Rocket League ahead of us, rather. And we have two franchises, the Steelhawks and the Buffalo, who we just saw for Rising Star. They didn't play each other, but they both played to try to make the grand finals. One franchise did, the other didn't. We'll see, will the Buffalo double up here and make two grand final appearances, or will the Steelhawks kind of get their get back here and get some representation of their own?
Yeah, the Omaha Buffalo with an impressive day so far today. All three of their teams advanced to Sunday, and obviously we know the Rising Star team will be advancing to the finals. We'll see how the Challenger team and the Premier team do as the day goes on. Fargo's Rising Star team obviously, unfortunately, just lost in that last match, but now we've got the Challenger team. I think we are going to be okay to do some walk-ups, and I think I'm going to be able to send this one down to K-Tool.
The path to the grand finals starts now. We've got Made It's Nate, DJ, and Dicey Moon. Give it up for challengers, Fargo Steelhawks. These boys have yet to play today. We'll see if that'll be a hindrance for them or if they've got enough energy left in the tank to get them one step closer to raising that trophy. And their opponents on the orange side, we've got Rob, Swish, and Blaudet. Give it up for the Omaha Buffalo! Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some fantastic Rocket League to be played. Let's give it up one more time for these players, and they'll take the stage.
All right, and as we can see, the players are on, well, I guess they're not on the stage, but they're making their way to the stage. We saw the walk up there. Very exciting. We got the semifinal about to start here, and I'm really excited. We can kind of get some predictions going for the meantime. I think that that Omaha Buffalo victory in Rising Star was so dominant that I think it just, by proxy, I'm going to go with the Buffalo here for Challenger as well.
Okay. That's a fair pick. These are two pretty balanced teams. I think it could go either way. This is my third cast for the weekend, and now all three of my casts have been for this Fargo Challenger team. I've gotten to watch basically all of their games, which has been pretty interesting. So I'm pretty used to seeing them. I do, however, I'm also going to go with you actually on the Omaha Buffalo. I think while this series is probably going to go the distance or pretty close to it, I am going to give the edge. Just the overall franchise has had so much energy today throughout all of their divisions, throughout all of the tiers, and I just think that the Challenger team is going to carry on that energy and take the W here, although it's not going to be tough. I mean, this Fargo team with Dicey, DJ, and Matus Nate is really, really talented. They've been dominant in majors. They've been dominant throughout the LAN, as I've been able to watch as the caster for all their series. I am going to go with you can maybe consider an upset. It's probably pretty close, though. I think this is, like I said, a toss-up, and I'll be looking forward to watching this one with you for sure, Gold Dude.
Yeah, as we see Rob on the screen there, here in his home state of Wisconsin, and he was down there earlier coaching up the Rising Star team, cheering them on. I saw him pre-game pep talk and kind of post-game recap with the team. He is very locked in today. He is ready to keep that energy, like you were saying, into a victory of his own here to advance to the grand finals. But, the entire organization, like you've been saying, is looking really good. As on the other, same side here, we have Blaudet, who also just looking to giving a little love to the camera there. He's having a good time, and I think that's really good when you're at these LANs, especially as you advance later into the event. Just trying to stay loose, keep something to smile about. As Blaudet's giving me a reason to laugh, but Omaha Buffalo looking great. That being said, the Steelhawks, you mentioned that you've casted a bunch of their series this weekend. You don't get to cast a lot if you're not performing well. So they've been looking good. I think this one, I'm going to say this one is Buffalo in 6.
Interesting. I think I'm going to agree with you. I am going to call 7, though. I don't think it's fair to either of these teams to assume that this is going to be anywhere close to a sweep. I mean, they're just both incredible. They're both top 4 seeds. They have now both made top 4 at LAN. I do believe that all of the top 4 seeds for Challenger are in the top 4. I think somebody said that to me like 20 minutes ago. I didn't fact check it, but I'm going to go ahead and believe what they said, which is, some might call it chalk, but it's also just the best teams are winning and the best teams are advancing, and that's how it goes. Obviously, underdog stories and upsets are always fun, but seeing the best teams in the division play like the best teams in the division is really cool to see for audience members especially. So, looking forward to this one for sure.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned it's top 4 made top 4, which it's notable for a reason because a lot of times teams do play differently here at LAN as we see a kickoff. Blaudat off the right wall there, trying to get a midfield pass, does find one, double tap for Swishy Muffins as he gets an early goal here. Great midfield pass by Blaudat, and just a nice little clinical double off the right wall there, and 8 seconds in, the overlay is a little bit backwards, but we know who's winning. We know who's winning, even though it's a little bit backwards. A really, really quick start for that one, as now, again in the blue half, it is low-key confusing for me to see it backwards, because I'm looking up top to see which team is which, and they're reversed. So for anyone confused right now, there we go, almost. I actually think it's entirely backwards now, but currently the Buffalo, who are the orange team, are winning 1-0. There we go.
Awesome.
All right, so now everyone's on the same page, as Rob wasn't able to get the follow-up there. That's a nice one, DJ. Just absolutely keeping that one on the nose of his car all the way to the top left corner. Save couldn't get there with no boost available, and we see ourselves a tie ball game here. 4:14 left on the clock, game number 1.
Action-packed start to this one with both teams finding the back of the net with less than a minute down. Made it Nate now trying to send this one high into the air. Swish waiting on the wall for any sort of ball that comes toward his way. Unfortunately, DJ's going to cut his attack off. Rob now has some boost, some time, and the ball in his nose. Let's see what he can do. He shoots it over to his own corner with a 50. Swish now. Maybe a upfield pass from Rob to Swish. Swish is going to have at least one. It's going to bounce straight down. Last is dead. This one could be open for Maidens Nate, but he has no boost. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get back to that ball, but it looked wide open. Is this one going to fall in? It is. It's a wide open net for the Buffalo. Swishy Muffins from half court finding the open net with nobody back. DJ was last and unfortunately just got barely beat. 3 goals just over a minute. I mean, we have an action-packed game 1 here, Gold Dude.
Yeah, and just lobbing it upfield. It looked like the Steelhawks had a prime opportunity, an empty net, but like you mentioned, no boost and just couldn't get upfield fast enough. End up overcommitting, trying to maybe compensate for the fact that they didn't get a shot off when they could have, and it ends up being an easy lob for the Buffalo, who had an open net there, but weren't able to find the back of the net. Off the left corner here, Blaudat trying to control, but lands awkwardly and can't stay in the play. This ends up going to Dicey. Dicey lasering it upfield, the bump, and it goes in. 2-2 now. Steelhawks equalize really quick. Dicey off the right wall, just throwing it with the forward flip, and that was a team bump. I didn't think that it could have been a Steelhawks player, but I just, at this level of gameplay, you just don't anticipate something like that happening.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate. I'm not sure if that was miscommunication. Obviously, both players not having any boost, so it would have been a tough save either way, but Rob just getting to switch his way a little bit. A demo on the backline comes out. That one's going to find its way to the back of net for Swish. Buffalo getting one back right away, taking excuse me, sorry. A 1-goal lead, 3-2.
Yeah, and we mentioned just answering back. These teams have seemed to have an answer for each other all game so far, back and forth scoring. It's now time for the Steelhawks to respond once again. They will have an opportunity here. DJ off the left wall, dancing, dangling, but it's shut down by Blaudat. Ooh, that's nearly on target. Rob having to be careful there. 50 is a little bit dangerous as that's a miss. Opportunity here for Dicey with the 50. It's shut down here as that's another bump and a demo. DJ with the shot, and it's good. Steelhawks once again respond and these teams are going back and forth. We have an absolute barn burner so far.
You know, Gold Dude, there's one thing I can't help but notice after every goal. The Omaha Buffalo are getting louder than the Steelhawks are right after they score. I'm not sure how much of that is due to maybe the front right row up there with the Omaha signs. They're probably getting loud a bit too, but I think the teams themselves have just much different styles of celebrating and maybe different levels of composure too, as soon as they score goals. Omaha just trying to celebrate immediately, and the Steelhawks maybe staying a little bit more composed. As we are now on, the Steelhawks have almost a shot coming in there from Dicey, but just off. It's floating in the middle of the field. DJ, he's wide alone. Nobody else even in the half of the field somehow with him. A shot coming in here, but a great block by Dicey to knock that one away. Dicey continuing. Can he get some boost? He can maybe steal the corner, and he does. He missed all the boost pads on the map. Blaudat now trying to push the agenda. Rob taking this one into the air, but can only get one as DJ cuts that one off and sends it to the corner. Swish getting one more. He's going to follow this one up the wall with just no boost. Can he get more? Is he going to leave this one away? Dicey's going to cut it off before he has a chance to make that decision. Sending it over to the left side. Now we see Swish again with no boost in the ball, having to make a choice. What does he want to do? He tries to go for a 50. I mean, maybe a quicker play. Can he get some teammates' help? No, he can't. And we are stuck now on the Buffalo side, just under 2 minutes to go. Dicey straight up off the ceiling already. Teammates there. DJ is there, but it's just high. Swish with a good touch off the backboard to clear that one away. Swish now trying to put this one to the mid. Rob's waiting, but no touches come from Swish again. Dicey with no boost, sending this to the right side. Blaudat hits that one away, and we're about the 120-minute mark. We've got a tie game still. A shot coming in from DJ, and as I say, it's tied. He shuts me up with a goal to make it 4-3 for the Steelhawks. This one just finding its way to the middle of the field. Let's see how it happened. Made its Nate with a touch around Swish. He just wasn't ready for it. And DJ with a great shot.
And Nate looked a little bit confused, but sometimes if you're not sure what you're doing, the defense isn't sure what you're doing either. Ends up getting a little bit of an awkward pass there, but still ended up finding a nice little goal there as they are now in the lead with just over a minute here. Dicey popping it up high, nothing left as far as boost goes. DJ just floating, trying to get a touch, but ends up going away from him. Swish with a nice little launch there. The shot! And the follow is not there. Unbelievable. The Steelhawks retain their lead. I thought for certain if the one shot wasn't good, the follow-up would have been as well. Instead, you have two Buffalo players in the wrong net, and they have to recover quickly. Blaudat with the back pass. Gets it over to Rob, but it's shut down by Nate as it again goes flying over into danger. It's saved by the Buffalo. They are still in this game, but they're kind of running into each other. Pinching, as this needs to be a good 50 for Swish, and it is. Opportunity for Blaudat, but no boost available. Shot on, actually a back pass. Whoa. As Dicey was not expecting that back pass, didn't have any boost, and was last man there. Very scary shot opportunity, but it's dunked well, although that's a great follow-up. Dicey jumped early, gets the catch. Blaudat, midfield boost, quick turn, as that's a miss, and that will do it for game number one. Fargo Steelhawks coming back in that one to take game number one in our semifinals against the Omaha Buffalo.
You know, Goldu, that was a one-goal game, as we see some stats on the screen here. It was a one-goal game, and it felt like a one-goal game. It felt pretty even. It didn't feel like there was one team that had all of the consistent pressure, and there was the other team always on their back line. It felt back and forth for the most part. We saw the shots were essentially even. The saves were probably even as well, and obviously just a one-goal game. So I'm expecting, like we predicted, this to go to 6 or 7 games, seeing how even these teams have played in just game one. And game one is usually that feel-out game where it's not necessarily indicative of how the series is going to go. Both teams are getting a chance to see each other for the first time in maybe a while. I'm not sure if these teams have played yet. I believe they were in different groups. I don't think they've played yet. And as we load up to game two, which, every game that passes is another game for these teams to get a little bit more familiar with each other and try to find ways to take advantage of the other team that they might necessarily be aware of. We're starting in the Steelhawks half with some Buffalo pressure. Immediately knocked out DJ in the corner. He might have a 1v1 opportunity here, although a great cut. I'm not sure who that was, but an excellent job to take the ball away from DJ's car. Made it Nate in the air, has one, has two, has the flip. That one's toward net, but away. Swish going for the miss. DJ popping that one up to the corner. You talk again. I gotta call.
And you do got to commend the Steelhawks as far as that last game as they get a shot on here, or rather Buffalo. But you do have to commend the Steelhawks just for in game one, they're down a goal, they respond. They're down a goal, they respond. They're down a goal, they respond. And then for the first time, they take that lead and they do not let it go the entire rest of the game. End up taking it an early series lead here. Steelhawks now trying to pressure, but there's nothing to work with there for Nate as he's going to leave the play, leave it up to Dicey. Dicey with the 50 goes over to DJ. DJ gets a nice little flick off the sidewall down to the Steelhawks. Who's going to turn here? Dicey does pick up a demo as it causes the Buffalo to frantically get back, although we do have a couple bumps coming through here. DJ got smoke screen from the initial touch, but does get something. Someone's got to get back here as we do see an opportunity for the Buffalo. Another demo coming through us. That's a nice shot on target, and it's saved. Unbelievable goal line save by Rob. A great shot, but an even better save. That was unreal.
Yeah, what a backline save from Rob. That one looked like it was surely going to be, and then as he, with no boost, is able to just hit that one off of his own net. Swish now, taking this one into the air. How many more does he have? DJ is going to be able to settle this one into the corner. Swish now in the ceiling with 0 boost. That one's going to be knocked over for Bladat to take some control. He has a couple teammates mid. Can he find them? Swish. Unbelievable pass mid. Is that going to be shot? Rob, unfortunately, is blocked. Now Swish with 0 boost. Can he get another one mid? He cannot. Dicey trying to get this one out of his own half. We've been on the blue half for a little bit, and he does get out. He's going to be maybe chased by Bladat. A fake coming in. Bladat couldn't get the backflip. A bump on the back line. And unfortunately for the Steelhawks, this one is going to be knocked out. Still a tie game, Goldie.
Bladat picking up that corner boost. He's done very well so far this series as far as just breaking down the defense. There hasn't always been a follow-up there as that one is untouched by the defense. They're able to get the clear out, but DJ launching it, getting past one, past two, the third, able to get a touch off the backboard, but it's not going to be enough. Down to Dicey as the Steelhawks will take a lead here. Bladat just couldn't get a piece of that. That's great control by DJ. Getting a good 50 against Swish off that right wall, and Dicey Moon in the perfect position to make him pay there. Buffalo now down. They have 2 minutes and 21 seconds left to respond. They have yet to do so in this series, as they almost had to do so doubly, but they're able to at least get the save for the meantime.
Yeah, Goldie, I think what my problem is I've been talking so much this weekend that now when I speak for more than 30 seconds at a time, I just start coughing. I think that's what the problem is. So might have to do quicker increments on my shifts of speaking so I don't ruin everybody's ears with my coughs. Huge statement goal early on in this game, or midway through this game for the Steelhawks. Almost a follow-up. This one might be an open net. Can Nate hit that corner? Yes, he can. And we are going to see a 2-0 lead for the Fargo Steelhawks in Game 2. Unfortunately, the Buffalo just are having a bit of trouble finding the net. It looked like Bladat might have had an opportunity in that one. Unfortunately, just going right by that ball, and he was the last defender at that moment, leaving Maiden Snake that wide open net, and he slots it bottom left just for style points. Dicey putting this one to the side. He's going to leave it for DJ, who has some boost, but DJ's bumped and maybe can't follow this. Swish just has a touch down to anybody. DJ's going to stay on that Steelhawk half, try to cause some chaos. Swish has a little bit of boost. Can he get one downfield? Yes, he can, but I doubt he's going to be able to follow it. Somebody is squishy saving, and that is going to be Maiden's Nate, who might be able to continue on this one. A touch right from Dicey Moon. Rob is going to be there to intercept this one as DJ now sending this one back to the corner. We've had some pressure here on the Steelhawk half for a little bit. Can the Buffalo take advantage and find a goal that they desperately need? We're approaching a minute, and unfortunately a 2-goal lead is a lot to come by in just the last minute of a game. A goal ASAP is what they need. Bladat with no boost. Swish taking this one to the right. Has to block that Dicey shot. A little bit of discombobulation on the back line here for the Buffalo. We've got less than a minute, and they need a goal quick, Gold Dude.
Yeah, we were talking about just the communication as, again, to go there. They're able to clear the lines there, but Bladat has done a great job as far as, like I mentioned earlier, breaking down the defense and even getting some nice cuts back on the rotation. That being said, I don't know what the communication sounds like right now, as that's an unfortunate miss. And surely the final nail in the coffin for game number 2 here. Curious to see if we'll end up seeing a timeout come out. I guess it depends on how the final 34 seconds of this game goes down. But there's just been a number, especially in the last about minute and a half. I've counted at least 2, if not 3, team bumps for the Buffalo. and that's not even going into the number of double commits and things like that. I mean, double commits happen, but team bumps, it's really the worst of the worst as far as communication goes. So if they want to win this series, they have to cut that out immediately. And yeah, right now things are not looking good if you're an Omaha fan.
Yeah, you're right. They do have a choice to make on this timeout. They do get one for the entire series, and it does look pretty grim right now, and you might think it's obvious for them to use it now. But if they don't, and they lose the next game, they're really going to want a timeout for them. So you got to decide, do you want to make a change now, ASAP, before things get worse, or do you want to save it for when it is the worst and you need it the most? It'll be interesting to see what they choose to do here. We pull up some stats. We see a good, I mean, not a ton of shots for the entire game. 7-4, I think the shot difference was, as we've been seeing double-digit shots in, a good portion of these games. Is that a timeout we see down there? Okay.
Yeah, certainly a timeout happening as we see the Buffalo congregating with their headsets off here. One thing that I've noticed, Steelhawks, if I've counted correctly, have had 12 shots and they have scored 7 times. So they are, I mean, absolutely over 50% lethal shooting so far. If you're shooting over 50% in a series, your odds of winning are extremely high. Average maybe is around like the 25%, maybe 33% range just in Rocket League in general. So if you're doubling that up, Steelhawks are just looking incredibly impressive right now. Buffalo have to do something to kind of shut that down. I believe, I mean, there's enough talent on both of these rosters that anything can happen. I believe that the Buffalo can do it. They have a good timeout going here, and but yeah, I think it's absolutely the right call as far as using that timeout after game number 2, because you just cannot afford to go down 0-3. If you go down 0-3, a timeout isn't really going to do you any good because you have so much space, you have so much Rocket League left to make up without any room for error, that if you can just calm things down right now and pick up game number 3, then everything is good to go.
Yep, I think I agree with you that this is the right time. I mean, obviously we saw a reverse sweep earlier, but being down 0-3 is normally just so insurmountable that there's almost nothing you can do, even with a timeout. We are going to take a quick sec to talk about the B stage. We have a score update for you there. The Green Bay Knights currently have a 2-1 lead, against the St. Paul Senators in this Challenger division. A closer series going on there. This one might be able to take that 2-1 approach as well if the Omaha Buffalo use this timeout to their advantage. Taking a look at the bracket in its entirety, we see the Knights and Senators on B stage up there in semifinal 1. And the winner of that series will take on the winner of the series we are all watching now, the Steelhawks versus the Buffalo. Do you have any early predictions for this grand final? I think now that Steelhawks are up 2-0, that's probably going to be them. And the Green Bay Knights have been just dominant all season long in this Challenger division. So I wouldn't be surprised if they made it there as well. We now are loading into Game 3. This Omaha timeout's over. I hope they talked about, team spacing and communication and, just how to figure out how to play around each other, because like you said, they've been having a little bit of a struggle with that through these first 2 games. I'm sure a lot of that was fluke related and that it'll improve as the games go on. But for now, time's ticking. We start here in the Buffalo half with some Steelhawk pressure. Buffalo now breaking out. Matus Nate with an interesting challenge up there with no boost. Swish is going to be able to get a couple here to the sidewall. Gets a bump in. A shot might be able to come in from Blotout, but that's blocked away by Dicey Moon. He's going to go missing on that one. He's going to be way upfield. Can they take advantage? Matus Nate going to slow this one down and allow his teammates to recover just a little bit. Hovering around the midfield now, Dicey with the ball up to DJ, who's going to leave that for Dicey, who does not read that one very well. That looked like something I would go for. Matus Nate now in the air with 0 boost. DJ cutting that one off. It's careening toward the blue net. Is anyone there? Dicey is at the last second to knock that one away. Rob from CSA in the corner trying to keep some pressure onto this blue half. Blotout picking up that mid boost and is going to bang that one high. Is the touch going to come down? It does, but there's just a lot of chaos. A shot coming in there, but blocked by DJ. We are seeing some very good pressure from the Buffalo, some pressure that we haven't been seeing yet. Is that one in the net? Bar down, it's hovering, and it's going to find its way in from Rob. I mean, we've been on the blue half for a good portion of this game. I'm sure pressure is one thing they talked about in that little meeting they just had in that timeout, and it looks to be working out for them.
Such a tough save to ask Dicey to make there. No boost and just top shelf for that shot. Enzo, I thought maybe there was a save opportunity there, but there was just no follow there, as that's a great follow by Nate, but it's saved away. Midfield pass by DJ, but that's a great cut by the Buffalo midfield there. We do have Swish in a bit of a dire situation. It's posted once, and Nate able to follow it up here. Great midfield play, getting the second touch over to Dicey. Dicey just keeping it away from the defender, even if it didn't end up being on target. Just kept it in play for his teammate. We have a tie game now. Steelhawks as well as the Buffalo. Buffalo desperately need to get this game as they are going to get a goal here off the kickoff. Rob just taking advantage of a really neutral kickoff here. And DJ just going for a 50, completely misreads the follow on that one. Buffalo get their lead right back in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. This one's taking a little bit more of a fashion of game one, where we saw a lot more goals being scored, and we saw probably 3 to 4 goals, I think, in just the first minute and a half, which is pretty close to what we're seeing now. Bladat now flicking up with no boost. Can he get a touch mid? He can. Is anybody here? That he is. Rob was there, but Maiden Snake cuts it off early with no boost. Excellent goal line clear from him. Dicey going to try to put some pressure onto this Buffalo side. He's going to get a touch out. DJ is there. Is it wide open? Yes, it is. And DJ slots it top left to tie this game at 2-2. I mean, it was pretty open. There seemed to be a defender to make it appear to the last second. Was that a double commit?
I'm pretty sure we just had a Buffalo defender take out another Buffalo defender. I don't know if they actually bumped each other, but I did count 2 there.
Okay, I was wondering if I was seeing things or if that was, in fact, 2 players going for that one and getting beat.
Again, that's something that we've been talking about after games 1 and 2, is especially if they bumped each other, you gotta call out when you're going for a ball. And so, I mean, they've gotten this far. Clearly, it's not an end-of-the-world issue, but right now it is just burying them. They have an opportunity, but they go wide. Another follow-up is in. Bladat, I thought, wasn't able to capitalize there. The save did come through. That's a bit of an iffy touch from Dicey, especially not getting the follow-through, as DJ does get a piece, but it's not a big enough one there. Buffalo, this is as far as I'm aware, this is exactly like game number 1. Yep. Buffalo, Steelhawks, Buffalo, Steelhawks, Buffalo. Will that trend continue here? We'll need to see a Steelhawks goal, although we are on the wrong side of the field for that.
I thought that save from DJ the last second was going to be good enough. It just almost hit out. We now see some pressure on the Steelhawks half. Bladat trying to keep it in, having some support from his teammate Swish. Bladat staying in the play and putting this one downfield. DJ, maybe an errant touch. Is that going to be a shot opportunity? And it is from Rob, who is absolutely putting on a shooting clinic in game 3 when his team needed it the most. Yeah, just an errant touch from DJ. I could see in his car that once he made the touch, he knew he had to recover immediately, but unfortunately just couldn't do so with the way he landed, the amount of boost he had in the situation he was in. Rob, an excellent job to go quickly for that one and make sure that DJ had no time to recover. And we're back on the Steelhawks half already after that kickoff. Made it Nate with some aerial presence to put this one downfield to the Buffalo side. Rob sitting in net, waiting for anything to happen. His teammate is going to be killed, and so will Rob. That is 2 demos. Swish respawns, but it's just them in net. That's going to be blocked away well by Bladat, who takes away. That's just high. Is anybody here to follow it up? DJ is, but Swish with a good job to stay in front of that one. We have a 4-2 game for Buffalo over the Steelhawks. That's going to be a shot in from Dicey Moon. I was just about to say the score out loud, and then Dicey Moon shuts me up and scores 1 and make it a 1-point game. They needed that desperately. Now only a 1-goal deficit for them, which is much easier to come back from than a 2-goal deficit, especially against a team as good as the Buffalo. I mean, yeah, this is like game 1 in terms of the amount of sheer scoring we have. I'm interested to see what the shot difference is after this game, because after game 1 it was pretty much even, but I'm wondering if one of the teams have a few more this game. Swish gets a soft touch down to Matus Nate, who cuts it off. 2 players go, but that's an okay double commit. Unfortunately, it's still near the goal. Rob goes missing. That one's going to be touched by Dicey into the corner. Can DJ put this mid? He can, but Swish is able to get in the way and move that one off to the side. Bladat up for this one. He has no more, and he'll be floating for a while. I see Rob upfield going for a redirect, but unfortunately does not get that one to fall. Swish puts this one mid. Rob's up, but I don't really know what touch would come from there. As Bladat now, can he get the double? He can, but DJ having that faith in Bladat to put it top left and is there to make the save. Another, we're still hanging around the Steelhawks side. Can the Buffalo get that dagger goal here, Gold Dude?
They are looking like it so far, although right now they're on the wrong side. Can we get a little bit of a skim there? Whoa, a couple just very light touches, keeping the ball unpredictable. 2 go there, but gets it up to DJ, so it works out. DJ trying to make something out of nothing. Can't make it anything work there. Dicey picking up the corner boost. Dicey getting a good 50 there. But it's kept in play by Blaudat. These teams just handing the ball back and forth to each other, which works for the Buffalo. Although they have a shot here, it's saved away. DJ missing as well, which could spell the end for game number 3. Buffalo, they desperately needed this one, or their season hopes could be over. Instead, they are now 5 seconds away and looking more and more likely from taking game number 3. Can we see a good kill opportunity? And we will. Winners are your Omaha Buffalo. Game number 3 here. We have a 2-1 series now. Timeout worked out very well after getting shut out in game number 2. They come back and score 4 with a very nice, you were talking about the shots earlier, I believe.
12-6.
Yeah, I was like, I believe it was 12-6. So a very nice response for the Buffalo. This series so far has just been how can you respond to adversity? I mean, that's just any competition in general, but especially in this series right now, these teams have been just going back and forth, and you need to find a way to respond, as despite the fact that the Buffalo had some kind of uglier moments that we've been talking about this series, they still found a way to win. Can they do it again? 3-1, it's not the end of the world, but if you can keep it 2-2 and you have that momentum, I mean, you could, even though it's a tie series, you can consider yourself almost in the lead.
Yeah, you talked about adversity and competition in general, and Rocket League is not a sport where physicality is needed. It's all mental. This is an entirely mental game. Adversity is, bad things will happen in every game. Within every minute, something bad will happen, and it's how you respond. The Buffalo doing an excellent job utilizing that timeout and responding to the first 2 games where things didn't necessarily go their way. I mean, we didn't take the whole minute here either. These guys just readied up right away. They're ready to play as we enter game 4. There's going to be an early shot for Blaudat, and the Omaha Buffalo strike early in game 4. They needed this again. Like you said, if they just can tie this thing up at 2-2, it's just a best of 3 from there. Excellent job by Blaudat to snipe that one bottom left and get an early strike here for the Buffalo. How are the Steelhawks going to respond to this? The kickoff going to Dicey Moon's favor. He's going to be able to get a couple touches. Can he get that one over Blaudat? But a good 50 from him. It's not going to fall in, but it relieves some excellent pressure that the Steelhawks were building. Made it's Nate. How many more does he have? Met up high by Swish. That one's going to be just up to the left. Is there anybody there for that shot? Maybe another touch here from Swish. Can DJ get another fast one mid? Dicey cutting that one off. Can he get one mid? We're waiting for a center ball from the Steelhawks as they've just been kind of going off to the corner. Can DJ get it mid? Is anybody waiting for him? Dicey is. Is that's going to be a missed shot? That one seemed like it could have found its way in with a more accurately placed shot. Finally a center from DJ, and no one unfortunately is able to put it away. We're still in the orange half. The Steelhawks keeping up some good pressure so far in this game despite being down 0-1. Can they, a good infield pass to Rob, but he wasn't ready for it. That one skims off. Dicey with a good touch, but unfortunately they're patrolling the backboard for a touch exactly like that one. Can DJ get the double tap skim? He can, but Rob is ready for it. Unfortunately for him, Blaudat now might be able to get one more mid. Dicey Moon, can he get a 50? He just goes missing on that one. That would have been a massive dunk for them. Rob gonna meet this one in the air with DJ, and now he's floating for a little bit. Again, we're on this Buffalo side. Can the Steelhawks cash in on the pressure? Made his name with a great air dribble. Somebody's there. It's Dicey Moon with the shot just goes left. They're finding good passes, but unfortunately not putting them away, and they will still find themselves down 0-1 because of it.
The number of setups that we've seen so far, I mean, we saw 3 or 4 consecutive midfield passes, and we're only able to even just connect on the pass on the last one, and then the shot ended up being wide anyways. 0 boost there for Rob. Blaudat expends everything, just getting it downfield, but you gotta feel like the Steelhawks should have picked up at least one by now. Then a couple opportunities as that was great. Was that pinched off the ceiling by the Buffalo towards their own net? I gotta watch that one back. Either way, in the corner, does go around as getting a little bit awkward there off the front post, but they retained their lead once again. Buffalo just kind of surviving for the time being, but when you have the lead, that's all that matters. 2 go there for the Steelhawks, which is going to kill the momentum that they may have had. Swishy has been a little bit quiet so far this series. I mean, had a couple nice goals in game 1, but has been quiet the last 2. Rob having to make a save. They transition immediately into offense. Rob with the skim midfield pass, but shut down by DJ. Now going the other way. DJ off the sidewall, flicking it over one, trying to get a bump, but it's shut down. Nate pinching, but it's collected by the Buffalo. Actually, a little bit awkward. Swishy with the shot, but it's again wide. These two teams just lobbing the ball back and forth as that was an opportunity, but can't find the top left. Blada off the ceiling just with nothing. And you gotta think that one of these opportunities eventually is gonna find some pay dirt.
Yeah, both teams struggling to find the back of the net despite opportunities. That one's gonna just fall out. I can't believe that one wasn't in. I mean, I can't believe the amount of opportunities we're seeing from both teams and neither of them able to cash in. A quick score update on that B stage since the last time. We actually are on an upset watch. St. Paul up 3-2 against the favorite Green Bay Knights, who have been a high seed all season. So interesting to see what goes on over there in the B stage. Back to this one, we've got about a minute left. That one's going to be 50'd in of all of the opportunities that both of these teams have had throughout this game 4. This is the one that finds the way to the back of the net. Maybe the most unlikely opportunity yet. It is so funny how this game works sometimes. You find goals when you least expect them and can't find them when you most expect them. But regardless, a huge goal for the Omaha Buffalo. 2 up in this game, trying their hardest to tie this series after starting in that 0-2 hole. About a minute left, and all they have to do is keep the ball on this Steelhawks half, and they will find themselves tied in this series. Like we said, we predicted 6, we predicted 7 games. These teams are even. We knew 0-2 was a fluke. It was always going to come down to the end, and it looks like it's going to. This is probably going to be 3-0 for the Buffalo, as Swish, with no defender in a country mile to defend that, puts that one away. What a statement win for the Buffalo. Assuming the next 40 seconds hold, of course. Crazy things can happen.
And I should have been taking notes, but I believe that game 1 was 4-3 for the Steelhawks, and then game 2 was 3-0 for the Steelhawks. Now we've seen Buffalo 4-3, and now they're up 3-0. So we've had equal responses, which is quite shocking.
We live in a simulation, Go Dude. I don't know if you knew that, but
I don't know why the simulation makes me not as good at Rocket League as these guys are.
The simulation has its problems, yet we are still in it.
It's got some tweaks. But anyways, 16 seconds left on the clock. Buffalo have answered the call and have evened the series here. We are going to at least game 6, like I predicted, and we are inching closer and closer to another Champions Field to decide who will be our representative from this side of the bracket for the Challenger Grand Finals.
Do you wonder if this is an opportunity for Fargo to take a timeout? We saw Omaha take theirs after going down 0-2. It worked out for them. They were able to rally off 2 straight wins. And since then, the Steelhawks have been struggling a little bit more. I think it's something we mentioned, it's cashing in on those opportunities. They seem to have plenty of pressure throughout these games. Unfortunately, they're just not able to find the back of the net for a multitude of reasons. Some just missed shots, some backline saves, some miscommunication. But maybe thinking about a timeout, as it doesn't look like they're probably going to take one. They're maybe waiting for one more loss, which hopefully for them does not come. As 2-2 now in this series. It's a best of 3. We knew it was going to go down to the wire, and that's exactly what these boys are delivering for us at LAN. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see sweeps on LAN. You want to see fun series that get the crowd excited. Hopefully we start seeing some overtimes, because I don't believe we've seen any overtimes in this series yet. So I think we're due in Game 5 for a pretty lengthy overtime. Yeah, again, go ahead.
I would also agree that we are due for an overtime here, especially because at least in 2 of the games it's been very close scoreline-wise. If I'm the Steelhawks, I'm taking a timeout just because I don't want to have to be in a situation where you have to win 2 in a row, but it does not look like they have taken the timeout. They still have that in their back pocket just in case they go down here, as there's a quick opportunity. Blada not able to score, as I thought for a moment that Swishy did not get enough juice on that shot. Blada, I mean, it ended up working out. It was a little bit kind of awkward. They had a great opportunity to pounce off the kickoff there. 6 seconds in, and the Steelhawks, maybe they're thinking they should have taken that timeout.
I mean, yeah, I think obviously they do still have it in their back pocket. If they lose this one as well, it's almost a guarantee they'll use it. I do wonder, though, if they end up, winning this, feeling good, and then losing game 6, if they take it then, just because they have it. Not every team opts to use their timeouts, however, though. It's not necessarily, it is an option for all these teams. We see some pressure here on the Steelhawks half. The Buffalo trying to get that second goal. They scored first. They scored the first 3 last game, and they're looking to do the same because blotted up a double. He does, but unfortunately there were literally 2 cars in that exact spot waiting for the touch that he made. Swish now stealing that corner boost and getting a much-needed demo to release some pressure. He's going to go across the field now. We know he has some mechanics. Can he get a bump? He does backflip. I think he might have been trying to go for a Blodat. Now with a touch, that might have been a shot opportunity, but unfortunately he just goes left with that one. Now he's no boost. Swish. Is Rob over there for that one? No, he is not, as DJ cuts it off. Rob is not over there because he was in the air already. Pre-jumping. Swish with another touchdown. DJ is going to miss. That might be 50 by Rob, but it just gets past him. Blotout now responsible for taking control of this. He's going to get eliminated, however, as it's now someone else's opportunity. DJ with a good touch. Rob on the back line. No one else is there to put it away, and the Buffalo escape a potential opportunity from the Steelhawks. A big bump coming in there from DJ, as it looked like Rob might be able to continue. DJ up for this one, has the flip. He's going to get instantly challenged by Blotout, but it doesn't matter. He still gets it around him. Bouncing around in the midfield right now. Can somebody fly up for this and take it? They do, but they miss. I'm not sure who that was, but now we see still some pressure in around the midfield. Has the boost, has the ball. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Is there anybody there? No. Unfortunately, Mate was ready for it and hits that one away. DJ with a big clear. We're approaching the 3-minute mark. We still see 1-0 for the Buffalo as they're trying to get a reassurance goal. That one is top left, but saved away by Mate. It's Nate. Still some pressure on the Steelhawks half. Can we see a goal? Rob puts it on again. Another shot and another save coming in the back line. I can't believe the Buffalo haven't found a second goal yet. We've been in the Steelhawk half this whole time. They're just starting to now break out. DJ, he's going to go for maybe a pinch here. He's actually going to take control on his car. A good flip over 1. There's a second player. Swish almost doubled in his face. Dicey Morenese, was that a team dunk? I'm not, hold on.
I got to watch you back.
Yeah, I got to see this. I don't
and
know
again,
if I know
that's
what
an
I saw.
unfortunate double. Let's see here.
Yeah, it was. Oh, wait. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's more of that miscommunication potentially we were talking about on that Omaha side. We thought they maybe figured out all their issues, but that's a pretty big one. It directly results in a goal that I think should have been saved had Blodat not been there. But no choice but to regain halfway through this game, and we're tied.
Yeah, rearing its ugly head again. That same issue that has been plaguing them so far. As I also, while we're briefly here, that's a nice beat. DJ with an opportunity. I'm going to pause for here for a second. Shot, save for a moment, but Nate scores to get that lead, not get the lead right back, actually. They are now up 1, getting 2 quick ones there. So over on the B stream, I did want to provide an update. We have a tied series. We have gone to Champions Field Game 7 between the Senators and the Knights. You're able to get a little bit of action on that one. I highly suggest that any trip to Champions Field is going to be a good one. And as we see here, DJ trying to get the double, and he hammers it home. A flawless double for DJ. 1, 2, 2 to Lou. It's in your net. 2:02 left on the clock. The Steelhawks have a double goal lead now. Buffalo, they have shown a lot of adversity that we've mentioned. There's a lot of game left, but they need to get a quick one here because the Steelhawks look like they're getting hotter and hotter.
Looks like St. Paul took a 1-goal lead to start Game 7 over there on the B stage. Over here on the main stage, we still have the Steelhawks up 3-1 against the Buffalo. The Buffalo have a little bit of a hole to dig themselves out of, but they do have some time to do it. 2 minutes is not nothing, as now forced to play some defense is Blodat. Swish going to get out of his way, rightfully so. They've had some problems with that, so it's good that they're figuring that out now. DJ, another double tap, maybe leaving it for his teammate. A wide open shot for Nate as that one just goes high. That one maybe should have been in the net, but it's not like they need to score. I think their defense is a little bit more important than their offense at this moment in time. This one's going to be an awkward bounce over. Dicey going to pop that up, and DJ's already up for it, but Rob, patrolling that backboard, is going to be able to take it away. Made it's Nate. How many more can he get? 2. It's popped up middle for a teammate. Is anybody there? Dicey's going to be able to 50 this, but no one else going to commit. I think the worst thing the Steelhawks could do right now is overcommit, but it doesn't even matter if you're overcommitting if you're scoring. Made it's Nate flying in from the halfway field mark, and putting this one away. It's popped up, and just Bladat, no chance with no boost. There's nothing he can do. Tied up now over on the B stage, Green Bay with it looks about 3 minutes left. We see a 1-1 game over there, so exciting stuff over there. We see a 4-1 lead for the Steelhawks here. This one looking like this game might be decided unless the Buffalo can find a plethora of goals in a short amount of time.
Yeah, and again, the Buffalo Bladat just trying to get a defensive pass out, find Swishy, but Swishy was not ready for it. Just skies it. It comes straight down and ends up as another Steelhawk goal, as that's an interesting touch for Rob, but it does find a teammate. Dicey, pass out, but there's no blue cars out there to make a play. Midfield pass for the Buffalo, drop down 50, and there's no shot that comes through. Missed opportunity for the Buffalo, and that will do it for game number 5. They just won 2 in a row. They ended up losing this one. They now have to win 2 in a row once again. They have no room for error, and fortunately for the Steelhawks, they've retained their timeout. If they drop this next game, they can use the timeout. You know, let's say that they drop game number 6 in embarrassing fashion. Maybe it's a 7-1 or something. They got that timeout in the back pocket just in case, but it's looking like they do not need it, as we hear another goal coming through on the B stage. Looks like the Knights picked up a second one there with a 1-goal lead.
A lot of shots coming on this game. I mean, we see 12 again from. I mean, 1 for 12 from Buffalo there in that game. It's a lot of shots. It's a good amount of shots. However, cashing in only one of those is not a recipe for success. Obviously, the amount of shots is important, but shot quality is arguably even more important, and unfortunately only finding one there. I would say that in most situations, being down 2-3 in a best of 7, I'm probably going to predict the team that has 3 wins to win. But the main reason I still have hope in the Buffalo is we just saw them win 2 in a row. They can do it. We just watched them do it in the last 2 games before this one. So even though they're down right now, they were down worse before and came back. I have no doubts that, I wholeheartedly think that this is probably going to go to 7 games. I don't think the Buffalo are just going to roll over. Another goal coming in on the B stage, and the Senators tie it up 2-2. It looks like I have 20/20 vision. It's 1:17 on the clock over there. 2-2 goal, or 2-2 a piece for each of those teams. That's an exciting game as we get ready to load up here in game number 6. Back to Neo Tokyo, everybody's favorite map, to see who the Steelhawks could end it right here if they wanted. The Buffalo gonna try not let that happen, but right away in the first 6 seconds, a booming clear comes down from DJ. He's gonna get 1 touch. He's gonna get another off of 50 and made it. Nate, an excellent job to turn for that one and be ready for it. What a start for the Steelhawks. They look like they want to send this thing home right now.
Yeah, and I was kind of making fun or kind of poking at the Steelhawks a little bit at the beginning of last game because they got scored on in just 6 seconds, and I was kind of, saying maybe they should have taken their timeout. Well, clearly they didn't need to, but the Buffalo, they scored in 6 seconds as Swishy with an opportunity. Midfield pass saved by DJ. I didn't even see what part of the ball he got a piece of, but the scoreboard showed that he got the save, as now an opportunity for the Steelhawks to double up the lead. Rob can't get the midfield boost. It is grabbed. Another lethal shot. Rob just picking up that corner boost. The Steelhawks right now are looking relentless on offense. The Buffalo just trying to get a couple of pads, just get a couple of touches, but when they get them, they're not that good.
Wow, Green Bay scoring a 0-second goal in Game 7. Wow. I was just about to say we would hear an eruption any moment in overtime, but Barry with a nice solo play around 2, and at the last second gets that one in. What a game. That's been a dominant team all season. Not shocked at all to see them advance to the Challenger Finals, and now they get to watch this one finish up to see who they'll be playing against. I'm sure they don't want to see either of these teams. Rob passing that one mid. That's going to be a shot just off the crossbar for Swish. He needed it, Rob. Following it up. Another one blocked away at the last second by the Steelhawks. The Buffalo with great pressure. That one was going to be in, but an excellent touch there from whichever Buffalo player hit it. That was a lot of pressure for the Omaha Buffalo, and unfortunately wasn't able to find its way into the net. Dicey going to give this one away to Swish, who has no more boost to follow. Made it Nate. We know how good he is in the air. Just getting one, that's going to be a little bit awkward, but DJ does a good job to save him. Bladat with 0 boost. He's not going to be able to do much with that. Another touch coming in from Made It's Nate. A good catch by Swish, but that's going to be challenged immediately by the Steelhawks. A downfield pass. Is anybody here? Probably not, as it was pretty far boomed downfield. DJ, never mind. A touch coming in. Popped up to Swish. Made It's Nate going to follow this one. We've got just under 3 minutes left. Steelhawks trying to do all they can to retain this 1-goal lead and finish this series immediately, but the Omaha Buffalo not giving up. Can we see some prolonged pressure on the Steelhawks half as the Buffalo so desperately need a goal? 2.5 minutes left. DJ up in the air. He can only get one with no boost. It does seem like anytime a player has an opportunity, that's going to be a miss, and it's popped away. I was saying it does seem like anytime a player has an opportunity to do something with the ball, they're out of boost. It just happened again right there. Bladat had a good touch. He unfortunately just couldn't get any more because he had no boost. Maybe boost management, an area both of these teams could work on. It's such an intricate part of Rocket League. Just over 2 minutes left, Golduden still 1-0. Buffalo doing what they can to score here.
The Buffalo had an opportunity there to tie, and as a fan of good Rocket League, when they skied that open net opportunity, I mean, it hurt my soul. So I'm hoping, just for their own sake, maybe so they can sleep better tonight, even if they don't end up winning this series, if they could just tie this game, as that could have been an opportunity, but it's saved, and we again will play on, although that's a miss. Could be an opportunity for Bladat to get a 50. Can't get the corner boost, didn't spawn in time, but does pinch it mid, a shot, but it's saved once again. DJ trying to wait for that corner boost, but it's not going to be there. Rob just playing it slow and slow. Swish tries to get the reset, but it's forced away before he can do anything with it. Popped high. Buffalo have 1 minute, 20 seconds left in their season. If they cannot score here, it is all over. They do have an opportunity here, but the touch is just too high, losing possession there. Bladat. Not a lot to work with, but does have enough to get one touch, although it goes over to a Steelhawks player who pops it high. 2 went there, and a third has no boost. Swishy leaving it for Bladat. Bladat 21, not going to have enough. Actually does get enough to get one touch. Rob coming in on the opposite side. I'm not sure how much I agree with that touch. Bladat with an opportunity. It's off the backboard. Rob with nothing left. And again, we talk about just not having enough boost when it comes time to make the play, when it comes time to put the exclamation mark on the play that you have built all the way down the field. They just cannot finish the job. DJ passed down, but there is no follow-up. 30 seconds left. Buffalo need to respond immediately, and it's not looking good. They do stay clean on defense there. Bladat trying to get it to a teammate, and it just goes out the left post. I thought that was an opportunity. The follow-up doesn't go through. It's popped high once again. Defense able to make a play, and DJ with the clear. 10 seconds left now. Swishy over to the side wall. Is going to leave a follow-up for Rob. Works kind of as a fake. It goes high. Swishy's not going to have enough to get there. Where's the follow? It's off the sidewall. Bladat in net with nothing left. This is an impossible ask. It is touched away, but it hits the ground. And the Steelhawks, who took an early 2-0 series lead, saw their challenge answered and then immediately responded with 2 more game victories. Steelhawks will be advancing to the grand final to play the Green Bay Knights later today. What a end of that game.
What a series as a whole. I mean, we, like you said, we saw the Steelhawks take that 2-0 lead, thought it might be, trouble for the Buffalo. They respond immediately with 2 games of their own. It looks like it's going to be a series of momentum. Who can just string together the most games? And then in Game 6, the Steelhawks able to take 2 more after Buffalo's 2. And we have our final decided, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 2 orange teams, the Green Bay Knights versus the Fargo Steelhawks in the Challenger finale. That is an absolutely exciting match. I cannot wait for that one, as those are 2 teams who absolutely deserve to be there. They've been playing excellently all season. The Steelhawks making a late run and doing super, super well in Major 2, I believe, winning it. And now both teams at LAN making their presence known, beating very, very good teams to get to where they are. Both teams having a bye, so, I mean, maybe that's the key to success, is having that bye. I do think these were the top 2 seeds in all of Challenger entering today, so it's no shock to see them advancing to the finals. I mean, what an exciting match.
16 teams at the beginning of this season are now down to 2. Knights, I mean, the Steelhawks won in dramatic fashion, but the Knights won in unbelievably dramatic fashion. I can't wait to actually watch that Game 7 when we're done here, because from what I saw, again, from up here in the balcony, from what I saw, it looked to be a 0-second goal at Champions Field to advance to the grand finals. It does not get any more exciting than that. But regardless, this was such a fun series. There was a lot of goals that came out. You got to feel for the Buffalo a little bit, because they had the opportunities in that last game, but the issues that had been coming up throughout the series, they just could not sink the shot when it mattered. And at the end of the day, they find themselves out top 4. But for the Steelhawks, their season continues on. Great series. DJ really impressed me just as far as his control on the ball. Nate, a lot of cleanup work, and then Dicey with just that championship experience, keeping the team level-headed and just cool, calm, and collected. That was such a fun series. It's pretty much all you could ask for, except for we did not get a visit to Champions Field, but that's all right. I mean, it was still such a good series, and at the end of the day, Buffalo still had an opportunity at 0 seconds. They just couldn't cash it.
Taking a look at the rest of the day, we see the final semifinal match of the day coming up next in the Premier Division. We have the Brainerd Victory, I believe, taking on the Duluth Superiors. That'll be an absolutely excellent match. Those two teams have been playing super, super well all LAN, now ready to take their talents and their momentum to the semifinals on the main stage. After that, we have 3 straight grand final matches starting at 3:30 and going to 5:30. That's going to be 3 hours of cinema once we decide all of these matchups. So just a super exciting day. It's been an absolutely fantastic LAN so far. Shout out to everybody who's been working. Shout out to everybody who came. Shout out to everything everywhere. And we are going to throw this one to a break. Do not get out of your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We have Premier coming up next, and we will see you then.
Diving in, getting laid down, finding it out for myself. No one else can pull me out. Count to 10, clear my head now. Getting up, gonna go out just to see if I still know how. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken. Let it in, I can take it. Learn the sound of the changes. Nothing else can drown it out. Put myself in a race and made a bet and I'll raise it just to know that I still count. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the winner of the previous series, Mate It's Nate, after a thrilling Game 6 victory. You want to tell me how it feels to make it back to the grand finals here?
I mean, it feels pretty great. Last time I was here, that man right there, my teammate now, beat me, and I want to get my revenge.
If you can't beat them, join them. I love that. So you said kind of that you had been in the grand finals before. What do you think is going to be different about this time that hopefully you'll be able to raise the trophy?
Well, one thing is that for the last 3 months, we've known who the top 4 teams are in Challenger, and me and Dicey spent 3 hours last night game planning, so we're feeling pretty confident going into this grand finals. I mean, the top 4 teams are really good, all of them, and we have to be on our game to win.
I like it. I like that. Now, you don't have to necessarily go into detail, but any insights on the game plan going into the grand finals?
Be DJ.
I respect it. Hey, you got to feed the hot hand, though. But I'm kind of curious if you just want to touch on what is it like playing on stage and obviously playing next to these guys surrounding you when especially you guys are in such a close and heated battle?
I mean, I wouldn't have anyone else on my team. They back us up. We back each other up all the time. It's really a team game, and I think that we exemplify that better than any other team here, except for maybe Buffalo. They're looking really good.
I love that. I love that. Well, Nate, again, massive congratulations on making it to the grand finals. Hopefully we will be seeing you raise this trophy. But that is going to do it down here. Casters, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pressure cooker. We are going up and up and up in pressure, and I am excited to get it going. I did just lose Game 7 overtime, and not overtime, 0 seconds. It's even worse. But regardless, We have got a good series on tap. I'm excited for this one. This is a rematch, actually, of the end series of our day number 1. We get Premier and Cabbage alongside Mr. Stewart himself. Yeah, are you excited for this one?
I'm how can you not be excited? How can you not be excited about seeing the Duluth Superiors and the Brainerd Victory going head-to-head here? It is, we talked about it all day long and all weekend long about how tight Premier is and how it's such a good league. There's such small differences between all these different teams. So getting to see them lock horns once more, they've had that back and forth all season long. And the interesting thing that I was looking at is that when it came to the majors, both of these teams made it through the group stages of both, but then immediately got eliminated. Neither one won a single elimination best of 7 series.
I don't know.
So I don't know what to expect here. I'm like, the Superiors are on paper the better team, but who knows? On this LAN stage, what does it look like?
Exactly. When you dial up the pressure now, you're starting to get to the part of the season where everything matters. All of your touches matter. You hit the ball to the sidewall, you don't get a follow-up right away. That can turn into a shot for your opposing team. That's the really what you want to focus on is every single decision and every single challenge, every single touch you make has lasting impacts on not only the series, but also your season. Bottom of your screen, semifinal number 2 is what we're watching. This is a rematch from last night, the last group stage series played on stream and in the venue on Saturday night. It was a blast of a series, and the Superiors ended up winning it to save essentially their season from the brink of elimination. Now they find themselves, after defeating the Buffalo on the B stage, they find themselves on the main stage. And over on the B stage, Flyers and Outlaws kicking off in just a moment. Looks like those guys are just starting now, so good luck to those two teams. I'm sure that's going to be a blast. But, Cabbage pregame, Victory, Superiors. I have an idea of who I think is going to win this series, but you never know. That's the beautiful thing, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to what we see on the adaptations. We've talked about it all weekend as well with that, about, having that timeout, especially today. Just what does that do? We've seen that turn tides. Earlier today for you guys, going down to 3-0, the timeout, you come out of it, you rip 4 off. Anything. So, it's really a great way to kind of get involved. And I don't know if we have coaches here. I don't think.
We've had some people sitting on the
I'm not
stage
sure if these
behind,
teams have
I'm not
coaches
sure if these teams have coaches, obviously.
Depending on what that looks like, but at least a little bit of time to talk amongst each other and just kind of break it down, say, what do we need to do, what do we need to change, and who can adapt better. But hey, we've seen anything can happen. We've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen the whole gambit here today. So I think we should get into our predictions. I want to hear yours first.
All right. We saw what they were doing last night. We saw how good Duluth started to pick up, started to play. They win their first quarterfinal. We don't get to see the form that they're in. We did see Brainerd play, obviously last night, and then now, obviously earlier, but now. It's really hard for me to pick. It's one of those things of I'm on the fence of, I love Cato Mack. He's a great player. He's got great teammates around him. They've been awesome all season. But if you're telling me that I'm going to pick against the Duluth Superiors, you would be correct. Because I am going to pick the Brainerd Victory to win this series, and they're going to move on to the final.
See, the problem is that I'm actually going to agree with you there, because I feel like the Superiors have looked a little too weak.
Even I'm surprised.
It's because they just, 5-game losses in their first 2 series yesterday, so it was close, but those are teams they're supposed to defeat. Those are teams they're supposed to take out.
Right?
They should have beaten the Flyers, and they did, the Flyers, the Victory there in their third one yesterday, and they did, but it just didn't feel terribly convincing to me. It just felt like it was maybe kind of teams tired at the end of the day, and I'm just thinking, Superiors, you got to show me something that makes me believe, and either we'll be right or we'll get that number 1 seed in the grand final. So I think we're going to have a good spot either way, as I believe we're getting ready for our walkouts now. So desk up here says Victory. We'll see what the players have down in the server there. Well, let's send it down for our walk-ins.
We'll see if the name holds true for these boys here with Cattleback, Wubik, and Whitlock. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Brainerd Victory! They will be on the blue side opposing their team. We've got Sean Fours and Talks of the Duluth Superiors. Got a lot of hostility from these boys. We'll see if they can bring it on stage. Only 4 wins away from going to the grand finals. We'll see who takes it all.
It's going to be a long series. Appreciate it, K-Tool. Thank you for introducing our 2 teams. Those 6 players. Hi, Kato. Hi. Good luck, buddy. I'm rooting for you guys. I picked against him last season. His team went to a Game 5 in their opening quarterfinal of Season 10 LAN. They ended up losing, and I can't pick against him this time. I feel like he has got no shot to give or gap, man. He has got a better supporting cast around him. Wubik and Whitlock have stepped up all season. Whitlock, I think a unanimous decision of arguably the most improved player. And you see that. Number 4 in goals per game. I mean, obviously, we have dialed up. I mean, you can see Premier is as tight as you can possibly get. When you have a player on the list who is not even over a goal per game, you know the goals are a premium, Kato. You got to score a lot if you're going to win this series. But honestly, Cabbage, we are going to see, I'm thinking some of what is on your screen right now, some demos, and Wubik, number 3 in the league for that.
And 4 is on there as well. So it's 2 players that we know love to go for them. So the physicality will definitely be there. I feel like we saw it yesterday. I don't remember what series it was. I feel like it was Brainerd Victory at some point that was just demoing like crazy. Maybe it was somebody else. I mean, we see demos just in a variety of games, really. We see teams that love the physicality, so we'll see them play that way. But, yeah, demo's definitely going to be a big part of it. I think, really, the team play, who's more comfortable, who's ready to go here today as we see our players getting ready to go here. My biggest question for these 2 teams is, do you think they have a preference on the other side of the bracket of who they'd want to face?
I mean, if you're the Superiors and you're the 1 seed, thinking about who you lost to yesterday, the teams that you did beat, you only beat 1 team, and they're sitting on the other side of the field.
Yeah.
So honestly, if you are the Superiors, you're happy with this, how this set up, how this bracket set up. Obviously, you had to win your opening quarterfinal, but you are happy you have the Brainerd Victory on your side of the bracket because, I mean, you could just kind of do whatever you did yesterday and absolutely decimate them, but I hope to God that happens again. Not for my prediction, but I would like to have some sort of comeback from the victory. I'm looking for it. But yeah, Cabbage, you and I, we have experienced many of different series that wow the brain, I guess you could say. And now that I think about it, none of those 6 players were in the Season 7 grand final.
I don't believe so.
No, so that was... I mean, the pressure can get even more is all I'm trying to say. But this man on your screen, Wubik, is going to run through every defender that is on the field. And I'm just excited to see. Yeah, he knows he's on screen. Yeah, there you go. Embrace it. Embrace being on cam. That's what I got to say. But, Cabbage, when you're pre-gaming this series, you're thinking to yourself that, you talked about demos. We saw the 2 players on either side. That is a lot of money from a game I do not know. You have to think, do the other 2 teammates that don't necessarily demo a lot, do they start tying into that a little bit? Do we see a little bit more physical play from them?
I think maybe. I think they need to honestly just cover more because the fact that you know that you've got 1 player on both sides of this matchup that is so demo intensive tells me that you're going to have kind of a lot of situations where it's going to be maybe a 1v1, maybe a 2v2, something like that where you've just eliminated that other player. I think it'll be interesting to see what the head-to-head looks like on those demos there. But it's time to get underway with semifinal number 2 for the Premier.
As the Victory looking to get some revenge here. Like those demons from yesterday. Duluth had to beat them to survive the group stage. They end up doing it. And they find each other in a weird rematch on day number 2 that I don't think anybody was predicting. But the good news, yesterday's results literally mean nothing. Today, it is all on how you play on the day. And I honestly think if you're sitting in the side of the Victory, you have nothing to lose. You came in and you were the high seed from your group. I mean, you're playing to basically prove why you were the best in the group stages. Huge shot from Wubik, a big save from Fours. Fours a part of the Duluth team from Season 8 that won, and Whitlock, he was on the victory last season. He finds himself on the victory just up a level, and he steps up and levels up his game.
Yeah, great dish off the backboard there. Finishes himself into that top corner as a little bit of, showing off for the cams there, but we'll see what we got as, a good start there. Whatever you want to say about it for the victory, it's where they want to find themselves just a minute into this one. Whitlock looking for a second as well, but Tox able to force him into a little kick there. Sean up for himself, and it's off the ceiling. Wubik just there to interfere. Shot looking top shelf once more, but Tox, another soft clear.
Cabbage, when I'm casting, I think of some sayings that you have said in the past. Yeah. Season 5, in the Challenger semifinals, you mentioned the term sow the seed. And I think to myself, one of these teams is going to have to sow that seed to victory and essentially bloom. No pun intended.
I would say, yeah, wow.
And so far, the Brainerd Victory are planting the tree a little bit quicker than Duluth are.
Interesting way to take that, but either way, nice pass out mid.
I had to mention it one time. It's been in my head for 2 years now, 3 years now.
I think we could really go for like an MCS greatest then. I think we bring out the greased pig, We got to find a way. We got to bring that in.
We don't have a pig here, but if we did, he would be greased. And he would be cooked up and fried.
Those who haven't been here a while are kind of wondering what the heck's going on up here, but trust me, we
are
saying
people.
We know what we're doing. As another opportunity here for the victory early on in this one. Nice shot from Rage and Catomac. You said he needed to score. He finds his way into the score sheet as well. One apiece for all three victory players, and this is a strong start.
The good news is Catomac was the last to score, and he replaced they talked about it yesterday. He replaced Skies. Power mentioned it. He had to step up huge to fill in the hole that Skies left, and he's done a pretty darn good job of it. But, man, have Wubik and Whitlock really embraced the really just do whatever it takes to get a win mentality. And we've seen that from them all season long. They've been one of the most consistent teams. Goal scoring they've been very, very good at. You're seeing that now as they're having some problems. Wubik with a reset. Going to be blocked out by Sean. And he's the key player for me. When Sean is playing well with Fours and Tox, you have Tox always on the ball, a mechanical player that can create space for his two teammates. But if Sean can get going on the offensive end, him and Fours can be a very good 1-2 punch. We'll see if those guys can start going here. But don't count out Tox to score some goals either. But so far, Cato has the number of Brainerd, makes it 4-0. And we have seen this a ton. It has been game ones that are just not close.
Yeah. I mean, earlier in the series, you took part in it. It was like 13-3 after 3 games there. It was absolutely crazy.
I honestly didn't think we were going to score.
Yeah, it started off so incredibly slow. And I think the interesting thing so far, too, is this feels like a little bit of a slower pace of play. It doesn't feel like quite what we expect. I mean, it's definitely intentional touches. It's good control. It's what we expect out of the premier level. But they're kind of, playing a little bit slower. And I think the Victory are okay with that. They'll say, you can definitely take your time because we'll be comfortable where we are. And Catamac's going to look for another one. Drops it down, crossbar. But Whitlock there to finish it off, and 5-0. I mean, this is just save some for games 2 through 4, basically, is I'm going to tell the Victory at this point.
Yeah, we do not want to mention a Des Moines derecho here. Save some for later on in the series is what I'll say. But regardless, Brainerd with a basically dismantlation. It's not even a word, but I'm making it
You're making it a word, yeah.
143 still left in this game. A little bit of time for Duluth to maybe get on the board, but basically dismantling this Duluth defense. And so far, obviously, like you said, every Victory player has scored. Cato's got multiple goals. Whitlock has multiple goals. And so far, the defense of Duluth, non-existent in this series. And you have to think, eventually, they're going to figure it out. They're going to start playing smarter, not throwing their challenges away, playing intentionally when it comes to touching their ball in their hat. But so far, I mean, Whitlock all over the field. Ton of time here. Going to pop up, looking for a 50-50. That one going to drop awkwardly. Force throws it in reverse, but no, does not get a touch here. 60 seconds, Cabbage, and it's pretty much all but over. Brainerd essentially confirming the first game.
Yeah, and definitely not any, no offense to Katamak, but when you look at the team and you see Wubik at the bottom and you're winning, that tells me that the Victory are doing something so incredibly well right now that, like, they don't even need the star players to necessarily take that extra step and, like you said, kind of do what it takes to win. Wubik's just playing a solid game. He doesn't need to have that kind of star performance. Still having a good game, though, as he almost finds the back post there, and they are just cruising to a Game 1 victory here. Now under 30 seconds to go. Little pass across the field there. Wubik's going to go up for the solo play. Can he get low? Goes under Tox there, but another player back behind. 4 is ready for it. Katamak back at his own corner, and that one's a nice 50. Can he chase this one down? Kind of an awkward spawn there, and back on defense, Tox once more.
Looks like a touch from Sean. Tox all over it. 4's on the follow as well. Shut down immediately. Kato wins back-to-back challenges. And Victory will draw first blood. Sean tries to pick the corner. What a stop again. They just can't buy one here. Looking for a 50-50. Wubik will kill it down. First and opening game goes to the Brainerd Victory. And, man, am I happy with my prediction right now.
Yeah, apparently. It felt so weird. I mean, you look at these numbers, and it's
3 shots?
Yeah, 3 shots to 13 there on the other side for the Victory. And, I mean, you could feel it. It felt like it was really a one-sided game, and it was kind of, like I said, kind of a calm game. Really, to me, one of the calmest dominations I've seen in a while, because it just didn't feel like, there's not a lot of hype, there's not a lot of screaming from the stage, especially too. We've kind of seen that all weekend, where those teams where it's the
when they score, they're letting you know
loud.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see that with the Rising Star Grand Finals up next. That Omaha team loves to make some noise, and so it's weird because it just feels it's so zen, and that's why maybe we're taking it here to Utopia.
Kick back. Enjoy some Rocket League here in this second. Oh, okay. Interesting touch. Interesting play. Kato Mac has a good catch forward. Has enough boost. Gets under one. Gets a reset. Drops that. He tries to pick the corner. Someone has to put this in from Brainerd. It's basically rolling on the goal line. And if you don't get that one, you're not going to be happy with what Kato did. Basically gets all 3 players, but yeah, look at the top right of your screen. They end with 0, 0, and 5. There is 5 boosts between 3 players. Duluth, it just seems like they don't have anything to work with. And honestly, they start prioritizing their boost a little bit more, not worrying so much about what's, who's on the ball, what's going on the ball. They might find a little bit more success, because it just seems like they're so dialed in on the ball. Where's the ball at? Who's going for the ball? I'm playing the ball.
And
sometimes just let it go.
I feel like were those the first 2 demos we've seen this game? I feel like we haven't seen many. It's now we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 so far in about 30 seconds here of game number 2. After that opening little stretch there is now Tox up for this one. We'll see if we see another demo come in. Whitlock high off the sidewall. He's going to miss. It opens up space for Katamak to take it forward. Sean sidewall. That's Wubik up for it first. Going to kick it out towards mid. Whitlock at the follow there. And quick speed here. Victory definitely putting the pressure on early once more. They look to take a 2-game advantage, is still in that corner.
Great slow touch from Wubik. I mean, I love that. It's just killing time. Easy shot. Kato lines it up. 50-50 from Whitlock goes off the backboard, but Wubik's touch there is key, because he really is the reason why the ball is still in the half. If he hits that hard, Duluth more than likely have a chance of getting out of their half off of just the power that he generated out of the corner. Huge challenge from Fours. They can't get out, though. Tox with a touch to the corner. And Fours really, in Season 8 with Duluth, stepped up huge, but does not have Bryant and does not have Crim6 out of the tournament. Bryant not even in it. Bryant mentioned, though. 2:57 to go here. Good reset catch from Kato. Looking to just keep pressure on the ball. And that's what really Brainerd do so well. They're just all over the ball. You have no time to breathe.
Okay, and I see a little energy here out of Kato. We saw that, a little shout on the goal. You'd love to see it, as that's just great follow-up there. Whitlock able to pressure forward, and again, it's kind of low boost, but either way, it works out for the side of the Victory. They double their lead, and now 7-0 on the series in terms of goals scored. And for the Superiors, I honestly want to see someone go for a solo play. Just get something to end up in the back of the net. I think we saw Tox take a good crack at one late in game 1, but we need to see more here, because you really don't seem to have that cohesion. And, you mentioned the boost as well. Maybe just send somebody forward, or if you want to be really serious about it, as a good opportunity comes through there, go for the demos. Go for that physical play that you love to see out of your team, and see if that can get something going, because so far, I think I've really seen maybe 1 or 2 demos out of the side of the Superiors.
I mean, they can't get out of their half to get a demo. I mean, you can chase a demo in your half if you want to, but realistically, you're not going to get anything out of it. I mean, all you're going to do is rotate a player back for Brainerd with boost. Cato lines it up again. He just can't get a double to go in. The first game had a beautiful lineup into a shot, hit the crossbar bar down. This one, beautiful lineup into a shot, hit the crossbar bar down. Maybe if we just remove the crossbar, he might score some of these doubles. As huge pre-jump from Cato in the midfield. 5 shots, no goals. God bless his soul. Minute 45. A lot of time here for Duluth to get going, but man, can they not get out of their half. Every touch, it just seems like it's towards a Brainerd player who is sitting with 100 boost and collecting. And I mean, Cabbage, you'll take that all day long.
Yeah, I mean, there's no concern here. The victory looking good. The thing that comes to my mind now is, did Superiors, did they hit that panic button? Did they go for the timeout after this one? Because I feel like you need to find some way to slow it down, and
yeah.
It feels like it might not even do anything. Even if you don't talk to each other, just find a way to maybe throw the victory off their game. Have them sit there. Have them just try to maybe they'll throw themselves off their game. Bar down. It's on the line, and there we go. Force gets it started for the Superiors. Minute 10 left in game 2. Signs of life off a great shot there. If that goes out, I feel like the Superiors are just going to cry.
I think if I'm Sean, I probably chuck the controller out the window.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just, at that point, you're putting on such a good shot, and the game, unfortunately, just doesn't reward you with physics. But it's a good chance. Again, 4 is blocked by Whitlock. Challenge off the backboard here. Sean, a good touch to himself, going to keep pressure on. Now Forrest crashes into the corner. Not something we see from Duluth very often. They're very disciplined as far as not throwing their challenge away and into the corner. It's part of the reason why they've been on defense for so many times, is that's an open net for Cato, and it really isn't going to matter. Another 2-goal lead for Brainerd. Only 43 seconds left. We need essentially a miracle for Duluth. The good news, though, they are on the board.
Yeah, and Cato ends the dry spell there. Has the Brazil on the scoreboard with a 1 goal on 7 shots, so I'm proud of him there to get that one. Get the one across the line.
Get to 8 before he scored.
I'm not going to say I was hoping for double digits without a goal, but I kind of was, just for the hilarity of it, especially because his side is winning, so you can't feel too bad about it. But either way, able to find the great pass there as 30 seconds now on the clock. Do we see something here? Looking top shelf for Sean, but instead ends up wide of the frame, and this time Fours just charging in on it. Whitlock, soft touch to the sidewall. Cato will kick it down the field once more. A little bit of a giveaway.
Oh
as
boy.
This might get set 4s up, but instead intercepted there. Wubik really quick on it and able to at least kind of dull some of that danger.
I mean, really, 4's non-existent, Talk's somewhat non-existent. I mean, they've been playing defense. This one's going to fall down to the ground. Brainerd wins back-to-back games to open this series. What we have learned today, though, is the series is never over, but we have also learned that generally the team that comes out and wins the first 2 games has a pretty darn good chance of winning the series. But honestly, we need to see more shots from Duluth. 4 shots in this game, 3 in the last game. 7 in 2 games is not going to cut it. You had Cato with 7 shots by himself in this game.
Yeah.
And you have 7 shots between 2 games for 3 players? I mean, guys, we got to get on the offensive side. But, I mean, I thought they had a chance there, but ended up being just the 1 goal that was scored, and then Cato scored on that counterattack. New game, new set. This is your chance if you're Duluth. They elect not to use the timeout.
No timeout, and really did not wait long in between the games there. It felt like that was maybe 15, 20 seconds basically readied up right away. And so I find that surprising because I could understand not wanting to use the timeout, but at least, take a moment there. But I guess they're just hoping that you keep trying hard enough and eventually something's going to work. But I don't think that's the way to find yourself back into the series.
Talks winning Challenger in Season 9 with what is now the Winnipeg Atlas, was the Mankato Atlas at that time. Has been here before, has been in this exact venue, knows how to play, but sometimes experience doesn't beat general, just overwhelming pressure that Brainerd are creating. I mean, it's chaos in front of the Duluth net.
Yeah, And I mean, the other thing to say too is the victory. Players that have seen the stage, players that have been here before, but they look so calm. I mean, there's not really many whiffs, there's not many misses. It's nothing that has me concerned about their comfort on this stage. I mean, they're just ready to go. The rotations are great. A shot that's very easy for Kato to save, and then maybe a follow up here by Forrest. Can he drop it down? No. Instead, it's just swatted away. Double commit there, as Whitlock is able to just rip this one downfield. Does he have anyone there to connect with? He'll chip it up, and no, that one's just kind of there to float, but still, more time off the clock.
Forrest makes a great play, gets to basically the goal line. The ball bounces off the goal line once. Nobody from Duluth home to punch the ball in. Both of them sitting back, waiting, and they both end up double committing from it. I mean, it's just got to be more structured play from the Superiors. You can't rely on one player to basically beat this Brainerd team, because this is complete and utter decimation right now. Brainerd up 2-0.
Yeah, and again, that's another great little pass there. Sean trying to cut it off. I can't quite tell from that angle if that was maybe just a little difficult, if there was kind of a miss there. I don't really know, so I can't really pass too much judgment on it. But either way, I mean, it's another great passing play, another goal for the side of the victory. And, I mean, this is fundamentally good Rocket League, and they don't need anything more than that right now. The Superiors aren't making it too difficult.
Oh my.
As another great save comes out. Whitlock able to read that one and set it up. Now he might get a chance, but instead a double commit into a 50. Tox looking top shelf, and there we go. That's a quick response that gives a bit of hope for the Superiors. Let's see if they can continue.
Tox's first goal in this series comes in Game 3. Force's came last season, yeah, Season 10. No, Game 2. But Game 3, still waiting on Sean's first goal. Essentially did score the first goal of the series for Duluth, but Force, the reason I punched it in. But that play out of the corner from, it was denied by Whitlock. I thought for sure it was a goal, just based on how it was played. What a fake from Wubik, though. A little bit of mind games, and we have seen that basically all day from all three levels, people really using the advantage of LAN. And I tell you, it is hard to defend when you're sitting there with not a ton of boost and you got like this. You have no idea if they're hitting the ball. They're sitting there waving their magic wand in front of you like, ooh, look at me, and they don't hit the ball.
Yeah, and Sean, again, it's kind of, I don't know if that's another defensive miss, if we really chalk it up to that, if we chalk it up to him defending the fake touch there.
I was expecting Whitlock to get the ball.
But I mean, it's just, at some point, even if you are going to honor the fake, you got to make contact. You got to at least do something to make it a little bit more difficult, because the Victory are getting to work with all the passes they want. They've got the space, they've got the touches, they've got the boost, they've got everything they want right now, and it's continuing.
Oh boy, free double. You just can't give them that much space because they're going to make you look silly. Wubik with low boost still finds an infield. Sean tries to jump. Forrest doesn't go up the backboard. Whitlock with a free double tap off that backboard, using the first touch from the tip of his Fennec to get enough on it, and it ends up being a beautiful shot. Forrest to himself does get over one. Kato with a good tip touch will be able to follow this, get some help from Whitlock. That's really what this Brainerd team does so well, is when one player does have a bad touch, the next player is right on the case, ready to help them out. And Gabbs, you need that with your teammates. You need them on the case. If you know you're screwing it up and you make it known to your teammates, you need them there to help you out.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is not being too afraid just to call out that you are missing. It doesn't really, it doesn't matter a lot of the times, or even if it does result in a goal, everyone's going to make those mistakes. Everyone's going to have those issues.
Right.
Can you bounce back? Can you make it so that it doesn't matter as much, or does not result in a game loss, really? And that's been the victory so far, even though really it felt like they have not missed much. It's been a few kind of awkward touches, a few things they probably don't want, but still no misses to say. And that's just, I mean, it's clean. It's, again, looking good. And I'm singing the praises of the Brainerd victory, but it's because it's kind of all we can do right now. They just look so good as Whitlock's up for this one again. Just able to swat that one out of a dangerous position. Fours now could chase, but has no boost in the corner, going to have a tough time. And, yeah, as far as it goes, that just gets off to Tox in the corner. He has to 50 it all the way across the net, and it's, again, just kind of sputtering out without too much danger.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing is going Duluth's way at the moment. I mean, you saw that infield pass. That looked good from Forrest to Sean. Whitlock right on the case to sweep it away. I mean, they just continually rotate. not only through their midfield, but they are doing a great job of just covering up a lot of that midfield, not giving any space. Like you can play a pass, but if the other team's expecting it, the ball's going to be sent out of your half within half a second. Not to mention Cato bumping fours off the ball. Nobody from Duluth reading that. I'm sorry, but Duluth looked like my team earlier today. Like we can't hit the ball, wondering where in the world we're going half the time. The good news is we did eventually wake up. Hopefully Duluth eventually wakes up. And I have a feeling they will. Based on the experience they have, you have fours and talks on your team. I don't know how much LAN experience Sean has, but he probably has a little bit. I mean, at this level, you probably have some. But overall, most experienced player on the victory is probably Wubik. And so far, he has stepped up for his team and basically made Duluth look silly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great team effort right now. And this one, Whitlock's going to go up just for some style points here. Sean will kick it back over the wall, and just seconds tick away. Superiors might get one for the road, but it's not going to do much. And instead, it floats the other way. Wubik's going to put a shot in from range. Can Sean get up for the save? He can. Good attempt there, but Cato's up for it once more. Fours. He'll carry it off towards the corner. Wubik's going to charge over. That's going to drop down towards midfield. Sean can't get on the end of it, and a clean win here. 13-2 is the goal total so far through 3 games. And now I got to ask you, of course, hopefully we see a timeout here for the Superiors.
Surely.
Shots, again, it's pretty small. 4. It's pretty light on the side of the Superiors. Does this change your prediction for Premier as a whole? Because for me, seeing this team perform like this has me believing that they could take the title. I really thought that it was going to be, if the Superiors make it out of this game, they win the title. If the Flyers, or excuse me, not the Flyers, if the Victory make it out, they're going to lose to whoever comes from the other side. But right now, they look so good.
I mean, I was expecting, I can't lie, I was expecting a little bit of pushback from this Duluth team. Like, coming in as the highest seed in the tournament, I mean, all season long, I mean, they accumulated the most points. 2 teams, though, that didn't do insane in the majors. And, I mean, overall, I was expecting a little bit more from Duluth. But sometimes it just takes a little bit of time for the beast to wake up. And maybe this is the time to start climbing out of bed, wiping our eyes a little bit and saying, okay, we're actually playing Rocket League. As selfless play from Sean opens the lane up, talks. All he has to do is drive it home. And that's a better start overall for the Superiors.
As it's going to be really interesting to see if that continues. The physicality, a big part of what we talked about pregame. And Sean's going to go for another bump here. That could be a great time out middle. That could have been 2 goals right off the rip. Superiors, I hope they continue to see that is the case. The problem is can the Victory shut that down? Because I would expect that they're able to, but a shot from range. Whitlock able to recover. Nicely done to get back for the defensive effort. Now Tox off the ceiling here, low on boost. It's ripped downfield. Sean flips away from it. As Wubik might have gone for a little bit of a fake. Now Cato, can he get something? No, Whitlock shot instead, and Tox guides it to the corner.
I don't hate the decision by Tox to, I mean, he got a great first touch. His second touch was even better. I don't hate the decision to go for a bump, but really this Victory team have been reading that all day long. They've been cutting out the midfield, getting the ball out of their half as soon as possible. This one's going to float. Huge as Sean has boost to get that one out. Right back into their half, though. Awkward play. Wubik's on the case. 1 for 1 as he'll tie the game up, but I don't hate the decision from Tox to go for a bump, but it just isn't there. You're better off just shooting the ball on the net and making Brainerd make some saves.
And that's the tough part, is that really based on that first goal, the bump was the thing, or the demo was the thing that made the difference.
Exactly.
And then you want to go for that again. You want to use that in your advantage, but instead it just really is to your own detriment there to go for that. So it's the difficult part is now Cato's demoed in the corner there. Force, he misses, and at some point, well, Whitlock's down as well, so maybe some space. Is a little bit of a team bump there. Now Cato on the end of this one. Can he get this into a dangerous position? Gets past 1, can't get the follow-up as it's cycled out here. 4 is going to charge forward, no boost in the tank. I'm surprised he's still going for that in the offensive zone. Is now Cato going to look for a double touch. Great defense, as that's much better on the backboard there. Wubik gets demoed in the corner there as well, and that opens up a little bit more space.
This is just relentless. I mean, we're switching to Brainerd POV after Brainerd POV. They are essentially just speeding at the ball at every waking second. I don't know how Duluth is hanging on to this back line of theirs, but I mean, how many times have you seen a Brainerd player just essentially all over the challenge? Another one where Wubik shuts down that clear. I mean, if you are Duluth, guys, it's like one of the first things you learn. Bang the ball out of your half. Give yourself a chance. Tox upper 90. What a stop by Wubik. Puts the hand up. Uses this as the crossbar and gets that one out. A little bit of time now, but again, Sean bumped off the ball. Whitlock around one. Cato lining up a double. Does hit the backboard once again, and sometimes it just isn't in the cards. But a huge beat out from Wubik again in the midfield. As 2:22 to go. 2-1 advantage, Brainerd.
Yeah, and this feels done already. It just it feels so hopeless. There's just nothing for the Superiors. And I mean, you joked about it earlier about if the crossbar wasn't there, they would have scored. I feel like you extended the goal all the way to the ceiling. This is the Superiors series. They have an easy win here, but it just feels like they keep on rattling the crossbar. It's shots towards the backboard, but nothing that is all that dangerous. And it's just disappointing because they are so much better than this. We know that they have so much more to bring to the table, and it feels like it feels like they're not coming up to their potential, and the Victory are playing just a solid game on their side.
I mean, we saw it last night. I mean, this Duluth team is capable of winning this series, of beating this Brainerd team. But right now, the level Duluth is at is just nowhere near where Brainerd is. I mean, they are absolutely steamrolling them. Every single chance they get is completely shut down. I don't know what advice I could give to this Duluth team to get some offense going, because it seems like Brainerd has their number. They figured it out. Whitlock lining up a ground double, but able to get it done. 50-50 into that corner. And Sean will sit on the ball. 127, your season on the line. If you're the Superiors, Victory, they're long good here. As Sean will clear the lines. Tox around one. Tox looking for a midfield pass. Does get the bump. Sean is there. He fakes it out, but Duluth ain't on the same page, let alone the same planet. Brainerd knows what each other are thinking at the moment. Huge challenge from Sean to get him out. Fake from Tox. That one going to go ceiling and down, and oh, that's so aggravating if you're the Superiors.
Oh, just so many chances here. That was the defenders. That wasn't really so much of a miss off the crossbars. So it's going to be interesting as now Cato again pressuring on this one. Wubik's going to swing out to the side, just bump and steal possession for a moment. That makes it dangerous, but Cato back in that corner doesn't need boost to respond as Sean's shot rips all the way to the far corner. Fours doubles back and gives space. Now Cato kicks it downfield. Whitlock unable to get there in time, so Fours maybe, but it's no boost, so he can't really do any sort of maneuvering. He's just got to throw it out mid and hope someone else can do something. As Sean trying to drop that one down, Tox flips away. As again, it looks like there's no communication. It looks like it's not there, but sometimes you don't need to communicate. Sometimes it just happens, and Fours find something to give the Superiors a chance in the closing seconds.
Yeah, and it was the two players from the Victory there. I think Wubik was one of them that cheated up just a little bit too far. And I saw the touch from Tox was going to bounce out. I knew Forrest would probably be there. Fake kickoff from Brainerd. Ballsy with the series essentially on the line. You can close them out right now. Forrest, though, will not let Duluth's dream die as... Yeah, you got to punish the kickoffs when people don't, actually go for the ball.
And that's one of the first mistakes we've seen out of the side of the Victory. Cato just doesn't get a good touch there as, I mean, they still got a response here. They still have a chance to make something happen. But, I mean, for the Victory, it's got to be something real quick. And we really haven't seen you have to do it under that much pressure. It's just been calm goals under the pace of play as this one sent back out in towards the midfield. Cato's going to pick this one up, send it towards the ceiling. Sean is up there to receive. Two players. A bump there. Now that's a chance. Wubik, he's denied on the goal line by Tox. Is now Cato's going to look to touch, but the Superiors knock it down, and step one is complete.
The Superiors survive an absolute warpath for them on the latter half of that game. 7 shots from Whitlock, does not put a single one in. The shots are a little bit better, though, from Duluth. 2 for each player that game, so they're at least getting some sort of pressure, some sort of chances, but there's still moments like this, some lapses where one player misses and the other player behind him has no clue or no communication that maybe, okay, my teammate might miss this or might not make the touch. Speeding into game number 5 here. Duluth. Seems like the comeback bug is in the air, and they've caught a virus as right off the kickoff, some pressure for them, but Brainerd back to the level of getting the ball out of their half, and they are doing a darn good job of clearing their lines. It feels like Cabbage every single time Duluth tries to set something up, Brainerd really either has the answer or they know what to do to get the work done.
Yeah. I want to quick highlight the B stream, of course, going on. We've been talking about it all day. Final game of the day over there. It's a 2-0 lead right now for the Flyers. There was an overtime in game number 2, and so they're just getting underway over there. You'll see the winner of that one face the winner of this series. It looks to be the victory, but they've got still work to do. Is this one? Kato high up in the air, trying to use what boost he has, but him and Tox both miss. So it's cleared up by the last defender there. Wubik dropping it down. Sean able to pick this one up and go high. Kato from the midline comes back and defends it. That's a great play there as Tox now he's going to look for a little bit of a solo play, or at least something, to put it up and away. Kato, another great save. Wubik helps out with this one as Kato put in some good defensive work here in Game 5.
And Kato and Sean, I mean, know each other, have played each other, or played against each other, played with each other for the longest amount of time. And to see Kato just completely take the ball off of Sean's car has got to be very, very annoying for Sean, because it's like, I've got to play with this guy against, and now I got to play against him. It's like, I mean, takes the ball off my car when I'm playing with him. But 3:30 left to go. Huge challenge from Tox. Puts Sean in a tough spot here, has to make something work, and does. And this is a different game than what we've seen. Neither team really has struggled to score in this series so far, but this game's a little bit different. They kind of get an outplay here. Sean's down the line, does get there in time. 1-0 lead for the Duluth Superiors as Tox, important touch down the field. Whitlock just gets caught a little bit too far forward. I think Whitlock's cam might be frozen.
No, he's just real
He's just really stationary. We got
there.
a statue of Whitlock up there on the stage.
And I want to talk about it too real quick. There was a demo in there, and it was interesting because it was on another full boost player. I think that's part of the thing that's been a big part of the Superiors, at least in that last game as well, was demoing and making them impactful demos. You talked about not chasing a demo in your own half, but whenever they were getting demos, it felt like it was eliminating a decent chunk of boost off of that victory defense. And, you know, difference between 133 with, you know, the spawn amount, it's not a huge difference, but it can be the difference between a save, between a touch, between something else. So I like to see that for the Superiors, trying to find impactful demos and getting the lead once more.
And one thing, you know, when you are losing in a series, like, you have to stay in it. The series is never over. You have, I mean, we saw that in the last game, literally. The game is never over. The series is never over. You know, you have to stay locked in and stay focused on the task at hand, and that is winning one game at a time when you're down. But honestly, this Duluth team, the resilience that they've shown so far in the latter half of not only this game as Tox looks infield, it's a good idea. It's a good, you know, a good play that you're looking to get, but just not good enough execution. Beautiful read from Sean on the backboard. Tox can play outfield, gets a bump. Sean, 1v1, gets over Wubik. It goes bar down. It skirts on the line, and Whitlock able to caress that one to the side. As a huge clear from Wubik will put pressure on Sean, but he's got full boost and a little bit of time. But, I mean, honestly, when you're down in a series, it just feels like the first games that you did play, no challenges going your way. We're starting to see some plays where Duluth is starting to win some of these 50-50s.
Woo! And I think in between the series, we might need to actually have a tech pause just to repair the blue crossbar. The Superior's just wearing that thing out with the shots. I don't quite know, but it's just every single game so far, they put at least one off the crossbar. I think it's probably over the double-digit mark at this point, if it's not over 20, where it just feels like they cannot get that nice bounce. It's really just been so close for them, but not quite, as Tox has to drop back on defense. Sean off in the corner as well. Kato out towards mid, Fours boots it up. Sean, he's high for this one, going for the double off the sidewall. Doesn't connect, so Whitlock, he'll take over off his defensive end, floating down with this one, but has used a lot of boost before he's able to get a shot off. Now crossing this one there. Whitlock's there for the shot, but instead it's just softly into the corner. Now kicked out mid. Wubik drop shot there. Tox, a great save off of his own backboard, and that keeps his team in the lead. 45 to go here in Game 5.
Look at the play by Sean. Delays his touch, gets two players from Brainerd to commit to him, and gets by both of them. Sean kills probably 25 seconds now that Brainerd is not going to have. 30 seconds on the clock here, as we're going to cook up even more pressure for this victory team if they drop this game, you know, going to Game 6. Back-to-back games from Duluth are starting to wake up a little bit, starting to, you know, set that defensive line a little bit higher. Sean just looking to kill the clock here on a 50-50. Demo onto Fours. Just Tox last back. A lot of booster Kato to work with. Tox, though, just ego challenges him and takes the ball away off his head. 5 seconds left in this game. Can Brainerd close it out? It's just going to float midfield. Whitlock is up. Has a double. It drops down. And Cato did not know the read was going to bounce that far out, was a little bit too close. And the ball just goes enough right. And yeah, man, this series starting to get close. Over on the B stage, obviously the Outlaws playing the Flyers, like you said. And the Outlaws have a player on their team who has made back-to-back Premier Grand Finals and has gotten second in both of them. God bless Night Fang's heart. But he's hoping to get back to the Grand Final, fighting it over on the B stage. MCS Bravo, twitch.tv/MCS Bravo if you want to watch that series. Those guys are having a ton of fun over there. But yeah, honestly, like, I mean, every series today, Cabbage, has been a literal barn burner.
And I want to know, are these players, are they, is it like not paid by the hour? Because it feels like they're just burning through this series. It's like a speed run of a best of 7 that goes to all 7 games, because it's honestly like 10 seconds between. They're both like, all right, we lost, we won, okay, whatever, next game.
New game.
They just don't care, and it's admirable, I guess, but say what you want. And we're into game number 6 here. The Superiors trying to see if they can force a game 7 decider, because that's what I think everyone here wants to see. Cato driving through that one. Whitlock is denied as well, as Sean diving into that corner. Wubik's the first player there for the victory, is now back on defense once more. Cato, soft touch to himself, continues forward. Has 2 players to contend with, and Tox just guides that one off to the far side.
Tox gets beat by Wubik, though. Sean has his back. Huge touch. And still look for a 50-50. It ends up being just a fake. I think Whitlock had no boost on that. Are we in Premier or what? Cato off the sidewall. Looking for a touch. Shut down immediately by Fours. Whitlock again off the sidewall. And the adjustment so far from Duluth has been to stop giving the ball to Brainerd in their half. And they've been a little bit more disciplined about some of these touches out of their corners, especially when they have boost. The value of boost on LAN, especially at this level, the people who have boost need to be impactful on the field. They need to be important. They cannot be the players that are flying by the ball, throwing their challenge away. I mean, otherwise you're just banking on your last 2 teammates to make some miracle stop. As into that corner, Wubik with nothing. Does get a great touch on the ball, though. That one going to go down the field. 3 minutes still left to go, Cabbage. And we've seen some incredible moments on this field in the past. I have a feeling we're going 7.
There's maybe a chance here. Sean's looking to see if he can get into the weight room there, but denied at the door. As Cato from range, and again, it's just, I feel like for the Superiors there, we saw some situations where they maybe could have had a chance to counter, but only one player with boost is Fours. That's going to find the top corner on the far side. Slick with it off of the sidewall, and the Superiors once more with a lead.
And that is a beautiful shot from Fours. Just essentially, Cavs just gives them no chance to even make a stop. When you're on the goal line like that and the ball kind of just pinches and goes with a lot of power towards the back post, I mean, even if you're there with boost, you have to react on essentially a dime. And I mean, even the highest of players are going to struggle with it. Tox, I don't know if I agree with an insta jump there, but ends up eating a demo and will be rotated back. Sean is there, shut down by Cato. As Wubik will collect. Looking to make his mark on the series. Goes bar down. Can anyone finish it? It is Cato back to cross the net. And Brainerd, they needed that one.
Yeah, that one finally felt like the crossbar betrayed the Superiors, or excuse me, betrayed the victory for a moment there as they clang one down, but able to crash in on the net there, finish it off, and tie us back up 2.5 roughly in this one, as now it's Wubik going to get the kickoff win there. Sean back easily takes care of that one as he'll guide that off to the corner. Runs all the way past it, so Cato gets a chance to collect, but Tox, a banger down the field here. Anyone there to follow up? No, it's just a soft touch by Wubik, but low on boost, only Cato with the tank, and now Tox actually does well to come back and help us defend.
Huge collection by Wubik. 2 players go from Duluth? Hello, anyone home? I mean...
And they both miss.
They both have boost. I mean, Whitlock just gets the flick, but I think both of them expected either one to hit the ball there. That probably is what went down. I have no idea, but minute 57 to go here in this 6th game. Victory looking to close it out as they have scored back-to-back goals. Wubik looking for a 50 on Tox and just destroys him on the challenge.
Yeah, and now all three players on the side of the victory have goals once more. First time we've seen that since game number 3, so it's a great sign that they're kind of finding their legs once more and maybe can shut this down without needing that game 7. But the Superiors, I mean, if they can continue what we saw in those past couple of games where they have that solid offense, they apply a little bit more pressure, I think they can find their way back into this. It's just, at some point the clock starts to become your enemy.
You scored first in this game. You have to think if you're the Superiors are not happy with the latter half of this game, giving up 3 straight. Tox's challenge goes wide. Wubik around 1. And again, 4s with just nothing in the tank to work with here. Sean on a 50 with Kato. Sean's still on the ball. Where's anyone in to help him midfield? No. Kind of waiting on that player to kind of appear in the wings and give some assistance to that infield pass that happened. Kato over 1. That one going to drop down very awkwardly for Duluth. And the more touches that get away from him like that, the worse it gets for the Superiors. The more the clock ticks down. You have to find 2 to tie, 3 to win the whole thing. And if you are even going to get 2, you're probably going to win the next game in overtime, but that is shut down by Wubik all over that challenge. 57 seconds, Cabbage. Do we believe in miracles?
I don't think so. I think that's way too soft of a pass there. I like the infield attempt. I think that was the right play, but you got to put more behind it. You got to put more sauce on it. Otherwise, it's going to end up being a situation like that where Suma just cuts it off and takes care of it real easily without too much concern. As now Kato, he's looking for another one here. Sean able to get the save on the backboard. Whitlock up on this as well, and I think the victory just going to cruise to a win here, but Wubik gets demoed, so maybe it opens up a gap for a moment. Kato trying to fight for it. 2 players go for it. Wubik's down once more. He is taken out, and Kato a little floater there. That's a shot by Sean, and the demos work again, but is it too little too late?
I mean, if you're scoring the second goal with 37 and you're down 3, I mean, I wouldn't say it's over just yet. I've seen a 2-goal comeback in 19 seconds. Anything is possible, but man, do they need one quick right off this kickoff. It's got to be good. Sean, no boost, does get over 1, but Wubik's right on the case, stamping his name on this series. Has just stepped up huge for the victory, as I don't want to say Whitlock has kind of quieted down, but has not been the first 3 games Whitlock that we've seen, as he's looking to get this one done and dusted. This is going to 50 on the goal line, 15 seconds left. Sean gets out, but you need one right now if you're the Superiors. This is your season. It is likely over, as that one's going to go all the way down. They're going to run out of time. They gave it their best shot. On Saturday, they beat them, but on Brainerd's Day, it's Sunday, they get revenge.
Yeah, and a great result there for the Brainerd victory. They weather the storm, really. I kind of got very concerned after Game 5. We don't see that timeout come out. I'm thinking this might be a slippery slope. This might be concerning there, but they show us they've got the mettle for it. They're able to withstand. They have a couple of kind of road bumps there, we'll say. The 2-game losses and then in Game 6 there, going down early, but they show that they have the ability to adapt, the ability to respond, through that adversity, and, a couple of lucky mistakes there, maybe on the other side, things like that, but still, you find the way to win. You're looking pretty good coming into the championship later today. I believe we're still waiting on a result there. The Flyers up 3-1 over the Outlaws currently on the B stream. So
I didn't know it was a replay. I was looking at it like, you should just score that.
So Flyers probably going to face the victory in the grand finals, but we'll see what that looks like. Victory, I mean, great showing. That's all I got to say. I mean,
I thought they had a chance. I mean, looking at this Game 6, when Duluth scored first, I thought we were probably going to Game 7. I mean, just looking at it, they had all the momentum, but Brainerd wrestled it back. They were able to finish off the play that Wubik put together. Whitlock, I think that 1 goal that he scored on that flick is going to burn in Duluth's mind for a couple minutes after this series is done and dusted. But yeah, Flyers up 3-1, like you said, Cabbage. Victory have defeated the Superiors on the bottom side of the bracket. Flyers looking to get into the grand final, essentially the miracle run. But they played well enough in the group stages to make it to this point, and they're able to take down the Outlaws. They deserve the spot, so we'll see what happens there over on the B stage. But this is our last semifinal.
Yeah.
We're moving on to our grand finals. We have to, before the grand finals, we will present a season MVP. We've been showing it pretty much the entire weekend, and We need to make sure who is known as the best player, essentially, the one that showed the most excellence throughout the season. LAN MVP is a whole nother thing, but we'll just kind of see how things shake out. If you're the victory, you're feeling good. You do have a long way ahead of you, though, and it is. I mean, we need to get this next series going, is what I'll say.
I think we'll just throw it to a break here. We're going to do a couple little bits of setup here. We'll get ready for our grand final coming up in just a moment. It's the Rising Star Grand Final. The Buffalo against the Lumberjacks will be coming up in just a bit here. Stick around. We'll take a break. We'll meet our MVP.
That's right.
And we'll get underway with the grand finals.
Coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I gave you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I gave you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I gave you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if
All right, welcome back inside the Falcons Nest at the campus of the University of Wisconsin River Falls. We've got one thing to get done with before we get into the grand final for Rising Star. We've got 4 names on screen, of course, Juxo, Divine, Lando, and Nero. Those 4 showed to be the greatest of the Rising Star players in the regular season. Those 4 put themselves a cut above the rest. Of course, only one still standing here in Nero, so we'll see what that looks like. But without further ado, let's get into our MVP announcement, the Rising Star Season 11 MVP. Let's see it. And it's going to be Nero of the Omaha Buffalo. So there is our MVP. I think it's time we get these grand finals underway as Nero gets his legendary Taco Bell gift card. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We had a little fun time here with the MVP performance, and maybe that might just be the extra boost that the MVP performer in Nero is going to need to win this grand finals here, because that is exactly where we are at in terms of the grand finals for Rising Star here. It has been one heck of a day, and there's no better way I would want to spend my afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ton of intense and crazy Rocket League to lead up to this moment over the weekend, and it's all converging here and now in the finals.
Yes, it's going to be an epic time. We've got the Omaha Buffalo taking on the Bemidji Lumberjack, and it was kind of interesting. We were talking a little bit earlier, is there going to be a clear number 1? Is there an underdog? It's going to be so hard to tell, but what I can tell you right now is we are in for hopefully some epic grand finals action.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see hopefully a best of 7. We've only had only one other best of 7 on the day. Looking to make it 2, and I won't be surprised if this is one of the best matches of the day. And I mean, as Rising Star Grand Finals, I won't be surprised. We are going to be getting into things soon. We're going to be doing a little bit of an introduction. We did this for the semifinals, and we're going to be doing it for the Grand Finals here shortly.
Yeah, this has been one epic time here. It's going to be fun to talk about these teams, doing walkouts while getting predictions, everything. It's going to be a lot of fun here. We will, like I said, get to walkouts in just a second here, but kind of looking at the schedule, what we've been at, every single match except for one has at least gone to 6, except for the very first match of the day, but it has been one heck of a time here, especially on stage. We've had multiple Game 5s, Game 6, Game 7s, couple reverse sweeps, couple almost reverse sweeps on here, and I'm hoping that we're going to see something similar, but I will say it has been a long day as we're about a little over an hour behind, but that's what you're going to do on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little over schedule, but we're over here trying to catch up. But as we're getting into things, I think we're just about ready. Players are set on stage, and I think they got everything ready.
Yeah, they're getting there. But like I said, we're going to have some fun on this one. But yeah, we've got all of our grand finals. First one, like we said, is going to be the Buffalo Rising Star team versus the Lumberjacks and Rising Star. And then moving up to Challenger, we've got the Steelhawks taking on the Knights. And all the way in Premier, like I said, we don't have the graphic up. But again, we do know our teams, and we do have the victory taking on the question mark. Wait for production, and survey says maybe. Possibly there it is with the St. Cloud Flyers. Again, it's kind of hard to keep track of every single team here, but the fact that we do have all of our grand finals set.
Yeah, and everything will be on the A stream now. No more B stream. WB stream, though, make sure to check that out when you can. But getting into things, we are just about ready to give ourselves the introductions.
Yep. All right, we are sending it down to the first team. Bring it in here. They've got the MVP performer himself. Give it up for the Omaha Buffalo! Nero is that man in himself, and he's got some teammates joining him up here. Let's bring these boys out here one at a time. You guys can both bring it on up here. This man is going to be one of the reasons that they can take it all the way to the grand finals. And of course, we do have one more needed, and Newt, he's trying to figure out where he needs to go. Look at that man, Newt, coming and taking the stage. The Buffalo might be the favorites to win here. They've got the MVP performer. We'll see if it will be enough if they can raise that trophy.
Those were the Buffalo that dominated so heavily in the Major 2, but now on LAN, it's a team that we've been expecting to show up, and they're here to play. It's the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Give it up for Hero. Here and now to lead his team. Getting up on stage. He might be going up along him. He has an absolutely insane team. Here comes Duke. And do not forget about their insane third man. This has been their roster all season long. iCosmic.
This has been an epic time here for this grand finals. Like you said, Hero, Duke, and Cosmic. They had I don't want to say a pretty easy time on stage last time, but they were running around circles in the semis here. And we'll see if that is going to be enough momentum for them in the grand finals. The nice thing is, too, they did it in a pretty quick fashion. So we'll see if they've got a lot of the energy left in the tank.
Yeah, and we already saw these two match up previously. Very, very crazy match. And before that went 4, leaning towards the Bemidji Lumberjacks. But I'll be interested if this goes the same way. I mean, we know that these two rosters are unbelievable high peaks, and I won't be surprised to see if this goes a completely different route. You can see their path here. They've had really similar roads. I mean, actually, that's not.
Can we just say Rising Star has been boring, right? 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-0, right? You look at the Challenger, look at Premier, a lot closer, especially in Challenger. We had multiple Game 7s. But again, going back to Rising Star, they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. We're just going to make it quick. But the question is, getting back to this one, hopefully it's not going to be a 4-0 or 4-1. But you can see these boys here fist bumping them, just trying to figure everything out. And I love to see the sportsmanship and the camaraderie. We'll see if that is still a thing come game time.
Yeah, fantastic, sportsmanship out here. Low-key, we're not entirely used to that. It's a lot of trash talk here and there, but we're finally getting some wholesomeness out here, and what better way than in the grand finals on LAN. Should be fun. I hope they get loud out there, but I think you know what time it is.
I do know exactly what time it is, and that is going to be prediction time here. And it's interesting kind of talking to both of these players on both of these teams here, especially looking at like Cosmic. I was talking to him on the green room, trying to figure out which way I'm going to go, and it's tough too, especially because we saw this semis. We saw how dominant both of these teams are. You really don't know which one's actually going to give you more momentum, but at the end of the day, I do think one team is going to fall, and that is going to be the Buffalo. I think the Lumberjacks are going to be taking this one in the grand finals, and we will see Cosmic raise that trophy.
I mean, it's hard to disagree, but I think the MVP, Nero, will be holding that trophy by the time they're leaving this building. Give me the Buffalo in 7.
In 7. Hey, I wouldn't mind 7 again because of how I want to say obliterated the opponents got in the semis. Hopefully we're going to be destined for greatness here in 7. But I think both of us have a great leg to stand on, especially with how dominant the semis were. But again, that MVP performance, Nero has been, I don't want to say, it's like, oh, he's the MVP this weekend. This man has been ludicrous on LAN, and I see no reason that performance won't continue here.
Yeah, I mean, but if there's one team to throw a wrench in their plan, it is going to be the Bemidji. They've already taken them down once. It's honestly, I was talking to Nero, it's their first loss since Major 1. I mean, that is insane. I mean, but getting into things, we got the kickoff, and I mean, just seeing as this series gets started, I have no way to predict how it's going to go. But
you could throw out a number if you want. I mean, we both say 7, I think, for fun. But realistically, I think it's going to be the first 2 game. I think it's going to be a 2-game swing. One team wins the first 2. Next game wins or goes 2 the other way. I don't think we're going to see a sweep. I don't think we're going to see a back-and-forth battle as far as the game series score. But we will have to wait to see what happens here. Again, this is the grand finals. There is nothing else here for these players. Season on the line. The best they can do is second. And Nero, we've already mentioned him multiple times as the MVP showing up here. It did not take him long to get started.
Yeah, if there are a place for Nerves to show up, it can't be here. You can't have Nerves on the big stage in the grand finals. You got to shake them now. And early in game 1, Lumberjacks already looking a little bit shaky on the goal line. Still got lots of time to iron that out.
Dicey up early again, using the dominance, and that might be a chance, but Newt not able to find the touch here. We haven't really touched on the dominance. For people who don't know, pretty much one single car body is used in the entirety of the game, rocking by the Octane and the Fennec, which both have the same hitbox. But again, the dominance, again, it can get some ridiculous, powerful hits, but it is very hard to control on the ground.
Yeah, looking to see how Nero is advancing this play, faking low, now going high. iCosmic leaving this one for Duke, but does get demoed for his troubles. Desi still chasing after this one, using every little boost he can. Can't quite get the flip reset to go anywhere. This is going to be met by opposition. Nero throwing it back in play. It's a very awkward play for Duke. He just passed it up first time, looking to get back to it. Finds a 50-50 in the corner. It's still looking a little bit dangerous, but a big clear comes out. Pass out mid for Hero. Can he find the back of the net? It's off the backboard. It's a nice pass to iCosmic, who slots it bottom right.
Cosmic again, pass and plays here. Duke getting the one-touch middle off of Hero, and Cosmic there to slot it in. You could see the last defender just had to jump and pray, but it wasn't going to be enough. Lumberjack again getting a good response to the first goal from the Buffalo, and I think that both of these teams are ready for the onslaught of goals that we are about to witness.
Yeah, and one thing that we're already seeing that from some of the other series we weren't is resilience, fighting back once you get scored on. A lot of the times it was you get scored on again, the game is over. Already Lumberjacks responding, and that is exactly what they need to do early. Not only that, but they're getting back in the attack after the kickoff.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was actually talking to this Lumberjack team, and it's just like, hey, what's the plan? It's like sometimes you just got to let the teammates be your teammates. Don't try to come up with a new game plan. Don't try to recreate the wheel every single time if your game plan has worked. And we're seeing here the defense of the Lumberjacks is somehow holding tall Buffalo. A little bit of a mishit here, because that is going to go to the wall here. Hero off the ceiling, trying to drop this one down. Goes for a fake. That shot is going to be on target, and there's nobody back, and Cosmic gets a freebie.
Hero brings it up, but it's all just a ruse. Leaving it for iCosmic, who slots it once again to the bottom right corner. He has a favorite spot on goal.
Hey, favorite spot of goal is the back of the goal right there, and you saw Cosmic just pure speed beating out DC, Dicey, however you want to say his name, but either way, he's going to find himself down 2-1 in game 1 of, again, the grand finals. This is a best of 7, and reminder, both teams do have timeouts. Whether they use it or not is going to be up to them, but I would recommend that if things get a little dicey, end up calling a timeout.
Dicey mentioned, but Hero's looking to make it 3. What a pass, and Duke just has a tap in. It seems they're making these plays out of nothing, it feels like. Just one quick chip, and it just gets it past the other. Really no resilience, and I was talking about resilience earlier, but now it's Buffalo needing a response, and not just one, they need 2.
Yeah, you can see the last defender of Buffalo thought he had a little bit of help on the back end, ended up challenging in the corner, which, I mean, relatively isn't a bad idea to try to force out a 50, but he didn't have any support here. And as you mentioned, Lumberjacks, now they've had 2 goals in a row that once the shot is on target, there was nobody back for Buffalo to try to throw a hand up.
This Lumberjacks team is doing exactly what they need, just chopping up Buffalo, but Buffalo are having a response, ripping one off the sidewall. Newt diving in now into the corner, giving Dicey a chance to challenge. It's going to be kind of hard to get out of this corner. In fact, it's still pressing. That shot is just barely off, and a player barely towards, but that shot sent right off target. It was so close. They could have cut the lead in half right there.
Chance now. We see lots of demos happening and even more demos here. Duke has all of the time in the world to bring this one upfield. Cosmic now actually going to be a double commit. That one might be on target, and Nero, MVP here, getting back just in time. And I will say the Buffalo, they started off well getting their response goal, but after that they haven't seen good shots on target.
It's a loose ball in the midfield. Going to be sending this one out. It's a nice cut. Hero does get demoed for his troubles as well. 50-50 comes through. It's going to find his way to the sidewall. Duke can't play this one, so it's leaving up to iCosmic. Hero trying to get that ball over to him, but it just can't quite connect. Big demo comes through. Hero trying to find a way to center this one to Duke. Duke way in the midfield, can't quite get the dunk. Desi, clear space, but with no boost, it's going to be hard to get this one center. A big cut and rotation is going to leave Buffalo in a little bit more awkward of a spot.
Oh,
what a defensive stand. And
sometimes it works.
Somehow ripping it off his own post was the only answer.
Big brain plays for big brain players might be the way to go here, as again the clock keeps on ticking down. Doomsy attempt there for Cosmic. This does drop down. Actually, Duke might get a freebie here. We thought both of the defenders of Buffalo were going to miss. They have 0 boost combined for all 3 players on Buffalo right now. They finally did pick up some boost as Cosmic now going for a flipper set, ends up with a fake and a bump and everything. This is just chaos on the goal line. The ball might find the back of the net. Is anyone there for the follow? And Hero is shot after shot. The Lumberjacks are in the lead.
The Buffalo are falling right now. They are tripping over each other, trying to just move each other out of the way. And right now, positionally, rotationally, there's something wrong with the Buffalo, and they need to figure it out by game 2. I'm not expecting them to come back this game. I mean, there's obviously still a chance. It's Rocket League. You could do insane things in 40 seconds, but with how solid Lumberjacks have been, I'd be surprised. You got to just stop the bleeding right now and look at game 2. That might be a decent 50-50 towards the goal line, but it's just cleared out yet again. And all of this space is being taken up by the Lumberjacks.
Again, time is going to be the worst enemy. Buffalo, again, actually it's a great pass mid, but you can saw the first man to Buffalo ended up going for the bump. A little bit of a miscommunication on the goal line there. Buffalo now, not much they can do here. Again, if they can just get maybe one shot on target, just one goal, just to try to stop the bleeding a little bit. Lumberjacks, they are feeling it. Game 1, they are saying this is ours. We are going to take it here now. And a fantastic game 1 from them.
Yeah, wow. If this is any sign of what we've seen for the rest of Rising Star, I would not be entirely surprised if Lumberjacks just go on to win the whole thing, but Lumberjacks taking down game 1, and Buffalo are grasping at straws. They had a really hard time just positioning themselves, using each other as a team. I mean, you could see here on the stats, they weren't lacking shots. Nero put up a solid 6, but not finding the back of the net enough. Nero had a quick goal from the very beginning, but since then, they kind of hit a dry spout, and they got to find a way to respond quickly. And I mean, right now, Lumberjacks are just cruising on. They're okay with playing this same play style. And honestly, I don't think the Lumberjacks are concerned one bit right now. They just can keep playing their game and let Buffalo they're kind of destroying themselves right now. And
well, look at the goals they're giving up. They weren't crazy passing plays. They weren't crazy mechanical. It was, hey, we just beat you either with pure speed or we had some awkward double commits with 0 boost on the goal line, as we're seeing here. So I will say that as far as the awkwardness in defense, Buffalo were struggling a little bit. Lumberjacks, they were playing calm, cool, collected, and especially they weren't double committing on offense. They were allowing the ball in the game to naturally come to them.
Looking here in game 2, we're going to see if Buffalo have changed up their game. I know that Rob is behind them, their GM, and honestly, a fantastic coach in his own right, giving them just the advice that they might need, maybe tweaking their game plan a little bit. They have that game-by-game, coach that they can rely on, and hopefully Rob has a better perspective on the game than they do. It's really hard to tell what's going on when you're playing yourself, but having that outside perspective could be the difference in this match.
Chance here, little double commit awkward here, and as we see Hero now going off the sidewall here, this does pop very high. Good touch from Dicey, gonna buy a lot of time. Duke now throwing this high. Newt is there. Cosmic ends up going. It is going to bounce down here. Nero should have a freebie here. This is going off the side. This is going to waterfall straight down here. DC with a good touch. We actually see a bump on one. Cosmic is last man back here with Zero Boost trying to buy some time. We see Demos for his effort. Duke now gets a miss on this one. The net might be open. Can Dicey get the touch? It is going to be just too far to the corner. Newt now with the follow-up off the corner. Nero is there. Can he get the touch? What a save from Cosmic. Not out of the woods yet. Is that going to go to the side? And Dicey can't find it. And Buffalo banging on the door, but they can't break in.
The most stoic player in the West. There's just no way he got that save, but continue on to offense. They're still looking for one, and we're in the blue corner. Now it's going to be iCosmic ripping it off the backboard. Nero's going to have to respond quickly, trying to turn on a dime for a dribble. Does get challenged immediately by Hero, but it's still a decent ball. Now demos are coming through. iCosmic is getting into the defensive line and running through and just bumping anyone he can. Now playing a little bit of defense. Duke does well to pass the ball off to iCosmic, taking a low 50-50 here, run it across the field now. Duke is trying to chase after. It's a high ball. Hero already up, takes the 50 with Nero, and a little bit of an unlucky double tap off the ceiling, putting them into an awkward position. Newt dodging the bump, but Desi has the cut just in time.
Somehow they're going to survive it. That's actually going to go in out of what seemingly means nothing in this game. Buffalo are giving up a goal, and again, we see just pure speed, and Cosmic just ego challenges on Zero Boost, and Buffalo wasn't ready.
And honestly, I don't hate that there. Both his teammates had 70 to 100 of boost behind him.
He's first, why not?
Yeah, just he full sense of house, zero hesitation, and on LAN, that is so powerful. And Buffalo, if they hesitate for even a second, if they think my LAN life is on the line, it could be it. They might get nervous and hesitate for a moment, and that is all it takes on LAN.
Back pass from here, going to be a little awkward for Cosmic to deal with. He doesn't have a lot of boost, trying to get a 50, but a bump coming through. That is massive to try to buy time, and Duke's actually going to get, can't quite get around that ball. The car just not in position how he wanted to here. Hero now needs to buy time for his team. Duke on zero coming back here. Shot going to be on target. He is going to throw it to the corner. Love to see that. And again, we are now suddenly finding ourselves halfway through game 2, and Lumberjacks have been in command the entire time. Buffalo still need to find their opening goal in game 2.
This game has been post to post, coast to coast. We've been playing the whole game on each other's goal line, it feels like. Finally getting some midfield play, but right as I say that, Duke fires from the midfield. He has nothing on his eyes except the goal, and just a clean beat. Nero a little bit mispositioned. Desi can't get back in time, and Duke just fires under the open net. It's been picking the corners with this Lumberjacks team. It's either the bottom right corner or the bottom left corner, and they see nothing else but goal.
And as you said, they picked the open net. That's what we're seeing is Buffalo giving up open nets. It's not crazy passing plays for the Lumberjacks. It's not mechanical outplays. It's just, hey, we're just going to throw this one on target, and due to either lack of boost or a positional mistake, we're getting freebies here. Buffalo, you cannot give this up. You are in the grand finals for the reason right now, and right now they're kind of just keeling over.
Still having lots of time in this game, 2 minutes to figure it out. But I mean, this is a very similar situation of what I saw earlier on the goal line. If that shot was just placed a little better, who knows what timeline we could be on. But maybe this time he gets his chance. And I was just about to say it's been a while since we've seen them score, since 30 seconds in the first match. But finally, Buffalo maybe getting their confidence back a little bit, scoring here and cutting down that Lumberjacks lead.
Yeah, and you can see Duke expected a better clear on the sidewall, and they just gifted that one to Newt. And like you said, I don't want to say they're giving up freebies, but both these teams now are giving up a little bit of freebies on these open nets, and this is going to be a super hard read. Dropping down, free drop from Nero, hits us up too high. Is anyone there? Where's the third man? Cosmic does go. That's actually going to be a double commit, open for a split second, but we do see Hero come back. But again, there's too many ugly double commits on defense.
But this might be a decent chance. Lumberjacks are really low on boost right now. Only Duke is holding the line. Both other of his teammates have zero boost right now, but they're just holding on. This is a high ball. It's going to give them lots of time to go just reset the play. In fact, this boom will give them even more time, putting Buffalo in an awkward situation. And it's going to be really hard to counterattack this because Desi's the one on the ball, but has no boost. He can't get this ball moving quick enough center. And now the counterattack is starting. Newt has to cut the ball, but he has barely any boost to recover. Now Hero looking towards the backboard. Desi tries getting up to it, but using a little bit of his boost to get up to that. I mean, right now the resources are running dry for Buffalo, and now finally it's their time to attack, and they have nothing.
Yeah, nothing is going to be the key there. Even on both sides of the field, no one seeming to have any resources here. Ball's going up, looking for the double tap mid. Hero is there. The shot is going to be on target, and that is going to find it. Duke, again, the counterattack, and no resources for the Buffalo to get back. Hero just up and over the MVP.
and it's the same spot on goal again, the bottom right corner. What is going on? They can't. They got a magnet to that spot.
Hey, they've got placement Peter over there. That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
Lumberjacks have been stellar on their placement. But the question is, Buffalo, what do you have in store with 40 seconds left? That one might be there for a second. But I think right now what we're seeing is Buffalo's second man on offense is just too far back to try to get a rotation, try to get a shot, try to get any follow-up.
It's a very awkward spot to be in because I feel like their second man is not close enough to be involved in the play.
No man's land.
But also too far up for if they need to get back as third. I mean, they're in a very, very awkward spot. They need to commit to one or the other, and they need to find that and make that decision now.
No, I fully agree with you as we're going to see the clock ticking on down. Lumberjacks, if this ball does hit the ground here, we are going to see them go up 2-0 in the grand finals, which I will say is exactly what I said is going to happen. Lumberjacks are going to win 2, and I think the Buffalo are going to fix their game plan, and I think they're going to take the next 2 games.
And I would have not want it any other way, Buffalo. I mean, I think this is a team that can definitely look at their mistakes, and if there's any team to try fixing something on the spot, this is going to be the team to do it. Rob, behind them is able to coach them and tell them anything they might need to change or tweak or whatever, but they don't have much time to figure that out. Buffalo lacking a little bit offensively, positionally, rotationally. It's a little bit of everything that is adding up to these big mistakes. If they can figure out just a few of these small tweaks, I think they're going to be right back in this series. But now Lumberjacks got a big lead ahead of them, and it really does feel like an insane mountain to climb.
I love to see how animated the side of the Buffalo is. They do have their coach in Rob behind them trying to figure out the game plan here. I don't know if they officially took a timeout or not, but I will say these boys are locked and loaded and trying to figure out a specific game plan for this one. The question is going to be Lumberjacks, do they need to change their game plan? I honestly think they almost need to because the goals that they are getting are freebies. And if Buffalo do what they need to do in terms of clean it up, then I look at Lumberjacks and say, what offense are you going to be able to produce because you won't be able to rely on those defensive mistakes?
Yeah, I completely agree, but they've also not been pushed to that yet. I mean, I think this Lumberjacks team has been a very responsive team all season long. They kind of play their game, and if the opposition starts countering back, maybe then they need to change a little bit. But honestly, right now, they really are not. I don't feel like they're giving it 100% even, and they're winning. I mean, right now, Lumberjacks, they're playing very passive, and we're used to seeing this Lumberjacks team just like full commit on everything, be hyper aggressive. Even in the last series against Steelhawks,
you nailed it. They aren't forced to be in that position yet. Like you said against the Steelhawks, they were full aggressive, putting in 5, 6, 7 goals. It was ridiculous offense. But right now, with how the Buffalo are playing, Lumberjacks are saying we can kind of play passive, throw the ball to them, and we're just seeing them either not have boosts or just miss rotation, and we can take opportunities like this of these free long shot goals.
Man, I'd be surprised to see the Buffalo go down like this. This is the one team that has showed them any opposition in the past, 2 months. I mean, I will be surprised to see them go down like this. I really would. I think they have it in them to
I'm not worried. Buffalo winning
back.
the next 2.
Yeah.
We already shared the script with them. We can skip, honestly, to Game 5. We already know what's going to happen these next 2 times. But I will say, Buffalo, with how they've looked so far, like you said, this is not the team that we've seen earlier. And they might get hit goal here if this pinches all the way downfield. But Buffalo, you've got so much left in the tank. But again, these long shot goals for the Lumberjacks are their current bread and butter.
Yeah, just a slight mistouch, and Nero can't get back in time as that shot rockets to the top of their net. Not even picking the corners anymore, just shooting it into the middle of the goal.
I take it back, Lumberjacks. You just guys keep doing you. Just boomer ball. It is working. And until the Buffalo fix that, keep going for it as we see Hero going for a ludicrous angle off of the corner there. We'll see if Buffalo now on the counterattack, and they find one, and they do find it on the quick counterattack from Nero.
Not just I feel like that was so important for the confidence, getting back in this game unbelievably early. And you can see the energy from them, the crowd. They have a lot of people supporting them right now. Probably the crowd favorites, I would say, is this Buffalo team. Every time they score, it gets loud. I think they need that energy badly.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Lumberjacks have any fan out there, as we've got, one guy sitting on their side real quick, but we'll have to see what happens here. But like you said, I think Buffalo are definitely the crowd favorite. We'll have to see if they can get the crowd going here. They got to get at least one game under their belt here. Awkwardness, though, does continue on defense as Cosmic trying to drop this one down. We see chance here. Duke just trying to take this one. Is this going to pinch all the way downfield? Cosmic in a little bit of an awkward spot. Back pass to Hero. I actually don't mind it. Is now Nero trying to go for a 50. Fakes on one as we see Newt ended up coming in for the shot there. Dicey now opting to go back here. We're not seeing any double commits on defense, though, so far in Game 3, which I like to see that change from Buffalo.
Yeah, already looking a little bit more clean than the rest of the games. It started off a little messy, but seems like the edges are being rounded. Looking to maybe get involved in this play. Nero diving in, passing this one off the corner. Big clear comes out, and Hero's already there to cut this one in. iCosmic flying after, trying to get a pinch out mid. Hero chasing after, takes a nice 50-50. iCosmic is going to get the ball and the boost. But get you off the sidewall. Pre-flip, the ball does not go far low. He kind of looked like he got hit by the ball. Another double commit comes through, and it's a little bit dangerous for Lumberjacks, but it looks like they're going to survive. Midfield pass comes through. Desi with the shot, but it's saved away by Hero.
Chance here, still not out of the woods yet. Newt is going to keep this one in. We see Nero now going off the sidewall. Great clear from, it's actually going to be a chance from Hero. Can he get the redirect? What a save from Dicey on Zero here. Nero now on the counterattack again. This is just back and forth boomer ball. Neither team wants to take possession for more than 1 second.
Off the corner, it's flying its way in mid, but the only one there is Newt. Looking for a crazy sidewall, can't quite get there as the boost runs low. iCosmic dives. This might be a free ball for Desi up the backboard. Is anyone there for the shot? Hero is there, but the shot is no good. Now Hero, a direct counterattack, air dribble in control, but bumped off his own play. Now
it's open.
Scrambling down the other end of the field. Looks like Duke will get there with some time. Chips this one off the corner. Now he's trying to get up with a read. Does have a touch forward, and Hero is chasing after it now, but now getting a little greedy in the corner. iCosmic has to take this back and waste a bit of time, or else they might take a chance to capitalize. It finds its way center, but the shot is not found.
That has to hurt so much here now. Again, on the counterattack, somehow finding his way through the defense on Zero boost here. Cosmic now with the shot, but didn't get any power behind that one. He's going to want that one back. Shot now off the backboard. This is incredibly awkward. Both players on Zero. Someone's got to be there for the finish. It was open, but no boost to get on top of the ball. Duke now trying to buy a little bit of time, and both teams now have had golden opportunities that they needed to put in. Double reset here with the chance, but what a save for one. It is still on the line. Hero can't find it. Lumberjacks, how have you not gotten a goal?
Buffalo are being squeezed out. This is a Talon's grip they have right now. Lumberjacks just need to take that final step. Still pushing Buffalo back, and the resources are running low. Finally, a huge clear out to give Buffalo a little bit of breathing room. Now it's going center for the Lumberjacks, and a big whip on the goal line, but it's literally rolling across the goal line. Now iCosmic taking his time for a 50-50. Newt does have to commit on that, using a lot of resources. Another 50-50 comes through. It's going to be in the hands of Nero. Nero looking up for a solo play, but gets absolutely smacked out of the air.
Yeah, you saw Cosmic actually ended up pre-jumping that one before Hero ended up getting the bump on that one. Great play from him as Nero now going to have a lot of boost, a lot of time. But again, they're going for the player instead of the ball, and I love to do anything to disrupt the solo plays. As Dicey now going to be throwing this one downfield. Hero should pop it high, be able to turn. Good 50 from Newt as this one does bounce down with now a minute left on the clock. Lumberjacks, if they take this game, they will suddenly find themselves on quadruple match point. And Buffalo, they are going to have an incredibly difficult time to run this back here. As again, we're seeing more defensive mistakes here. 50 seconds left. Buffalo, they need this next goal.
It's a good 50-50. It's finding its way towards the backboard. It's a fantastic touch by Duke, and Cosmic is going to be turning this into a solo play. The backboard's completely open. He's looking for the double tap, but the clear is here. Newt just in time. Now Nero trying to take possession of the corner. It's a bit awkward. Newt to Nero. Nero pass two. The net is just one person open, but Hero's actually back. He got the clear, and although a little bit of a double commit, they are safe temporarily. 30 seconds left on the clock, and honestly, Lumberjacks have a chance here to start a counterattack, but they somehow let Buffalo get in.
Ooh, shot coming in, going to be a little bit high. Is anyone there for the fall? But again, the second man just not close enough here. You saw that Newt and Nero still on very, very low boost here. Counterattack now going the other way. Dicey now trying with zero boost to get a touch here. Actually ends up faking the first one. Nero trying to find what he wants to do here. Goes low, ends up missing the ball. He wanted to catch the one and get a flicker on the other. As we might see overtime here if this ball hits on the ground. We'll see if any player wants to keep it up. Dicey now going to have to probably opt for a fake. Is anyone there? And he does hit it down. Overtime in game 3.
You're not wrong so far. I mean, Buffalo have been looking a lot more solid this game, and that's exactly what they needed, but they need to take this. I feel like this is a must-win situation right now for Buffalo. I just going down 3-0, we've seen so many 4-1s, 4-2s. It's been so hard. We've seen one reverse sweep on the day, which is, pretty good for a LAN, but I mean, right now here in overtime, I feel like Buffalo have to get it done.
No, absolutely need to get this one done. And the biggest thing is they cannot give up these defensive mistakes like we are seeing Dicey. I thought for sure that was going to be the dagger right there. Cosmic now going to leave this one for Hero. This one does go back. Nero now, he might have an open net, but couldn't get the touch on that one. Dicey now has to go back. He's on 0. Newton is so incredibly low. Cosmic now in the air. It's so dangerous. Going for a pinch. Gets a Faker on 1. Is that going to go in? And it does. Lumberjacks getting the overtime goal in one of the weirdest fashions.
It's just a very smart play from Duke. He realizes that faking it will be just as good as shooting it. In fact, shooting it would be worse because the defender's right there. So he just leaves it entirely. In fact, just starts stealing the boost so he can get back in the play, and it just bounces through. I can't believe that was the goal to decide Game 3.
One of the more weirder goals that we've seen in this tournament, but again, it doesn't matter how it goes in. All that matters is the end result. And Lumberjacks now find themselves on match point. They have 4 chances to close it out, but like you had already mentioned, we have seen reverse sweeps already on the main stage. But Buffalo, you gotta get something going here. This is not how you want to bow out.
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever been a grand final on LAN reverse sweep. I know we've seen it in the quarters. I know we've seen it in the semis.
Keyword not yet.
It could be right here and right now. We've got the setup. Buffalo, who has been so dominant all season long, finally having a little bit of, pushback. Are they able to pull it back into their grasp, or are they going to let it slip?
You have to call a timeout at this point, right? Like you have to see something. It sounds like they might be working some on issues right now, but we'll get that all figured out. But either way, this is going to be a very interesting time for the Buffalo in terms of what do I want to say the basic thing as a caster? Hey, what does the losing team need to do to win?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. I mean, this game, they honestly simplified it a lot, and it worked. They kept this game a lot closer. They got to overtime, but I think right when they got to overtime, I don't want to say they got complacent because it's not as simple as that. They just aren't playing solid enough. They're letting these really free chances slip away. They're just throwing away the ball over and over again, and they're getting punished. Bemidji Lumberjacks are doing what they have to do, closing the space, and doing really the bare minimum sometimes, and it's working to the maximum. They're just hitting the ball once and then rotating out and keeping the pressure. It's dodging the bumps, it's stealing the boost, it's putting shots on. There's so much happening right now. Immense support right here, right now. Rob is on the backstage right here. I don't know exactly what's going on.
What's going on is
we've
got a substitution happening, I believe. I think I had heard the players talking about this earlier, that if the series is not going our way, can we sub in a player? And I think that is exactly what we are seeing right now.
Wow. Yeah, they have 4 extremely capable players. In fact, on their roster, the player that is on the bench is technically the second rounder, A5. He's an unbelievably capable player himself, but they haven't needed him all season long. This might be the worst situation to be thrown into at any given time. But if there's anyone that can maybe get it done, A5 might be their guy.
So the question is, if you had him in your back pocket, do you maybe wish you would have pulled the trigger 1 game earlier? Because now it is literally, you need to win 4 in a row, otherwise it is GG.
No, I don't think so. I think they've had the right play. This is the roster that they've been playing since the start of the season, really. They've been basically undefeated. The only reason why they lost in Major 1 was Nero wasn't there. Except for that, they have not lost. I think they've lost 1 series, I think, and once on LAN. I think that's it, though. And I might be undercutting them right now. They genuinely have, I think, lost 1 or 2 series all season long. So it's hard to take that and change that roster.
Yeah, well, I will say, I'm looking at how these teams are on stage right now. I'm looking at the coaches, and right now, I don't know if there is anyone I would want behind me besides Rob. First of all, if there's anyone who's going to be giving you a hug, it is that man right there. But again, going back to it, Buffalo, they 4-0'd in the semis. They 4-1 in the quarters. They have only dropped 1 single game today before the grand finals. Hey, right now, they just can't find 1 win.
Yeah, this is completely unprecedented. I just don't think this is how no one expected this. Genuinely, I don't think a single person expected this.
So here's a question then. If you are A5 subbing in, at this point you almost have a slight advantage because it's like, hey, whatever happens, happens, man. Like, we're already getting dumpstered on, it seems like. So if you go in and win literally one single game, it might just be a win.
Yeah,
but I think they need to take it one game at a time, though. You cannot look at the overall picture. You cannot look at the immense mountain you need to climb. Just right now, win the one game.
Yeah, and honestly, I know what it feels like to be a sub. All of last season, I got to be a sub. There is not much pressure. It really isn't. You know, you just kind of go in, and honestly, if you lose, it's like, well, I'm the sub, you know. But if you start winning, not only does it feel really good, the other team starts going, are we serious? We're starting to lose now?
I know exactly what you mean. I mean, that's our entire challenger team. You know, we ended up playing with a sub, and subs especially who have to play on LAN. It's a tough spot to be in, but like you mentioned, if you do start to win a couple games, it's that mental shift of, oh, we might actually do this. We might actually win with a sub here. And so right now, if you are the Lumberjacks, obviously we have a little bit of a extended time out right now. And again, it's so basic to say that the last game is the hardest to win. But for the Lumberjacks, they need to lock in right now. They cannot let A5 and the other team get any momentum.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a very long pause. I mean, obviously we weren't expecting it to go in 2 seconds when you get a sub. You got to, redo the whole setup. You got to log in and do the whatever. But honestly, this is a very long pause for the Lumberjacks. I mean, this is a long time to be iced for, and I just hope they are just as locked in before as when they're going into this last game. I think so. I see Duke nodding his head, but I mean, you never know. They got their GOAT behind them as well, Ben Storm. Holy aura.
Yeah, these boys are vibing behind them. Now that we got Benny in the house, it definitely is going to help there. But we can see a lot of the players on stage having fun. The Lumberjacks have no reason to frown. They have been doing a fantastic job right now, and I don't see any reason that they can't take this one in 4. But we'll see if they choke. I'm looking at you, Cosmic. I'm looking at you. You called me out. I'm calling you out. You can clutch it right here and get the 4-0 victory. I want to see it right here, right now.
If you even drop a game, I'm going to consider that a loss. Of course not. But you got to get it done. The last game, it's kind of a cliche. We say it all the time. But the last game truly is the hardest one to close out.
You start to believe, and the problem is you believe a little early. You start to panic. Anytime you go, oh, crap, we can't do it. And again, once the other team gets the first game, it starts to creep in your head. And I can promise you it is the hardest thing to do is to block out the what if.
And these are going to be our first. Someone here on this stage, 3 of them, will be the first ones to get the official rings as well. So you're not only going to be walking here with a medal, so you got that on your mind, but you're also going to be walking out of here with the first rings for MCS, which is it's a pretty cool feeling.
So one question we haven't even really talked about too is obviously you're putting in a sub, but has the sub been playing today? Is he coming in warm at all? Has he been practicing, or is he coming in saying, "Hey guys, I haven't played in like 3 months. We're just gonna wing it"?
I'm not going to lie. I don't think he's played. I think he's obviously played Rocket League. He's extremely good. I know he played in another league. But as far as it goes for MCS, I don't think he's played since Major 1. So
this should be interesting. That I'm excited. I know, like I said, apologize for the delays. We are working on getting everyone in the lobby as fast as possible. But with this such a long pause, is this going to affect the Lumberjacks? Are we going to see a weird mental shift? The fact that they have to wait for so long to finally kick off potentially the 4th and final game of a Rising Star Grand Finals?
Honestly, no. I don't think it'll make too much difference for the Lumberjacks. They've been playing honestly a pretty simple game, but the person it's going to be changing for is going to be Buffalo. If there is any change that is needed, it's for this roster. Lumberjacks got to keep doing their thing, and they still got a timeout in the back if they need, but right now Buffalo are the ones that need everything to change, and already within 9 seconds, the blocks are falling into place.
This is one of the first times we have seen Buffalo in the lead early. The question is going to be, can they hold it? Can they double up? Can they force Lumberjacks to concede one single game, which they haven't really done a lot so far in this LAN environment here. As Buffalo now 30 seconds in, almost finding a second one here as it does drop down. We're waiting to see who is hitting the ball as the overlay is working on it a little bit here, but as we see, ball is up here trying to go early, touches the ground here now. Newt now getting a clear outfield. Little awkward as Duke now gets a pop over one. Nero is last back here. We see the pop does go mid. Is anyone there for the follow? It should be free for a second, but Cosmic getting blocked on the goal, and the follow-up from Hero.
Fantastic play, already getting that equalizer, and man, I mean, that's got to sting for Buffalo. You know, you got yourself a quick goal, but it immediately comes straight back to the Lumberjacks, and I feel like once this Lumberjacks team get rolling again, man, it's going to be hard to stop them to just keep chopping down and down and down on your defense. But listen, still got lots of time left in this game to figure things out, and A5 desperately needs to get through this game just to warm up. But if Lumberjacks can just snuff it out here and now, that's ideal.
Definitely ideal. We'll have to see what they can do. Can they respond? As we see Newt getting a diving save. That was actually a goal-saving dive as no one was behind him. And still on zero boost, actually able to win more and more 50s now. A5 on zero, Nero on zero. Newt the only one on the field with any boost, and he is last man back. This is, again, going to get dangerous if we do see Buffalo overcommitting. This might cost them a goal right here. Shot is going to be on target for a split second, but a good 50 from Nero. And again, Buffalo, they are playing with fire right now.
Looking to bring this from the corner. Duke trying to make a play. Looking for maybe a double off, but it's going to be setting up for Hero. Hero rips one off the ceiling. It's a bit dangerous to commit, but a big miss comes through near the goal line. Panic is commencing. Double commit comes through, and the net once again is open. Nothing has changed. Man, Buffalo just looks so nervous near the goal, and they just double committed twice back to back, and now the net is completely open. Lumberjacks don't need good shooting. They just fire on anywhere on the open net. They got themselves another lead. 3 minutes left, and the Lumberjacks can walk out of here as the Rising Star LAN champions. Will Buffalo stop them?
Chance here now as Lumberjacks are going to be throwing this one up high. This one might be a little dangerous here. Hero, though, with a good touch now. Nero throwing this one high. This is dangerous. Actually, the bumper one, this should be a wide open net, and it is Nero. This man is taking his team, trying to get them all the way to the promised land.
Yeah, kicking, doing anything they can to win this series. Nero is just doing everything he can. I feel like he's playing very solid on the day, but just not been enough. Lumberjacks have been so brutal. You make one mistake and they're going to punish you for it. Lots of commits off the kickoff. Duke taking his time, taking a 50-50, looking for one more. Does get faked out this time. In fact, now Nero has a dribble, but demoed for his troubles. Now into the Lumberjacks corner, trying to find their way out. Newt pushing the play. May looking to find a teammate center, but no one is there. This is the problem they've been having for a while now, and it's no second man, either offensively or defensively.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult situation if the lack of second man keeps on plaguing them. Lumberjacks, again, they are 2 minutes and 1 goal away from being crowned the champions. They just got to break this deadlock here. Buffalo, though, holding them strong at 2 goals apiece here. Hero now, actually, this might be dangerous. A good save coming out one. Then one for his efforts. A5 now off the background. Actually gets around one. This is going to go very far. Newt, last man back. If he gets beat, the net is open, but Hero can't make the touch.
Just barely off his mark. That could be a very costly mistake. This ball's going to go back to Newt. It's a decent chance to pass it up to Nero, who's looking to redirect the net, but it's just wide into the corner now. Duke looking to clear this one out. Newt diving, gets a little over it. Now Nero trying to cut rotation. In fact, dodging the bump now, rips this one over to the opposite corner. Hero even leaving the boost for his team, now chasing after it, but with what little left he has, gets a small bump for his troubles, now pushing into this enemy corner. It's very dangerous. Now Duke has a chance to start the counterattack, looking for a cut. Hero can't quite get there, looking for the dunk. It's right on the goal line. A5 has to get a touch. He does. Looking for the backboard. Hero can't quite get there as it's shut down by Newt on the backboard.
Hero now, zero boost, has to rotate back as we're going to see Cosmic now trying to get this one down mid. Drops right down to Duke. This is a dangerous position. Hero with the shot at the backboard, but what a save coming out from Newt. Nero now taking over. Can't get the ball on his car. Has to go for a 50-50. This is going to be a dangerous spot here. Newt now throws this one downfield. Demos galore happening. A little bit of a poor touch as this is going to waterfall down. Is anyone there for the follow? We see 2 players commit. Duke now going up high, going under. Is there going to be a fake out one? New with the last second shot, and Lumberjacks are trying so hard for their 3rd goal.
My goodness, that was a decent chance right there. A5 hucked it mid, but Newt, after having such a defensive stand, had nothing to start the counterattack. This might be a chance. A5 hits this one up, and now demoed for his troubles. This might be dangerous off the corner. Newt does have the read. Nero bumped out with a low boost sitting upfield looking for a shot. He finds it, but someone's home. It's iCosmic over to Hero now. Duke waiting mid, looking to find his chance to challenge. It's now ripping one off the sidewall. Luckily, A5 was there to keep it at least a little bit safer. Hero now getting a chance to rip it off the backboard. It's open, looking for the demo. 2 players committing yet again. It's so panicky, but somehow they have a spearhead through the defense. The net might just be open. Can Hero get the shot? He's just saved away on the goal line.
Nero now making this one a little bit dicey, as we're going to see A5 bring this one all the way to the side now. Hero going up early. It actually pinches. That might be on target for a split second. This one does bounce mid. Now 50-50 is going to be going off the bar, off this back wall and down. And overtime again, game 4. If Lumberjacks take the next goal, they will be crowned your Rising Star champions.
It's an awkward spot for A5. He has to keep this one safe in the corner. Midfield pass comes through, but it's cleared away by Nero. Now chasing after into the opposing corner. It's a little bit dangerous. Duke has control here, going up the ceiling. Like one touch, but he can't quite find it. Just fakes out the defender, gets past one, but down for his troubles into the corner. A5 securing the boost. It's very awkward. Does not play Hero. In fact, Duke now lurking in the back with the 100 boost, finding his time to challenge. It's now into the corner. Nero trying to find a way past, but 30 seconds into this game, it's been nothing but end to end.
End to end indeed, as Hero now taking this one down. Nero pops this one up high. Solo play. This is dangerous. No one is challenging early. Goes for a fake around one. Is anyone there for the follow? But it wasn't there. AK had the chance in overtime. Buffalo, you need to seal it there. Oh,
no way!
And Hero scores it. Lumberjacks take it all.
One chance missed the other way, and it's just been the precision. At the end of the day, the precision of the Lumberjacks is what got them this win. Unfortunately for the Buffalo, the sub did not make a difference in the end, but it was not a bad try. Maybe you were right. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe try making that a little bit earlier, but it's too late to make any of those decisions now. Well played to the Lumberjacks. They absolutely deserved it, and man, what an outstanding performance. I mean,
and that was it right there. I mean, outstanding performance from the Lumberjacks, but you got to feel for the Buffalo to come this close to the grand finals and get swept out, your season ending with no hope there. But again, massive performance from the Lumberjacks. Hero, iCosmic, and Duke, they deserved this grand finals, and to do it in such a statement fashion is that's pretty scary for anyone else looking for next season.
Yeah, all 3 of these players are definitely going to be, I mean, they're going to be hot picks next season for sure. I think, honestly, all of these players are going to be fantastic looking into the next season. But looking back here, I mean, what an absolute performance. On LAN, these guys showed up and played some of their best Rocket League. You know, online, they honestly started to struggle a little bit. But once they came to LAN, they beat this Buffalo team that had been so dominant all season long, not only online, but they were looking really good on LAN, but their 2 losses all season long was to this Lumberjacks team. I don't think it's uncontested anymore. I think they're clearly the best team of Rising Star.
Well, it's hard to say they're not the best team. Just 4-0'd in the grand finals to get the championship. And again, what an impressive state. Again, knowing that we do have the MVP on the other side in Nero, they were able to go through. My prediction was correct. Very rare that it happens, but it did at the end of the day. And again, what a performance from the Lumberjacks. All 3 of them did such a good job with their roles. Hero, Cosmic, and Duke, what a trio this season.
Yeah, they just went on to play. They just played their game. They never bended, they never broke. They just kept playing their game. They knew all season long, and this was the drafted roster. It's not often you see the drafted roster go on and dominate all season long. So it's really something special to see. I'll be looking forward to see more of them next season. But as far as it goes for this season, I think Rising Star is all but over. I know we're going to have to give them their medals.
Well, we'll get there. We're waiting for these players to kind of figure it out. But like I said, this has been such an insane performance again. I don't think anyone was expecting a 4-0 sweep. I know, especially with how good Buffalo has played. And again, it's so difficult when you look at the semis with it being 4-0, 4-1, especially with the quarters. Again, 4-1, 4-1, that there was such domination. You expected this to kind of be an ultimate clash of the Titans. But in the end, Lumberjacks said, "Not sorry, we're just going to win." But again, going back to the Buffalo, that sub, you got to wonder, did they make a mistake not maybe pulling the trigger earlier? Or do you just have to bow out and say, guys, we were beat fair and square?
Honestly, I think Lumberjacks just played very well. I don't think there's anything the Buffalo could have done on this particular day better. I think even behind them, Rob, I think he was doing a very good job coaching them. Every chance he got up and was like, guys, do something, this blah, 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 blah. Well, I think he did I think they did what they could. I don't think they're going to be happy. I think it's going to leave a bad taste in their mouth, but at the end of the day, it's Rocket League. It's day by day. It really is. It happens. So, I mean,
I was going to say, no, I definitely got to agree with you on that one. It is Rocket League. It is day by day. And it's so interesting that you'll get sometimes some team will 4-0 the same team, and then an hour later we'll get 4-0 by them. It is such a coin flip so many of these times. But again, Lumberjacks, they came in, they had a strategy, and I really, really like the fact that they didn't try to overcomplicate things, right? We didn't see some crazy mechanics. We didn't see a lot of overcommits from the Lumberjacks. It was, let's boom the ball. Let's make sure we have boost resources. Let's make sure we have our second man close. And again, let's take advantage of any single mistake and misplay Buffalo give us.
Yeah, I'm just so unbelievably impressed by this Lumberjacks roster. Can't say it enough. A lot of rookies on their side, too. I think all 3 are rookies. So, I mean, that's incredible in its own. I don't think these players have played before. So seeing 3 Rising Star rookies come in and get a chip, that's pretty cool.
Going to be pretty impressive here. Again, we are just making sure everything is ready on stage before we send it down to those boys. But again, the fact that the grand final started off with a 4-0 sweep, we'll have to see if when we jump up to Challenger and Premier, if there is any more fight between these two teams. But pretty crazy to think that the entire season is now completely done for all of these Rising Star players, and it ends in a 4-0 domination sweep.
Yeah. They'll have more to look forward to next season, at the very least. You can always try again, thankfully, with MCS. So, I mean, man, what a performance at the end of the day. I mean, at the start of today, did you think this is how it was going to end?
I didn't think this was going to how it end. I don't know if either team knew how it was going to end, but it sounds like we are ready for the players and the awards clash. Take it away.
They give a big round of applause to the Bemidji Lumberjacks, your Rising Star Season 11 champions. What a fantastic performance. AK, go ahead and start giving them their medals here. They did it in a sweep. Buffalo tried something there. They absolutely put up a fight, but Bemidji made it look good. They did so well. But I have one question just for this man right here. Hero, such a strong player on this team. Hero, what do you think of your teammates here? Obviously, this is going to be a great team for you, but tell me about this team. Tell me about how you got to this point.
Oh, it's been an incredible season. We started top throughout probably 3/4 of the season. We thought we had it secured and everything. Had really two bad majors, but had some low points coming in here. But this is what mattered, and we made it happen. We made it here. We won it.
Absolutely, and yeah, the rest of this team here, AK, go ahead and start giving them those medals too. Again, this is such an awesome experience, Hero. I guess I can give you a couple more questions while we're doing this. What is it like being up here on this LAN stage with all this crowd watching? What is this experience like for you?
Oh, it's an awesome experience. I really have no words. I just got to thank everybody out there for taking the time, watching our series, and cheering us on. We hear you out there, and we appreciate it, so thank you.
Of course, props to the GM over here, Ben. Do you guys make any roster moves or no?
No, same roster.
That's huge. And making a team right from the start, sticking with it, and going all the way to the grand finals. Congratulations again to the Bemidji Lumberjacks. What a fantastic series, and what a fantastic season from them. But I know we'll have Challenger coming up here shortly. We'll have that grand final coming up right after this break, and we'll throw it to it right now.
We have gotten through one grand finals on the day. We've given away one MVP performance and a lot of medals, and we have a long way to go. That is very bright. I love that. But regardless, we are going to be moving on to our Challenger Grand Finals and our Challenger MVP. I've got an envelope here with who knows how much money on a gift card here. We have had a great time between Busy, Stewie, Barry, and Swish are going to be your nominees for your Season 11 Challenger MVP. Are you guys ready? Can I get a drum roll, please, for our MVP? And our Challenger MVP is Barry. That is yours, my good sir. Well, with that being said, we're going to have hopefully a great finals. We did have now 2 in a row of our MVP performers making it to the grand finals. We will see if it'll be enough to take the championship. Casters, take it away.
absolutely deserved from Barry there.
Yes,
In my opinion, between those four, it was kind of between two for me. I think Stewie has been a fantastic player, but Barry really has shown it all season.
Yes.
I believe he's absolutely the right choice here.
Yes, he has been absolutely dominant. We saw that in the quarterfinals, in the semis. Actually, I don't think they ever played quarterfinals. Both of these teams were starting in semifinals. That is an interesting fact. They took advantage of the fact that they had that bye, one less game, a little bit less fatigue, and we see that here. Both teams not super comfortable win, but they did win.
Yeah, the close series coming out from both of them, but that also shows that they have that fight to take these series, even if they go a long distance here. But now getting into this one, I'm sure that these teams have played before. I should have done my research on it. I'm not sure on the record on them, but man, I'm not going to get into predictions just quite yet. We'll go to the K-Tool before then, but just quick thoughts on these two teams, Matt.
Well, I mean, you look at the entire season leading up to this point, and they have been on top for so long. They've been so good, and we see it here. Reese getting a lot of demos, using some of that physicality. We see Clash DA and Shega up there as well. Bloomington known for being a little bit more of an aggressive team. Here we see Barry goals at number 4, Stewie edging out number 1, but Barry has that MVP performance. He has had such a good LAN. He has had such a good showing here, and he plans to continue that here in the Grands.
And Made It's Nate going on the other end, holding down that back line for Fargo. He's been such a strong player for that team all season, but with that roster move, bringing Dicey in, they became a new level of dangerous. They became so solid. Winning Major 2, they won Major 2 and came through so strong. But, you know, there's only one way to decide who's better between these two teams in this LAN environment, and that's getting them on the stage, Power.
Yes, it is.
So, without further ado, down to K-Tool on the floor.
We've got your newly crowned MVP of Challenger. We'll see if they can take the entire thing. We've got the Green Bay Knights, Barry. He is the MVP, but of course he cannot do it himself. Let's give it up for the next person taking the stage in Reese. And last, and possibly least, because they did choose the order of the walkouts, finishing out the roster, give it up for Nyrome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Green Bay Knights. We'll see if they can take the championship one more time for the Green Bay Knights. And as good as they are, of course, they have some opponents here. Coming all the way from Fargo, the two scariest letters in the alphabet. Give it up for DJ. We'll see if they can roll the dice on this win here, as they are 4 games away. He's won it multiple times. He just wants to add one more ring to the hand. Give it up for Dicey. And lastly, this man said they have spent hours game planning for this moment. 4 games is all it takes. Give it up for Nate. Lastly, one thing is for the Steelhawks and the lovely Knights. 4 games, that's all it's going to take. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your grand finalists. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, K-Tool, for that. here we are, final match of the season. So many games up to this point. These teams have fought so hard. I cannot stress enough how hard it is to get to this point. There is so much riding on this one series.
Yeah, there's 16 teams that start out. We are down to 2, 1 and 8. 1 and 8 teams right now are up here, and we have to eliminate one more. But in turn, we also give that victory to one of these teams, and both of these teams absolutely want it. Dicey wants another one. We got some first-timers up here as well, and I'm sure there has to be nerves going on up there right now.
There is definitely. It's just one of those things, no matter what you do to prepare, you cannot get rid of that sinking feeling in your stomach when you're up there on the stage. Everything riding on your performance. This is a one-chance opportunity. It is not something that comes very often for some of these players, and they need to take advantage of it here. I can guarantee you there are so many thoughts racing through their head right now. It's about who can clear those thoughts when they get into the field on game one.
If there's one player that may not be feeling it as much as the rest, it is going to be Dicey on that side of the Steelhawks. He has been here multiple times. If I'm not mistaken, it's 4 that he's won? Something crazy like that.
The point is you can't even count it. It's
so many wins. Either way, it's something like 3, I don't know, 3 times, maybe 4, I'm not sure. But either way, Dicey's been on this stage multiple times. That leadership is going to be huge for them. But on the side of the Knights, personally, for me, this has been the team to beat in Challenger. They have been unbreakable for us. We had one scrim where we went even with them, and it was amazing. We thought we were on top of the world, but that was the very best we ever did, and it just felt so difficult to get them. They were, to me, the pinnacle of Challenger.
And that is all led by Barry. Challenger MVP just confirmed. I mean, he's done it so well. He's done it amazingly. And his teammates have supported him beautifully. Breeze and Nyrome, at least in my opinion, have been some of the best second and third rounds as far as the draft. Looking back, it's so surprising how they fell where they did.
Absolutely, but both these teams bring so much to the table, Power. We got to make some predictions up here. Who do we think is going to be taking this one? Would you like to start? You want me to?
I'll let you start it off. I've been starting it off. I will let you.
All right. As I mentioned, Green Bay has been that pinnacle for me. Steelhawks bring that experience, but I just can't get past that level that I keep experiencing playing this team. I have to go the Knights. I think they are just so strong. I think they can overcome that experience.
That is fair. I was really thinking Steelhawks, but then I scrimmed them. I helped warm them up. And let me tell you, I'm still on Steelhawks. DJ clipped so hard on me. He was dropping like 800 points. He is ready for this.
Absolutely. But there's only one way to find out the winner between these two teams, and that's to get them on the field. And that can all change right now. Everything that they have been working on could all come to right now, and it will absolutely. Knights versus the Steelhawks. We have our Challenger Grand Final, and it is started now.
And something to note is these grand finals seemingly go by so fast. I mean, Rising Star was done in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
If you come out slow, you do not have the time to adapt. It feels like so slow on stage. It's one of those things where in the moment it lasts for so long, but it's not really that long.
Mates Nate wants to get things started. Again, he's kind of been more the defensive side of things for that Steelhawks squad. He has some mechanics going for him. Surprising mechanics. He's not super well known for it, but sometimes he can get a little shocking for people. DJ, though, is going to be more of that bright, shining light for the Steelhawks. Doing a little bit more of the flashy stuff. Nyrome, great clear, coming out for the Knights early.
Now Reese off to the corner, tries off the ceiling. Dicey able to turn that one up. Made its Nate with a redirect. This shot so threatening. Nyrome off to the corner, does a great job collecting that ball. Now DJ pushes this one out mid. Dicey is there, up to the backboard. No Knight defender up, and a miss comes out. Another backboard touch. DJ called in. All of these balls just flying anywhere but toward the net. Here a double tap attempted by Dicey, leaves it for a teammate. Now Reese comes over to the wall, tries with some boost, has a little bit over one, but the defender is there.
Sometimes eventually those shots just have to find their way on target, but sometimes just maintaining that pressure is the right play. So it's a tough decision. Do you shoot it wide on purpose to maintain sense of possession, or do you try to get that shot on target? I think on that last one, they maybe just tried to hold a little bit too much possession. They needed to get a threat on the net. Steelhawks might want that chance back about 30 seconds ago at this point. But Nyrome going to try to get back here for the Knights. Rees going to take this one forward off the wall, maybe to himself. He's going to be challenged early. Might not have been the touch he was looking for. It went a little too far center.
Yep, and 2 minutes have passed. No goals yet. This is a great opportunity, probably the best one we've seen yet, and it does result in a goal. Barry, your Challenger MVP, starts off the scoring for your Challenger Grand Finals.
Wonderful touch by Rees, getting that one into a spot where the Steelhawks did not have a clear. Nyrone following up, and the push away for Barry. Again, on that goals leaderboard, it has shown it all season that he can put those away. Nate gonna try to get it right back though. DJ up in the air high, couldn't quite get it middle though. Nate doesn't quite make contact there. And now DJ tries to make contact. Great 50 coming out from him.
Yes, very good job. Now Maiden's Nate off this corner. Rees with a shot, not quite on. Crossbar ding. Now Nyrome up for the double tap. Double tap saved down by Maiden's Nate. Now Dicey called in. DJ trying to support this ball, rolling awkwardly across, but no one is there for the Steelhawks. They do need a response in the next 2.5 minutes, or they will be finding themselves already down 1 game in the Grand Finals.
DJ on target, easily cleared away by Barry. Barry not quite able to blow it though. Kind of works as a fake though, as long as Nyrome is able to control it, but he's awkward. This is going to be on target, not quite off the post. Steelhawks could have used that one. Barry has 0 boost. It wasn't quite able to get the clear he wanted, but only into the hands of Nyrome. That's going to go a little bit wayward. Dicey not quite able to get it past one, but gets a 50. Barry well defended on the backboard there.
Yeah, so many times we see these players play it toward backboard. The defense of the backboard is so key. These misses are very, very characteristic in Grand Finals. We see so many players panicking. And as I say that, a pass comes out. DJ is there middle, and a response is found for the Steelhawks. They definitely needed this one in order to get back, and we might be staring down in overtime already.
Beautiful give and go for the Steelhawks there, passing it upfield, getting that back middle. That is one thing the Steelhawks are good at, is finding their teammates in any part of the field, really. Could be an infield pass, could be a high flying ball, something. Steelhawks are so solid as a team. Now he's trying to get this one forward. Barry gonna retreat here. DJ has full control of this ball, beating one now. Well forced out though by the Knights defender. That one's gonna find its way through. Maybe a little bit of a slow recovery from Rees. Should have been ready for that shot. Maybe it was not the clear that Barry was looking for. A bit of both, maybe, and Steelhawks will capitalize.
And a little bit of pressure. There wasn't a huge amount, but there was just a little bit too much, and the bump pressure was there, and Steelhawks are able to get 1 goal in lead. Something I noticed when I scrimmed them on the warm-up was they're playing decently far apart, surprisingly far apart considering how close they are together as teammates, and that 50-50 comes out mid, so close, but not quite able to find its way in. Now Barry off to the corner, tries for the double, loses a little bit of control. Rees now called in, leaving this one for a teammate. Now Barry is up. Barry on the solo play. His mechanics showing, not quite able to play it around DJ efficiently enough to continue the offensive pressure.
Steelhawks trying to keep this one going, trying to keep the pressure in the Knights' half. If it stayed half, it is impossible for them to score, so they might as well. But now Knights coming back the other way. Nyrome trying to get a 50. Barry is now beat. This could be an odd man rush for Dicey, but doesn't quite make contact on it. Doesn't need to though. They're just killing bunches of times right now. 25 seconds remain, and they're on the offensive half still.
All of the time is ticking down. Just 15 seconds remain. Waiting on a possible Knights equalizer. It doesn't look like it's coming through. Steelhawks have been so good, but here Maiden's Nate tested passes with flying colors. Barry now tries to put this one mid. 2 seconds remain. So few time. DJ is on the backboard, able to play it down. This ball somehow kept up. The ball is still in the air. This bounce is gonna go down. Not quite. Nyrome is there, and the ball does drop. Steelhawks are your winner for your game 1.
Yeah, that all-in play right around 2 seconds. That one did have to find its way through. That's going to be such a tough one to keep up right at the end there. But Steelhawks throughout that game just looked a little bit more in control. Again, the offensive pressure was very even. I believe Knights actually had one more shot than the Steelhawks there, but the quality of it was just a little bit in favor of Steelhawks. There's not going to be much difference between two teams. Rarely is there much difference between two teams in these grand finals. Both teams have performed so well up until now. There's not usually a huge gap, and it is absolutely not for this one.
Yeah, and we see even other stats, right? I mean, the goals were just one apart. The demos were equal. There's so many things that were so close, but it is a game of inches. You know, if you don't close in, if you don't show up, you're going to end up losing.
Steelhawks trying to keep this one going, already in the offensive half again. Barry trying to get it out, not quite able to. Dicey, huge 50 coming out. Reese, out of boost, not going to be able to follow this one. This one on target, just testing the net is DJ. Well dealt with by Nyrome in the net. That's one thing that Nyrome was more well known for last season, was his defensive prowess. Not going to be on the saves leaderboard this season, but still has that in him as that back line hold. And Nyrome he's been playing so well all season, but he's got to pick it up on this series right now, because this series is all that matters for the rest of the season.
Yes, this is it. There is no more second chances. There is no second lives. And this is an opportunity. That save is absolutely crazy. The crossbar just touched insanely quickly. Now a shot opportunity coming up. Reese 50-50 in the middle. Dicey plays that one out. A shot opportunity here. DJ called upon. He does a great job playing that into that corner. Able to get that boost, but unable to hit the ball. Now Dicey playing it back to DJ. DJ off of the wall. Reese up toward backboard. Dicey gets a beautiful touch off to the sidewall. Now DJ is up. Zero boost, runs out. Nyrome called upon. Now this ball tricking out mid. DJ trying to use his mechanics, ends up missing. Now made its Nate. Really awkward touch. Nyrome also missing. Lots of chaos on this play.
Even though there was some awkward touches there, Steelhawks were in such heavy control of the boost. Every single one of them was 100 boost when that awkward situation arose, and that allowed them to clear that one out. Their boost control is so difficult to deal with. That's one thing the Knights are going to have to find an answer to. They have to find a way to get this Steelhawks team uncomfortable.
Yes, and 2 minutes have passed. Both teams looking decently comfortable in this. They have not conceded yet, which is always a good sign for both sides. You know, both Steelhawks and Knights fans are kind of happy with this, but the pressure is starting to ramp up for the Knights. They're trying to play this one down. Barry not fast enough to that ball. Now Reese to the corner. DJ playing this one out to the wall. Now Nyrome called in, made its Nate, gets a great pop, but a 50 immediately from Barry keeps the Knights pressure.
Going to be trying to go for a double tap. Dicey goes missing. That could play in Knight's favor here. That is going to be a shot on target. It does find its way through. Barry scores first in game 2.
And that one felt like it was coming from a long time. I mean, we saw about a minute of continuous pressure. This was a long-term play. You know, slowly get them out of position, slowly get them unboosted, and that pays off after such a long period.
Absolutely. And Steelhawks weren't able to control the boost as they were earlier this game. That is such a big difference. Dicey going to try to get this one going. That was a bit of an awkward situation there for the Knights. They have to get a good clear here. Reese gets good contact on that one. Leaving it for Barry now is Reese. Made its Nate to DJ. This could be a dangerous shot. It's going to be off the post. Reese able to follow it up. Great clear from him.
Great passing play attempted from the Steelhawks. They're trying to get back into this game. They did start game number 1 just like this, going down 1 early. They managed to come back and win that 1-2-1. Can they do the same here? Made its Nate trying to. Nyrome has different plans. Luckily, DJ is there, 100 boost back. Takes a little bit of too much time. That 50 is very scary, but this pops out beautifully for them. Nyrome with a touch, double tap toward his own backboard. Made its Nate shot. This one dropping down. Barry and Reese combined for that save. Now Dicey kind of in an awkward position. A teammate missing too. A demo coming out from Barry. Made its Nate barely able to jump out of the net there and play that one away.
I mentioned one thing for the Steelhawks, that they love those team plays. Their clears are usually to a teammate, and that is such a difficult thing to plan ahead on. That's just going to find its way through. Dicey dices up the defense there as he finds his way through. It just kind of slows it down and beats that last defender.
Yes, and only a minute left, and we see an equalizer once again. Steelhawks are not letting the Knights run away with this. The Knights are going to have to come up with a response. How do they deal with the fact that they are being challenged after they get that lead?
As Trying to keep it going for the Steelhawks here. They want to extend this lead. They want to get this lead and extend this series lead, excuse me. That one might find its way through. A little bit of a miss on the back line there. That was a little bit risky coming out from the Steelhawks. Bump coming out. Barry going to have some control with it now. DJ intercepts it really well, though. Able to get this one far across. Reese trying to go for a peak shot. Instead leaves it for Barry, and he dunks them on the goal line.
Yes, that is such a good play. Even though Reese doesn't hit this here, he runs out of boost, unable to get that touch. That ball is so threatening mid. Made its Nate, has to cover so many options, and Barry just has the world to choose from. The world is his oyster. He gets to do whatever he wants with that ball. He could play it slow, he could play it to the right, he could play it down, he could fake it all together. All of those things would be so threatening, and made its Nate just unable to deal with all those threats.
He's going to be first to this one, challenging it very quickly off the backboard now. Barry taking it over. Reese and Barry are names that I've said so many times already in this one. They are connecting so much. They just seem to be able to find each other on the field every single chance that they have the ball. Reese trying to get a flip reset, doesn't quite make contact, but makes the Steelhawks wait, and they are running out of time.
Yes, we need a response here. Time is ticking down, approaching 10 seconds. Will we see possibly a 0-second or a low-second antic? They need to something, otherwise they are not going to be getting their overtime. And this ball dropping down, so threatening. Knights end up playing it up still. This ball still up, but Nyrom is definitely going to lead that one down, and he leads his team to a Knights victory.
Again, a very close matchup here. Both teams trading blows, and Knights able to sneak away with this one. Again, very similar stats this time. Knights having a few less shots, but they were the ones that came away with the win. So it's not about who can get the more shots, it's who can get the quality shots right now. And it's slivers right now. These two teams are so close.
You can definitely see why these are the two teams in the grand finals. They have both been so good, and they have been performing very well in these grand finals. Barely showing any nerves. Both of them getting a game already, not a sweep, which is very good for the content.
Content is so important for us, you know, ad revenue and stuff, but that's going to find its way through early. Reese going to be able to find an open net off the kickoff.
Yeah, not exactly a clip, but it's one of those things where it counts all the same. Reese just completely beats the defender to it. The speed is too much, and how will Steelhawks deal with being down again? They have started down every single game.
Knights try to keep this one going, but right back into their half now. Reese going to be first to that one, only as far as DJ though. A little bit of a rough control touch. Made its Nate isn't able to control it either. DJ able to get it cleared out. Reese sends a Steelhawks player to the moon with a bump there. Nyrom going to hit it off the backward here. DJ has to make a tough read. He does, but Reese is going to be back here. He's low boost. This could be very awkward. No one goes for the bump though, and he's able to follow it up as well. Reese on the back line there, comes up clutch.
Yep, and Steelhawks trying to continue this pressure. Both players jumping, a little bit of an overcommit in the midfield, but luckily they aren't punished for it. Only Barry having boost on the side of the Knights. Nyrom finally picking up 100. Boost now a little bit better for the Knights. We'll see how the Steelhawks deal with this transition. Made its Nate up toward the ceiling. Nyrom taps it down. Now Dicey over to the corner. Barry turns that one out, and this one might just be rolling in. Is Dicey able to get there in time? Yes, he is. Made its Nate in the corner to receive the pass. Now this ball trickling out mid.
It's Nate going to try to keep it going. Met well by Barry. Barry only as far as DJ though. DJ going for a double tap. Doesn't quite have the boost to reach it. Works as a fake though. Dicey didn't quite read it right though. Nate not going to be able to make contact. Reese trying to get a counterattack going, but a little bit of low boost coming out front of the Knights there. They were able to regroup, but possession goes in favor of Steelhawks now.
And DJ out to the middle. Reese is up, playing this one to the wall, tries for the double, not quite getting the skim. We've seen that play a few times out of a few different players, not quite able to get that second touch. It's one of those things where you're asking them to do a very mechanically hard thing in a very high pressure situation, so I expect the miss most of the times. I don't know if the opponents are thinking the same. I don't know if they have the time to think the same. And here we go, 2 minutes down. Knights are up, looking to go up in the series. Can Steelhawks respond?
One thing that happened a little bit ago for the Steelhawks that I haven't seen yet, and that's in favor of the Knights, is space given to a player in the air. The Steelhawks have not been given almost any space from the Knights. That is one thing that they do so well, always having someone on the ball, someone challenging it, someone to cause awkwardness on the attack of the Steelhawks, and Knights are doing so well at that. Reese just his presence there is causing issues. And there's always someone forcing the ball for the Knights, and Steelhawks just cannot get the pressure that they want.
Yes, both teams here definitely favoring the solo play. I would say of the mechanical players in Challenger, we are seeing the two best in arguably Barry and DJ, and they have shown this, although they have not been able to clip in the grand finals yet. We can only hope. But both of the teams definitely relying on the solo play. It is a matter of how do they support each other, and DJ there showing solo play brilliance in a 1v1 situation, clinical on the flick.
Barry in such an awkward situation. He was just a foot away from that boost pad, that big boost. If he was able to get it, maybe he can approach that differently. But the early challenge probably was the play, just didn't quite make contact on it. DJ, the control was too much for him.
And we see the most even scoreline, 1-1 in series, 1-1 in game. Who is going to take the advantage here? Game 3, pretty important, not necessarily the decider when teams are throwing it back and forth and changing who's up and who's down. But it's definitely one where you could look back at and be like, that is where the team took away. They started to really lock in and play their hearts out.
Yeah, close victory here could be huge. And every game counts for one. Every game matters here, no matter if it's game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. They all count for one. It's just the stakes at the time. But if you don't realize that you are getting behind in a series, it could be catastrophic. That one does find its way through. Dicey, again, the experience coming out from him, poise and control coming out, and he is able to find an opening on the back line of the Knights.
And the question is, will we have a scoreline that is not 2-1? Everything has been 2-1 so far. Are the Knights able to break that curse and possibly get a goal in the next minute and 19? We will find out. Barry now trying to do that, has no boost, able to fake it at least a little bit. Made its Nate backflip now, leaving it for DJ. DJ control touch, getting away from himself. Ree's able to challenge that one. Now Dicey into the corner. Barry playing this one out. Great 50 out of him. Tries to leave it for a teammate. Teammate ends up getting beat by DJ. Now Dicey also missing, and this ball just trickling in. Ree's able to break the 2-1 curse.
Pretty quick response here for the Knights. That's exactly what they need. We are tied up in game and series now. Reeves finds that opening. I'm surprised he was able to beat that Steelhawks defender.
Yes, Dicey just kind of an awkward takeoff, running out of boost, unable to correct in time, get behind the ball, and that will do it. Your lead is now gone. Who will step up? 2-2, 50 seconds remain. Made its Nate now into the corner. Nyrome there, tries for the 50, able to get that one, past one, and tries for another. And DJ turning. DJ misses the boost, a crucial boost steal here for the Knights. They're trying to boost starve, and they're doing a great job of it. You can see all of the Steelhawks defenders just in such an awkward spot, all low boost. Made its Nate the only one. Now DJ picking up that corner crucially and uses it here to try and solo play out. Ends up getting another mistouch, mechanical mistakes coming out from both sides. This ball almost rolling through, but Barry better to it.
Going to get a nice little double tap to Nyrome in the middle of the field. That actually could have been a chance for the Knights, just a little bit away from him. Now, as we approach 0 seconds, Ree's going to leave it for Barry up into the air. DJ going to be the first to it. Big 50 coming out. Nyrome going to try to keep it up. That one almost off the bar. It's going to find its way through. Ree's on 0 seconds takes game 3.
That is a crucial moment for the Green Bay Knights. An incredible play, playing it awkwardly off of that corner. The defenders just not quite having their feet set. Made its Nate a little bit panicked on that goal line. Can't really blame him. His teammates kind of left him in a bad spot, and that will do it for the Green Bay Knights. They are now up 2-1 in the series. They have 2 series to go, or 2 games to go to win the series.
Again, shots so close. It is minute things that are the difference between these two teams right now. I believe that time it was Steelhawks that were favored in shots. Again, not the team that won. I might have miscounted on that, but either way, it was so close. And the margin of error for both these teams has to be almost none, because both teams are capitalizing on those mistakes.
Yes, and we will see what Steelhawks does to respond here. They did a decent job taking that one game off of the Knights. Can they do it again? That is the question. Dicey trying to play that one mid, trying getting an early goal. Now DJ up off to the back wall. Now Nyrome in the corner, plays the 50, made its Nate down. This ball rolling so dangerously, and made its Nate beautiful solo play brilliance. I did not think that was trickling through.
That one definitely going to be a miss on the back line. Reese just barely falls off the post. It's such a tough read on zero boost, but that was the only option he had. He had to make the contact on the ball. Made its Nate, read it well, found that waterfall, and strikes early.
And Steelhawks finally getting on the scoreboard before the Knights do, so that is something to look out for. Can they hold it? Can they take a little bit more of that momentum instead of trying to play hero ball and come back? And a miss coming out from Dicey, and an incredible own goal, something that you would not see normally in online gameplay. Probably the LAN nerves coming out. This should have been a goal from Made Its Nate bump with a Dicey shot, but it ends up being a disaster for Green Bay Knights in a different way.
Yeah, honestly, Reese, I'm sure he felt like he needed to hit that ball because his teammate was getting bumped, but he might have been able to get back that. I'm not sure. Either way, Reese felt like he needed to, and he probably could have got it clear. Either way, it was such a difficult clear for him. Barry might be a little awkward to this one. Nairo trying to get it over to him, and now some control coming out from the Knights. They are stuck in their half right now, but just a big clear going straight to DJ. Barry meets it well, but this might be a Steelhawks ball. No, Barry going to be able to take some control on his backboard.
And this is the first time we see a team go up beyond just one goal, finally showing a little bit more, and Made Its Nate showing even more, tripling the lead. Well, I guess you can't divide by 0, but regardless, here they are. Steelhawks are answering, trying to win Game 4 in dominant fashion.
Steelhawks, yeah. Again, this is the first multi-goal lead. I think it's the first multi-goal lead we've had. It's been 1 goal difference between these teams up until this point, so it's going to be a different. It's a completely different situation now for the Knights. They're not super close. Do they start sending the house early? Obviously, there's plenty of time on the clock, but goals have not been common in this series. It's been 2 goals at most for either team up until this game. So Knights, maybe they start playing a little risky. Maybe they start extending far until they can get one here.
And Dicey called into play there. DJ there to receive the pass from Dicey. And now this is so threatening off the crossbar. Nairo jumping a little bit too early. A bump play coming out. This ball just hovering in the midfield. And somehow this shot comes through. The squishy save from Made Its Nate does a great job to keep that one up. I cannot believe Steelhawks still have the 3-0 lead. They are being challenged here by the Knights. So difficult. And they are making out of these horrible positions.
It's plays like that from Made Its Nate that show why he's on that saves leaderboard, and a quick counterattack. DJ able to get another one away for the Steelhawks.
That bounce just so good. A little bit reminding of the Justin Keeps It Alive moment. Just a beautiful touch down from the underside of the car, and the defender just so awkward coming off that backboard, unable to get it. 3 minutes remain. Are the Knights able to get a few goals, maybe some momentum? Because I do not think they have what it takes in 3 minutes to come back with 4. It is such a monumental task to do that in a grand finals.
100%. Yeah, Barry going to try to get it going, but he's going to have to get some crazy touch here to have it be a chance. Maybe it worked as a fake, but Reed's not quite able to get it on target. Reed's going to take this one over now. DJ, easy clear for him. Maybe a little bit of pressure coming out, though. Dicey's going to have to get a good touch off the backboard. 2 minutes, Nate. He is able to. Barry clearing into the corner, and precious time is taking it away. Every single time it leaves the Steelhawks side, it feels like Knights are just scrambling to get it back out.
And I do wonder what changed, because Steelhawks are looking much more dominant this game. Knights just haven't been able to get a goal even. I know it's only been 3 minutes, but we have seen so many chances that the Steelhawks have capitalized on, and when the Knights have had their chances, they haven't been as clinical, or Steelhawks have just saved it, right? We saw Made Its Nate have an insane squishy save, and then another one where he kind of played hero across the net, and the Steelhawks have just been looking dominant. You know, DJ here off to the sidewall, playing this one toward the middle. Now Dicey called in such cohesion on this team.
Knights definitely feel like they're scrambling right now, but they have to get one away right now, almost finding its way through. Dicey, great clear. DJ gonna try to get control here. Instead, it goes for a bump. Dicey able to get a clear again. DJ back middle for Dicey. Dicey decides to leave. He doesn't have to press. Again, they have a huge lead. They do not want to overcommit right now.
And I do wonder, Knights most likely are losing this game. Do they take their time out here? Because you have so, like, it's a bad result for them, right? 4-0. It hasn't been as close as game 1, 2, and 3. Do they want that momentum going into game 5? That could be the deciding factor, whether they have to force a Champions Field or whether they get the potential to win on Neo Tokyo.
I think about a minute and a half of this game is what the Knights have to look at for what went wrong. Past that, they were scrambling to come back, and if they're doing that in every game, they're going to lose this series. So I'm honestly not sure if they should. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because that can't happen again. They do find a little bit of momentum, and that could be one reason why maybe they don't, because they now have a little bit of a momentum. It's momentous. That's not right. Some momentum going into this next one, but I honestly personally wouldn't take it, because they lost this game, in my opinion, so early.
What I will say is I was talking to AK earlier, one of the geniuses of our GM squad, and we were talking, and I was saying, I don't think I've ever regretted taking a timeout. I've only ever regretted not taking a timeout.
It's true. That is very true. I feel like, I'm not sure. It's such a tough situation, because you do only have the one. And if you take it here, you don't have it for the next game. And you absolutely should take a timeout at some point. If they don't take it here and they lose the next one, you take it in the next one. But it's up to them. It's up to how they feel right now, because maybe they just don't feel like they know the answer. Maybe they need to discuss it. But it's such a huge part of this LAN, too. Having these best of sevens, having those timeouts available, we will see right now if they end up taking it.
And despite it being tied in the series, that was the most dominant win we've seen so far. The Steelhawks absolutely dominating. Only 7 shots to the Knights 11. But they made those count.
It's just because they were scrambling and getting shots from far away, not high-quality shots. They were just trying to put anything they possibly could, hoping that something would find its way through. And they put a lot of shots on target. There was that one amazing save by Made It Snake where I think we both thought it was going through. And stuff like that is going to be so difficult. And all the players ready up instantly. We're right into game 5. There was no discussion on the side of the Knights here. They want to get right into this one.
And I respect it. You know, if they don't want to take that timeout, that is entirely up to them. Now DJ up off to the corner, not quite able to get that read. Now Dicey back alone, plays this one in the corner. Made It Snake completely out of boost, tries for the flick mid. DJ now called in to play. Dicey off to the corner, off to the ceiling now, tries to play this one mid for Made It Snake. Reese is there way quicker than Made It Snake. Now DJ just back alone, plays it off the corner, finally gets that corner read that he's been looking for, tries to play it around 1. Nyrome there to Barry. Barry bangs that off the crossbar. Insanely close chance for the Knights to go up 1.
Going to try to keep this one going for the Steelhawks. A little bit of an awkward touch coming up from Barry. Is able to just barely get it across. DJ on target. That finds its way through. A little bit of an errant touch coming out of the corner for the Knights. And Steelhawks punish.
Yep, Steelhawks looking to continue that momentum
I
from
didn't
game
realize
number
that was a
4.
pass. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was a pass from Dicey. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Great pass from Dicey. I thought that was a Knight's touch coming in the corner, but that was beautiful. I'm sorry. Continue. Continue. I'm sorry.
It was very good. I mean, you have to commend the team play, right? It's one of those things where it's so easy to try to continually throw yourself at the ball to see one angle at it, but to see your teammate across the side of the field, to play it to them, to efficiently use each other, that is the difference here. And Steelhawks versus the Knights are trying to show this. They're trying to get that go-ahead goal beyond just 1-0. And now Reese off to the backboard, tries for the double, unable to get it. Barry just waiting very patiently back, called upon here. A little bit threatening from Steelhawks, but the Knights do a great job to play that one out.
He's going to take some control in the corner here, buying some time for his team to get back. Barry, huge 50 coming out from him. Reese is up still somehow. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but this one might just find its way through. That was definitely an overcommit there for the Knights. That 50 was not enough time for the team that really committed hard into that corner.
And now I'm starting to think about the thing that I just said about regretting not taking timeouts. It's one of those things 100%. Where you can't change the past, right? You just have to deal with the decision you made, move on, and deal with it. But, you know, going down 2 in the first 2 minutes is not exactly the move you would like to see if you are a Knights fan.
No, absolutely not. Reese trying to get this one going for his team, though. Made It Snake, huge clear. Again, Made It Snake on this back line, doing so much for the team. Quality clears, great saves, everything for the Steelhawks squad. Knights, they're still trying to put on pressure. They're still trying to batter the net with these shots, and they're getting these shots on target, but it doesn't feel super threatening up until now. That almost finds its way through. Steelhawks, again, with great defense.
Yeah, and even when it is threatening, we see Steelhawks answer. You know, they have been so clinical on the defensive half. They have done such a good job saving those shots, and not only that, getting out of the bad situations. Sure, they might have one questionable save, but they're always able to set their feet and get the next one.
A big demo for the Knights there. Maybe they can keep things going in the direction that they're looking for. Barry, gotta get this one off his backboard. Only as far as Dicey. Infield pass. DJ not quite on the same page on that one. Onto the sidewall now, trying to get this middle. Gets a bump on one, gets a bump on another. Barry, big 50 coming out. Dicey, made it's Nate. Almost gonna be able to get a crazy touch there, but doesn't quite. Time is ticking away right now. Knights, they still have 2 minutes. They still need 2 goals. They have to find this one now.
And we saw Steelhawks there. If you looked at the boost meters, they were very, very low for quite a long period of time, but they did a great job, once again, just playing off each other. You don't necessarily need the boost to make a play, and the players that are able to make plays on low boosts on this LAN environment, that's the difference maker. Here we see Reese, low boost, 50-50. This one, a great opportunity. Barry still might be able to finish it off of the backboard. Not able to get that one into the back of the net. Steelhawks defense has continued to answer the call.
No boost on that attack for the Knights. Really plagued them. They had a 3-on-1, but none of the 3 had boost. That defender dealt with it well. I didn't see who it was, but props to them. Barry gonna try to get this one out. The time is ticking away. Now they only have a minute left to get those 2 goals. Barry, as far as DJ, great dunk coming out from him.
Yep, Nyrome clears this one to Rees. Green Bay trying to utilize their teammates. This ball not quite on target. Just the backboard presence from the Steelhawks doing a good job dealing with this one. Once again, the defense just standing so strong. Lots of pressure from the Knights. I must admit their offense is looking good. They just need that next step. Here, this ball bouncing off of the backboard. DJ almost able to drop that one, and now Dicey trying to jump in as third, get involved, get that ball into the back of the net. Unable to do so. Now made it's Nate trying to play this one mid. Barry is up, tries to play it out to the wall, but DJ there off the backboard. Corner double. That is an insanely tight angle, and of course it's DJ that hits it.
Yeah, if someone's going to hit a mechanical shot in this lobby, it's going to be DJ. Beautiful placement. If he tries to get in that close corner, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hit it. That is so tight. And Steelhawks, with only 21 seconds left, 3-goal lead. Unless something ridiculous happens on this kickoff right now, it's not going to go in right now. Steelhawks will take it to match point. Knights have to respond. They have to get 2 in a row, and surely, Power, we see a timeout come out.
I would think that you would have to. It's one of those things where, at least for me, it seems like they should have taken it 1 game ago. They are now backs up against the wall. They have to change something. They have to get a little bit momentum back. They did a good job at the beginning of the series to go up 2-1, but Steelhawks have looked so good on defense ever since. Not necessarily shutting them out. I believe they got a goal toward the end of game number 4, but it's one of those things where you've not really scored that much. The scoring just has so much favored the Steelhawks these past 2 games. You need to change something.
Yeah, and still, the shots are very even every single game. Even the ones that the Steelhawks are winning pretty convincingly, the shots are pretty even. It's just that next step, as we mentioned earlier, that next step, Knights have to find the way through. Not just getting the shots on target, but making them threatening enough that Steelhawks can't defend them. And they've been so great on that defense. Maybe it's demos. I love demos. I will always say that. I think that can be a recipe to just disrupt teams. If you don't have an idea of what to do, you're not demoing a ton, which I don't think they have been. Maybe that's the play. Rees is well known for it. You saw him on that demo leaderboard.
Yes, and another thing to note is where's the second man of Knights, right? You see that first man, they have that play. They a lot of times are able to make something threatening, but then it's not continual pressure, right? We need to see a second man come in. We need to see a possible pass back to even third man. I know it can be risky, but it's one of those things where if you're not scoring at all, you need to start throwing more at the net.
It seems that a lot of the time getting the shot on target is requiring 2 players. So then there's the 2 players that are already up. That third man just doesn't want to fully commit because those 2 are already so fully committed. We saw, I'm not sure if it was that game or the game before, that exact thing happened. I saw Reese up there, I remember that, and there was one other player that hard committed. That third player got 50'd and it found its way back into their net. So they have to be careful with that pressure. They cannot let that happen, but they have to do it with that second man still able to rotate in, as you mentioned. Because if they get a threatening chance on target and they don't have that follow-up, it was all for nothing.
Yes, and I'm looking also at, no matter how awkward the Steelhawks have looked, they have always been there for each other. The support is there. You have a man behind you, you have a man in front of you, you have people to hit with the ball, right? It's one of those things where it's easy to bang the ball away, but it's hard to bang it to a teammate or place it in a spot where you can follow it yourself. And they're doing a very, very good job so far. Here we go into game number 6. DJ now trying to bump Barry out. Barry able to turn that one away.
Again, Steelhawks on match point right now. If they take this one, this series is over. Knights cannot allow Steelhawks to take this game. DJ gonna try to get this one clear. He's pretty awkward here. Low boost on the side of the Steelhawks right now. One up off ceiling. Dicey gets a 50. Great save coming out from It's Nate. They are still a little bit awkward, but no one on the side of the Knights has boost anymore. They ran out. Their gas is gone, but Barry trying to start the attack again. Up, I think he got a flip there, but just made it a little bit past the ball.
Yeah, and you mentioned running out of gas. It does look like Knights are running on empty. I'm going to be honest, even though they have boost, they just have not been looking the same. They do not have that cohesion that the Steelhawks have shown this past 2 games. Are they able to make something happen here? Dicey trying to play this one down. Now Barry with a very large clear. DJ no boost, but is able to get a really good bang out, buying lots of crucial time for his teammates to boost up. And the Knights are trying to take that ball that was banged and take a transition shot. They are struggling though.
I feel like Barry's trying to do a lot in the air right now, and it's not supporting teammates as much as he's hoping for it. I feel like the back line is struggling just a little bit for the Knights, keeping things going. They're not finding each other on the field, and that, oh my goodness, Steelhawks will absolutely take that one. That one should have been cleared away though, Power.
Yes, it should have been, but it's one of those things where DJ's shot was very well placed. I mean, it was barred down. Barry probably expecting that to hit the backboard and come off. Not exactly what he desired to happen, and a minute and a half is already gone. Steelhawks are up. Knights are backs up against the wall. They need something here, and they need it fast, and they are not going to be wanting Made Its Name in the air like that. That double tap so threatening. Now DJ's turn, has the flip reset, tries the backboard touch, not able to get it before Nyrome save.
Dicey to the middle to Made Its Nate, only a 50. But again, goals have been coming at such a premium. I know it's only a 1-goal lead, but this seems so difficult for the Knights right now. This back line has been so strong. That one almost finds its way through for the Knights, but just a little bit off target. It was such a difficult shot to find its way through. DJ buying all the time in the world. He's going to leave it for Dicey. Wonderful play. Him staying there forced that defender to wait for that. They had to challenge the Doomsday dish here, but they didn't even do that, and that fake worked out so well for the Steelhawks.
And like I said, the time flies so quickly. I mean, we look at it, we are already in game 6, and Steelhawks are up to the Knights only have about 2.5 minutes to respond, and they need 2. They can't deal with 1. They have to have 2. It has to be quick, too.
And that one has been so difficult for them. They have to try something. They have to send the house to get this thing through. But sending the house has been punishing them this whole time, so it's such a difficult situation no matter what. But we'll see if they can do it right now. They have 2 minutes, 22 seconds to do it. Reese gonna keep this one forward, gonna get a big 50. Now boosted up, not gonna make contact. DJ getting a big clear for his team. Nyrome up to Reese, 50 coming out. Barry is gonna be first for that one, but plays it to the side. DJ reads that perfectly, knows that it's coming to that side. Dicey, lots of space given to him off the backboard now. DJ gonna try to be first to this one. Kind of gets a little bit of a pancake, but doesn't quite get the flip for it. Now Made Its Nate into the middle, plays it to the side. Boost spawns beautifully for him, and this should allow him to take a lot of time. Nyrome, though, wants nothing to do with that, wants to keep this thing moving.
This ball going off to the crossbar. More shot opportunities for the Steelhawks that are just looking better than the Knights. The Knights are getting a few chances, but they just have not been able to get that last step, that last little bit of the ball into the back of the net. The Steelhawks have done a great job doing that. They have scored 2 already. The time is ticking down so quickly here. The Knights are in their back half, and they do not want to be there. They want to be on the offensive side. They want to be getting a goal here. Now Demo's coming out on the play. Barry has to boost up on the midfield before he challenges. Does a decent job challenging, but this ball just goes toward a Steelhawks player. Dicey into the corner, plays it around 1. A little bit of an opportunity here. Tries to fake 1, unable to get it to a teammate in time.
I didn't know a defense could be suffocating. I always think of the offense pressure being suffocating, but right now, Knights, they cannot buy a goal. They cannot find their way through this Steelhawks defense, and I feel like it almost feels like the Steelhawks are playing offense from their defensive half. It's crazy, and it's working so well. Knights have to find some goals now. That one might be a chance, maybe, but Nyrome, it's going to be first to this one. Barry on target. It does find its way through. Absolutely necessary for the Knights to get that one away right when they did.
Yes, a crucial goal to half the lead. Steelhawks still have a 1-goal advantage, but it's looking a little bit for the Knights. They only have 30 seconds, though. They would like a kickoff goal here. They would like to win this in regulation. They want to force a Game 7. I don't know if we're going to be going there.
Very little time. That might have been a chance if Nyrome got some good power on the hit. Didn't quite. Reese to the middle to Barry. This could be a chance. Bump almost came through for Reese. Nyrome up early. Does get a beat on that last defender. Barry gonna try to get to this one. 0 boost though. Turning early is Nyrome. Pinching off the crossbar, not crossbar, the corner. All the way cleared. Is that ball into their side. 4 seconds left. They have to keep it up. Barry not going to be able to. Dicey plays it too far forward. Steelhawks absolutely showed why they're here and take that victory.
Huge congrats to your challenger champions, the Steelhawks. They have done such a good job to get to this point. They did such a good job in this grand finals, taking it in Game 6 in dominant fashion. And you have to think, Dicey is starting to resemble his, I don't know, his role model in Monkey Move. He is the GOAT of Challenger now. It is almost undisputed. No matter what, people doubt him. People think, oh, he won't win it this time, right? But he shows up to LAN, he puts the players around him, and he does a great job with that. His talent scouting, his ability to make something work, make that run on LAN, it is, I can't recommend, I'm speechless. I mean, like, Dicey just does it. He gets it done.
He's not the flashiest player, but he always seems to be on the squad that does so well, and they found that success. DJ made its Nate, bringing in Dicey. That has been such a deadly squad. They win Major 2, they win here, and they did it convincingly.
Yes, but you have to give props to the other side, of course. Green Bay Knights having a very, very good a very good season, a very good team. They definitely put up a fight here. We saw in game 1 through 3 very, very clearly. I mean, the Knights just looked very, very solid. You have to commend the Steelhawks, though. They fought back. They went up in the series, and they kept it, right? They fought back. They took that adversity, and we're better for it.
And again, I want to talk about that defensive performance from the Steelhawks. Knights were throwing everything they possibly could at them, and there was some dangerous chances there, but Steelhawks looked unfazed. They kept that thing clear, and I feel like the moment that I realized that the Steelhawks were just on another level, that Maiden's Nate squishy save coming out from the net, it was fantastic. And Steelhawks had a good run here. Buffalo, again, a dangerous team coming through. They were able to defeat them. And then Knights, like I mentioned, they were my favorite going into this one. And they were able to take them down. A great run coming out from the Steelhawks.
Yeah, and a little bit of a recap. I mean, we look back to earlier. I mean, there was tons of Game 7s, there were tons of Game 6s. Now we are going to drop it down to K-Tool with our Challenger champions.
That is right. I am here with our Challenger champions. Ladies and gentlemen, right off the bat, give it up for the Fargo Steelhawks. So, first I'm going to go to DJ, ask a couple of questions, and then we'll get the medals out for you. I got to ask off the most basic questions of how does it feel to get this championship?
Well, you know, I was excited. It's my first MCS LAN I've shown up to, and First time I haven't been dropped. Came in as first seed, top 2 in every event. Here we are, easy win.
So basically what you're saying is if you're on the team, you're going to win.
Well, yeah, clearly.
All right, well, going to a man who has won at least a couple times at MCS. I'm going to slide over here. Dicey, does it get boring to win again and again?
No, I love competing, so I'll always like to win.
All right, so then the question is, what kind of brought you out of retirement? What keeps bringing you back again and again?
Competing. I love competing and playing at these LANs. It's a great time, a lot of great people, so wanted to come back and do it again.
I love it, I love it. And Nate, now that the season is over, do we get just a little bit of insight to what the game plan was? Because clearly you guys executed.
Well, I mean, that's a hard question. I've been going into Major 2. I had 10 hours past 2, and I was shitting the bed. Sorry, my language. Last 2 weeks, I've been grinding the heck out of the game, and I'm just happy that I didn't let these guys down.
I love that. Let's get these medals out for these boys. But this has been obviously one heck of a time. Castros has been amazing. Obviously, this event and everything you guys have fought so hard for this season, and it all comes down to one best of 7. You guys have done a fantastic job. And again, you can get the medals out. We'll give them to these boys. Again, we've got these amazing championship rings, which you guys haven't seen, are absolutely massive. They look wonderful, and a huge shout out to who created those things. Hopefully, you guys will be, rocking that to your jobs or the first day of school next time. But again, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, give it up to our Season 11 Challenger champions, Fargo Steelhawks. All right, boys, huge congratulations. I will let you grab your stuff. You can hop off the stage again. Congratulations on your championship here. But we are not done yet. We have one more grand finals to go. We have to hand out one more trophy to lift for our premier team. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We will be back for our last season of the day.
you got the key, wait. Bound and lost, you never knew enough. I can see your ways and called your bluff. No control, I guess you lost the cuffs. The battle for the truth, I see the cards. Racing for the facts, you see the doors. Lights all through the smoke, don't take a pause. Say that you did, but you never knew me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. The whirlwind spins and loses control. You took me for a ride and a roll. You just thought you know me the most, but you don't know me better than me.
Play yourself, don't play me. Mars, Wolf, Vicstar, Jamie. Don't be confused, that's my G. Turn it up too, setting them free. Gaslight who? Gaslight me. Everybody push up your flashlights, please. You thought you knew, but wait and see. You don't know me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me.
You think you know me, but you think you know me, but you don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think about the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, ooh. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Ooh. If I could change my mind.
Welcome back to Season 11 LAN. One final series to decide our champion of Premier. It's the top dog in MCS. But before we get to that, we'll get some insight, we'll get some comments, but I've got a special guest here, the GM of the Bemidji Lumberjacks, Ben Storm. I hear there is an important thing you need to announce, so I'll hand it over to you.
For sure. Thank you. Yeah, so it was told to me that we're announcing a Premier MVP. Is that right, Cabbage?
That is correct. I believe there is 4 candidates. If we could see who they are at this time, that would be great so we can see who's eligible for this award, of course, from the regular season. I'm kind of putting Stewie on the spot. I am so sorry, but hopefully he's got it here. Just give it a second, and any moment. unless someone can shout them out. I mean, hey, if somebody knows who the 4 are, that would be great as well. Stand by. I mean, I'll get your opinion on this first because you won't be here for the actual game.
Now. I might be biased.
Oh, I was gonna say who's gonna win between the Victory and the Flyers while we stall for Stewie. Oh, hey, there we go. Never mind. We don't need to stall anymore. I will let you be free. So we've got End, we've got Gray, we've got Mogi, and we've got Volt Destroyer. Those are our 4. Everyone has their pick, and I will now give you the honor. Who's our MVP for Season 11 in Premier?
So, it might be a little bit of a shocker that I'm up here, but this guy's been texting me. He's asking, hey, when are we announcing this? So he's still glued to his television, and I love the fact that, obviously I'm talking about Mogi. He's cheering on the Rising Star team right now, which is not something you see, in terms of players who don't make LAN. They kind of just couldn't back out, but Mogi's still locked in, and he's still being a total community member. So anyways, Mogi, congrats on being the season MVP. He's not only a fantastic player on the field, but off the field, he's so much fun to be around, and he's got a great attitude about Rocket League. And you can see these stats here. I mean, it's absolutely impressive, the work that he's done. And obviously credit to his teammates, Wesley and Mace, too, as they have been just also helping him achieve these fantastic numbers. But, I mean, what do you think? Have you seen any footage or any
I mean, I've seen bits and pieces, and I think it really, you talk about it with those teammates. I mean, it is almost a team award in some sense because you can have those really, really good players, but they always need that supporting team around them. So it's really an important part there. And, of course, congratulations to him, all the other players honored on these lists as well, having great seasons. So congratulations to Mogi and everyone else. And Ben Storm has transformed into Power. Welcome up.
Yes, it's great to be here. We get to cast another grand finals. We are going to be crowning another champion, and this time it means a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. Premier, you got to have that top flight, and we've talked about it all weekend long of how tight, how close these teams are to each other. I think if you came into the weekend, you could foresee a situation in which you have the 3 and 5 seeds into the grand final, but I don't think anyone would predict it. But, it's just kind of a surprise, but also not.
Yes, it's one of those things where, like, in hindsight, based off of their performance on Saturday, based on their performance today, it's like, well, no doubt they're here, right? I mean, Whitlock has looked insane on his team, and there's definitely an argument to be made for Fusion Bleach to try and get up on that stage and get another championship. I mean, he has been clinical when it comes to getting to grand finals, and he's been winning.
Yeah, and I mean, it's players that have done well. Of course, we've got Wolf and Pink alongside Fusion Bleach on the side of the Flyers. So 2 Premier players and then kind of a super sub, a pseudo sub. He's been with the team for a couple of weeks now, if not most of the season. I don't quite remember when that exactly took place, but he's been around for a while. And then on the other side, of course, like you said, Whitlock, Wubik, and then I'm forgetting their third right now. But either way, it's a team that's been, there you go. Thank you very much. A team that's been around. We'll get back to us in a moment. Let's send it downstairs. Let's meet our 2 teams and walk them onto stage.
Our 2 teams for Premier. The last match of the day between the St. Cloud Flyers and the Brainerd Victory. We're going to be bringing in the St. Cloud team first. Let's give it up for Pink. That means let's go, buddy. Pay attention. Put the phone away. Let's go. Following suit, this man has scored a lot of goals on LAN today. We'll see how many more he can put in the back of the net. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Wolf! And lastly, this man stands tall in the crowd. Well, he can stand above the rest. Give it up for Fusion! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a best of 7 in front of us. We have crowned 2 champions. We have crowned 2 MVPs. We will see if this team here can take it all. One more time for the St. Cloud Flyers! And their opponents on the orange side. I know they're going to have a lot of fans in the crowd with the Brainerd Victory. First up, give it up for Whitlock! Next up, this man packs a punch. We know he loves to be on the stage. Give it up for Wubek! And lastly, this man has put at least a couple hours into this game. Give it up for Kato! The final match of the day for the Brainerd Victory versus the St. Cloud Finals for the championship of the Premier Season 11. Give it up for your grand finalists. Casters, back to you. Let's get this match underway.
Yes, indeed. Let's get this match underway. The players have played so many games to get to this point. I'm sure they cannot wait to just get in that field, start their engines, and take that first kickoff, get into the game. It was not easy getting here. Let's look at the bracket.
Yeah,
how did these two teams...
Coming into this one, like we had mentioned, their seeds 3 and 5, of course, 3 for the Flyers. They had a pretty strong group stage. Of course, they actually lost to the Victory, interestingly enough. But then coming through into that quarterfinal, they got a nice win over the Knights there. Dominated the Outlaws in that semifinal, and that's how they find themselves here. The other side, the Victory, they were a little bit lower in the season, but only 3 points back. That tight spread within the Premier standings. They went 2-1 in their group, only losing to the Superiors, which got them that direct bid into the semifinals, where they would right their wrongs, take out the Superiors in a convincing showing earlier to find themselves in the grand final as well. So maybe a little bit of redemption attempt here for the Flyers. On the other side for the Victory, they've looked really strong today. It's just, can they finish it out, and can they close this LAN with a title?
And here we are introducing Whitlock, GM of the Brainerd Victory. He has done so much for his team to get them to this point, and he is someone I personally teamed with last season, and I'm so proud of him, how much he's improved. The fact that he is in the Prem Grand Finals, we didn't even get to Chow Grand Finals last season, and now he's here. He's just showing that I was the problem.
Yeah, wow, I was going to say, like, that's quite a jump to make. Of course, we see players do that, but to do that and also be a GM, be involved, it's so incredible. Of course, you know, the GMs of every franchise putting in those hours behind the scenes to craft the teams, support their groups, kind of keep everyone going throughout the season. I think it's about time we get some predictions, because I think the players will be ready to go pretty soon. So I'm going to give you the first choice here, because we've got two teams that I think are pretty similar, but I want to hear your thoughts.
It is so hard for me. I mean, like, on one side you have St. Cloud, you have Fusion Bleach. He's shown up. I literally saw him won in Season 7 at St. Cloud State. How could I predict him against him? But on the other side, we have Kato Mac, Wubik, and Whitlock. They have looked so good this LAN. Honestly, on the day, they have just played so well, and I have to give Brainerd the edge.
Man, that makes it really difficult for me, because I love a split desk, but I also have to go with the Brainerd Victory. They just looked so dominant this morning, or I guess this afternoon, whatever it was. They looked so good against the Superiors, where it felt like the Superiors were just not even in it. And I mean, it felt like it was more the Victory really putting their stamp on the game, saying, this is the team we are, this is the Rocket League we're going to play, and you're just going to basically lose. Like, yeah. You're going down.
You're going to be a witness.
Yeah, it's really what it is. And so I think the Brainerd Victory are going to take it. We'll have to we'll be on the same side here. Last time we went 2 for 2 on the Brainerd Victory, so we'll see if we give them that good luck charm once more. Yeah, I mean, besides that, I mean, we could predict how many games we're going to, but I think we're about ready to get started.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I want Game 7. It's one of those things where it's Prem Grand Finals. This is the time for the content. I want to see a Game 7 overtime.
Yeah. You know, I think it really depends on how much the Flyers are locked in. I think if they're able to put a little bit more aggression, put a little bit more of that pace behind it and everything, I think we'll see something that goes for those 6 or 7 games. I think if the Brainerd Victory on the other side, if they're able just to settle into this and play the strong game that we saw earlier, I could see a sweep. As much as I don't want to say that, I could see that being the case, and I think it really comes down to, can Wolf step up like we've seen him do before many a times at his own level, or stepping up? Can Fusion Bleach be that impact player, and can Pink support?
Yeah, it's one of those things, well, yes, we are slightly favoring Brainerd here on the desk, but it's not that close. I mean, like, just because we have one that's favored on our side, that does not mean on the field that's going to be the case. I mean, Fusion, he has been at the top of Prem for so long. He's been one of those names where you see him in these grands all the time and you see him winning. And Wolf has had such an argument for the improved, like one of the most improved players this season, past season. He has gone from Challenger at one point, and now he is here. He is in Prem Grand Finals. We see another player that started in Challenger. And interesting enough, Wubik, similar situation. He was the Challenger victor last season, and now he's here trying to make a name for himself in Premier.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, with Wolf I want to talk about is his LAN experience. I mean, he's been in so many LAN series. You see it in his player card there with the 7 LAN qualifications, but, I mean, he's played at least 8 or 9 different teams because I remember, I think it was Season 9, actually, where he was playing for both his Challenger and Premier team. So it was just absolutely incredible. It felt like every time you turned around, he was playing another series or warming up. It was like just so much Rocket League for him that I'm amazed he was able to walk out of the building at the end of the day. I would just be so tired, just gassed from that all. But I think he's going to be able to bring that wealth of experience in and go from there. And of course, I mean, you talk about Wubik, like you said, he won last season. So, you know, he can win on LAN. He can, you know, shine under the bright lights, shine even in the most difficult and pressuring situations. And it's just, can he pull those other players up to that level? And from what we saw earlier, they were on stage, no issues. I mean, they look comfortable as can be.
Yes, and my biggest question mark, at least personally, is St. Cloud Flyers going to have Pink perform? Because Pink here is the least experienced player. He was a rookie this season, I believe. He was drafted, or I think he played last season before. But the point is, he's newer here, right? He played Challenger for most of the season. He is now having to step up. He has looked very, very good so far, but it's one of those things where in the grand final, there's a little bit more riding on this. There's a little bit more pressure, and I don't know if he'll be able to perform.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're going to see a little bit of a delay here. We got some more tech issues. Of course, always going to be an issue when you're swapping in 6 players in and out after every series. There's going to be something that goes wrong. So, you know, of course, thank you to the River Falls staff, always helping us resolve these issues. If you haven't made it out to a LAN, of course, it's a little late to come to this one, but make sure you come on out for Season 12 LAN. You're going to want to be there. I mean, we've still got a lot of action here today, or at least one whole series worth of action, but come out for one in the future. They're a ton of fun. It's 2 great days of Rocket League. You can't really describe it. You know, we can say everything we want, but it's even better to be here in person.
It's one of those things where you have to experience it in person. You can't. Words just don't answer. Like, I mean, you can ask so many questions. You can be like, oh, what's it like? How you know, am I going to meet the players? How is the interactions going to be with all the staff? And it's one of those things where until you're there, until you're actually playing on the stage, or even just watching, supporting a team, showing your support for players,
yeah, there's really not. You're at a loss of words. I mean, that's really what it is. Is, you know, you have to be here to really know what it's like. So just, you know, come back for next season. Be here. You know, it's awesome that we get to have all these extra teams too. I love that we changed the format here because, you know, if this is your first time joining us, last season and previous seasons, we've had a lot of teams who sometimes only play one series at LAN because it was a double elimination, but it was kind of a weird. There was some teams that started in lower brackets. They might play one best of 7, and that was it for their weekend. Now it's, you know, you get those 3 best of 5s in your group stage, and then 6 of the 8 teams from each league go on to that day, I guess later on in day 1 or day 2. So really, it's a nice change. It definitely allows more teams to get that experience. I mean, it's a lot of Rocket League going on, so that's kind of the fun part too, is that down on the floor, there's 4 different stages set up, or 4 different like areas of Rocket League. So if you're bored with one, you can go watch another series, and there's always so much excitement. There's, you know, there's shouting, there's celebrations, there's players supporting each other and everything like that. So I mean, super cool to see that change this season and kind of see the league adapt to what we want to see for players.
And here, I'd say my question mark on Brainerd Victory is this man right here. Is Wubik going to be able to show up? I know he did win Challenger last season, and he shows the axolotl. That is definitely something that characterizes his gameplay. I mean, like, every single time he is down there, he has it on the PC. Just a little bit of a luck charm, and it worked for last time. Will it work this time? Game number 1 getting underway. St. Cloud Friars versus the Brainerd Victory.
Yeah, as we'll see Katamak go up for this one. It's going to be the first one off the sidewall for Wubik. Dropping in on it. It's going to be kicked out to the middle. See who strikes first here. Some early pressure coming out as Wubik dives in for a shot, trying to put his stamp on this one early.
And the offense has been a characteristic of the Brainerd Victory all throughout yesterday and today. They have been 3-headed monster. They have looked like the Hydra. I mean, no matter what, whether you cut one down, another takes its place. It's one of those things where their offense is so well-rounded. How will the Flyers deal with it? Fusion Bleach does a good job with that, playing that one off to the corner. Now Wolf called onto the backboard. This bounce being so awkward out to the middle. Who's first to this? Whitlock is there. Now Wubik up into the corner, tries to play this one, getting a second touch, open net, and ends up leaving it for a teammate. Katamak must have called him off. A little bit of miscommunication, but the goal does end up going in. Wubik credited.
Yeah, and there we go. We see low boost on the side of the Flyers. They've got one player with a lot, that's Pink, diving towards the ball. But besides that, as it's going to be interesting to take a look at how this kind of shapes up throughout the season. As one more thing we want to mention real quick, the Victory did actually win the regular season meeting. It was a 3-2 result. That actually came in week number, I believe it was 5, if my memory serves me. And, you know, so there is that head-to-head previously. I take more stock in the head-to-head here at LAN, in which case it was the, the Victory coming out on top. So I think it's kind of their series to lose. The Flyers, if you can step up, make us believe, show us that we're wrong.
And Wolf here trying to do that. Wubik running out of boost at a crucial moment. Now Whitlock having to stack the net, unable to do so, tries to stat pad, getting that extra save, unable to get it, and that is going to be a Flyers tying goal.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here to talk about is mistakes. I mean, we always talk about punishing mistakes, and that's definitely true at those lower levels, but Premier players, they're just a different level of quality. You give them an inch, they will take a mile without a doubt. So leaving that one floating there, I mean, Fusion Bleach, he can do that in his sleep. We've seen him score those a million times, and he says, thanks for the tying goal, that's no problem. Whitlock, a shot out of the midfield, Pink ends up taking it up the sidewall. Wolf is cleared out of his own net, and that's going to be stolen away. Now Wubik down, Wolf on the respawn, boots it the other direction. Pink, a chance for the shot, but Whitlock, a lot more boost, and he's there first.
Katomac now off toward the ceiling. Fusion Bleach meets him there. Pink playing this one out. Now Whitlock into the corner, gets an awkward first touch, unable to follow it immediately. Tries for the 50. This shot almost on target, but the crossbar ping comes out. Now Katomac plays it around one. Wolf is back alone, takes that 100 boost, gets a crucial control touch, using all of that boost that he just collected to get a flip reset. Play it over one. Wubik is there. That is an easy save for him. Playing it toward Whitlock. Now Brainerd trying to get out of their defensive half. Wubik ends up missing, leaving it for a teammate. Katomac 50 by Pink. Pink unable to follow that one efficiently. As I say that, he ends up falling from the ceiling.
Yeah, and really right now what I want to see out of the side of the Flyers is focus a little bit more on that boost. Wolf is so good at playing with low boost totals, but he's even better if he's got a full tank to work with. We saw what he can do with just about 40 or 50 boost. Give him an extra 20 on that attempt, and he might get a shot on frame that's actually pretty dangerous. So if you guys can kind of regroup, get yourself a little bit of space, get some boost in the tank, see what you can do. Is Fusion Bleach on the offensive side, but he's shut down by Katomac, kicked out towards mid, and that sees 2 minutes left in game number 1.
This shot going toward backboard. Very crucial touch out of Katomac there. I thought for sure that would have been a Flyers goal. Brainerd Victory doing a good job on their defensive half. And honestly, they have had a majority of the offensive pressure. Only 2 minutes remaining. Now Wolf plays it around one. Unable to get the follow-up touch before Whitlock is there to answer the call. Katomac, really awkward read, manages to make it work. Now Wolf off to the wall. Whitlock clears that out to the corner. Fusion Bleach up. Pinch comes out. Wubik toward the backboard, trying to leave this for a teammate. Fusion Bleach bailing out Pink's miss.
As Katomac goes up for this one, Wolf going to miss on it. That's a nice, actually, bit of communication, I think. I think Pink might have called him off there, so that's why he dropped out of it a little awkwardly. Wolf off towards that sidewall once more. Wubik picks it up there. He's going to go for the flick. Gets past one, but Wolf a good second recovery there. Pink booting this one towards the backboard. Katomac there. And again, it's just interesting touches because I feel like both teams are kind of floating it towards the backboard, and that's not going to do you too much. I mean, we have seen a mistake and we have seen issues come through, but these two teams are going to have no issue with good positioning and even a smidge of boost to get work off their backboard.
Yes, both teams playing clinically so far. A demo on the play earlier might make a chance for Brainerd here. Now Fusion Bleach not quite there in time. Whitlock with the fast shot around him.
Yeah, and that one, great speed. Whitlock just rips it downfield, kind of awkward, but it gets resent in his direction and bails out front. Those are so difficult to shoot because, I mean, it's so easy for him just to hit that wrong and send it flying towards his own net, flying towards the sidewall, just right into the ground. So really good job to find the finish on that.
And there was probably an inch of clearance between Fusion's car and that ball. I mean, Fusion was so close to getting that challenge off. And like we said, it's those small mistakes that characterize these wins for Brainerd. They are looking to do that. 30 seconds now on the clock. Let's see, can the Flyers get an equalizing goal? They're trying to force overtime here with all this pressure. all of Brainerd committing on that play, able to get that one away. Fusion Bleach now off to the ceiling, tries for the double, plays it around one. Kato Mac kind of awkward. Wolf pinch out mid. Whitlock called upon. Brainerd victory just barely getting out of that one.
Yeah, now some boost here. Fusion's going to pop that one towards the backboard. Wubik's going to miss. Fusion in on it. No, Wolf is denied. Catomac gets back for the save, and that might be a game-winning save there as it flies back in the direction of the Flyers. Wolf's going to scoop it up there. Wubik off towards the corner once more. Do they have anything at the 0-second mark? Wolf is downfield for this one. He can kick it up. And it's going to be interesting. Whitlock, what can you do out of the corner? You can kill it. And that ends game number 1. What a save there by Catomac in the closing moments.
That was one where it definitely looked like Flyers were going to take that one to overtime. I did not even see Catomac. He came flying across the bottom of the net, playing that ball out. Such a crucial touch from him. Able to start to prevent overtime from even happening. Not even a thought in their head. Brainerd victory not having it.
Yeah, and victory, both teams putting up a decent number of shots there, and we are quickly into game 2. It was characteristic of what we saw in that first series between the Victory and the Superiors. It was just no breaks, just constantly playing Rocket League. They say we don't even need time to talk, we don't need time to relax, we don't need anything, we're just going to keep playing. So we'll be in to game 2 here, see if the Flyers can respond. That's going to be Pink with the ball on that far side. He'll carry it in. Wolf trying to trail him there, but it gets stolen away off the back of the demo. Fusion. He's on this one. Catomac diving in as well. Now Wubik clearing this one downfield. Pink, can he put a quality touch on the back of it? No, he can't, but Fusion Bleach does well to recover and all the way across.
Now Catomac up toward the ceiling, tries for the flip reset, leaves it actually for a teammate. Teammate not there on the same page, but these shots are coming so close to the back of the net. There's so many times when the backboard is just hit or an awkward ball is just dribbling out to the middle and there's no one quite there. The chances are so close, but not quite. It is still 0-0. A minute has passed. Now Fusion trying to change that, plays this one toward the middle. This ball is actually bouncing out pretty beneficial for the Flyers, but Brainerd do a good job playing this one out.
Yeah, and I want to say the real reason that last opportunity there for the Flyers got shut down is because you looked at the boost tanks, and it was about 40 total boosts for the side of the Flyers and just shy of 250 on the side of the Victory. So it just tells you they've got the boost economy in their favor. You see Wubik steal that 100 out of the corner, and it's just another bit that takes just power and possession away from the Flyers because they have to work so much harder just to get those touches, and especially even if they do get the touch, to put power behind it, to put some sort of pace in the direction they want. So Victory, again, just playing strong Rocket League, but then adding that extra little bit.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it very beautifully. I mean, the resource management, the efficiency has to be on point. I know Wolf is great on low boost, and he's trying to be there, tries to play that one mid toward Fusion, but the boost numbers just not there, the resource management not quite there. Here, they're trying to put an offensive pressure that they just don't necessarily have the resources for. As I say that, Victory almost caught out lacking. That should not have been such a free shot for the St. Cloud Flyers. Now the ceiling pinch down to mid. A miss comes out. Catomac bails out Whitlock from the backboard. Now this touch out mid. Pass upfield. Wolf there on backboard to collect. Tries to play this one out to Fusion. Two Brainerd Victory players and say, no thank you. You are not receiving that ball.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the double commit's not quite what we expect. Is this one Whitlock steals it away. Pink, nice defense off of his own end line there, and a lateral pass here. Pink will go for another touch. He's up off the ceiling, but again, out of boost. Looks like Wolf's going to try to come up and assist. He's going to kick it out mid. Does he have Fusion Bleach? He does, but Fusion can't dive in. He's got both of his teammates in the box. Whitlock, good counter there. As this makes Pink have to go up for a touch. Can he get something off of the ceiling? Do we have a highlight play? Goes for the 50 low. That one, Wubik gets past the last defender, but it's off to the corner. So a little bit of a break there for the Flyers as they survive.
Only 2 minutes remain. Still 0-0. As I say that, this ball should have gone in. Another save off of Brainerd Victory's goal line that makes them feel like they are lucky as ever. As I say that, Fusion Bleach says, no thank you. I will take that. They had too much offensive pressure. They had too much space, and they punish.
Yeah, and that feels like a situation of ball don't lie. I mean, Pink should have scored there. It goes bar down and out. It's just kind of an awkward situation, and Fusion redeems that one anyway. So
yeah, they said shoot for it, and he scored.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate when those goals happen because it really felt like the Flyers should have the lead, and I want to see the Victory play from behind. We really have not seen them on the back foot all that much. Even when the Superiors did lead in that series earlier, it felt like they were still pretty comfortable. So I want to see the grand final pressure. I want to see that with the Victory going for this, as that's a nice 50 50, but Wolf in with the save. Now Wubik, bounce shot there, redirect almost on frame, as now the follow-up by Whitlock once more. Wolf, easy clearance, and that's out to Fusion.
And we've mentioned how threatening the offenses are on both sides, but it has felt like it has favored Brainerd Victory slightly. Even though the Flyers had that one good chance where they basically were guaranteed a goal eventually, it feels like Brainerd Victory are still pretty in control of this game. They do only have a minute left to equalize, and they do that. Whitlock manages to snipe that one in between the defenders.
Yeah, and I don't know quite what happened here. There was 2 players back, as I wonder if Fusion just thought that Pink was a little bit closer to the net there, or just had a little bit of a better position, because to me that's one that should never go in if you are the Flyers. It was a nice shot. I will give the credit to the victory there, but it feels like it's not good enough of a shot to go in at the premier level.
Yeah, I mean, like, there was 2 players back. One should be forcing for the other should be supporting. Fusion tried to force that, but Pink wasn't quite there in time. It could have been, you could argue Fusion should have been back or whatever it was, but they just weren't on the same page, and that is the difference maker between being equalized versus being up 1. Now Whitlock trying to double the score line, trying to get this to be 2-1. Now Pink into the corner, tries to play this one off the corner, gets the read, but the touch is just a little bit too high up.
Yeah, Whitlock, he's going to win a nice 50 here, get a chance with full boost. Wubik actually the one to get that 100, so he takes over lead. As now Kadamak will dive in on this one. He's going to whiff. Wubik has to go for the save as Whitlock was being harassed in net. Now this one's really awkward there. And again, a mistake comes back to bite the victory. This one just weird out of Wubik. I think he kind of got bumped on the takeoff there and then got just strung up on that back board and couldn't really do anything.
And that was one of the things where Wolf did a really good job playing that second man. He was ready to jump into the play, ready for that mistake to come out. It's one of those things where it's super easy to expect your opponents to be perfect, right? There's so much pressure riding on this. You're so used to your opponents having such clinical touches, but to be there at the moment that a mess up did happen and to be able to capitalize on it, Wolf did a great job. And
you hear a lot of energy out of that one. Whitlock slams it home as off the kickoff the victory. Able to apply that pressure. Wubik just hangs it up near the net. Pink and Wolf both dive for it. No boost between those two. And Whitlock says, maybe we'll take some overtime.
Yeah, 5 seconds remain. Let's see if we can get a possible 0-second antic. Time is definitely gone now. Pink is up, tries to play this one off the ceiling, down to a teammate in Fusion Bleach. Fusion Bleach not able to get the shot off before the ball touches the ground, and we have overtime in the game 2.
And I gotta say, that's heartbreaking because Fusion Bleach had such a great save there just moments before that tying goal goes in. He had just to make a heroic save, and then it all goes, kind of goes for nothing there when it's all said and done. But we'll get overtime, extra Rocket League already in game number 2. Whitlock carries this one to the sidewalk, and he bang it down the field only as far as the midfield line. Pink off to Wolf in the corner. Fusion, is he ready for it in the air? He is, but a little bit late on it, so that's going to be an easy clearance the other direction. Pink trying to go for the read, does knock it down. That doesn't get much more than that as the 50 gets sent back towards his own net. And 35 seconds in, it's been victory mostly with the offense.
All of these players look so locked in. You can see it on the cameras. They are locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. The focus is here. And as I say that, Kadamak tries to play it all the way himself, goes for the ceiling double tap, not quite able to put that one through the back of the net, but now Whitlock threatening an air dribble as well. Mechanical brilliance out of all of Brainerd Victory, making a shot happen. Let's see if Kadamak can transition this into a goal. Tries for the bump on one. Wubik now playing this one down to Whitlock. Wubik called back in. 1-2 toodaloo, possibly not quite on target.
And I gotta say, that's so difficult about playing this Brainerd Victory team is there's nobody you can just discredit when they're in the offensive zone. Usually there's one player who's gonna be that weak link who you can kind of say, okay, they've got the ball out front, they're probably not gonna shoot, or if they are, it's not gonna be that quality. But instead, this Victory team, all 3 players can put such great shots on net that you have to respect it. You have to play like it's gonna be the dagger that ends this game, as this one's another chance. Pink, he's been doing well in this one as well. A pair of shots, 3 saves so far as he goes for the 1v1. Whitlock instead swats that to the sidewall. Kadamak up for it. Wolf steals it away. Is that on frame? It might have been, but Whitlock back in time once more as Fusion Bleach misses that one up top. Off towards the side once more. Pink maybe on offense here. All 3 players on his side charging forward, but Whitlock again saying his name as he charges forward.
And as you say that, Fusion Bleach manages to sneak that goal in at the exact 2-minute mark, ending this game 2 overtime. And Flyers have a response. They will not be swept in the grand finals. We are now down to effectively a best of 5. And these series just go by so quickly. I mean, we look back, game 1, Brainerd have a good victory. You know, they won 2-1. Here, they were down. You know, they finally had a little bit of adversity. Of course, Flyers taking that to 2-1, and then Brainerd Victory having to score at 5 seconds to get that equalizer, force the overtime. But we do see Flyers end up taking that momentum from earlier in the game, bringing it out of the overtime, and winning.
Yeah, and I got to say, I loved during the Challenger Grand Finals, they talked about resilience, and that's such a big thing I see here with this Flyers team is, like you said, with that 5-second goal, it felt like you were ready to go. I think they scored the go-ahead goal with, what was it, 20 seconds left or something. It was pretty low in that final minute, so then it felt like they kind of were comfortable, they're ready to go, they're ready to take that game and tie up the series, but instead, it's that heartbreaking 5-second goal where you're like, oh man, like, don't throw this one away. We had that lead, all we needed was just one more clear and it would have been done.
And it's one of those things where if you're the Flyers, you're so glad that you got that goal. And it's one of the grand finals are so easy to start to blow away. You know, it's one of those things where the tilt starts to play a factor. You're down 2-0. That is, you know, that's a position where you really don't want to be in. And they prevent themselves from being in that position with a great overtime winner.
Yeah, as Stewie's pranking us here, of course. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in once more. We do appreciate everyone far and wide tuning in for Championship Sunday. Wolf looks to get Game 3 started. Katamak up for the save. Wubik booming this one downfield past a flying pink. Now Katamak shot from range. Fusion Bleach. Nice save, and it's a roaring start in Game 3.
And Fusion Bleach now on the solo play. Plays it past one, gets the demo. The double tap actually goes wayward in favor of Brainerd. Now Katamak leaving this one for a teammate. Wubik back in the corner alone, needs a touch, gets the touch. Fusion Bleach now to the corner. This ball a little bit awkward, but Kato does well, tries for the double, unable to get that. Called in Wubik, trying to get this play moving toward the side of the Flyers. The Flyers trying to prevent that challenge from the midfield. Now Fusion Bleach with a little bit of space and boost, plays that one just off to the backboard. And as you've mentioned, we're seeing a lot of lobs to the backboard there where you feel like a solo play or a little bit more of a controlled touch might have been better.
Yeah, especially for Fusion Bleach, I feel like just go for something on frame there. I know it's really difficult with the bounce to try to get this one to go low instead of just going way high up. And I guess maybe he's hoping for a waterfall that makes it a little bit easier to convert and a little bit more difficult for the defenders. But yeah, it's got to be something a little bit more potent, and it can't really just be easy lobs.
Yes, and here we see another lob up. This one a little bit more forced. Wubik now playing this one to Katomak. Katomak shot on frame, but a save comes out from Fusion Bleach. Able to turn that one away without too much effort. Now Whitlock has a chance. Tries for the 50-50 in the middle of the air, in between the backboard and the net. Unable to get it. Now Katomak around one. Tries for the double. Ends up not getting that flip reset. That kind of kills this play out in the corner.
Yeah, but Fusion still having a challenge with it. He's got no boost, and again, it's low boost on the side of the Flyers. Can they regroup? Fusion does grab 100 as Wolf tries to get a little bit of space, but Whitlock up here with this one. Can he find the double? No. Another good bit of interference. Fusion still just having to burn every ounce of boost. We talk about Wolf with low boost, and Fusion kind of the same thing, where he's a great player regardless of the boost total, but when he's got a full tank, it's so much more potent on offense. He can just make the plays and kind of take the game into his own hands.
Time ticking down, only 3 minutes now. 0-0 scoreline. Who is going to get that go-ahead goal? I feel like the people who score first in these games, in Game 3, tend to win it. I mean, it's one of those things where the series, yes, still young, right? There is lots of time. This is effectively a best-of-5 now, but Game 3 is very crucial because you don't want to be on that back foot.
Yeah, as now Whitlock going for the touch off the ceiling, almost able to find that angle. Ends up off the crossbar, nobody able to finish it on his team as Wubik takes a demo on the rotation. I want to see more of Wubik in that physicality as Whitlock looking far corner. Wolf, great save off the near post. Dives across, gets a wheel out front as Fusion with the clear downfield. Now Whitlock will reset his troops. No, he'll miss. And that's going to make it a little bit more awkward. He'll have to fall back into net there. Wolf's going to put that on frame. And a huge mistake out of the corner. Not what we are typically seeing out of the victory.
And another thing to notice here is the physicality of the St. Cloud Flyers. Fusion not only threatening the bump on Wubik, making him jump, but also going back and getting his teammate in Whitlock, making sure that the net is completely clear for the teammate to shoot.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just a great combination there. They're so ready to capitalize on that mistake and know exactly what to do. Of course, you know, Fusion Bleach could have gone for waiting for a pass. Excuse me. Katomak bounces that one. The drop top shot, double touch, and it's tied up.
And Katamak showing another beautiful zero boost double tap. We saw this earlier at LAN. He is literally him. Every single time he gets that first touch to the backboard, doesn't matter if he has boost or not, you have to be concerned about the back of your net.
Yeah, and again, that's a great response there for the victory. Of course, you know, you go down, you're probably not too concerned, but an immediate response, and that's even better as Wubik, he's going to go for the physical play now. A bump there, but 3 players in net, and 1 is able to get there in time for the save. Whitlock, this one's dropped down. Katamak has to give it up there as Wolf on his own backboard. Nice touch. He'll get the follow-up and just kind of rip it towards the ceiling out center. Fusion trying to get some pace behind this one as it's a lot of soft touches straight in front of their own net. Fortunately, they're able to send it to the sidewall. Katamak up for this one once again, looking for Wubik on that far side. Shot sails high. Follow up there. That one finds its way home. Whitlock, another one for the victory.
And it takes a while to remember, but the physicality of the victory started that playoff. A demo to start off the 2v1, and it was a matter of time. The passes did have to come out. You know, Wubik's touch to backboard wasn't exactly what he wanted. He would have liked to score it there, but Whitlock is there for the follow-up. It's one of those things where after enough pressure, with enough teammates behind you, you will eventually get it into the back of the net.
Yeah, as now Fusion and his team on the back foot here. What do they have as he has to retreat into his own corner? He's going to have 3 players charging straight at him. Does get around 2 of them pretty easily, but Katamak sky high and ready for the interference. Now drop down. Wubik shot there. Great save by Wolf as he crosses his own net. Still at 0 in the tank. Fusion has 15. Pink's the only one with a full tank. And it's, again, just the resources, the boost where a couple of times it's felt very unlucky because Wolf's been right where he needs to be and the boost spawns right behind him as he drives by. But at some point you need to find a way just to keep more in the tank.
It's also about efficiency. How do you use the boost that you do pick up? We see Wubik here on the air dribble using it efficiently to play it, attempt it around 1. Now Fusion up toward Whitlock. Whitlock toward the backboard. Now this double tap impending off of Wubik, saved out by Fusion Bleach. That could have been the nail in the coffin for victory, taking game number 3. And this is possibly a chance here. Whitlock able to put that one in.
Yeah, and again, it's so tough. The Victory are so good at following each other up. Katamak puts a nice top shelf shot there. Wolf has to dive off the backboard. Does get the save. Whitlock was there. You even see Wubik at the top of the box. There was 2 players ready for that one. Even if Whitlock for some reason wasn't able to, he could have disconnected and Wubik still would find that goal. So it tells you they've kind of got layers to their offense, and it's so potent.
Yes, they've got that chemistry. They've got that built up experience, and we talked about it earlier when they showed up. The fact that they brought on Katamak to this roster has done them so much good. Whitlock and Wubik have supported him beautifully. He has also in turn supported them in their duo, and this shot not quite going in, and that will be St. Cloud Flyers staring down. Not quite match point, but Brainerd Victory on their way to match point.
No, and I think they bounced back beautifully in game 2. So I think the only thing that I have to say of note from this game is the fact it's the first game decided by more than 1 goal, a 3-1 deficit this time as 14 shots come out for the victory there. They were just throwing shots at net, and in this case, it does work. It gets them the win, and it's a nice result, all things considered. I think for the Flyers, I mean, yeah, you take a look at those save numbers, 10 total for them as well, so a lot of defense being played. I think the biggest thing is just finding a way to break out of your defensive zone. We can talk all we want about using that boost, but I think a big part of it as well is if you're always locked in your own end, you've got access to the 2 corner hundreds and maybe the midfield line, but not really. You're stuck with just those 2 in the corner, whereas the Victory on the other side, they've got all 6 boost pads to use.
And also, if you're using the boost for just saves, you're not going to have much for offense. It's one of those things where if they're constantly diving across net, if they're constantly having to answer the duty of saving being the goalie. Everyone takes a turn being the goalie in Rocket League. Everyone has to rotate back into that third, and if you're continually having to use all of your boost to get into position there, you're not going to have those people upfield to support. You're not going to have that outlet pass.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, that I've been noticing with Wurt out, those lobs to the backboard and just kind of those maybe errant touches, maybe just kind of hopeful touches, I want to highlight the fact that we keep on seeing the Flyers. They have to use boost to get up to those saves instead of just having someone positioned on the backboard. And I think that kind of tells you they're a little bit uncomfortable. We see another example of it right here off the kickoff, and it goes in. I mean, the kickoff's a little bit of an exception, but still the point is there.
Yes, it's one of those things where Fusion Bleach is asked to do so much on that, and we see Whitlock actually bat flipping off of that ball. The comms must be on point in order for Katamak to know that he has a better angle on that.
Yeah, and I just, for the Flyers, I hope they can work on the rotations to get somebody up on that backboard, because that enables you to get those booming clears with not even 5-10 boost to use. Just rip it the opposite direction instead of having to use 50 or 60 to get up in the air. And then even then, the touch oftentimes has such a little power to it, it doesn't really mean much. As now Wolf's going to go for some offense. I want to see him come alive, maybe go for some solo plays, him or Fusion Bleach, just somebody try to find a spark for this team in Game 4. As Katomak trying to go for the flip reset, dropping this one down. His teammate is there, and Wubik puts it away. I mean, beautiful team play.
Yeah, Katomak looking like he's actually going backwards, gets the flip reset, pushes it forward. Wubik playing under. Beautiful second man positioning out of Wubik, able to capitalize on that opportunity, but it all started with Katomak, 100 boost on the backboard, making a decision to fake almost a back pass and then dropping it down.
And I mean, the faith you have to have in your teammates, too, that he's able to drop that one down. You're not going to accidentally send it towards your own net or just do something really weird with it. As Whitlock looking for a double touch here. Pink trying to keep this one from getting out of control. I need to see a response from the Flyers soon. Otherwise, this is going to get dire real quick. Wolf, a nice save off his own backboard there. But again, it's just kind of to the midfield and not much behind it as Pink has to go up for this one. Gets this rip downfield. Whitlock puts it away easily. It's a 3-0 lead just past a minute into Game 4.
And it is one of those things where Flyers, they are looking at an early, deficit in this. They don't want to go down 3-1, but they do have 4 minutes to bounce back. They have a lot of time. Let's see what they use this kickoff for. Trying to lose that toward the back. They do a beautiful job getting that to Fusion. Fusion with a 100 boost, plays it around one, avoids the bump, gets at least a 50. Now his teammates called in, not exactly in the position you would like to see Wolf and Pink in order to support that Fusion play.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight too, we've talked about the timeouts, we keep on mentioning them. I really feel like the Flyers should have taken it at the 2-1 deficit. You got to find a way to slow down this victory team. The back of that timeout is what we saw the victory drop 2 from, and that previous one is Katomak. Another double touch. You highlighted it earlier. You got to respect it. Nobody there to respect it, but still a nice clip.
Doesn't need boost. He always gets it. That touch is insane, and he has showed time and time again he is feeling comfortable on stage. He knows those reads in and out like the back of his hand, and we see Brainerd Victory absolutely running away with this in just a minute and a half.
Yeah, and honestly, for the Flyers, I wish that they could just take a timeout now. Maybe just reset midway through the game and just say, let's try to get something rolling here. Let's try to find a way to get them a little bit uncomfortable as that one. A great read off his own backboard, and Fusion Bleach gets the own goal credit.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they need a touch, but that is not the touch they need.
I mean, that was an absolutely crazy touch, though. Was that Katomak off his own backboard? If so,
I believe that was Wubik.
Okay, it was Wubik. I was saying, if that's Katomak, that's another double touch on the resume. I don't care what you say.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's not exactly the position you want to find yourself in, trying to do an over-the-shoulder save off of the backboard, but it happens. You got that 4-goal buffer, so it's definitely something you can afford to drop despite there being 3 minutes in the game, but these jumps aren't exactly what you want to see. All of Brainerd Victory looking like they're on the back end of a possible Flyers goal. Will Wolf manage to get this one up to a teammate? I mean, the play didn't exactly go how he thought, but this is a shot opportunity off the crossbar. Now Wolf called in. Such a slow touch. Katomak able to play that one up. Pink calling off his teammate, trying to flip reset this one off to the side. Katomak is there. This ball off of the ceiling once again. The 50-50 comes out, taking that ball off of Wubik, allowing Fusion Bleach to come in, tries to play it infield. No teammate is there.
Yeah, and again, it's another shot from Pink that just clangs off of the woodwork. It's so tough because it was such a nice shot. He had the positioning, has the angle. It's just millimeters away from being in the back of the net, and instead he has to try to recover. And Wolf, a good effort there, but just not quite enough as it's off to the corner once more. Fusion Bleach passing this one out mid. Pink gets demoed there, and it's 2 players with low tanks. Fusion uses everything he's got, but it's just a touch off the ceiling, and that's easy possession away for the victory. That's going to be a chance for Whitlock instead. Wolf off his own backboard. Nice touch up to Pink. Pink's going to try to toss this one over to Fusion Bleach. Shot looking top shelf. No, it's another one off the crossbar. Wolf a follow-up. That's not going to connect. Fusion Bleach finally puts one away. And for the Flyers, at least it's quantity enough to find the goals.
Yes, and it's something where you definitely need it if you were to come back in this game. Less than 2 minutes remain, but it's definitely still possible. We've seen more with less. It's one of those things where, yes, they're not favored here, but you're looking at it, and maybe it's a good thing they didn't use that timeout, because if they can squeak this win out, they'll feel very confident going into Game 5, and it's one of those things where you have a little bit of adversity, but you're able to answer back, and that can be so important for the confidence, something where the Flyers, I mean, they did get a game win, but they haven't looked as confident as the Brainerd Victory.
Yeah, as Wolf gets a nice touch off of his own backboard here. He's left alone for a moment, but Fusion back quick on the rotation. Wolf goes cross field looking for Pink there, as this one is a nice pinch out of the corner. Katomac up for it, looking off the corner. Nice little flick back around to the middle. Pink, nice defense off of that post. It can be so difficult to judge how that's coming around the corner, but he gets in front of it and makes a great touch. As now Fusion Bleach off of the 50. It drops back down. Is anybody there to follow for the Flyers? No. It's the Victory booming it downfield. Under 60 to go here as we see the Flyers still down by 2.
Yes, Brainerd Victory doing a good job holding on to this lead, just wasting time. This opportunity goes wayward, just something that Wolf couldn't quite get around with the boost he had. Now Pink trying for a ceiling play, ends up missing. Fusion Bleach tries for the flip reset. That touch just not as controlled as he would like. Katomac, 0 boost, but a little bit of space. Fakes out one, a flick into Wolf, a pre-jump out of him. Very good job cutting that one out in the midfield before it even became a threatening play. Now Fusion Bleach tried to put a mid for a teammate. Katomac there in the corner. Can he challenge this off Fusion? He does. Fusion's touch just ends up missing. Corner double attempted from Katomac. Plays that one middle. Wubik is there. That is disgusting. I can't even look at it.
With Katomac, I feel like he has better setup if he goes off of the wall for a double than if he's just putting it as a pass towards mid. Wubik able to put that one away off of the pass. It's just, the reads are incredible. He's got such good control of where that ball is going to go off of that corner, especially that corner of all corners. The little like mini slant there is so incredibly hard to read. That the fact he's able to get the touch there and put it into such a powerful spot is just so incredibly impressive.
Yes, and here we see Brainerd Victory definitely taking this game. We'll see if a garbage goal gets in 0 seconds, but Brainerd Victory absolutely dominant game 4. I mean, they're looking to take this in 5. You know, not even deal with Neo Tokyo, not even deal with Champions Field. They want the victory.
Yeah, and again, it feels like they're so calm. I feel like they don't get that loud. They don't get that rambunctious. I mean, there's just smiles. They're just hanging out. They're having a good little time down there. As in this case, 6 shots, 5 goals there. That is crazy for the Victory. Their shots are just finding the perfect angles, finding the perfect attempts, and able to make it so uncomfortable for the Flyers that they almost sometimes don't even have a chance. I mean, we're seeing these highlights here that it's the Victory, just these deadly shots or open nets, and that's what it's been.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been efficiency. I mean, you look at the goals between the teams, you have 13-6. It's one of those things where they have effectively doubled the total score line, and they have done it in convincing fashion. They have taken these games that aren't that you start close, and they take them and they run with it, and they will completely batter you into a corner.
Yeah, and now for the Flyers, I'm hoping we see a timeout here. We'll see what we've got. Maybe they're just going to go ahead and play it here after the 60 seconds, but either way, I think they've shown that they can definitely compete in this series. I think the biggest thing is just finding a way to kind of bring that cohesion back, bring your team together, raise yourselves up, raise each other up, as you've looked so good. You've looked strong throughout what we've seen here this weekend, as it looks like the timeout will be called here. For them, here's my real thought. I think it's got to be Fusion Bleach or it's got to be Wolf. Pink is a solid player. He's been a great third for them throughout the tail end of this season, or most of this season. Again, you know, kind of fuzzy on when that happened there. But, you know, it's those 2 players. It's the 2 players that are the premier mainstays that you have to expect to be the X factor here. And if we don't see that from them, it's going to be too little too late, as it looks like. I believe that should have been the timeout there.
Yes, the problem was that we got started a little bit too early. Brainerd Victory definitely want to win this one a little bit too quickly, taking to the field a little bit before the 1-minute mark.
Yeah, as you know, a little peek under the hood here, of course, of us up here, but of also the little LAN admin there. As for the Flyers, like I said, I mean, it's Wolf and Fusion Bleach. Those 2 need to step up. On the other side, for the Victory, I mean, I have no notes. I mean, they've just looked so good, and I mean, it's been one mistake here, one mistake there, a nice little highlight play maybe for the Flyers, but for them, it's just been highlights, it's been passing plays, it's been cohesion. It's been just a comprehensive, solid-looking bit of Rocket League.
Yes, and now we get into game number 5, played on Aquadome. We will see, do the Flyers have a response, or will we see Brainerd Victory run away with this in just 5 games?
As Wolf's going to apply some early pressure here, he'll take it around that sidewall. He'll cut back now, trying to see if he can find somebody, but Fusion Bleach and him both being up there, I think the aggression might be enough. I feel like if you can just find your way into a couple of goals, I don't care if you win this one 5-4 if you're the side of the Flyers, just find offense and just throw everything that you have because the season is on the line.
Yes, this is it. There is no more lives. You are on match point. It is win this game or go home second place. It is absolutely brutal, but it's very rewarding for the other team. It's one of those things where, as I say that, Pink is just going to shut me up because that passing play was so beautiful. Off to the side, waiting mid from Fusion's pass. Pink with the placement as well. K-Mac had 90% of the net covered. He had to hit that 10% sliver.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see Pink slot that one home because, of course, we've seen some woodwork hits. Not always his fault, but just, great to see that goal be converted off of a great team play out of the Flyers. Now Fusion, he's looking for a highlight play off the ceiling, wants the dunk, but he's got two players to contend with. Now Pink back on the defensive zone. Can he carry it out of the corner? As well to stall there, just fakes out that first attacker. Gives Wolf some space to work with as Wubik tees this one up for Katomaker. We're going to see another double almost off of the ceiling. Wubik looking for the redirect, but Wolf there to receive.
Now Pink plays this one out mid, tries for another passing play, not quite as efficient as the first. Wubik now off the ceiling, trying to flex those mechanics. Tried for the ground double. Fusion Bleach better to it. Able to get that one away. Now Katomac with an insane pre-flip off the wall. This is just insane speed from him. He sees that St. Cloud Flyers aren't quite there. Takes that 2 seconds to recognize it. Uses the only opportunity he has with the pre-flip and the boost he had to get that one in. There was no other way to score that.
Yeah, no, it's finding the one option that works and running with it and tying it up here when the Flyers looked like they were just starting to get comfortable in this game at number 5. Wolf, a nice clearance off his backboard, more of what we want there as Pink rips this one up towards the ceiling. Fusion going for the challenge, but I think that's the toughest part too, is the Victory are so good at meeting you in the air. A lot of the times, even if you get a chance for an aerial touch, it's just turning into a 50 that they probably win in their favor.
Yep, now Whitlock off to the wall. Rubik called upon on backboard. Katomac not able to beat out Wolf there, but Whitlock with a lot of space and boost goes for the flip reset, plays it around one. Fusion Bleach low boost and awkward, but manages to get that touch off to the side. So crucial for the St. Cloud Flyers to not allow Brainerd Victory to get another lead as they have been running away with the leads. So close off the post. Oh, and it does end up rolling in. Katomac there for the follow. And if you're St. Cloud, that one hurts so bad.
Yeah, the pinball in the net. They should have been scored on there. Pink just can't react to that. You can't expect someone. You don't know where that thing's going to go. You assume either roll down the sidewall, roll up the post, but not right back towards you. And just, it's so heartbreaking.
It really is. It's one of those things where it really hurts to see it fall in. It's Fusion Bleach.
Yeah, sorry. That weird noise here in the venue that just kind of threw us off our game for a moment. Even we get distracted every once in a while. But nice play out of Fusion Bleach. If you're going to concede, not bad to respond with a goal of your own. So for the Flyers, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I guess. They do get an equalizer. 2.5 minutes about on the clock. What can they do with it? Wolf off to the backboard. Wubik managing to get that read. Very crucial touch to prevent the Flyers from getting the go-ahead goal, getting to be 3-2. It's one of those things where, there's lots of game left, but the next goal is very important to decide whether Flyers will have a small opportunity to open that door, get a force, a game 6, force a game 7. They need that.
Yeah, and I want to talk about it real quick, too, that the fact that on some defensive positioning here, there's been a couple of times where they're racing for one of those open balls as there's a chance for a shot here, and it's difficult because for the Flyers side, they need to have that, the freedom to press forward, but instead they have to play back because they're not quite certain if their teammate's going to be there in time, and it just makes it so restrictive if you have to wait back that extra second as Whitlock up over top puts it away, and the Victory back on top.
And we see him popping off on the cams too. So happy with that play. Beautiful pre-flip carry. Whitlock going absolutely crazy. Brainerd Victory are looking to take this in the next minute and 52 seconds.
Yeah, and Flyers, you've shown us what you can do throughout this series. You've shown us what we can do throughout this weekend. Dig deep, find that last bit you have in the tank, It doesn't matter what it takes as Pink drops this one low. Fusion wanted to try to body that one through as Wolf off in the corner. He's going to try to kick it out towards mid. Pink in there as well. It's a little combination play that opens it up for Fusion. Can he find the angle off the corner? No, he can't. Pink down low. That's an ugly one once more where it's just so close to finding its way into the back of the net, but it just doesn't take the bounce they need.
Yeah, St. Cloud Flyers able to get one here. I was about to say how all of their chances don't quite result in a goal, and they proved me wrong. Anything I'm thinking, apparently they're just like, nope, you're not allowed to say that.
Well, I think you should start thinking that this is going to end in less than 7 games, and let the Flyers work their magic from there. But again, it's a weird situation where I feel like they should have scored moments ago, and then they find a goal in a little bit more of a difficult situation. So if that's what it's going to be, I mean, that's fine. It just definitely puts a little bit more pressure because you only get lucky so many times. You only get those second chances a certain number of times before your luck runs out.
Yep, and both of these teams not really relying on luck too much. They're so good. There's a reason they're in the grand finals here. There's an argument to be made. There's no luck in Rocket League. It's one of those things where you are complete control of the car, you are complete control of your comms and everything that you do, and everything is just a result of that.
As Wolf's going to carry this one up towards the ceiling, dropping it down, trying to connect with Fusion. Can he be the first one there? He can, I think, just barely beat Whitlock. As now Wolf floating this one high towards that back post. Whitlock there for the easy clearance as Pink steps forward on this one, trying to wrap it around. Going for a bump potentially instead, but Katamak, again, off his own goal line. Whitlock leaves it there. Katamak off the sidewall. Excuse me, Whitlock was going for that one off of the sidewall once more. Wanted another one of those pre-flip goals. As Wolf ripping this one down the field. Can he find a way to chip it out towards mid? Gets it part of the way there. Pink going for the 50. Now downfield. Fusion back at his own goal line. Touches it off to the corner. It's a 50 there. As we might see overtime once more. It gets a little bit hairy here. Whitlock up on his own backboard. Kicking it out towards mid. Is anybody there? No. It's overtime. Game 5 with the series on the line.
And we see another overtime. Golden goal. Brainerd victory. All they need is one goal, and they will be your premier victors. But St. Cloud does not want that, and this ball somehow doesn't end up in the back of the net. How is that not a game win for St. Cloud Flyers?
Yeah, the Flyers, so unfortunate. It's another one of those instances where the ball does everything but go into the back of the net. It is so incredibly close as it's kicked out towards mid. Pink hangs this one high. Fusion Bleach, and once more they get redemption. There's another chance just moments later, and the Flyers stay alive. We will see more Rocket League. Fusion there to clean it up.
Yeah, it's one of those defensive sequences where all the players are so low on boost, they're so awkward on the initial thing. We saw that ball roll across the goal line for what felt like 10 whole seconds. It was one of those things where there wasn't a Flyers player there, there wasn't a Brainerd player there. We were just spectating the ball rolling because why not?
Yeah, and look at that, 9-7 in terms of shots in favor of the Flyers. So it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like throughout the rest of the series. And again, I honestly, in some aspects, felt like the Flyers were maybe the better team in that game. I feel like they showed more complete offense, and it was just a better game from them, where if they get those bounces like the ones that we're seeing or that we saw throughout the game, this could have been a game that was 5 or 6 to like 2. But instead, it ends up being that overtime close fight for it there, as we're immediately into Neo Tokyo. So, I mean, game number 6 here, Flyers, do you have a recipe for success, or is it just keep on finding success in whatever way it works?
And Brainerd Victor, you have to think that last game, their main way of scoring was those solo plays. It was the, flip reset out of Whitlock or corner double from Katomac. Can you continually rely on that to close out this series? Their pressure is on for them. They have to step up in some way beyond just playing their normal game.
As Pink in a low touch here, Fusion up on that sidewall. He'll carry it up towards the ceiling. Wolf trying to challenge in. 4 players jump, and it goes in the direction of the Flyers net. Pink, great save there out of him as Wubik comes in for the touch. Wolf wanted the demo, but instead Wubik escapes with his life. Pink trying to follow it up as well. Fusion head back towards his own net, can't get on the end of it. And that was the boost management there. Both defenders back with basically nothing in the tank, and it's too little, too late.
And you would think that Pink would have been able to jump off of that wall and get that touch if he had just not hesitated quite as much. It's one of those things where it's so hard to know what to do in the right situation, because you can't see behind him. He has ball cam on, right? He sees only the player or only the ball in front of him. The player is coming out of his blind side, and they do not have rear view mirrors on these cars. The double tap coming out from Katomac saved away from the Flyers, but Brainerd Victory are looking to double their lead here. Whitlock on the flip reset, unable to do it like he did last game.
Yeah, but this opens up space once more. Katamac's going to go for this one off the ceiling. A little bit of a floater aiming for that top corner. Ends up stomping it into the turf, which kicks it away from his teammate and gives Wolf an opportunity the other direction. Has the flip reset. Maybe he doesn't, as that one's saved away. Katamac with a response. He'll go for a solo play now. Just dueling opportunities here. Feels like a freestyle 1v1 in moments, as Wolf will carry off towards the sidewall. Whitlock trying to pass it out mid. Katamac up for it once more. Wubik in there as well. But Pink, another good touch there. Wolf actually on that one. Two short names. Sometimes a little confusing as Whitlock. Another slow touch there, but the Flyers holding strong on the defensive side.
Now Katamac tries to play this one mid to a teammate. Wubik is there for the shot. That is simply beautiful. The pace that Wubik put that ball on, complemented from the Katamac pass. I mean, you have to wonder, where is the St. Cloud Flyer challenger? Why wasn't that ball contested earlier?
Because of me. That was the caster curse through and through. I said so great on defense and immediately gets scored on. So Flyers, maybe find some more offense. Maybe I can caster curse you in that direction as they go up for this one. Pink kicking it back towards Wolf, who rips it downfield. Fusion stepping forward. Wolf looking for that pass out mid. Pink touch forward. Wolf redirects there. What a team play. The pass is beautiful.
The 1-2 hitting the teammate, back to the other teammate. Wolf and Pink combining there for a beautiful goal. St. Cloud Flyers are not going out that easily.
And once again, Flyers, I just need to see more offense. I know you just scored, but just give me more offense here. As this is going to be a 50 out in front. Wolf, no challenge up on it, but Pink, he's going to look for a double touch of his own. Katamac shuts that one down. Now off towards mid. Fusion diving forward. Another save there. Wolf gets demoed. Opens up some space here for Whitlock off of that sidewall. A demo once more. Fusion Bleach save there, and he's going to have to get the second one as well. Katamac up for it. That's a great recovery there by Wolf, but low boost. All three players less than 50 here as he has to touch this one across the frame. Can he find that full in the corner? He'll go for it, but is it going to be too late as Katamac punishes? And no boost will come back to haunt you.
And Victory are looking at a LAN Premier win. Just 2.5 minutes. I don't want to call it this early, but it's one of those things where time management, and you are up 2 goals, you have the capability of conceding one more and still getting this victory in regulation, not needing a Game 7. They want St. Cloud Flyers to feel the pressure, to feel like they're behind, get maybe an overcommit out on something where they're sending the whole kitchen sink, and St. Cloud Flyers now trying to do just that. Pink dropping it down. This ball so awkward out into the side. Oh my goodness, Wubik peering to own goal. A miss coming out. Wubik is there out of the net. This is insane defensive sequences.
And again, it's a situation where the Flyers, everything points towards them scoring in that situation. The great play out of Pink, the follow-up, the pass, just everything says that should be in the back of the net, but somehow it does not end up there, and instead it's the other way. Katamac buries his, I think, 3rd of this game. It just keeps on flying, and it's the Victory cruising.
And it's one of those things where the Flyers are now beaten down so many times. They had so many chances, the ball rolling across the goal line so many times, and Brainerd Victory have just got away with murder, like over and over and over again.
But again, you say it's not luck, and I think that might be the case here, is just, give up a few mistakes, but don't give up the critical ones, as this thing ends up getting boomed back in the direction of Wolf. He'll settle it down off of his own backboard. Whitlock able to send this one cross field. He'll chase it down as well, and that's the luxury of the Victory. They can just play chase this ball all the way across the field. They don't need to play passive. They have so much they can give away here, and just 80 seconds they need to take off the clock as Fusion Bleach putting this one up off the backboard. Whitlock misses, but Wubik there is a safe pair of hands on the second. Katamac, he'll take the aggressor role out front. Whitlock shot there. Wolf, a great save. Wubik trying to touch it back in, but instead he has to force his way through a couple of defenders back on that side.
And time ticking down, less than a minute right now. Brainerd Victory up 3 goals. St. Cloud Flyers need something here, and they need it quickly, and they do not get it. We do have a little bit of time left, but they need something right here, right now. Wolf trying to make it happen, tries to get that 50 through. Wubik now running out of boost and bumped off the play by Pink. Fusion Bleach back alone. Needs a goal here if they are to stay alive in these grand finals. Whitlock early challenge, just taking all of that St. Cloud pressure and completely leaving it in
just,
the dust.
Just nullifies any attempt they're going for. As now just 30 seconds here and the victory. Know what is on the horizon. They know what they've worked for all season long. Can they find that final nail in the coffin, as they should be good to go here? This one pass forward. Whitlock shot from range. It's another one for him. He scores in the title game, and he should be sending his team to the champions.
It's one of those things where, yes, they have 16 seconds, but at this point, it's basically just ceremonial.
Yeah.
This is literally the definition of garbage time. I mean, the players are still going to play it out, have some sportsmanship. You got to commend St. Cloud Flyers. They tried their heart out. They had such a run to get here, but Brainerd Victory are just too strong.
Yeah, and as we wind down these final seconds, the Lumberjacks of Rising Star, the Steelhawks of Challenger, and the Brainerd Victory, your Season 11 Premier Champions!
And I have to take a moment to commend Whitlock, Wubik, and Katamek. They worked so hard to get here. They were the 5th seed. That is not a position you want to be going into LAN, considering there's only 10 total Premier teams, 8 teams here. They were on the bottom half of the teams that were here, and they managed to bring it back. They managed to have such a great group stage, only losing once to the Superiors, righting that wrong in the semis, and now here in the Grands looking so dominant, scoring so efficiently, and taking down the St. Cloud Flyers.
Yeah, and both of their best of 7s ending up being a 4-2 result there, so they just look so incredibly strong here. It is a team that really, I mean, it speaks to the level that is Premier. You have these teams coming from the middle of the table, and they upset teams that are higher than them all across the board to get here. I mean, they took out the Superiors. That was the #1 team coming into this. They took out the Flyers here. I mean, it is just telling you that we saw it in terms of numbers, but numbers on the page only mean so much. When you get all these players in the server, you get them in that LAN environment, it really speaks to how good this league is and how tight everyone, you know, how tight the results are, how tight the skill level is and everything there. So, I mean, congratulations to the victory. And Flyers, I mean, as unfortunate as it is, you can take solace. You put up a good series. You definitely fought back there. But, you know, we can only have one champion, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things where a few of those balls rolling across the goal line, if they went the other way, this could have been a completely different result. It really was a game of inches. But Brainerd Victory showing the fact that they take those inches and they run they steal the foot, they steal the mile. They do such a good job taking what is given. Katamak with his double taps, Whitlock with the flip resets, Wubik supporting them, getting those demos. I know he's up there, top 5 Premier demoer, so he's so good.
Yeah.
And now we are about to get down on the stage, give them their medals, and we will send it down there.
All right, I am here with our champions from Premier. Right off the bat, can we give it up for the Brainerd Victory? You guys have had one heck of a season, and I was trying to do a little bit of background between you guys, and Whitlock, I believe this is your first time GMing ever.
Yeah, it's my first time GMing. First time playing Premier too. Last season I was Challenger.
Well, I will say not bad, and I definitely like your strategy of looking into the Challenger role and saying, hey, this man won Challenger last season. I'm kind of curious then, especially in the GM role, what exactly were you looking for when you picked up these two, knowing that you're obviously going to win the whole thing?
Wubik, I've played the RLCS quals with him, got top 128, loved playing with him, and we scrimmed with Kato, and it fit just perfectly.
Beautiful. I'll slide in the middle of you real quick. And going over to Wubik, I got one question which is kind of interesting. How much does it mean to you knowing that you have friends and family cheering you on so much?
I don't know, man. It's just been such a crazy ride playing since Season 3. It was just never a world for so long that I would make a LAN. And then coming last season, just winning everything. And then just coming out of nowhere this season for Premier, it just feels outstanding. I don't know how to explain my feelings.
So I'm curious then, obviously winning it last year, how does this championship compare?
It just came out of nowhere, it feels. I mean, just the LAN environment just felt like such a power-up for us as a team. We had just such a rough season before. Not that we were last, but just having this LAN environment was just a game changer for us.
I love that. I love that. And I'll step over here to Kat. I'll step on this side of you. So I'm kind of curious, obviously someone who has hit some of the most disgusting shots on LAN. How does it feel having that you have these guys supporting you?
I mean, honestly, they're just the greatest. I had my doubts at the start. Willick actually said he was going to pick me up in the draft, and I dropped out of the draft. But I decided to come back in, and he asked to pick me up. We did a scrim, and it flowed perfectly. So wrote it out, and here we are today. So I think it's pretty good.
I love that, Seer. You can start handing out these medals to these boys. And again, this has been one heck of a ride with these Premier boys. Again, you guys have put up a ridiculous effort. This has been one heck of a LAN. We have been here for a very, very long time. I know some of these boys have put in so many years and years of playing this game that we call Rocket League. Some probably have pissed off parents a little bit, but they've made so many friends along the way. And again, at the end of the day, all that matters is that they make it here on the Championship Sunday, winning in front of friends and family. So with that being said, Seer, why don't we step off stage with these boys? I think all of them got a trophy, or all got a ring. Yeah, they all got one, but all right. Boys, I will step off and you can grab your trophy, and let's give it up for your Season 11 Premier Champions in the Brainerd victory! Excellent job, boys. Now you guys can go and log out of everything again. Massive, massive congratulations, you boys. We got to start to close out this stream. One more time for the boys. And with that, it is time to close. All right, I guess I'm throwing it to the casters, and they'll go from there. So take it away, boys.
Thank you, K-Tool, as, I mean, the final note on a great weekend. Some fantastic Rocket League from start to finish. There's not much more that you can say about it. I mean, it's just a great weekend of Rocket League, a great weekend, and a great way to finish.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's so special for all these players. We crowned 9 individual players as champions in the respective leagues, starting with Rising Star, then Challenger, and now finally Premier. We look at how we got here, Rising Star bracket. We saw Buffalo try to make that run. They had really dominant performances against Burnsville Inferno, against the Outlaws, and they got to that grand finals looking like a strong, strong contender. But on the other side, we had the Lumberjacks waiting in that semifinal, not having as long of a day, not having to play in that quarterfinal match. Steelhawks coming up with a great win over the Victory, not having the performance they would have liked against the Lumberjacks, and the Lumberjacks end up taking that in a sweep.
Yeah, and the Steelhawks able to come up victorious in the Challenger League, of course, as well. What we saw just moments ago, just before this one, the Steelhawks over the Knights. A great series there, some nice highlights back and forth with, again, a team coming from those semifinals and just finding a way to take the title in the end. Both teams from the semifinals actually making it there, and then we'll take one final peek at the Premier bracket.
And here we had St. Cloud Flyers making a run once again from the quarterfinals. On the other side, Victory, not as long of a run. Able to get that 4-2 redemption game against the Superiors. I think that was probably the turning point where they look back and they said, all right, we had our one hit, our one loss. We learned from it, we got better, and we improved there, and that confidence led them to a 4-2 win over the Flyers in the Grands.
Yeah, and with that being said, I think we will send everyone home here. 2 long but incredible days of Rocket League. Thank you on behalf of everyone here at MCS, on behalf of the players, the fans, the staff, everyone who's involved. Make sure to give some thanks to your GMs, to your captains, to our staff here, Stewie being here all weekend long, AK and K-Tool, and everybody who's been a part of this. We all feel incredibly blessed that we get to do this day in and day out in front of you, and we hope we see you here again for season number 12. Be on the lookout for that, MCS Season 12. It'll be even better, and we'll be back with more.
Combines win.
working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, call a coward. Student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can be devoured. Heart on 10, coverage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all locked. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel, spirit strong like metal. I will never let them all know I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'll be legendary. I'll be legendary. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. I'ma say it loud and proud, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the realest thing that I wrote. Spirit strong like metal. I will never let them all know I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'll be legendary.
The future's right now. Wanna start a revolution. Wanna take it to the streets. That renegade execution. And we ain't got no time to sleep. Come on and shatter the hourglass. And throw a fistful of sand. Ain't no time like the present. So make a move, make a stand. This is how it goes down. Got that vision, got that know-how. So take a look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. We got high expectations, never settle for less. Every day a revelation, I keep on guessing what's next. We're standing on the edge, not afraid to fall. Sky's the limit, build it bigger, now we take it all. It's unstoppable, never impossible.